Bai Pu. The seductive female teacher clad in a provocative short skirt stood before the blackboard and fixed her gaze on the back corner of the classroom. Answer this question. Ha! Bai Pu's pen, which had been spinning rapidly between his fingers, came to an abrupt halt. A twitch marred the corner of his mouth. He had been in this world for less than 5 minutes, hadn't he? Just as he was about to stand, the ambient light dimmed and his vision turned as if masked by dark lenses. Wow, it feels like hail is coming. Instantly all drowsiness vanished. Let me take a picture first. A cascade of astonished exclamations erupted from the students in the classroom. Bai Pu glanced out the window. There were no dark clouds, not a single wisp in sight. Instead it was pitch black, resembling the depths of night. Unlike before, outside the window there wasn't a trace of light, no neon signs, no signal lamps, only an endless abyss of darkness. Bai Pu glanced at his phone. It read 1435, a time that should have been bright. Frowning, he pressed the light switch in the classroom. A faint hissing of electricity filled the air. The lights came on, yet the glow they emitted was a chilling blood red. Before anyone could register their shock, a crisp explosion rang out from the seductive teacher at the podium, who had been waiting for Bai Pu's answer. Her body burst like an overinflated balloon. Boom! It exploded suddenly. Indeed, the teacher had exploded and blood splattered like a cascading waterfall. Countless fragments of skin splattered onto the classroom walls, forming an abstract blood-red mural. The sudden catastrophe left the atmosphere deathly silent. Students who had been taking photos or chatting froze as though time itself had halted. Their eyes widened in sheer terror. A second later, a piercing scream tore through the classroom. A girl in the front row fainted on the spot. On the blackboard, once crowded with math problems, 2 vivid red characters slowly emerged: exam. Simultaneously, a cold mechanical voice echoed in every student's mind: welcome to an obscure term copy name final examination. Copy difficulty novice. Pass requirement succeed in the exam. Clearance reward survival. Wishing you misfortune. What's happening? Who's speaking? Mom, I want to go home. This must be a movie shoot. Teacher, stop teasing us and come out, please. The students cried out in panic. The only response came from the rhythmic drip of blood seeping from the walls, tick, tick, as unimaginable terror spread throughout the room. Suddenly an exam paper appeared on every student's desk, accompanied by a ballpoint pen crafted from a humerus. Bai Pu's pupils constricted in shock. The questions on the exam were even more twisted than the math problems the teacher had just assigned. Question 1: list 3 methods to cook a human heart and then choose one method to describe in detail. Question 2: suppose you are the owner of a bubble tea shop and a customer in a hurry demands you prepare a fresh, pearl-laden, bloodthirsty milk tea within 10 seconds. Describe the fastest method to collect 800 milliliters of blood. Question 3: given there are 5 humans, 3 males and 2 females, all aged 18, with women normally consuming 1.2 gene of feed daily and men consuming 1. They consume 8 gene of feed per day. When women are pregnant or lactating, they require 1.5 gene daily. Every 10 gene of feed is valued as equivalent to 1 gene of human. Then over a span of 5 years, how should these humans be reared to yield the highest profit? Kaka. An eerie sound resonated. Bai Pu looked on as the shattered teacher reassembled herself in an utterly inexplicable manner, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, blood and hair completely devoid of logic. Her 2 eyeballs were now stuck on the top of her head, her mouth was draped with clumps of black hair, and in the place of proper features lay an ear and a navel, an appearance beyond human. It was hardly human at all, merely a grotesque humanoid monster haphazardly assembled from flesh and blood. As its misshapen mouth opened and closed, it emitted a hoarse command: exam begins. Everything happened in an instant, leaving no time to react. Bai Pu reached down and lightly touched the 18-inch belt at his waist. It seemed this was no dream. Ah! A girl, unable to withstand the horrifying atmosphere any longer, shrieked. In the very next second, in a blink, the monstrous teacher teleported right in front of the girl. In an instant, all that could be seen was the girl's head tumbling off her shoulders in a rolling cascade. The severed head rolled and came to rest at Bai Pu's feet. Looking down, he saw that the girl's head still bore the terror of her final moments, her eyes wide with shock. That expression was forever frozen in time. As blood continued to seep, even Bai Pu's sneakers became stained with streaks of scarlet. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He lifted his foot and kicked the head away. No noise during the exam. The teacher bellowed sharply. The haphazardly assembled head rotated a full 360 degrees like a mechanical probe, continuously swiveling in all directions with a swish-swish sound. The students stared at the teacher in terror, tears streaming down their faces. They barely dared to breathe. A slight skinny boy seated in the front row by the door nervously rolled his eyes. Taking advantage of the teacher's movement toward the back of the classroom, the small boy quietly rose, intending to stealthily escape from this bizarre prison. The other students couldn't help but look toward him. With hope in their hearts, they prayed that he could escape safely and alert the authorities. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, a piercing, tragic scream erupted. The small boy's limbs were suddenly severed by an unknown force with blood gushing in torrents. Like a tattered rag doll he lay on the ground completely still. No one could clearly discern how the event unfolded. No movement during the exam. The teacher intoned grimly once more. Every heart plunged into despair in an instant. A faint unsettling odor of urine suffused the classroom. At that moment Bai Pu finally assimilated a torrent of memories from his previous self. He shrugged slightly. This world had indeed given him quite a surprise, having just traversed here only to face a bizarre intrusion that left him no time to breathe. Suddenly something flickered on the blackboard. Bai Pu leaned in to take a closer look. Beneath the large characters spelling exam a countdown appeared 2946, its numbers continuously shifting. This meant they had only half an hour to complete the exam. Instantly a sense of impending crisis overwhelmed everyone. No one even cared whether they could possibly answer the questions. Write first. Write then worry about the consequences, it's better than dying now. Without hesitation Bai Pu picked up the bone pen. Boom, a resounding explosion echoed. Bai Pu wiped the blood splattered across his face without even lifting his head. He did not need to think about it at all. It was certainly some silly little cutie who had absent-mindedly taken the wrong pen. Just as he was about to write on the test paper, suddenly countless densely packed tiny mouths appeared on the sheet, tightly connected to one another. In both size and arrangement they resembled cells. It was as if the entire test paper had been woven from these bizarre mouths. When those tiny mouths brushed against his skin they did not really hurt, instead they tickled like mosquito bites. Bai Pu paused for a moment. Ignoring those small mouths he continued to write. The bone pen swept across the page, yet nothing appeared upon the test paper. He looked around. The other students' faces were filled with panic as they gripped their bone pens, seemingly facing the same problem as he was. The monster-like female teacher wandered aimlessly back and forth through the classroom. It seemed that as long as one did not violate the exam rules one would not be targeted. Bai Pu raised his eyebrows. They were forced to use the bone pens yet were unable to write a single word. This was practically forcing him to bleed himself dry. Without another word Bai Pu lifted his foot and brought the tip of the bone pen to the bloodstain on the surface of his shoe. Slurp, a loud sucking sound rang out. Everyone except the monster-like female teacher turned their heads toward Bai Pu, shock flashing in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze a thin line of blood appeared at the very center of the bone pen in Bai Pu's hand, like the ink reservoir inside a fountain pen. In an instant, everyone followed his example. Those with materials nearby drew blood from them, those without bit their own fingertips. Waves of sucking sounds rose and fell in succession. Bai Pu carefully drew up every splatter of blood on his body one by one until they were completely absorbed. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This thing was actually quite handy for cleaning up. This time the bone pen clearly left writing on the test paper. The red strokes passed over the tiny mouths on the sheet as if painting them with lipstick, making them look seductively lurid. And in the areas of the paper where the mouths had been painted with lipstick, every mouth closed tight. Writing on it became exactly the same as on ordinary paper. Tick tick, the countdown flickered relentlessly. The students' faces twisted in misery, racked their brains to answer bizarre questions they had never seen before. From time to time booming explosions echoed in their ears. Some had accidentally snapped their bone pens. Some, too nervous and heavy-handed, tore through the test paper. Until only 3 minutes remained in the exam. Only 1/5 of the students in the classroom were left. Those who had broken the rules exploded into blood mist, all of it converging upon the monster-like female teacher, piling upon her like a mound of flesh as tall as a small hill. Each of her steps made the ground feel as if it were quaking. The heavy thuds pounded upon everyone's heart. Time flowed on. At last, Bai Pu finished answering every question on the test paper just as the countdown reached its end. XMO. As the monster-like female teacher's voice fell, everyone's vision blurred. The eerie night, the red lights, the test papers, the bone pens, the monster teacher, the classroom, everything vanished without a trace. Above their heads a clear blue sky shone. The students now stood on the familiar school athletic field. Student, are you all right? Firefighters who had long been on standby hurried forward with concern. At this moment the taut nerves of the surviving students finally relaxed. One after another they broke down into sobs. Bai Pu looked back over his shoulder. The teaching building in which they had just taken that eerie exam looked as though it had been struck by a meteorite. At some unknown moment it had collapsed and shattered, becoming a vast heap of rubble. Strangely, every other building in the school was completely intact. Hundreds of firefighters clustered around the ruins, tirelessly digging through the debris. From time to time medical staff carried corpses toward the ambulances. Not far away the principal watched the scene in anguish, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, his face etched with anxiety. Bai Pu was just about to go over and ask what had really happened when suddenly a round pudgy figure barreled toward him. Damn you unfilial brat, you scared your old man half to death. Bai Pu swiftly pulled up the relevant memory of this fat guy. Lu Yuan. The original body's only friend, a textbook deadbeat homebody. Sniffling and sobbing, Lu Yuan said, I was just in the middle of ranked matches when someone in the group suddenly said our teaching building collapsed, so I rushed right over. Bai Pu arched a brow. Didn't you call in sick today? Cold-blooded man, Lu Yuan muttered, pulling a bottle of cola from his pocket and taking a gulp. The moment I heard something happened to you, I ditched a perfectly good paid gaming companion and you're still hung up on me faking a sick note. As the two bantered back and forth, the surviving students had all gathered around the principal, each recounting what they had seen and experienced. Principal, this is all just an act, right? My desk mate really died. I watched him explode with my own eyes. What did that wait for grading at the end mean? Does it mean if our scores aren't good enough we'll be killed again? Then what do we do? I didn't answer that question about the recipe for the heart. Principal, what on earth is going on? This is too terrifying. The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been set to retire the very next day, and yet the teaching building had collapsed. More than 1,000 teachers and students had died. The handful of survivors all seemed as though their brains had been smashed, spouting nothing but nonsense. At this rate, forget retirement, he would likely spend the rest of his life seeing in the new year from inside a cell. Everyone please don't panic. Forcing a faint smile, the principal said, regarding what happened today, the school will definitely give you all an explanation. You've all been badly frightened. Everyone go home, get some rest and wait for further notice from the school. The corner of Bai Pu's mouth twitched. From the look of it, the principal truly knew nothing at all. A recipe for a heart. There's a question like that. Lu Yuan's face was full of curiosity. So how did you answer it? Tell me. Simple, take a fresh still beating heart, soak it in 15-degree red wine, chill it for half an hour, slice it into 5mm pieces, drizzle with a layer of honey, coat in breadcrumbs, pan fry until golden, then sprinkle with cumin. Damn, I didn't know you were into something that heavy. Alright, enough fooling around. Bai Pu asked, did you see how we got out of the classroom? At the moment the countdown ended, they had clearly been transported out by some mysterious force. Yet the onlookers did not seem surprised at all, which only deepened his curiosity. In his memories, such a power simply did not exist in this world. Without even thinking, Lu Yuan blurted out, tisk tisk, who would have thought? You actually had that much strength forcing your way through several hundred kilos of concrete above your head. Not bad. He clicked his tongue. Fine, I admit this flex belongs to you. Bai Pu fell silent. It seemed that in the eyes of outsiders, those who had gone through the eerie exam had clawed their own way out of the ruins. There was one more thing that especially bothered him. When they were transported out, a voice had sounded in his mind, please wait for the test papers to be graded. This eerie exam actually had marks. But what would those marks be used for? Wah! A loud wail drew Bai Pu's attention. He turned his head. It was the girl who had fainted in terror in the very first row at the beginning of the exam. She had finally regained consciousness. No one would have imagined that the girl who had stayed unconscious from beginning to end would be one of the survivors. She had handed in a completely blank paper. Suddenly Bai Pu felt his palm grow hot. He lowered his head and could not help but have his pupils contract. A countdown identical to the one from the eerie exam had appeared on his palm. It ticked on incessantly. 065959. What are you staring at your hand for? Do you have flowers in your palm? Lu Yuan curiously leaned forward. Nothing. Bai Pu withdrew his hand. Even the principal looked confused, telling the fatty about this was pointless. Only students who truly participated in the bizarre exam could deeply feel that this world is about to change. No matter what happens when the countdown ends, he must prepare in advance. After bidding farewell to the fatty, Bai Pu walked towards the home in his memories. It was an old neighborhood in the old city. Most of the neighbors with better economic conditions had moved to the new district, renting their houses at low prices to young people working in nearby factories. Aside from that, those who still lived here were mostly retired elderly people with nothing to do. All day long they either raised birds and walked dogs or gathered downstairs to chat. As he went upstairs, Bai Pu ran into Aunt Hua, who lived across the hall. School finished early today. Aunt Hua casually greeted him. When he reached the door, he blocked Bai Pu's line of sight with his body and covered the password lock with one hand. He glanced back. After confirming that Bai Pu wasn't peeking, he began to input the password. The sound of the keys pressing ringing over 20 times before Aunt Hua's door finally opened with a whoosh. Bai Pu's expression was emotionless. Ever since Aunt Hua's family lost 50 yuan, he was treated as a suspect, constantly on guard against him. All because the money went missing after he had dinner at Aunt Hua's. The original owner's father had passed away early and his mother worked in another city. Fearing that the food outside might be unhealthy, his mother gave Aunt Hua living expenses to prepare an extra bowl of rice each day. Thus, Bai Pu went to Aunt Hua's house for dinner every day, provided he didn't miss mealtime. The dining time at Aunt was entirely decided by when her little grandson who was in kindergarten would say he was hungry. And the day after that 50 yuan disappeared. He personally saw Aunt was little grandson buy 2 exclusive Ultraman cards at the convenience store at the entrance of the neighborhood. During dinner that day, he told Aunt was family about this incident hoping to clear his name but instead received Aunt was sarcastic ridicule. How could a child's playing card cost dozens of yuan each? You're making me laugh. Auntie isn't that forgetful yet. Some people have crooked hearts and push their misdeeds onto children. It's truly uncultured. From then on, he never went to Aunt Hua's house for dinner again, relying on weekend odd jobs to barely fill his stomach. Sizzle. Bai Pu shook his door. He pushed hard. Bang. The door opened. No need for a key whatsoever. After all, there was nothing valuable in his house, so he didn't bother to change the lock, which saved him from having to carry keys to school. Lying sprawled on the bed, he casually took out his phone to check online information, only to find that the battery was dead and he didn't know when it had shut down automatically. With no choice, he had to charge his phone first. Bai Pu walked to the kitchen, boiled a kettle of hot water and picked up some leftover dry steamed buns to gnaw on. After slightly filling his stomach, the phone battery barely charged to 5%. Bai Pu set an alarm for 9 o'clock in the evening. The countdown in his palm still had over 5 hours left. Regardless of what would happen when the countdown ended, he must respond quickly to regain his energy and prepare his body completely. Beep beep beep. The alarm rang. Bai Pu woke up in bed. The glaring light made his eyes feel somewhat uncomfortable. Frowning, he glanced at his phone. It was indeed 2100. The time was correct. But outside the window, why was it so bright? Moreover, sunlight was even streaming into the bedroom. Looking at his palm again, the countdown kept decreasing. 005841. Like a dagger closing in, it caused unease. It's been quite a while. The information online should have come out right. Bai Pu opened the news highlights. Sure enough, countless related pieces of information surged to the top of trending searches. Unprecedented disaster. At noon today, multiple school buildings in this district collapsed. Rescue operations are still ongoing and the current death toll stands at 12837. The relevant construction contractors have been arrested awaiting accountability from the authorities. Shock. After the teaching building collapsed, the saved students all had the same strange dream, an incredible dream sensing phenomenon. Sensational news. All the students who died in the dream without exception did not survive. Is this coincidence or some mysterious force? Breaking news. According to insiders, the surviving students have a bizarre countdown in their palms. What will happen when the countdown ends? Emergency meetings are being held in various districts. If you want first-hand information, please click to follow. Bizarre. Experts diagnosed that the collapsed teaching building's structural integrity had no quality defects. It seemed to be forcibly compressed by a massive force, and the Geological Monitoring Bureau detected no earthquake information. Official news. Latest reports indicate that this incident has major implications. The authorities have dispatched a special operations team. If you have a surviving student at home, please advise them to stay indoors and await official protection. After flipping through for a long time, it was all things he already knew and he found no more useful information. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed from upstairs. On time. 2130, the time the woman living above their heads finished work. Bai Pu put his phone back in his pocket. He washed his face. Changing into inconspicuous black sportswear, he switched his canvas shoes for running shoes. He sharpened the kitchen knife and tucked it into his waist. He also dug out a cone blade, needle nose pliers, fishing line lighter, and saw from the toolbox hiding them in his clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, confirming that everything was hidden in his baggy sportswear, Bai Pu took 2 steamed buns from the kitchen and filled a small plastic bottle with some cool boiled water. Who knows what will happen when the countdown ends? Making more preparations can't hurt. Suddenly, a strange sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Bai Pu frowned, stopping his movements. The footsteps were steady, indicating that the person was likely a heavy adult male leaning towards being strong. But the footsteps were extremely light, clearly trying to suppress the sound. Such footsteps definitely did not belong to any resident of this building. In the hallway, 2 men in police uniforms whispered to each other. Isn't this the 46th one we've found? I really don't understand why send ordinary police to catch such a kid. They even dispatched our special operations team. Don't be careless. This is a direct order from the district chief. There must be a special reason, so let's be cautious. He's just a punk kid. I can pick him up with one hand. Shoo, we're here. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. This book is set in a world unified after the Fourth World War with no distinction of nations. Laws and systems do not correspond to reality. Terms like police and district chief are merely titles. Please do not correlate them with reality. Through the peephole 2 police officers were seen standing at Bai Pu's doorstep. Aunt Hua rolled her eyes in disdain. She had long realized that this kid was restless. He even quibbled that the 50 yuan was not stolen by him. Now that the police have come knocking, he must have done something wrong. Who knows, he might be a habitual offender in telecom fraud. He deserved it. How could her precious grandson possibly steal money? It must have been this kid who did it. Knock knock knock, the knocking sound rang out again. Bai Pu. Hello, is anyone home? The voices of the 2 men came through. Bai Pu stood still, not making a sound. His hand quietly rested on the kitchen knife at his waist. His eyes were filled with suspicion. These 2 men were clearly after him. Even if they were truly sent by the authorities, he couldn't trust them completely. What if they were here to take him for dissection? He opened his palm. Only 1 minute remained in the countdown. He could even imagine the ticking sound of the seconds passing. An unknown fear lingered in his heart. What to do? Is this kid not at home? Impossible, I just asked the old ladies gossiping outside. This kid hasn't gone out since he came back. Then. The 2 men exchanged glances, nodding in unison. The next moment. Boom, with a huge crash, Bai Pu's door was broken down. The 2 men quickly rushed into the house. They searched around the room. In the end, they didn't even find a single fly. This kid really isn't home. Forget it. Let's go to another student's house first. All right. In an instant, Bai Pu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The bright daylight outside vanished, returning to the appearance of night. Inside the house it was pitch black, unable to see a hand in front of his face. Even more bizarre was that he could hear no sound at all. The sounds of men knocking on doors in the hallway, the clacking of high heels above, the gossiping of old ladies outside, the scolding of women helping children with homework, the clattering of pots while cooking. Even the honking of cars and the chirping of sparrows. All had vanished. It was as if the entire world had pressed the mute button in an instant. Bai Pu opened his palm. The countdown that had been emitting a faint glow disappeared. He looked out the window, feeling an ominous premonition. On such a dark night, not a single household had its lights on. He gazed into the distance. Neither streetlights nor neon signs emitted a glimmer of light. This inexplicable darkness made him involuntarily recall the bizarre exam that day. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Your exam results are out. Written exam score 100, interview score 100, total score 200, ranked first among freshmen. Due to your outstanding performance in the rookie instance, you have received the exclusive reward of SS level skill needle doesn't poke level SSS description passive skill. When attacked, the smaller the object, the lower the damage to you. When the weapon is needle-like, you will receive 100% damage reduction. What the hell? Bai Pu was startled. It was clear that this was the same as that bizarre exam. He found himself in an eerie environment once more. Only this time, it seemed to only affect him. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, utterly silent, as if he were in a morgue. It was hard to tell if it was the eerie environment invading his senses or if he had been pulled into some inexplicable space. He touched the various equipment hidden on him. Good, everything was still there. Relying on memory, Bai Pu slowly made his way toward the door. In the hallway, there wasn't a single person, as if the 2 men had never appeared. The motion sensor lights completely did not respond. Using the faint glow emitted by the eerie red moon in the sky, Bai Pu successfully arrived at the entrance of the community. The bustling street that was usually filled with traffic was now deserted. No vehicles, no vendors, no square dancing. Neither inside the community nor outside. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. It felt as if he was the only one left in the entire world. The streetlights embraced the nearby trees, casting elongated shadows in the red moonlight, resembling clawed, terrifying monsters. Bizarrely, the phone still had signal, but calls could not be made and accessing the internet was effortless. Bai Pu furrowed his brow. According to previous experience, there should be a prompt about entering the instance. But he had reached the entrance of the community. Why was there not the slightest reaction? Could it be that he was not in the instance? No. The countdown in his palm had disappeared. The world had become eerily silent. This indicated that he was indeed in some strange environment. Logically, he should only be able to return to the normal world after clearing the instance. Could it be that he needed to find the instance himself? Bai Pu pondered. He walked toward the school. During the instance, it was around 1430 to 1500. They had been forced to take the exam while sitting in the classroom. In the normal world, the news reported that the simultaneous collapse of several teaching buildings occurred at 1430. This meant that during the bizarre exam, the teaching buildings in reality had already collapsed, while the teaching buildings in the instance remained intact. Therefore, he could infer his current situation based on whether the teaching buildings had collapsed. Perhaps he could find a way to escape this strange world. After walking in the dark for nearly 10 minutes, Bai Pu suddenly halted. Squinting, he saw a light shining from a shop ahead. Earlier at home, no matter how he pressed the switch, the lights would not turn on. The street lights along the way were the same. It was as if the entire world had lost power. The entire eerie world relied solely on the crimson moonlight above for illumination. Suddenly a shop with lights on appeared like a drop of milk in ink, extraordinarily conspicuous. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely suspicious. He slowly approached. Bai Pu's vision gradually became clearer. This was a restaurant. Usually he frequently passed by this restaurant on his way to school. However, inside the restaurant, apart from tables and chairs, there were no food or drinks to be seen. It seemed to have been idle for a long time. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window he could see a few figures moving inside. Their actions completely conformed to human behavioral dynamics. It could be confirmed. Inside were genuine humans. 2 men and 1 woman, all around his age, with one wearing a school uniform. The 3 seemed to be waiting for something. Bai Pu thought for a moment. He put on the hood of his sportswear, took out a mask, and tucked his glasses back into his pocket. The original owner was nearsighted, but he was not. After disguising himself and ensuring he wouldn't be recognized, he walked toward the restaurant entrance with his hands in his pockets. "Welcome." A cute electronic voice came from the toy beside the glass door. The 3 people inside the restaurant turned to look at Bai Pu simultaneously. Before he could ask anything, the voice in Bai Pu's mind echoed. "Friendly reminder, you have entered the instance waiting area and cannot exit. The instance will automatically start when the number of waiters reaches half of the requirement. Please wait patiently." This prompt appears only once. Current number of waiters 48. Number of people met. Starting instance. Bai Pu felt a flash before his eyes. Soft soothing music drifted through the air as warm golden light gently illuminated the space. Several small dishes suddenly appeared on the counter. Pickled garlic chili sauce and roasted peanuts, common complimentary appetizers offered to guests. At the same time, an array of beverages materialized one by one upon the glass shelving behind the counter. Orange juice, milk, beer, baijiu, cola, mineral water, dozens of varieties filled the shelves. A faint comforting aroma of cooked rice wafted through the air. Pristine tableware shimmered into existence atop the dining table. A translucent interface flickered briefly. Dungeon name: longevity. Restaurant difficulty unknown. Objective: survive for 3 hours within the restaurant. Wishing you 100 deaths and no resolution. At that very moment, in the real world, every person's mobile phone simultaneously received a live stream notification. From tycoons and government officials to laborers and students, all received the identical message. The notification could not be blocked or deleted. It belonged to no known streaming platform. Even with internet disabled, users could still open and watch it, millions viewing concurrently in flawless ultra-high definition 8K without a single frame of lag. People tapped open the link in unison. The live feed displayed Bai Pu inside the longevity restaurant dungeon. How is it possible to send comments even offline? What kind of black tech is this? That girl looks familiar. Isn't she the district chief's daughter? Oh my god, so the paranormal incursion is real. Wang Hao from room 206, building C, Shanghai University, watching live. Is this what they call a horror dungeon? That's it. This restaurant looks oddly familiar. I swear I've been here before. Inside the dungeon. The 3 individuals who had previously sat inside the restaurant instantly reappeared beside Bai Pu the moment he stepped through the entrance. Now 4 stood in rigid formation behind the counter, utterly immobilized, unable to move a muscle. "Oh, welcome to the longevity restaurant. Please come in." A coquettish female voice chimed. Bai Pu's heart lurched. He turned sharply toward its source. Behind the counter, when had it appeared, stood a colossal mulberry-like entity. Its oval silhouette rose upright, human-sized, its entire surface cloaked in deep violet black. Its body bristled with countless tiny, densely packed nodules, enough to trigger visceral dread. Not a single feature resembled eyes, nose, or mouth. In truth, this grotesque being, this mulberry-shaped anomaly, had no face at all. As it spoke, 2 slender serpentine tentacles slowly unfurled from either side of its body, limb-like, graceful, gesturing warmly. From within its form emanated the same inviting feminine voice: "Esteemed guest, please take a seat. Here is our menu, please peruse at your leisure." The boy at the front of the line, clad in a school uniform, visibly exhaled in relief. He obediently walked to the nearest table and sat down. By the logic of the anomaly, examinations compliance meant survival. He picked up the menu. The mulberry entity stood attentively nearby, like a devoted server awaiting his order. Bai Pu tried to move his limbs, but remained frozen. So too were the other 2. Only their heads retained freedom of motion. He fixed his gaze upon the uniformed boy. Instantly upon receiving the menu, the boy's eyes flared with unrestrained elation. His expression was that of one beholding a legendary treasure, eager to order every dish listed. The 3 waiting behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes. What could possibly be written on that menu? Immortal peaches. Ginseng fruits. No, there was treachery here. This dungeon's objective was simple survival for 3 hours, not obedience, not examination. To submit to the anomaly meant certain death. Suddenly the boy's face contorted in terror. His hands trembled violently, then the menu slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor. All eyes fell upon the pages. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The listed dishes were mundane knife-cut noodles, fried rice with egg-cold sesame noodles, ordinary fare. Yet beside each item the price was inscribed, not in currency but in human anatomy: right kidney, colon, gastrocnemius, muscle, tongue, brain marrow. Holy hell, we're doomed. Fascinating. Parental advisory: graphic content anticipated, please shield children. Wait, is there any dish payable in hair? Who's directing this? Brutal but not sensational, missed the algorithm's golden key. Now I remember, it's the Changsho restaurant on Habin Street. My girlfriend took me there several times. A secret conference room. Officials from every department across Hajin district gathered tightly around a large projection screen fixated on the live broadcast. Silence hung thick and heavy. The atmosphere was suffocating. District Chief Su Jinshan sat at the head of the table, brow deeply furrowed. He raised a hand and gestured curtly behind him. Dispatch agents to investigate Habin Street. His subordinate departed immediately. Su Jinshan returned his gaze to the screen, his usually composed features now etched with profound anxiety and foreboding. What would you like to order, dear guest? The seductive voice rang out again, this time chilling as a demoness summons. The boy hid his trembling hands beneath the table and stammered, I'm not hungry. Regrettably, our establishment does not permit guests to depart empty-handed. Her tone remained impeccably polite, even courteous. Yet the mulberry entity began swelling upward, bloating like a sponge soaked in water until it towered flush against the ceiling. Its surface erupted, each nodule swelling into a glistening obsidian black spine, sharp and lethal. Ah! The boy screamed. He bolted toward the restaurant door in blind panic, only to collapse before reaching the handle. With a sickening thud, he crumpled onto the floor, writhing and shrieking, clutching his legs. Closer inspection revealed 2 black-purple spines, each piercing an ankle, dripping crimson blood. The sight was horrifying, unbearable. Those spines had unmistakably launched from the mulberry entity itself. Bai Pu arched a brow. This wasn't a mulberry at all, it was a sea urchin. Since our guest finds selection difficult, I shall ensure you sample every dish. The sea urchin woman shook the bell at her waist. An invisible force seized the boy and dragged him back to his seat, leaving twin trails of blood across the floor. His face twisted in terror, he tried to shout refusal, yet no sound escaped. He thrashed helplessly on the chair like an infant strapped into a high chair, powerless, trapped. Utterly futile. Utterly hopeless. It's over, no one can possibly survive this dungeon, murmured the young woman with shoulder-length hair standing behind Bai Pu. Her voice trembled with raw fear. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow, about to reply that hope remained, when another voice cut in first. Not necessarily, the boy standing before Bai Pu said with confidence. His hair was dyed a vivid yellow and Bai Pu could still detect the acrid tang of the hair dye. It was obvious the color was fresh. Huang Mao smiled at the shoulder-length-haired girl and said, Miss Su, rest assured, I'll take care of this instance. I only hope you'll spare me the honor of dining with you when you have the time. She was the famed daughter of District Chief Su Jinshan, Su Fei, exemplary in conduct and study, pure in appearance and born to privilege. The dream goddess of every boy in Hajin district. But Su Fei kept to herself, there was no chance to approach her. Even those pampered scions who sent hundreds of roses daily could not secure an invitation. Now that such a golden opportunity lay before him, he intended to shine. Conquer Su Fei and he would ascend in one bound. Su Fei thought for a moment. In the end she nodded with resignation. If it meant saving her life, she would not object to granting Huang Mao the chance to court her. Bai Pu, sandwiched between them, curled his lips in silent contempt. TSK, flatterers truly are everywhere. At that moment the sea urchin female ghoul drifted toward the counter. Looking down on Huang Mao from above, 2 barbed spines made a welcoming gesture as she spoke the familiar line, honored guest, please come inside and take a seat. This is our menu, please see what you would like to order. In an instant Wang Miao's body moved again. He shrugged his shoulders and winked at Su Fei at the back. He delivered his rehearsed line with confidence, sorry, I'm here to apply for a job. The sea urchin ghoul sized Huang Mao up, eyes raking him from head to toe. Its body had returned to roughly human proportions, though the barbs that studded its skin remained razor-sharp. It twisted and led the way to the kitchen. All right, come with me. Huang Mao smiled in triumph, glanced once more at Su Fei, made an okay sign and went toward the back. The atmosphere fell deathly quiet. Only the schoolboy's painful gasps could be heard. Behind the kitchen door Bai Pu could not see what was happening. After a long 3 minutes an unexpected terrified scream tore from the direction of the kitchen. It was unmistakably Wang Miao's. Su Fei trembled in fright and instantly abandoned the idea of applying. The sea urchin ghoul emerged carrying a bowl of braised pork over rice. It set the bowl down before the schoolboy. Almost at once his left eyeball appeared in a glass tank in the restaurant's seafood display. The entire eye the size of a fist gleamed translucent and perfect. A label was affixed to the outside of the tank in a script Bai Pu had never seen and could not read. Bai Pu guessed it might list a name and a price. But was the eyeball a display specimen or an ingredient? Could this restaurant be more than just an instance, a place that entertained uncanny beings? Blood slowly trickled from the schoolboy's hollow eye socket, a sight that chilled the bone. Su Fei pressed her lips tight, a low trembling sound in her throat. Meanwhile, the screams from the kitchen did not cease. Like the persistent night sounds from an adjacent hotel room, the noises went on and struck at the heart. The only difference was that one was pain and the other was delight. Conference room. A stern-faced man entered from the doorway and reported, "District Chief, there is indeed a bustling restaurant at stake. Core matches what appears on the live stream. However, an hour ago the restaurant's walls inexplicably began to seep a strange black slime. Customers who had dined there out of curiosity touched the substance and some were forcibly absorbed by the black goo." The room erupted in astonishment. Officials whispered among themselves, worry visible on their faces. Su Jinshan said coldly, "Evacuate the patrons and station people to secure the place." Yes. Once his subordinates left Su Jinshan's side in private. One strange incident after another made it almost certain the bizarre invasion once confined to fiction had truly arrived. It was happening for real. They did not even know who the enemy was or how to respond. The only lead. Su Jinshan looked at the livestream screen, his brow knitting deeply. Could humanity's hope for survival rest on a few children? Moreover, his beloved daughter Su Fei was among. At present, the apparent optimal solution to this instance was amputation to survive. Pick a part listed on the menu that would cause the least harm to the body in exchange for 3 hours to eat. Though it would leave a disability, at least the life would be spared. Su Jinshan hoped Fei Fei would see this and not be foolish. One Neo screams like a grotesque accompaniment echoed through the restaurant. No one knew what was happening in the kitchen, nor did they wish to imagine it. By the picture window, the schoolboy ate the braised pork rice with a pained expression, unaware that blood flowed into his meal. Amid the uncanny atmosphere, the sea urchin ghoul glided before Bai Pu and spoke the familiar line, "Honored guest, please come inside and take a seat. This is our menu, please see what you would like to order." In an instant, Bai Pu felt the crushing weight that had pinned him. His body moved freely. In full view of everyone, slap, a hand struck the sea urchin ghoul. The sharp crack of the slap made every heart skip a beat. The air fell silent. The livestream blanked for a full 3 seconds and then a torrent of chat messages flooded the. They were all question marks. Not only Su Fei and the ordinary viewers were baffled, even the officials in the special conference hall were stunned. What is that student doing? Which school is he from? Clearly he's not right in the head. Why hasn't he been sent to special education? I've never seen someone so intent on courting death. Su Jinshan, exasperated, slapped his forehead. It was over, the student was doomed. From the ghoul's earlier attack, its spines could be fired at will and were terrifyingly sharp. They pierced flesh faster than a nail could be driven, their lethality evident. Then Su Zenshin's eyes widened as he looked at the palm of the student in the black tracksuit on the screen. That's it. Perfect, no injury. Inside the restaurant. The atmosphere is unbearably oppressive. The sea urchin woman's grotesque form visibly swells, her skin spines bristling like a hedgehog. Fuming, she shouts, "How dare you? So what if I hit you?" Bai Pu crossed his arms disdainfully. "Don't even mention hitting you, I could close down your little shop." "You." The sea urchin woman was both furious and astonished. Having run her strange business for years, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. This tiny human dared to offend her repeatedly. If it weren't for the constraints of the rules, she would undoubtedly ensure this human had no place to bury his remains. "What are you staring at? I'm the boss and you are just a subordinate." Bai Pu rolled his eyes in disgust. "Coming to your little restaurant, fine. Waiting in line is one thing, but there aren't even any chairs. I've stood for so long and you have no awareness at all. Quick, show me your business license, food hygiene permit, and your personal health certificate." The sea urchin woman was momentarily stunned, forgetting about the slap she had just received. "You? Who are you?" Bai Pu snorted coldly, ignoring her. The sea urchin woman paused, seemingly in contemplation. In a place where no one could see. Swish, a sharp spike suddenly shot from behind the sea urchin woman. Its speed surpassed that of a bullet. The spike zipped past the edge of the restaurant at the speed of light, making a wide circle. It arrived behind Bai Pu. Aimed directly at his back, it shot in. The sea urchin woman nervously watched the scene. Those adults had eccentric personalities and acted without logic. She dared not directly request documents from this person. That would be no different from provoking an adult, it would be seeking death. Once a kelp monster living in the same sea offended a certain adult who was undercover. The next day it was found right on that adult's dining table. Therefore she had to be cautious. If those adults really showed up, even if she gathered all her strength to condense the spike, it wouldn't be able to harm an adult in the slightest. And if the spike were to kill, it would only mean that this fellow was an imposter. A myriad of thoughts flickered through her mind, yet reality barely took zero. 0.0001 seconds. Some netizens who often played battle royale games could only feel something flash across the screen. Pause screenshot zoom in. Only then did they discover the clue. Whoa, no sense of martial ethics. You sneak attacked, you can't handle it, you little trash, daring to give the monster a big slap. I knew this kid would meet a bad end. Turn around quickly. Ding dong, a sound came from the floor. A spike lay quietly on the ground as if nothing had happened. The sea urchin woman was greatly shocked. Unyielding. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a row of glimmering spikes once again circled around to Bai Pu's back. Ding ding dong dang, the moment they touched Bai Pu's body they fell to the ground like brittle twigs, completely powerless. Bai Pu impatiently scratched his back. What's going on? Why are there mosquitoes in your restaurant? Seeing the scene, the sea urchin woman instantly became convinced. Such unfathomable strength must belong to a certain adult. The sea urchin woman's form suddenly deflated like a balloon, shrinking to the size of a normal human. Then her oval body trembled involuntarily a few times. She squeezed, creating a human silhouette outline. The spikes atop her head retracted. Using the varying lengths of the spine, she pieced together human facial features resembling a human head. With a forced smile she said, I sincerely apologize, it is my ignorance not to recognize your presence, esteemed one. What the hell? Damn, this has to be a conspiracy. There must be some hidden rules. This guy is something, even able to deal with a sea urchin. Abba abba abba. Ha ha, saying something strange invaded. I knew it was a lie. In the secret conference room all the officials displayed incredulous expressions. How is this possible? Someone actually withstood the monster's attack. Who exactly is this person? Suddenly, standing behind Sujinshan, the female secretary Anya, who had been monitoring all the live streams on her phone, couldn't help but speak up. Leaders and other copies, students with special abilities have also appeared. I boldly speculate. Could it be that during the previous strange examination some students performed outstandingly and were rewarded by the bizarre world? The audience was in an uproar. After a flurry of whispers, the officials furrowed their brows. They had thought that the strange invasion was a disaster. Unexpectedly, they could also gain bizarre abilities. It truly resonates with the old saying, disaster begets fortune and fortune hides disaster. If this is the case, the current world order is bound to undergo unprecedented drastic changes. In the future it will likely be a world ruled by those with powers. Su District Chief, these empowered individuals must be closely monitored. Possessing lethal weapons will inevitably incite murderous intent. These students are at a moment of impulsiveness, possessing inhuman power, and just a slight movement of a finger could trigger a major incident. I suggest we place the families of all surviving students under soft custody for their protection to restrain these individuals. Exactly. The officials all began to propose suggestions. Bang! Sujinshan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Enough! He coldly exclaimed, you all indulge in debauchery and abuse your power on ordinary days, and that is already enough. Now with the strange world invading, so many people have died, affecting the daily lives of the masses. You are still worried about your positions. Who will tell me? How do you plan to deal with these anomalies? With guns? Or nuclear bombs? With current technology we have no means of retaliation. But now it's different. If the excellent passers of the copies truly gain superpowers, it means we humans have the strength to counterattack the anomalies. The only hope lies within these children. How can you still make the families of these children hostages? To be honest, my daughter Sophie is participating in the copy. Do you also plan to detain me? Ha! The officials lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. The room fell silent. Sigh. Sujinshan sighed deeply and said, the situation is far more serious than you imagine. Not just in our district, other districts are facing the same issues. One could say that all of humanity is on the brink of survival. I don't care if this bizarre world is an alien trick or something else. In their position, do their work. My goal is singular, to make every effort to ensure more humans survive this catastrophe. If someone acts selfishly and targets these students, I do not mind letting him sacrifice himself for the country. With that he beckoned to his secretary behind him. Anya, inform all the business and political personnel in Hajin district of my stance. Anyone who dares to play tricks at this critical moment shouldn't blame me for being merciless. Understood. The sound of high heels gradually faded away. Only when Anya completely left did the officials below dare to slowly lift their heads, revealing honest expressions. In the restaurant, Sophie's eyes were nearly as wide as eggs. Unable to help herself, she cast a few glances at Bai Pu, a mix of 3 parts confusion and 6 parts shock. To her surprise, the previously aggressive sea urchin woman was now enthusiastically flattering Bai Pu like a real estate salesperson. I sincerely apologize, it's entirely my fault for not recognizing you. Please have a seat. Glancing at the dining table, Bai Pu snorted coldly. I'm here for an inspection, not to dine. You wouldn't be trying to bribe me, would you? The main concern was that he feared sitting down would force him into the menu ordering stage. Thankfully, due to the needle doesn't prick. His identity had temporarily deceived them. There was no need to take the risk of sitting down. Seeing that flattery was ineffective, the sea urchin woman awkwardly smiled. Hee, feel free. Just so happens that someone is here interviewing for the position of a resident singer today. I'll turn up the music for you to enjoy at your leisure. With that, the screams of the yellow-haired man in the kitchen instantly doubled in intensity. Amidst the continuous cries, there was a hint of rhythmic cadence. Curious, Bai Pu walked over to the kitchen door. Looking inside, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The yellow-haired man was bound in a tie shape, hanging in the air like a soft doll. In front of him, countless yellow and white nerve bundles emerged from his body, forming a web resembling a guitar. Two blackish-purple spines floated above, constantly plucking and strumming the nerve web, controlling all the nerve clusters of the yellow-haired man. Each pluck, stab, press and strum sent chills down one's spine, an endless cycle of tormenting pain. The yellow-haired man's eyes were already bloodshot, extremely red. He didn't even have the strength to speak. Instinctively, he screamed in agony according to the sharp pain transmitted through his nerves. With no way to survive and no way to die, he cried out, "My lord, rest assured this little shop won't act recklessly." The sea urchin woman proactively explained, "After work he'll return the singer's instrument to their body, allowing them to leave, ensuring no rules are broken. Using someone's nerve clusters as an instrument." Ha! Bai Pu twitched his lips. He said nothing and turned his gaze elsewhere to pass the time. Seeing this, the sea urchin woman walked up to the last person in line, who was Sophie. She recited the familiar lines, "Dear guest, please have a seat inside. Here is our menu, please take a look at what you'd like to eat." The pressure binding her body instantly disappeared. Sophie felt an immediate release. Almost stumbling to the ground. Facing the sea urchin woman's gaze, Sophie gritted her teeth and pointed at Bai Pu, who was wandering aimlessly. She answered tremulously, "I came here with him." The sea urchin woman narrowed her eyes, a look of doubt crossing her face. She paused slightly. Walking up to Bai Pu, she politely inquired, "My lord, may I ask your name?" Bai Pu Piao. Bai Pu calmly replied, deliberately pronouncing the second character in a different tone. Under normal circumstances he was called Bai Pu Pu. But given the current situation, it was clearly not normal. Only a fool would reveal their true name. The sea urchin woman seemed not to have caught the double entendre of the name and respectfully said, "Honorable Lord Bai Piao, may I ask about this woman?" "Wait a moment." "All right." Bai Pu pulled Sophie close, taking her to a corner, turning his back to the crowd. This was the first time Sophie had been touched so intimately by a male, and she felt quite uncomfortable. But thinking of the need to rely on this man to survive, she forcibly held back her discomfort and tried to speak in a gentle tone. "Classmate, could you do me a favor? I'll treat you to a meal another day." This was her first time actively inviting a male. If it weren't for her life being at stake, she wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. "A meal?" Bai Pu glanced at her with disdain. "Do I look like I lack a meal? Seriously. Don't say anything else. If you want to get on my boat, show some sincerity." As he spoke, Bai Pu rubbed his thumb and index finger together. The meaning was clear. "Wow. The goddess invited you to dinner and you don't know how to appreciate it. What a role model. Is he even a man asking a girl for money? That's just pathetic. This bro is something else." That was close. Fei almost went out on a date with this guy. Sitting in the front row, Su Jinshan couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Hearing that his daughter was actively inviting someone to dinner, he instantly felt like the beautiful cabbage he had nurtured for 18 years was about to be pushed by a wild boar. But at least she could survive. This was a breath he had to endure for now. Little did he expect that this guy would actually ignore his precious daughter's invitation and just ask for money. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling of frustration arose. This guy dared to disdain his precious daughter. "Anya. District Chief, you called. Investigate this kid called Bai Pu for me." "Understood." Su Jinshan squinted his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of person this kid really was. Watching those fingers rubbing together, Sophie was completely dumbfounded. Her big eyes blinked, her thoughts in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. For the first time in her life, she actively invited a male. Yet, she was rejected. For someone who had always been proud and arrogant, this was an utter humiliation. "What are you stunned for?" Bai Pu urged. "Will you pay the price for your life or not?" If he guessed correctly, once this scenario was completed, it should be like finishing an exam, returning to the real world. After all, it was an easy task and he could earn some money. Why not? Sophie took a deep breath and suppressed the strange emotions in her heart. "How much do you want?" Bai Pu raised a finger. The student probably didn't have much money. He didn't know if this girl could come up with 1,000 yuan. If it was too much, he would reduce the price. Sure enough. Sophie showed a troubled expression. 1 million is too much. I only have 100,000 pocket money. Is that enough? What the heck? 100,000. Still pocket money. Which country's runaway princess is this? The original host's economic level was such that even a 50-cent bun had to be divided into 3 meals. Among students, how can there be such a huge gap between people? Ding Tomato Treasure has deposited 100,000 yuan. Looking at the 5 zeros in his phone account, Bai Pu felt a bit dazed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he possessed such a large fortune. He felt a little nervous. It was like a dream. With so much money, how many graphics cards could he buy? Classmate. Sophie called weakly, her expression a bit anxious. This man wouldn't just ignore her because she didn't pay enough money, right? Cough cough. Bai Pu snapped back to reality from a pile of brand new 5080T graphics cards. He acted as if it was a struggle. Forget it, considering how pitiful you are. I'll reluctantly give you a discount this one time. As long as you behave. In this scenario, I've got your back. That's great. Sophie's eyes sparkled with joy. Bai Pu tucked his phone back into his pocket. Turning around, he beckoned to the sea urchin woman. Lord Bai, please speak. The sea urchin girl gracefully approached, slightly bowing. Bai Pu, with one arm around Su Fei, introduced, this is my newly acquired little maid. Today is simply to familiarize her with the process. If anything arises, you will coordinate with her, understood? Maid. Su Fei's expression froze for a moment. Immediately she cooperatively stood behind Bai Pu, forcing a stiff smile. All right, no problem. The sea urchin girl displayed an expression of I understand. I've heard that many adults like to keep human girls as pets. Seeing it today, it's indeed as rumored. What a pity she's of poor quality, unable to transform into smooth skin, missing out on this opportunity to climb the social ladder. She can only work at the bottom for years. Seeing his precious daughter safe and sound, Su Jinshan felt a wave of relief. Spending money to avert disaster is acceptable. As long as the person is fine, it's better than anything else. Suddenly the sound of hurried high heels approached. Anya rushed in with an anxious expression, whispering in Su Zenshan's ear. Everyone saw. Su Jinshan, who had just relaxed, suddenly became serious. Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed. Su Jinshan picked up the remote and paused the live broadcast on the screen. The room fell silent. After a while, Su Zenshan's expression became grave as he spoke. I just received news that various strange beings have appeared in 3 locations outside Hejin district. This time, it's not a dungeon. The strange beings have attacked roads and farmlands. So far 37 people have died and over 100 have been injured. Neither rifles nor flamethrowers can inflict effective damage on the strange beings. Comrades, war has arrived. In the restaurant, Bai Pu, with his hands behind his back, enjoyed the scenery like a tourist. Su Fei closely followed behind, trying to adopt the demeanor of a little maid. The one-eyed school uniform boy shot a furious glare at the two. He was almost driven mad. If he hadn't been the one testing the waters in front, those two wouldn't have been able to take advantage. Fortunately, he still had one eye left. It was slightly better than that guy in the back kitchen who kept screaming. The one-eyed school uniform boy devoured his braised pork rice. Before long, his plate was empty. Almost simultaneously, the sea urchin girl brought out another plate of tofu pudding and placed it in front of the one-eyed school uniform boy. The one-eyed school uniform boy looked terrified. He wanted to refuse but couldn't make a sound. Pop! His remaining eye seemed to be squeezed out by something invisible. Suddenly it burst from its socket. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his face, leaving only dark hollow sockets. Su Fei trembled in fear. She forced herself to suppress a scream. Secretly tugging at Bai Pu's clothing, seeking a bit of reassurance. Bai Pu frowned slightly. He wanted to scold her but suddenly recalled the 100,000. He could only point to a corner and say, you go over there and check the hygiene. Oh. Time flowed quietly as Bai Pu meticulously scrutinized every corner for cleanliness. The ground was littered with thorns that had softened into tendrils, wiping the seams of the floor on their own. The sea urchin girl's thorns were almost plucked bare. She followed Bai Pu like a slime, bouncing along behind him. The singing from the back kitchen was hoarse and unrecognizable, yet still tore at the heart. The school uniform boy was forced to eat his 6th plate of food. Apart from his 2 eyeballs, the lungs, right kidney, aorta and eggs were all displayed in the glass tank, each with an incomprehensible label. Bai Pu shook his head slightly. With no lungs left, this guy was doomed. Right now it was the strange power within the dungeon sustaining the school uniform boy's last breath. Once the dungeon ends, the school uniform boy will surely die in an instant. Glancing at his phone, only 2 hours had passed. Time was dragging on painfully. In such a small area, he had already turned around hundreds of times, almost wearing down the floor. What table isn't made of pear wood? The wall paint color is too ugly, the formaldehyde levels are excessive, the floor makes him look bad, the chair height doesn't follow the golden ratio, and the spacing between the lights is uneven, there's no cultural atmosphere, no charm. He picked apart all the flaws. Most importantly, that wealthy woman's face had been red for half an hour. Judging by his guess, she might need to use the restroom. The sea urchin girl stood behind the counter, maintaining a standard welcoming smile. The corner of her mouth was almost twitching with the effort to smile. Normally inspections lasted at most an hour. Today it had been so long without the adult leaving. Could it be, was there something she hadn't done well? After thinking for a long time, suddenly her gaze landed on the little maid behind the adult. Enlightened, she realized though the adult said they weren't eating, they didn't say the little maid wasn't eating. Yes. It must be like that. 5 minutes later, an array of exquisite dishes continuously emerged from the back kitchen. The sea urchin girl enthusiastically invited Miss Su. You must not have eaten yet, right? Please be sure to try our restaurant's signature dishes. Su Fei shrank back in fear. She looked pleadingly at Bai Pu and whispered, Brother Bai, you said you would protect me. Miss Su, don't be afraid. The sea urchin girl smiled kindly. These dishes are all complimentary from our restaurant. You won't need to spend a dime. For humans, our restaurant's dishes are quite tempting. You'll know once you try them. A flash of inspiration struck Bai Pu's mind. No wonder the school uniform boy had shown such delight when he first received the menu. No wonder despite losing so many organs he hadn't died. He had thought it was the work of strange powers. It turned out it was the effect of these dishes. Bai Pu secretly regretted it. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have acted cool and would have eaten a buffet first. Glancing at the terrified Su Fei, Bai Pu showed a doting expression and touched her hair. With a wry smile he said, Look at your shy appearance. Forget it. Since it's like this, I'll accompany you to eat. Is that all right? Su Fei stood frozen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Brother, even if the meal is free, all I want to do right now is go to the bathroom. Bai Pu, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed. He pressed Su Fei down onto the chair and sat opposite her. He casually called out, Bring out all the dishes from here. I want to teach Miss Su how to check the quality of the food. All right, all right. The sea urchin girl nodded excitedly and hurried to the back kitchen. Great. Fortunately, this human maid was here. Only then would Lord Bai be willing to grace her cooking with his presence. This was her prime opportunity to curry favor. One plate after another of dishes flowed onto the table. Just the rice alone had more than a dozen varieties. They were piled up like hills. Whenever a table couldn't hold any more, the sea urchin girl would bring over other tables and piece them together. The dining table grew larger. In the end, in the restaurant, except for the position of the school uniform boy, all other tables were pieced together in front of Bai Pu. Dishes of various flavors, cold, hot, steamed, stir-fried, sour, spicy, sweet, and fresh, everything was available. Bai Pu no longer cared about Su Fei's increasingly red face and tasted each dish as if he were at a buffet. He felt as if he were bathed in holy light. Yes. It was like the holy light bestowed by deities. Bai Pu couldn't remember the names of the dishes or what they tasted like. He didn't care whether they were good or bad. However, he could clearly feel that his muscles were filled with strength. His vision, already at 5.3, became even clearer, and he could even see objects 50 meters away outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. To know outside was pitch black. At the same time, his body felt much lighter. If there were a Scream Olympics, he was confident he could win the championship and break the world record. Even it felt as if there were 2 engines buzzing at his waist, providing tremendous power. Full of horsepower. If it were in a game, one would definitely see phrases like life 1, strength 1, defense 1, speed 1 popping up around him. The boy in the school uniform was rummaging through his bowl of noodles, tears of grievance flowing from his empty eye sockets. Why should this guy be able to eat so much for free? He could have traded an organ, but the food he ate was all randomly served by the sea urchin girl like fast food whipped up without care. The effects were merely small enhancements like stop bleeding. Yet in front of this guy referred to as taking things for free, none of the dishes were anything less than meticulously prepared. They were all a feast for the senses. One could only imagine the impressive attribute boosts they provided. Ah ah ah! From the kitchen, the singing of the blonde gradually faded, becoming indistinguishable from human sounds. It was a ghostly wail as faint as a thread of breath. Bai Pu sampled all 567 dishes on the table. Only then did he leisurely set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth slowly, and let out a satisfied burp. In fact, he could still eat a bit more. However, it seemed each dish could only provide a boost. Once eating them again would not grant any additional benefits. No wonder it was called the longevity restaurant. Perhaps only by picking up the menu could one see the specific benefits of each dish. However, he had already eaten all he needed. There was no need to check the menu again. Bai Pu felt an unprecedented lightness in his current physical state. Let alone living to 100. Even if he lived to 200, he was confident. Across the mountain of delicious food, Sophie looked as if her face was about to burst like a monkey's, but restless. She was just short of writing urgent need to pee on her face, completely lacking the mood to eat. Bai Pu thought for a moment and picked up a piece of deep-fried cicada pupa, placing it in Sophie's bowl. Give it a try. This was something that could set his 2 kidneys into overdrive. It should help the girl relieve herself a bit easier, right? What the hell? After eating for so long, he only gives Miss Su a single bug. Is Miss Su sick? Her face looks so terrible. Never had a meal in a few lifetimes. Daring to eat such bizarre things, truly bold. Lord Bai is so considerate, Miss Su is really lucky. The sea urchin girl timely complimented. Sophie, who initially wanted to refuse, struggled to glance at the golden cicada pupa in her bowl, her expression complex. In the end she took a deep breath, picked up the chopsticks and closed her eyes as she sent it to her mouth. The repulsive taste spread in her mouth and Sophie forcefully suppressed her nausea and swallowed. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow in confidence, thinking, now you know the special quality of this dish, right? Given that you paid 100,000 for protection, let me give you some pointers. Indeed. The next moment Sophie stared at Bai Pu intensely, her lips pouted and tears shimmering in her eyes. Her eyes blinked and tears flowed uncontrollably. The tears flowed like a broken faucet. Bai Pu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed this girl had understood his good intentions. She even cried from being moved. However, with just a minute left until 3 hours were up, why was she still not hurrying to eat? Missing this opportunity would mean missing the restaurant. With only 10 seconds left, seeing that Sophie still had not moved her chopsticks, Bai Pu decided to ignore it. He stood up. Alright, today's inspection ends here. So far it looks good. Keep it up. The sea urchin girl, who had been on edge, finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work, my lord. Thank you for the encouragement, my lord. Here are the restaurant vouchers, please graciously accept them. We welcome you and Miss Su to come again next time. She was timing it precisely. Bai Pu pulled Sophie and pushed open the restaurant door, walking into the night. In the next moment Bai Pu felt himself in a vast white space. He could not distinguish the front from the back or the sides. The familiar voice echoed, level cleared successfully. Dungeon rating SSS, due to your excellent score you will receive a chance to choose one special reward. Please choose one of the following rewards: 1. Storage space. 2. Contract space. 3. Territory space. Only one option can be selected, please respond within 10 seconds. Damn. It even specifically stated only one option can be selected. Is Bai Pu the type to be greedy? Bai Pu was speechless. He clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat conflicted. 3 types of space. They all seemed quite impressive. The storage space is self-explanatory, an essential item for killing, arson, home travel, a standard feature for novel protagonists. Contract space sounds like it is similar to the spirit pet space in cultivation. The key point is he has nothing to contract, so having it is useless. As for the territory space, he wasn't quite sure. Building a territory, would it require him to create his own force? That sounds like too much effort. No, I can't choose that either. I want storage space. In the next moment the white mist all around dissipated. Bai Pu found himself at the entrance of the longevity restaurant. No, it was the Changsua restaurant. The countdown reappeared in his palm. Above, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. All around were bustling crowds and traffic. A group of police officers had cordoned off the area, preventing anyone from entering the restaurant. Suddenly the crowd erupted into loud cheers. Look! Those dark and eerie things seem to have disappeared. Great! My restaurant has finally returned to normal. Incredible! These 2 kids are still alive, hurry, call an ambulance. Thanks to these kids who participated in the dungeon. I watched the entire live stream, these kids really went through a lot. Heroes. Live stream. Bai Pu frowned slightly, about to leave. Suddenly he felt something soften in his hand. Turning his head he saw Sophie glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. Ahem. Bai Pu quickly shook his hand away. He stepped over the collapsed blonde and the incomplete school uniform boy, slipping into the crowd. Not far away the sound of an ambulance grew closer. Bai Pu navigated through the crowd, his mind filled with the words livestream he had just heard. Returning to the real world after clearing the dungeon was within his expectations. But what was up with the live stream they mentioned? Before entering the dungeon everyone thought the strange exam was a lie concocted by the students. In just 3 hours how had it seemed like the whole world had accepted the reality of the strange invasion? What exactly had happened? If his performance in the dungeon was streamed live, wouldn't no pinprick be exposed? Furthermore, he might be dragged to a lab for blood draws, drug tests and biopsies. He dared not stake his life on the hands of some high-ranking officials. In a deserted corner Bai Pu quickly took off his black tracksuit and removed his mask. With a thought he tossed everything into the newly acquired storage space and also threw in the various tools and weapons hidden on him. Then he put on glasses, restoring his appearance to that of a normal high school student. This way no one should recognize him, right? Miss Su, hello, we've been sent by Director Su to escort you home. Before the bodyguard could finish speaking, Su Fei, eyes red with tears, turned and bolted toward the nearest public restroom. That wretched boy, Bai Pao. No, Bai Pu. During the transfer Shed glimpsed his real name on the screen. Bai Pu, not Bai Pao. Forcing him to swallow those revolting insects was bad enough, but the crux lay in what happened the instant the creature touched his stomach. She felt it instantly. Her kidneys, normally filtering fluids like a slow steady hourglass, suddenly surged like a thunderous waterfall threatening to overwhelm her control. If she didn't relieve herself immediately, she would surely humiliate herself before dozens of witnesses. Meanwhile, Bai Pu strolled homeward humming a light carefree tune. In his mind he'd already imagined hundreds of ways to spend his newly earned 100,000 yuan. But the moment he stepped through the door, suddenly, two towering figures lunged from left and right, striking without warning. Bai Pu jolted upright, leapt backward a step, and narrowly evaded the dual assault. Damn! He'd nearly forgotten the two men who'd ambushed him at his doorstep before entering the dungeon. They'd actually lain in wait for him here. What utter nonsense! Cursing inwardly, Bai Pu turned to flee. Bang! A gunshot cracked the air. A cold, commanding voice followed. Let's see, do you run faster than my bullet? How strange. These two men underwent relentless high-intensity training daily. Their reflexes surpassed even elite athletes. Yet this youth had dodged them. Bai Pu froze instantly. Damn! Needles he could deflect. But bullets? That was another matter entirely. This projectile was vastly thicker than any needle. Even with his enhanced physique, significantly stronger than an ordinary man, he couldn't possibly sprint 20 meters down the corridor in under a second. His life came first. Ha ha! Bai Pu forced a strained smile, raised both hands high in surrender, and slowly turned around. Uncle officer, firing your gun so freely isn't quite appropriate, is it? I'm just a tender sapling of the motherland. You'll frighten me half to death. You knew we were police, and yet you ran. The fairer-skinned officer rolled his eyes, exasperated. He produced a pair of silver handcuffs, stepped forward, and locked Bai Pu's left wrist to his own, determined not to let him slip away again. The other officer muttered curses as he holstered his suppressed pistol. Honestly, out of all the people we've summoned, you're by far the most troublesome, making us chase you across town, nearly letting you vanish right under our noses. We're officers of the law, not murderers. What exactly are you afraid of? Of course they'd never truly harm him. They deliberately missed firing wide only to intimidate. Without that shock would he have cooperated so readily? Bai Pu blinked rapidly, glancing back and forth between the two men. Are you really police officers? Ha! The armed officer chuckled, deliberately drawing his pistol once more. Feigning menace, he growled. So, what do you think we are? How should I know? I'm just a student. Bai Pu wore an expression of pure innocence. Ordinary patrol officers in Hejin district weren't authorized to carry firearms. Yet these two drew guns freely, yet stood ramrod straight, bearing no trace of criminal aura. They were almost certainly operatives from a specialized agency. But why had they sought him out? They'd first appeared before he entered the Changshu restaurant dungeon, so they couldn't possibly know about his abilities. Now he'd simply have to improvise. At worst, he could vanish into the strange realm the moment the countdown on his palm expired. One thing was certain. Each time he returned to the real world, a countdown appeared on his palm. When it ended, he'd be pulled into the strange realm. The two worlds stood in stark opposition, one bathed in perpetual day, the other shrouded in eternal night. Within the strange realm, he could only return to reality after successfully clearing a dungeon. Before entering a dungeon, he retained full freedom of movement in the real world, meaning he could, if necessary, use the strange realm as an escape route. Still, for the sake of his immediate safety, he resolved to cooperate fully with the two officers. As the trio descended the stairs, the neighborhood aunties chatting on the small plaza fell abruptly silent, staring at Bai Pu with puzzled expressions. Only after the three had vanished from sight did they begin whispering among themselves. What on earth is going on? This boy always seems so well behaved, how could he possibly be arrested? You can't judge a person by their face, scoffed Auntie Hood, disdainful. Let me tell you, this boy's hands have never been clean. I felt sorry for him living alone, so I invited him over for meals, only to discover he'd stolen money from our home. This time who knows what crime he's committed? Others gasped in shock. That's utterly outrageous. Children without parental guidance turn out just like this. From now on I'll double lock my door whenever I leave the house. Such a young boy already hauled off to the station, what future could he possibly have? Let's drop the subject. It's already past 2 a.m. Yet the sky remains blindingly bright. I've never witnessed anything so bizarre in my life. My grandson insists the world's ending. Inside the police car, Bai Pu lifted his cuffed wrists and sighed bitterly. Uncle officers, my entire reputation across this neighborhood has been ruined by you two alone. The neighbors are probably gossiping about me behind my back right now. The two officers exchanged amused glances. Clapping Bai Pu lightly on the shoulder, one said, It's your own fault, you're far too slippery. Don't worry, cooperate well and you'll soon become humanity's hero. Damn. They're definitely planning to dissect me. Bai Pu's heart lurched. He feigned casual curiosity. Oh really? Then Uncle Officer, where exactly are we headed? Whoosh. Darkness swallowed him whole as a black hood was thrust over his head, blotting out all light. Just behave quietly, that's all it takes. Why so many questions? One officer snapped, then urgently called to the other. Drive, now. Higher-ups warned the longer we delay the greater the risk of complications. V-room. The engine roared to life. Bai Pu fell silent, sinking deep into thought. Mentally mapping the vehicle's trajectory by analyzing the subtle shifts in his body's motion. Half an hour later the car slowed to a halt. Bai Pu frowned faintly. According to his mental map, they'd arrived near the main gate of Hejin District Sports Stadium. Something was wrong. Shouldn't they be heading to some top-secret research facility, or perhaps an impenetrable detention center? Why the stadium, a place teeming with people and exposed to scrutiny? Had his mental navigation failed? Whoosh. The black hood was yanked off. Blinding white light stabbed his eyes, forcing them shut. After a moment's adjustment, Bai Pu gazed ahead. And there it stood. The stadium itself. Click. The cuffs unlocked. Satisfied now, young man? The fairer-skinned officer pointed toward the stadium entrance. Hurry inside, the district director is waiting. The district director. Damn, it's the top authority. The incursion of the strange has been officially confirmed. The director dispatched us to gather every surviving student who emerged from dungeons for a special briefing. The armed officer added, relieved the boy had stayed calm en route. Given the strange threat, no one knew what bizarre powers these students might have acquired within dungeons. If any exhibited antisocial tendencies, the director had issued strict orders, immediate termination. Preserving social order and safeguarding the majority's safety remained the paramount principle. With extraordinary power came the temptation to wield it destructively. To prevent students gifted with superhuman abilities from endangering society, these agents had no choice but to personally invite each one individually and directly. That was precisely why they, not ordinary police, had been assigned this task. To date, 13 students had been terminated by their colleagues. Fortunately, most remained bewildered. Upon hearing the word police, they complied without resistance. Bai Pu's lips twitched. Gunshots to intimidate. Handcuffs. A black hood. Did they have any idea what invite meant? The armed officer rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Get moving, inside. Other students aren't nearly as uncooperative. We could easily collect 7 or 8 along the way. You alone wasted over 2 hours of our time. Across the city, dozens of locations had erupted with unnatural phenomena, tens of thousands displaced, countless injured. Managing this crisis fell squarely within their mandate. Wasting such precious time on this single youth was sheer extravagance. Bai Pu. You never said it was a meeting. Fine, though even if they had, he wouldn't have believed them. You will be the heroes of all humanity. Inside the gymnasium, a vast space that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. On the surrounding stands, some students roughly his age sat sparsely. There were only about 1,000 people, among whom were classmates from the same school. Bai Pu casually found a seat and surveyed the surroundings. In the center of the lawn, a temporary platform was erected with a standing microphone placed on it. Armed soldiers lined up at every exit. It seemed they were prohibited from leaving before the meeting ended. Above the audience there was a 360-degree surveillance camera every 20 meters, clearly newly installed. There were also several high points with reflective light spots. Someone was either watching with binoculars or aiming with a sniper rifle. Bai Pu speculated. It was highly likely to be the latter. Now he completely understood the officials' intentions. They had deliberately gathered these students who had entered instances together for research and experimentation which could be temporarily ruled out. That left only one reason: forming factions. In the face of incomprehensible superpowers, every ability user was a ticking time bomb. These newly adult students, filled with youthful vigor, were easily incited. Once chaos erupted among the public, other ability users would follow suit, and the officials had no effective countermeasures, leading to the inevitable collapse of social order. Moreover, the bizarre invasion was continuously escalating. The officials could not afford to gamble. No wonder the 2 policemen had such a strange attitude. If he had resisted, then he would surely have been treated as an unstable factor and shot on the spot. Bai Pu was incredibly grateful to have hidden his mask and black hoodie in his space in advance. Today even the King of Heaven could not make him reveal himself. He was just an honest and obedient student. What he did for free in the instance had nothing to do with Bai Pu. Yes, that's right. Bai Pu was just a small transparent figure who had always ranked at the bottom, utterly lacking in strengths. With this thought, Bai Pu simply took out his phone. In the notification bar, hundreds of instant start notifications popped up, unable to be dismissed. He casually clicked to enter one, propped up his legs, and leisurely watched the live stream. Suddenly the girl sitting in front of Bai Pu turned around, her tone slightly impatient. Classmate, it's a public place, could you lower the volume on your phone? Bai Pu. What a coincidence. This girl Wang Xinmeng was the goddess that the original owner was currently pursuing. However, Wang Xinmeng only actively spoke to the original owner before each exam requesting his help to achieve high scores. Because the original owner always wrote Wang Xinmeng in the name field of the test paper, while Wang Xinmeng's test papers were always blank bearing Bai Pu's name. In other words, on the surface the top student of the grade, the school beauty, and Bai Pu, who ranked at the bottom, had a reality that was completely opposite. After each exam, the original owner was simply tossed aside, a mere tool that could be summoned or dismissed at will. Bai Pu, I told you I don't like being followed, it's really annoying, you know. Wang Xinmeng pouted in displeasure. Considering the events of the past few days, she probably wouldn't participate in exams anymore, rendering this tool useless. She straightforwardly said, there's no chance for us, you should just give up. Bai Pu. What a bridge-burning move. Bai Pu had to speak the truth, I wasn't following you, it's just a coincidence. Before he could finish, Wang Xinmeng suddenly looked delighted and stood up to greet a passing figure. Zihan, what a coincidence, Gui Zihan. The most famous rich second generation in Hejin district, even a pair of socks on him started at 5 figures. Countless people aspired to climb the social ladder and become his girlfriend. Wang Xinmeng was one of them. Seeing Wang Xinmeng, Gui Zihan nodded slightly, acknowledging her. The top student of the school had barely qualified to be his friend. Wang Xinmeng's eyes sparkled with joy. She immediately rushed over, following him, eagerly inquiring about his well-being. The two gradually walked away, not even glancing at Bai Pu. Bai Pu rolled his eyes in exasperation. The original owner enjoyed being a sycophant, but he had no interest in that. What kind of eyes did they have to be able to look at such a person? They must have donated their corneas. Suddenly he caught sight of someone standing on the central platform. A male student. He initially thought this was the host of the conference, but the next moment what happened stunned everyone. The boy grabbed the microphone. Zzz. A deafening noise erupted from every loudspeaker in the gymnasium. Bai Pu couldn't help but cover his ears. Ha 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 ha. The boy laughed maniacally, his expression extremely arrogant, one hand raised high. Instantly a swirling airflow formed in his palm, resembling a movie special effect. A new world has arrived. This is my world. From now on in Blue Star I am in charge, ha 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 ha, bang. Along with the crisp sound of a sniper rifle, the boasting boy was abruptly interrupted. He fell to the ground, suddenly a bloody bullet hole appearing on his forehead. Ah, murder. Ah. In an instant the entire gymnasium erupted into chaos. Bai Pu stared at the body on the platform, shaking his head slightly. It seemed he was also someone who performed excellently in the exam and thus received skill rewards. However, his brain didn't function well. He foolishly thought that controlling the wind would make him invincible. He was a classic case of being made an example of. TSK. It seemed everything was just as he had imagined. Students, please be quiet. Suddenly a sultry female voice came through the loudspeaker. On the central platform of the lawn, the foolish boy's body had already been dragged away and a woman in a white shirt and black skirt business attire stood there. Anya. On the surface this woman was Secretary Su Jinshan. However, her efficient work style had garnered the attention of many political figures. She could almost be called the second-in-command of Hejin district. Anya's deep sensual voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. The noisy students gradually quieted down. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone. Next I would like to invite District Chief Su Jinshan of Hejin district to address everyone. Clap clap clap, only Anya's applause echoed through the loudspeaker. The audience fell silent. The students stared blankly at the center, their expressions dazed. On the other side, Su Jinshan, escorted by a group of bodyguards, approached the platform. The bodyguards formed a circle around him, protecting him closely, fearing that an ability user might suddenly attack. In that instant Bai Pu felt the air around him tighten. The surveillance camera above slowly rotated and the snipers at high points were also on high alert. Bai Pu couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly, people could make others feel inferior. Looking at this situation, it was evident that someone had acquired a formidable ability. His needle doesn't poke suddenly seemed less appealing. Hello, students. Su Jinshan picked up the microphone, his amiable voice resonating in every corner of the gymnasium. I apologize for meeting you in this manner. Time is of the essence, please understand the staff's attitude. So far the officials have shot dead 32 criminals attempting to attack police officers, loot, intimidate or conspire against the state using super abilities. Rest assured the authorities always prioritize the safety of all residents in Hejin City, constantly protecting your parents and friends from harm whether intentional or unintentional. During this special period any such incidents will be treated as crimes against humanity and dealt with on the spot. Goodness. Rather than reassuring the students present, it felt more like a warning. Truly worthy of someone in power, the way he spoke was impressive. As expected, the students sitting in the audience grew serious, some even showing signs of fear. Bai Pu curled his lips and continued to listen. As for the bizarre invasion, everyone is involved, so I won't elaborate further. Let me first discuss the current situation. In the past 12 hours, the speed of the bizarre invasion has visibly accelerated and localized bizarre phenomena have appeared worldwide. The countdown on everyone's palms, we are aware, indicates the transportation time to the bizarre world. Currently, the bizarre world and the real world show a significant relationship. Since the bizarre invasion began, our world has been plunged into perpetual daylight while the bizarre world is in eternal night. Moreover, the landmark buildings of both worlds are identical, as if they are mirrored versions. According to experts, if one arrives at the designated location in the bizarre world within the first few hours of the onset of the bizarre phenomenon and successfully clears the instance, the corresponding location's bizarre phenomenon in the real world will disappear. However, only those present here can utilize the countdown on their palms to reach the bizarre world. In other words, whether humanity can survive this disaster entirely depends on you. You will be the heroes of all humanity. The students, initially anxious, felt a surge of blood rush to their heads upon hearing the passionate words from the top military and political leader. Ha ha ha, I am going to save the world. Does this mean we are the chosen ones? Grandpa, I have made it. Bai Pu tugged at the corner of his mouth. It sounded simple. This was a life-risking task. Su Jinshan paused for a moment and continued, unfortunately. In the sparsely populated areas of the suburbs, due to missing the best time to enter the instance, substantial strange creatures have appeared in the real world, causing countless damages, including the destruction of communication towers. Moreover, the number of strange creatures is increasing. Even more concerning is that these creatures are hardly affected by attacks from firearms. Therefore, I regret to inform everyone. Hajin district has become a solitary city. All roads to the outside world are closed and both internet and phone communications have been severed. Only the power grid within the district is still functioning normally. Fortunately, our ancestors left us a thick iron wall. At the gates of Hajin City, excellent soldiers will be on duty 247 with meat grinders installed to remain vigilant against strange intrusions. But this is merely a delaying tactic. The real hope lies with you all. Su Jinshan changed his tone. I believe everyone knows that those who perform well in the strange instances will gain special abilities. This is an opportunity earned with your lives. It is also a weapon for humanity to fight back against the strangeness. At this critical moment for humanity's survival, let us unite and overcome the difficulties together. Su Zenshin's speech continued. The students each found familiar faces gathering in small groups to discuss. As expected of the authorities, they have gathered so much information in just one day. Defending our home and country is our duty. Sai, why didn't I receive a skill reward? It's frustrating. I personally saw Su District Chief's daughter being scammed in the instance by someone named Bai Piao. That guy is definitely an ability user. Next time in the instance I will perform well. Bai Pu stared boredly at the countdown. 031542. 3 more hours. He wondered how long Su Jinshan planned to speak. He also planned to stock up on supplies at the supermarket just in case. Therefore, the Hajin district has specially established a counter-strangeness alliance to provide everyone with an official communication platform. Please click the link you just received to download the counter-strangeness app and register. Who wants to do this thankless work? Bai Pu scoffed. Once your name is on the roster, who knows what deadly tasks they will force upon you. He is still a baby, a budding flower of the nation in need of care. One must take responsibility for their own safety. As long as you register successfully, you will immediately enjoy the benefits of a civil servant with a fixed monthly salary of 3,000, paying 5 insurances and 1 fund, and receiving holiday gifts and condolences. Su Jinshan had not yet finished speaking. Bai Pu suddenly stood up from his seat, holding his phone high, shouting, in the face of national calamity, what are you all hesitating for? Quickly register. For the sake of the elders of Hajin, I will not back down. A man of blood and honor, now is the time to fight for our nation. Only those with ulterior motives will hesitate at this moment. Civil servant. A secure job. If too few people register, doesn't that mean he will have to do more work? It would be best to pull everyone in so he can slack off. In an instant everyone looked towards Bai Pu, their gazes like spotlights. Su Jinshan nodded approvingly. Well done. A Hajin man should have such spirit. This student is a contemporary model. Please learn from this student. After successful registration, everyone can leave freely and related matters will be notified in the app group later. Bai Pu grinned, showing an innocuous smile to the crowd. He sat back down. What an old fox. After all this, it turns out that one must register for the app to leave. But that's fine. He also made a good impression of being a positive figure. Wang Xinling, sitting closely next to Gui Zihan in the front row of the audience, frowned slightly. A flash of impatience crossed her eyes. How ridiculous this! Bai Pu wouldn't think that this would catch her attention, right? A loser from a poor family. He couldn't even compare to a single hair of Gui Zihan. After confirming that the photo on the app matched his appearance, the agent guarding the entrance allowed Bai Pu to leave. Bai Pu scrolled through his phone as he walked toward the nearby supermarket. This so-called counter-strangeness app not only sounded like a counterfeit but also had a rough UI interface. It seemed hastily put together overnight. But the registration process was extremely cautious. Each person's name, school, student number, and class had to correspond before successfully registering. The profile picture was taken by the overhead surveillance and couldn't be changed. The name also couldn't be modified. Welcome Bai Pu to the group chat. Welcome Lu Jingji to the group chat. Welcome Qian Fong to the group chat. Welcome. In the forced addition of thousands to the group, only constant welcome prompts could be heard. Not a single person spoke. Suddenly, Group Administrator Inyip posted an announcement. This group aims to help everyone build a supportive and loving communication platform where everyone can speak freely and form teams. Seeing that the goddess was also in the group, a boy couldn't help but send, "Sister Inya, I have some things I don't understand, can we be friends so you can help me privately?" In an instant the atmosphere in the group became lively. "Tisk, I can hear you're scheming from the North Pole. Are there any strong wild king brothers? Please take me along." Future people, hello everyone. CPDD. Selling items from the strange world, DM me for the price. As soon as this was said, the group suddenly fell silent. Bai Pu casually picked up a pack of Oreos and tossed it into his shopping cart, completely unconcerned with the message in the group. Since there are skill rewards in the strange world, it is quite normal for there to be items. If this really is some amazing item, it wouldn't be sold. Food, beverages, snacks, daily necessities, clothes, bedding, seasonings, toys, camping supplies, pet supplies, fishing gear, bicycles, generators. He bought everything in all categories. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The supermarket was also very considerate, delivering all the items to his home for free. Through the peephole, Aunt Hua looked puzzled, tugging at Uncle Hua, who was watching a short drama beside her. "Old man, what's the name of this video you're watching?" "It's called Dragon King Breaks Free. What's up? Is there really a Dragon King in this world?" "Ha ha." Uncle Hua laughed heartily. "Of course not, it's all made up just to pass the time." "Then that's strange. That kid over there, I saw him get taken away by the police. Yet now not only is he fine, but he's also bought so many things to move home, it must be worth several thousand yuan. Isn't this just the plot in that video?" "What? Let me see." Looking at the various bags and packages at home, Bai Pu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It's still the rich lattice fragrance. Unfortunately, that rich lady named Su Fei seemed to have a few screws loose, missing out on such a feast of beneficial food. As the delivery person left, Bai Pu was about to move the items into his space. Suddenly there was a knock. Bang. The door swung open. Aunt Hua stood at the door, looking enviously at the various cargo boxes. Her tone was particularly gentle. "Xiao Bai, I've made dinner, would you like to come and eat?" "No need, I've already eaten." Bai Pu politely declined. Regarding the matter of not going to Aunt Hua's house for dinner anymore, Bai Pu could only say that the original owner handled it well. "Oh, if you've eaten, then that's fine." Aunt Hua still wore a smile, seemingly not noticing the distance in Bai Pu's words. Walking in by herself, she stroked the newly delivered cargo boxes. "By the way, did you buy all these? You can't possibly need so many on your own, or else." "No." Bai Pu quickly interrupted. "A classmate is moving and they're temporarily stored here." Saying this, he opened a box filled with hardware tools. "They're just tools, nothing valuable, so there's no fear of theft. Otherwise, with this door of mine, where could anything be stored?" Seeing that it wasn't the appliances and gourmet food she imagined, Aunt Hua's expression instantly turned cold. "Oh, then you carry on, I still have rice cooking, I won't disturb you any longer." She turned to leave, watching the door across from her close. Bai Pu let out a slight sigh of relief. This kind of aunt who loved to take advantage existed in every world. So annoying. No way. The door at home should be fixed. After thinking for a moment, Bai Pu took out his phone and sent a message. 0. Just asking weekly, if the police uncle broke my door, can I apply for compensation? Anya. Suddenly, after a few minutes of silence, a new message popped up in the group. "Damn, you want 100,000 for a green hat, why not just rob someone? Just 100,000, why don't you reflect on whether you've worked hard enough and find the cause from yourself? With a weekly allowance of 50, have I entered the wrong group? Humph, even if you want it, it's gone. My Timo hat can decrease presence. If it weren't for my grandpa waiting in the ICU for renewal, I wouldn't sell it. Though sold for 800,000, I still feel a bit reluctant. Who bought it? Private message me. 20 million. No wonder it's Guo Xiao, rich and heartless." Bai Pu, in front of his phone, twitched the corners of his mouth. Suddenly he felt that the 100,000 collected in the dungeon was too little. No way, next time I need to raise the price. Suddenly someone requested to add him as a friend. It was none other than Su Zhenchen's secretary, the group admin responsible for coordinating with new talents, Anya. Bai Pu raised his eyebrows and accepted the friend request. 10 seconds later, a voice message came through, carrying Anya's sexy, mature voice. "Hello Bai Pu, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by the staff. I have already contacted the relevant personnel to replace your door within a day. Would that be acceptable?" "Great." Bai Pu chuckled. This time he didn't lose. Regardless of the price of the door they provided would be better than his old worn-out one. At this moment Anya posted 2 images in the group. One was a notice of criticism. Today during the Changshu restaurant dungeon, this masked man named Bai Pu attached is a screenshot from the livestream confirmed to be a pseudonym extorted 100,000 from Miss Su Fei, severely impacting the environment. Everyone please unite and help each other in the dungeon, fully embodying the core values of socialism and the spirit of 8 honors and 8 shames to build a harmonious dungeon environment. The other was a certificate today at the stadium. Bai Pu's passionate actions earned the commendation of District Chief Su, and a cash reward of 500 yuan has been given as encouragement. Everyone please learn from Bai Pu to be a contemporary youth who knows honor and disgrace and speaks of morality. Bai Pu evened out the gains and losses and still made a small profit of 500. This time was not a loss. Fortunately, he wore a hat and mask in the dungeon, nearly facing social death. Seeing the monetary reward, the students who had been lurking couldn't sit still, hoping to be recognized by District Chief Su as well. Just then a negative example was right in front of them. Everyone started firing at Bai Pu. Who is this masked man? So shameless, extorting money. Covering so tightly, he must be an ugly loser. Which brother did this? Let's all make money together. Doge Su Fei's sister, come out and identify. Let this bottom-feeding man be disgraced. Oh, let me find out. Oh no. Bai Pu's heart tightened. Suddenly remembering during the transfer each person's real name could be seen. Damn. I was too careless. Quickly typed a sentence on his phone and clicked send. Su Fei, you're the district chief's daughter, easily able to pull out 100,000. You must have many bodyguards around you, so don't be afraid of such people seeking revenge after the fact. Hurry and expose that shameless person. Bai Pu. Seeing the familiar character Su Fei lying on her princess bed, instantly sat up. Her delicate brows furrowed. It's this guy. However, the implication in his words seemed to be a warning to her. He mentioned that there would be retaliation if she told, but she also didn't want to deceive her father. Caught in a dilemma. Once again a message came through the group. Anya, that 100,000 is a small reserve that Miss Su has saved over many years, and it's not something that can be pulled out easily. District Chief Su is a clean and upright official, please do not spread rumors. I am only concerned for the safety of Miss Su. After all, every time we clear a dungeon there is a chance to gain new skills which are powers from a strange world. If someone really does something reckless, I suggest sending Miss Su dozens of personal bodyguards. Su Fei's heart suddenly jolted. Although she lost 100,000 in the Changshu dungeon, in the end she obtained an S rating for her dungeon clearance. And gained an ability. Compared to the still hospitalized Huang Mao and the boy in school uniform, she was much better off. Most importantly, the doctor said that the injuries on the boy in the school uniform were caused by a sharp and swift object that pierced through his leg bone in an instant, even more terrifying than a bullet. And Bai Pu, who was similarly attacked by the sea urchin girl, was completely unharmed. It was unimaginable how strong his defenses must be. Even if her father was the district chief, revealing the truth would not change anything with Bai Pu. Instead, it might provoke hostility. Moreover, at the end of the dungeon, Bai Pu's rating would surely be higher than hers, and the abilities he gained would undoubtedly be better. If for such a trivial matter she angered Bai Pu, then even with bodyguards protecting her 247 safety would be impossible. Not to mention her family had no such bodyguards. The only bodyguard they had was officially assigned due to her father's status, meant to stand at the door and scare people away, preventing anyone from attempting to kidnap her to make demands from her father. To fend off someone like Bai Pu with super abilities. Nonsense. Influenced by Su Jinshan for years, Su Fei quickly grasped the pros and cons. Politely replying in the group, sorry, that person was wearing a mask and hat, I can't recall. At the same time, she poked Bai Pu's avatar and actively applied to be friends. Hello, Bai classmate, thank you for your help in the instance. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about you. When asking for a favor I called you brother Bai, and now it's classmate Bai. What a quick change of face. Bai Pu deliberately said, since that's the case I'll keep your little accident a secret too. I didn't. Su Fei gritted her teeth. Just as he was about to tease her, a news alert suddenly caught Bai Pu's attention. Breaking news. The apocalypse of humanity is upon us. Multiple factories in Hajin district are experiencing anti-physical electromagnetic phenomena simultaneously. Machines are out of control and thousands of workers are trapped inside the factories, their lives unknown. There is no way to break through from the outside. Experts are discussing rescue strategies. For your safety, citizens are advised to stay away from the relevant areas, which include tomato food processing plant, Dapeng paper mill, Waxizi stationery factory. This situation feels a bit familiar. Bai Pu quickly stowed his belongings into his space and headed out. The Dapeng paper mill is not far from his home, he needs to check on the situation. 5 minutes later, Bai Pu arrived near the paper mill, observing from a distance. The entrance to the factory was surrounded by a security cordon and police were dispersing the crowd of onlookers. 3 ambulances were parked nearby, seemingly ready to participate in the rescue. Despite the power being cut off in the nearby area, sparks occasionally flickered in the air of the factory. It was as if the entire factory was enveloped in a mass of ionized particles. A few experts in suits were whispering to each other. Thanks to the meal enhancement, Bai Pu could barely hear their hushed conversation from 200 or 300 meters away. Oldly, you're an electrical engineering expert, we're counting on you for this. You're talking nonsense. The power is off, yet there's still electricity inside the factory. This is clearly a problem on the physical level. Don't look at me, even if I were an academician of physics I wouldn't be able to understand the current situation. There are no conditions here for generating ionized particles, everything contradicts known physics. So what do? There are thousands of people inside waiting for us to rescue them. Bai Pu slightly shook his head. Even if a Nobel Prize-winning expert came, it would be futile. This situation is clearly an eerie invasion. Moreover, it resembles the kind of bizarre instance. The current situation is almost identical to the collapse of the teaching building. If his guess is correct, once the instance inside ends, those who successfully clear it will be automatically ejected. Those who do not clear it will only be left to face their demise. It seems that these students are not chosen ones, but rather the first batch of individuals invaded by the eerie world into reality. Suddenly his phone rang. As soon as he answered, Lu Yuan's excited voice came through. Damn it, you struck it big and didn't even tell me. Humanity's hope. The apocalypse star. The chosen one. What are the media saying online? I heard that Director Su even held a meeting for you. Yeah, they just formed a group and casually talked about loyalty to the country and such. Damn. I regret it so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken leave yesterday. Now I could be like you, boo-hoo foster father. You have to look out for me in the future. Get lost. If you hadn't taken leave, you might not have survived that exam. Damn ruthless. Enough joking, I heard the instance clearance rate is only 10. Be careful. You're quite filial. Damn. The two chatted casually for a while, and in the end Bai Pu hung up the phone. The reason was simple. Someone has come out of the paper mill. A skinny man in work clothes, looking terrified, covered in blood. In front of everyone. He safely walked out of the ionization area. In an instant, police experts, media, and doctors all rushed forward. Hello, could you tell us what is happening inside the factory? How did you manage to come out of the ionization zone? What happened inside? Was this incident man-made or accidental? The skinny man's eyes were vacant, as if he had suffered some great shock, muttering to himself. The crowd could only hear the words exam. Bai Pu smirked and turned to leave. As expected, it was just as he had guessed. At this rate, all of humanity will have to participate in the eerie instance games. A storm is brewing. He looked at the countdown in his palm. 002914. Half an hour left. It was Thursday. Bai Pu walked into a nearby KFC. He chose a seat by the window, picked up a fried potato stick, enjoying the last moments of social order. Meanwhile, waiting for the countdown to end. Outside the window, people came and went, the traffic flowed endlessly, and vendors shouted to sell their goods. For most people, even if the eerie world has invaded, as long as it doesn't affect them, classes will continue as usual. Making money and surviving is the top priority. If there had been no eerie invasion, he would have done the same. Attending the college entrance examination step by step, going to university, graduating and sending out resumes, working diligently at a company, being scolded by the boss like a grandson. Bowing and scraping, exchanging a whole year's hard work for the pocket money of rich second-generation kids for a day. Working seriously for a lifetime is not as good as what they possess from birth: dozens of houses and multiple citizenships. Trying to achieve class mobility through hard work is nearly impossible. Now it's different. The eerie world instances only consider ability, not identity or savings. This is a golden opportunity for him to change his fate. In his view, the eerie beings in the instances and those that have invaded reality to wreak havoc are like two different species. The eerie beings in the instances seem to have their own thoughts and personalities, able to communicate, but they appear to be bound by certain invisible rules. As long as he chooses the right method, it can be easily handled, giving him the impression that they are smart but not too much. The destructive eerie beings, on the other hand, are like mindless zombies devoid of any rationality. They can only be dealt with through violence. Time passed. In the instant the countdown in his palm reached 0, the entire world dimmed. The employees and customers in KFC, along with passers-by and vehicles on the street, all vanished in an instant. In the pitch-black night sky, a blood-red moon hung high, casting a blood-colored shadow over the world. Bai Pu removed his glasses again, changed into a black tracksuit, and put on a hat and mask. A tall tree attracts the wind. Once he enters the instance, he will be broadcasted live. He needs to disguise himself to make everything easier. The only downside is he can't continue collecting money as he did last time. Otherwise his disguise will be exposed in no time. Others may not be as easy to deal with as the rich girl Su Fei. The empty street. All was silent. Bai Pu took out the newly bought folding bicycle from his space and leisurely pedaled towards the outskirts of Hejin District. In the real world, the outskirts of Hejin District can only be described as a fallen state. He wanted to see what the eerie world would look like in the areas occupied by the eerie. Wu Ming. Sean. Lin. Ja. Sean. Why? Sean. He hummed a little tune pedaling furiously in the dark, occasionally passing by a few brightly lit rooms. Clearly this was a copy. Bai Pu did not stop. Once the instance was cleared he would have to return to reality. He wanted to explore this strange world a bit longer, not in a hurry. Suddenly he came to a screeching halt. A man and a woman in the distance caught Bai Pu's attention. Wang Xinming and Gui Zihan. The two were heading towards a brightly lit security booth. Bai Pu smirked under his mask and put away his bicycle. He followed. The words Bai Shui Yuan were faintly visible under the red moon, seeming to mark the entrance of a community. As soon as he entered the security booth he heard Wang Xinming sweetly flattering Zihan, "You're so amazing. This hat must be worth tens of millions, right? And you managed to buy it. Just a small matter." Zihan seemed accustomed to such praise, his expression not overly proud. Instead there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Half of the assets in Hejin were related to the Guo family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the richest in Hejin. Yet they were still lacking a bit in political standing. This was becoming a thorn in the Guo family's side. When Guo's father heard that the district chief praised a student at the meeting, he turned around and slapped him, scolding him for being useless and missing a great opportunity. "It's all that damned Bai Pu's fault." Zihan's face was cold with a hint of redness and swelling on his cheek. Wang Xinming comforted him, "Don't worry Zihan, that guy Bai Pu is just a worthless poor loser trying to show off. How could he possibly compare to you? In the instance he will definitely be the first to die. Zihan, you are aiming for an S rating, no need to get angry over such trash." Bai Pu secretly glanced in their direction, not because of what they said but because of the hat on Gui Zihan's head. It was simply too conspicuous. The bright green was hard to ignore. According to what was said in the group, the function of this hat was to reduce one's presence when worn in a place where others couldn't see. It was perfect for games like hide and seek. Yet Gui Zihan boldly wore a green hat on his head, drawing everyone's attention, which was quite alarming. Indeed. In the security booth, besides the three of them, there were also 6 others, all waiting for the instance to. Upon entering the security booth he received a notification: current waiting count 920, please be patient. Once inside, trying to exit again would be like hitting an air wall. Most importantly, 3 of those 6 like him were wearing masks and hats, fearing recognition. Bai Pu vaguely. It seemed that some bad vibes were spreading. The crowd was quiet. The room fell into silence. Suddenly a boy with a cigarette boldly pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant everyone's minds received a notification simultaneously. Count reached instance opening. The lights in the room flickered. The walls of the security booth radiated a dark glow as if they were enveloped in a layer of illusion. The next moment 2 child statues towering over the people unexpectedly appeared before them. Startled, the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back. Upon closer inspection, the 2 statues, one male and one female, had faces as pale as chalk, their cheeks smeared with dark vibrant blush, and their clothing was of an ancient style. The girl had her hair styled in 2 buns while the boy wore a small braid. Their eyes seemed to move vividly lifelike. No matter how one looked at them, they felt like funeral attendants used in funerals. The voice in their minds continued to broadcast: instance name by Shui Yuan, crisis instance, difficulty completion, goal fulfill the children's request. Wish you a good death continuously. The 2 child statues, clearly made of ceramic, suddenly had their eyes move. A terrifying voice carried by the wind rang out. The girl blinked. Oh no, the holiday benefits of Bai Shui Yuan haven't been distributed yet. What should we do? The boy revealed a strange smile. Haha, someone has come to help us. Can these guys really help us deliver the packages? They can. Great. Then I'll assign the tasks to them. The 2 sculpted children sang in harmony, stating the requirements of the instance. This community is called Bai Shui Yuan with 888 households. They need to distribute so-called holiday benefits, which are the ceramic dolls themselves, within a day. It should be noted that only 1 ceramic doll can be placed at each family's door, with the male doll for households with white couplets and the female doll for those with red couplets. Once the ceramic dolls are placed, they must have exclusive labels representing each person's number on their chests to count as successful deliveries. Bai Pu quickly summarized the key information. What puzzled him was that there were clearly only 2 dolls in the room, yet they needed to deliver to 888 households. Did that mean? Bai Pu boldly stepped forward and attempted to lift the female doll. The heavy weight shocked him. The doll was actually solid. It weighed nearly 100 pounds. Hiss. Seeing Bai Pu's action, everyone gasped in unison. What does this masked guy want to do? Just entered the instance and already trying to compete. Why are there so many people wearing masks? Ah. That's our school's beauty, Wang Xinming. Not only is she beautiful, but she also ranks first in every exam in the whole grade. What the heck? Gui Zihan is also in this instance. This masked guy is definitely dead. The air was silent. After a while nothing happened. What was even more astonishing was that after Bai Pu moved the female doll, an identical ceramic female doll appeared in its place. Indeed. Bai Pu understood. No wonder the female doll described it as delivering packages. This instance was essentially about treating the ceramic dolls as packages for delivery. The central position of the room was the spawning point for the ceramic dolls capable of infinite respawning. Suddenly he felt something was off with his body. Looking down, the ceramic female doll in his arms had a flushed face appearing dizzy. In a vague sense it felt as if there was a straw connecting him to the ceramic female doll. It was siphoning his blood into the body of the ceramic female doll. What the heck? It was actually stealing his blood. Bai Pu immediately set down the ceramic doll. Bound by the rules, the specter could not devour humans directly, so it resorted to this underhanded trick to drain their vitality instead. How cunning. The two ceramic dolls lying on the ground instantly merged into one, returning precisely to their original position. A chilling reverberant child's voice echoed once more. The girl child giggled, "Good news, good news. Final scores will be calculated based on the number of parcels delivered. When time runs out, the last participant to complete the task will not die." Eyes widened across the room. No wonder this was merely a one-star dungeon, the participants would not perish. Did that mean everyone regardless of performance would successfully clear it? What extraordinary luck they had. But before joy could settle, the boy child spoke calmly, "Bad news, only one person may claim the clearance reward." The girl child added, "Good news, the clearance reward is triple the standard amount." The boy child countered, "Bad news, at the dungeon's conclusion the last participant's score is voided, they must re-enter and clear the dungeon again to return to their original world. Triple reward. I Kaiyukuan declare my sincere envy. Wei Gongzi truly has astonishing fortune. Step aside, I'll take this dungeon. Fangtong Express Station dispatches 5,000 couriers daily, we request entry." Creak creak, the boy and girl simultaneously twisted their heads toward each other, revealing eerily synchronized, unsettling grins. In unison they declared, "The competition begins." At that command all rushed toward the center, scrambling and shoving to seize the ceramic doll. It was obvious, first to act held decisive advantage. Wang Xinmeng lunged forward too, but as a woman her physical strength proved insufficient against so many men. She settled beside Gua Zihan, instead cooing softly, "Zihan, help me." Before she could finish, Gua Zihan interjected sharply, "Help me secure first place and I'll split the reward with you 50-50. I? Wang Xinmeng's delicate brows knotted tightly. She certainly wished to win Gua Zihan's favor, but this risk felt perilously high. "You want to be my girlfriend, don't you? If you aid me in this dungeon, I'll agree." "Done." Delight flared in Wang Xinming's eyes. Since the dungeon broadcast was live, Gua Zihan's words guaranteed her tomorrow's entrance into the Gua residence, not as a guest but as its future young madam. A sly smile curved Gua Zihan's lips, he was already certain of victory. By attaching his label to the parcel Wang Xinmeng delivered, he'd effectively double his count. What chance did the others stand against him? In moments an unspoken pact formed between them, their glances thick with mutual understanding. Bai Pu, observing from the corner like a detached spectator, gave a faint wry shake of his head. Truly one thing subdues another. Before the original host, Wang Xinmeng had been a 1,000-year-old fox, sly, calculating, masterfully manipulating every situation. Yet before this scion of wealth she behaved like a naive, wide-eyed fawn. If the final reward were a mere item, division might be feasible, but what if it were a skill? How could that possibly be shared? To willingly serve a rich heir for nothing more than the title of girlfriend, how adorably foolish. And a breakup would require no more than a single word from him. Bai Pu had entered this dungeon alongside them, not out of alliance, but out of disdain for Wang Xinmeng, that shameless schemer. His original intent had been a minor vengeance on behalf of the former host. Yet their absurd, almost endearing antics had genuinely disarmed him. He simply couldn't bring himself to strike. Still. Bai Pu clicked his tongue thoughtfully. Everyone had begun as solo competitors, yet now two had formed a team intending to attribute all credit to one individual. How then could the rest possibly compete? Only one option remained: overturn the table. Suddenly, Gua Zihan screamed in agony. "Zihan! What's wrong? Are you all right?" Wang Xinmeng rushed forward anxiously. All eyes turned, there embedded deep in the bend of Gua Zihan's right leg a gleaming silver ice spike, pierced flesh, blood welling slowly around it. "Who the hell dared ambush me?" Gua Zihan doubled over, clutching his leg, his voice raw with fury, veins bulging at his temples. "Poof." The last entrant, a young man lazily smoking, twirled the ice spike between his fingers and sneered coldly. "It's not lodged in your heart, so you won't die. Just stay put and behave. Do you even know who I am?" Gua Zihan raged, incandescent with wrath. He had been destined for first place, and this upstart had dared wound his leg. Utterly unforgivable. A useless brat propped up by family money. The smoking youth rolled his eyes. "Times have changed, kid. Do you still imagine yourself that lofty, untouchable nobleman? Pathetic." Onlookers remained silent, but their mocking gazes betrayed their true thoughts deserved. Everyone fought alone, why should they get to team up? Others watched the smoking youth with undisguised envy. After just one day of spectral invasion he wielded such formidable power, truly ahead of the curve. Bai Pu pursed his lips. He disagreed. Though the youth's ability appeared formidable, forging even a single ice spike likely demanded prolonged concentration. Otherwise, why not simply impale everyone present? They'd all collapse instantly. Then the youth could deliver a single doll and claim effortless victory. Zihan, what do we do now? Wang Xinmeng stammered. Clearly Gui Zihan's injury left him incapable of claiming first, not even avoiding last place seemed assured. She would have to rely solely on herself. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening shatter of porcelain. Heads turned. A burly young man stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. She would have to rely solely on herself. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening shatter of I didn't know this would happen. They never said holding two would double the weight, his voice choked off mid-sentence. Instantly. Countless fissures of blinding light erupted across the burly youth's skin, widening rapidly. His face contorted in pure horror as his body fractured, splintering into countless pieces just like the ceramic dolls beneath him. Clatter, clatter. Shards of skin scattered across the floor. Wait, didn't they say no one dies? Alas, damaging a parcel demands fatal restitution. Looks like only one doll may be carried at a time. This dungeon tests sheer stamina and endurance. Wei Gongzi and Wang Xinming are finished. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes slightly. Weight doubling. One doll weighed nearly 100 Jin, two would thus exceed 400. No wonder this powerfully built youth had lost control so suddenly. Still, it mattered little to him. Though his spatial storage teemed with assorted clutter, squeezing in 2 or 3 dolls posed no difficulty. His sole concern was secrecy, revealing his spatial ability would invite immediate merciless assault from all sides. The sudden turn of events caused the remaining 9 individuals to narrow their eyes in shock. This dungeon is not a place where no one dies. Instead, failure to clear it does not result in death. In other words, even if they don't deliver the packages at all and just wait here until the dungeon ends, they can still clear it. However, their score would definitely be the lowest. They need to go through another dungeon to return to the real world. In an instant everyone became cautious. Even slightly slowing down, they dared not let the ceramic doll in their arm suffer any bumps. The back door of the security booth leads directly into the community. The players picked up the heavy ceramic dolls and walked into the community one by one. With the collaboration with Gui Zihan falling through, Wang Xinming had no choice but to take matters into her own hands, using all her strength to carry a ceramic doll out. At that moment only the injured Gui Zihan and Bai Pu, who had been watching the show from the corner, were left in the security booth. Oh, isn't this young Master Gua? My apologies, my apologies. Bai Pu seemed surprised as he approached. You know me. Gua Zihan's eyes flashed with excitement as he hurriedly said, brother, can you help me out? As long as you help me get first place, I can get my dad to give you 10 million. No, 100 million. He had seen this masked man while watching Sophie's livestream. Just a money-hungry pauper. Last time Sophie only offered 100,000 and he directly quoted 100 million, not believing that this masked man wouldn't be tempted. Bai Pu's expression was mocking. He didn't respond and walked towards the ceramic doll. Gui Zihan became anxious. Like grasping at a lifeline, he shouted, I don't want first place. I just need you to make sure and not the last one. How about it? I can transfer the money to you right now. Bai Pu shrugged and shook his head. Young Master Gua, I want to help you, but it's not a matter of money. Transferring money would expose my real name. I don't want to be unmasked. So? Gua Zihan looked puzzled. He had never encountered a situation in his life where money couldn't solve the problem. Since you insist on knowing, I can only tell you the truth, Bai Pu said helplessly. It's because your girlfriend is too ugly. Brother, you're mistaken. Gua Zihan never expected the issue to stem from Wang Xinmeng and hurriedly explained, how could that type of woman be my girlfriend? It's her who keeps pestering me. Gui Zihan's voice suddenly halted, his eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just seen? 2 ceramic dolls upon Bai Pu's touch instantly changed from crying faces to smiling ones. Immediately after, they transformed into serious faces. Each time the ceramic dolls refreshed, their expressions were slightly different, making them easily distinguishable. This could only mean one thing. This guy actually has space. He managed to fit 4 ceramic dolls at once. Space ability. This must be the masked man who was criticized in the report. Damn it, he was just saying he had no abilities in the group chat, yet once he entered the dungeon he turned out to be a cheating player, each showing their unique skills. Gua Zihan was truly anxious this time. Brother, you have to help me. I have nothing to do with that bitch Wang Xinming, she was the one who actively seduced me. Zihan. How could you say that about me? Just then Wang Xinming returned. She was lucky the first room she encountered had a white couplet, and since she was holding a boy doll she returned faster than others. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, she heard Gua Zihan cursing her from behind. Zihan, I admit I like you. But even if you have no feelings for me now, you shouldn't insult a girl like this. Wu Zihan didn't care about Wang Xinming's little temper at all. He directly ignored her and cheerfully turned to Bai Pu saying, "Brother, how about this?" Bai Pu's gaze shifted between the two, pondering slightly. "Alright, I will consider it." With that he turned and entered the community, successfully sowing discord. He had no time to keep playing with these two. Within the Bishi Garden community, 5 tall buildings loomed under the moonlight. Occasionally a chilling wind blew by. It felt as if it chilled one to the bone, making one involuntarily shiver. Bai Pu headed straight for the farthest building, number 5. The fewer people who knew about his space ability, the better. If he clustered with others in the first few buildings, it would be easy to expose himself. As for Gu Zihan, he certainly wouldn't spill the beans. After all, he was Gu Zihan's only lifeline at the moment. Suddenly another person approached from the opposite direction under the hazy blood moon. He vaguely saw that the person was also wearing a mask, dressed in a yellow hoodie, clearly one of the players participating in the dungeon. They must have dropped off their ceramic dolls and returned to the security booth for a new delivery. The two brushed past each other, merely exchanging a glance without any communication. The footsteps gradually faded away. Bai Pu thought to himself that this was not good. He hadn't expected someone to take a longer route and choose the same path as him. Now with his hands empty, he feared that this person had already grown suspicious. He steeled himself and stepped into building number 5. An eerie chill hit him to the point where even breathing out produced visible white mist. On both sides of the corridor a faint frost had formed on the walls. This feeling was more akin to entering a morgue than a community. Inside the building the moonlight could not penetrate, so Bai Pu could only take out a flashlight for illumination. The flickering light revealed that he was the only one in the vast building, his footsteps echoing long and lonely. Bai Pu proceeded cautiously. Who knew what kind of deadly traps might be set here? Better safe than sorry. Currently in the lit areas nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, in the darkness beyond the light he felt as if something was watching him. Suddenly he tripped over something at his feet. He almost fell. Bai Pu steadied himself and shone the flashlight down. There was nothing on the ground. Bai Pu frowned. He put on gloves and reached for the spot he remembered. Sure enough, a small transparent stone was firmly stuck to the floor, unable to move. Damn! This trap was indeed cunning. They claim there is no death, yet everywhere in the dungeon are death traps. If he had been holding something, it would have shattered into pieces. Bai Pu continued forward. 2 minutes later he finally saw the first family's door. A blessed person sleeps in a blessed place, a good couple celebrates a good occasion. Strangely enough, the couplet that was clearly meant for mourning was written on festive red paper. In the center of the main entrance, where a fortune character should have been upside down, hung a strangely shaped brass mirror. Whenever he looked at the brass mirror he always felt that something would crawl out from inside. This is terrifying. I should go buy a peach with sword to carry for protection. I believe in Catholicism. Is it too late to convert to Uncle Ing at this point? What is that masked man doing in the eerie pitch-black corridor? Bai Pu expressionlessly took out a girl doll and affixed his label number 9 to it. He knocked vigorously on the room's door. Hey! Is anyone home? Your holiday benefits have been delivered to your door. Please remember to give a good review. To everyone's astonishment, nothing happened. After completing the procedure, Bai Pu arrived at the second door. This time a white couplet was hanging there, but Bai Pu did not pay attention to its content. His attention was entirely drawn to the black mist continuously seeping out from the crack under the door. The black mist was extremely dense, almost solidifying. One could hardly imagine what kind of malevolent spirit lived inside. Bai Pu took out a male doll, affixed a label, and placed it in front of the door. He knocked again. Big brother, your holiday benefit has arrived. Remember to sign for it. If you have time, please leave a good review. This cycle continued as he delivered to 4 households in sequence. Bai Pu returned to the security booth. As soon as he entered he saw Wang Xinming and Gu Zihan sitting together, chatting and laughing as if the previous argument had never happened. The corners of Bai Pu's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Xinming truly had a knack for things. He didn't know what method she used to ease the tension between the two. Ahem. He sighed deeply, feigning a heartbroken expression. Alas. Young Master Gu, I never expected you to be captivated by beauty. This is truly disappointing. After saying this he walked expressionlessly to the ceramic doll refresh point and began to load the goods, presenting an air of rejection. Brother, let me explain. Gu Zihan hurriedly called out. I have nothing to do with her. I think the two of you are quite a match. A talented man and a beautiful woman are indeed a perfect pair. This was Wang Xinming's analysis just now. The original sentence was Zihan speaking from the heart. I, Wang Xinming, have the figure and the looks. Whether it's in terms of character or academic performance, there's not a single flaw. How could I possibly evoke others' dislike? It must be that he has a crush on me and is jealous to see us together. How about this: when he returns you pretend to push me towards him as a girlfriend and take this opportunity to trick him into making us run a few more errands. This reasoning was solid and had its benefits. How could Gui Zihan refuse? He immediately spoke according to the plan. However, Bai Pu walked over to Gui Zihan, leaned close and whispered coldly, "Young Master Gui, do you want me to help you?" "No problem. But your taste in friends is truly disgusting." Wang Xinming couldn't hear what they were saying but could only see Gui Zihan's expression growing colder, causing her to furrow her brows. Suddenly a loud slap came crashing towards her. Wang Xinming instinctively dodged back, accidentally falling to the ground looking somewhat embarrassed. And that slap was indeed from Gui Zihan. "Zihan, you shameless person. Stay away from me. I, Gui Zihan, have no relationship with you at all, so get as far away as you can." Wang Xinming was startled and was about to explain. Suddenly seeing something, she slowly got up from the ground, tidied her disheveled hair and clothes, forced a sweet smile and walked towards Bai Pu, completely ignoring Gui Zihan's curses. In that brief moment she saw the masked man swiftly take away 2 ceramic dolls. This was clearly space ability. This guy called Bai Pelhong displayed formidable defense in the previous longevity dungeon, and now he was showcasing space powers. He would undoubtedly be the first in this dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon offered triple rewards. With such a snowball effect, this man's strength would only grow, leaving everyone far behind. In comparison, Gui Zihan, this rich second generation, really didn't seem to deserve her. This is a new era. If she could latch onto a big thigh early on, she could soar. Just like that Bai Pu guy from back then. As long as he flirted a little, he would eagerly follow her around, actively filling out her name on the test papers, making her the most talked about person in the school. "Bai Pelhong, huh? This time you won't escape my trap." "Hello, handsome." Wang Xinmeng clasped her hands in front of her, tilting her head with a look of admiration, saying, "I never expected Gui Zihan to be such a person. Not only did he falsely accuse me behind my back, but he also hit a woman. Luckily you were here. I truly saw Gui Zihan's real face. It broke my heart. Today I realized that the person I truly like isn't Gui Zihan but someone like you." At this point Wang Xinmeng's face turned red, resembling a pure-hearted girl. Her shy cheeks, as if ripe apples waiting to be picked, were incredibly enticing. Meanwhile Gui Zihan, who was slumped on the ground, was stunned. This woman changed way too quickly. No wonder. It turns out the masked man had already seen through Wang Xinmeng's ugly face hidden beneath this facade. Bai Pu feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by that? Can I be your girlfriend?" Wang Xinmeng covered her face with her hands as if it took immense courage to say this. Just hearing her voice one could almost envision that delicate face. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. One should not deceive a friend's partner. "But we were never together," Wang Xinmeng hurriedly explained. "But your makeup is too heavy. Do you like a natural look, handsome?" "No problem, I'll take it off right now." Wang Xinmeng took out a wet wipe and scrubbed her face vigorously. After a while she sweetly smiled. "If you don't like it, I won't wear makeup anymore." Bai Pu exchanged a glance with Gui Zihan, both revealing a look of disdain. In the already dim light, not only was Wang Xinmeng's makeup not removed properly, it looked even more terrifying. The thick eyeliner was smeared everywhere, making her eyes look like they'd been beaten. Her lipstick had almost smeared all the way to her ears. It looked dreadful. Yet Wang Xinmeng remained oblivious, winking at Bai Pu and sending flirtatious glances. "This is outrageous, my goddess has fallen." Looking at it this way, Wang Xinmeng isn't that good looking either. Miss Su is purely natural beauty. Turning off the lights, her figure is still decent. "Mengming, let go of that masked man, please come and seduce me." This scene gave Bai Pu goosebumps all over. However, he intentionally came to mess with Wang Xinmeng. This level was still not enough. He glanced up and down and hesitated. "You're still a student, right? I don't like young people who don't know better." Wang Xinmeng's heart leaped with joy. Leaning against the wall with one hand, she flicked her hair with the other, striking the most seductive pose. Her body's curve was perfectly showcased. She was indeed curvy. Even Bai Pu couldn't help but praise her, considering her age of 18. Wang Xinmeng was indeed well developed. The right places were ample and the slender areas were delicate. Suddenly Wang Xinmeng gently twisted her body, her flower-like charm swaying with her long finger placed on her lips. With a captivating gaze she sweetly said, "Handsome, be my boyfriend. I can do whatever position you want." Wow. Let go of my goddess. This blatant seduction stunned not only the men in the livestream room but even Gui Zihan. Stepping out of the security booth, Bai Pu let out a long sigh. Blind. Even blinder than a blind monk. What kind of eyesight did the original owner have to be attracted to this bust that had probably been trained countless times? Having been a loyal admirer for 3 years, it's hard to look back on. Everyone in Gotham would have to see him in a new light. On the dimly lit night road, occasional screams echoed from the building. It was as if accompanying the red moon in a performance. Bai Pu paid no mind. Someone must have fallen into a trap. He returned to Building 5. Suddenly, upon hearing a strange sound, Bai Pu frowned slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Just like before, he walked into the building, but this time he went straight to the second floor. As Bai Pu's footsteps faded away, a figure clad in yellow slowly emerged from the shadows. It was the boy in the yellow hoodie who had brushed past Bai Pu earlier. His eyes exuded a chill. So what if you have spatial abilities? As long as I can eliminate you all, it will just be me and that immobile cripple left. First, it will definitely be me. The boy in yellow tightened his grip on the gun and stealthily made his way toward the second floor. Don't be fooled by his appearance as a student. He had already been mixing in the underworld for 2 years. He was well versed in stealing phones, hitting people, and drug dealing. This revolver was something he had spent a lot of money to acquire. He had originally intended to use it against the supernatural. But now targeting players clearly yielded higher returns. He hadn't fired earlier because he was afraid that the masked man would escape through the front door. Outside was a green area, making it easy to lose sight of the target. He had planned to wait until he was closer to shoot. Who would have thought that this masked man would actively go up to the second floor? In this bizarre world, there was no electricity, the elevator couldn't operate, and there was only this single staircase. The masked man was clearly seeking his own demise. The boy in yellow sneered coldly, and with a bang he pushed open the door to the second floor staircase. Silence. It was as quiet as death. The light swept across. In the narrow corridor there were only 4 porcelain dolls. The masked man's figure was nowhere to be seen. The boy in yellow pondered for a moment and shouted, "Come out. I know you're here." The footsteps from earlier and the 4 porcelain dolls on the second floor confirmed that the masked man was indeed here. The area around the residential door was at most only 10 centimeters deep, hardly capable of hiding anyone. The only possibility was that the masked man was hiding behind these 4 dolls. However, the corridor and staircase formed a T shape. On his left and right sides there were 2 porcelain dolls each. He was still uncertain which doll the masked man was hiding behind. "Buddy, I just want to talk cooperation with you, nothing else. I know you have spatial abilities and coincidentally my powers complement yours. If you come out, I'll tell you how about it." His eyes were fixed on the direction of the 4 dolls, not letting any detail slip by. As soon as there was any movement he would shoot. Unexpectedly there was no response. Time ticked by second by second. The air was eerily quiet. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. The boy in yellow's expression hardened. He had wanted to conserve some bullets, but since he couldn't lure the masked man out, he would have to take a hard approach. He was about to move to the right. Suddenly, on a day as cold as this, "Don't stay so far away from me, come a little closer." The phone rang unexpectedly. "Heaven is helping me." The boy in yellow smirked, quickly drawing his handgun and aiming at the direction of the phone ring. He pulled the trigger. Bang! 2 sounds erupted simultaneously. The boy in yellow couldn't react in time as blood streamed from his forehead. In a state of utter astonishment, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Bai Pu blinked innocently and stored the hammer back into his spatial pocket. He walked to the other side and picked up the phone. He had set an alarm for in advance. Cute one, being an old 6 will bring karma. Thanks to the hospitality of the longevity restaurant, his senses were heightened. Moreover, in this bizarre world there were no birds singing or cicadas chirping, nor were there any sounds of construction or honking cars. It was eerily silent. The breathing of the boy in yellow while lying in ambush sounded to him like thunder. He could only turn the tables on him. Wow. The gun was killed by the hammer. Bai Pu had learned something here. What cruelty! Hitting someone right on the head with a hammer would surely knock them silly right. In the silent corridor, Bai Pu rummaged through the body of the boy in yellow. Used tissues, chewing gum, a small knife, a lighter, stockings, keys. Damn! Not even a single dime was produced. Bai Pu rolled his eyes in disdain. He had no choice but to pick up the revolver as a trophy. Finally he tore a tag from the chest of the boy in yellow. "I am a reasonable person. Hitting you is my fault. Therefore I will give you a porcelain doll as a gift, no need to thank me." Saying this, he stuck the boy in yellow's tag on the head of the male doll at the entrance of the red couplet. With his hands in his pockets he walked down the stairs. Suddenly a door creaked open behind him, accompanied by a foul rotting wind and a deafening roar that echoed throughout the building. From afar a man and a woman could be heard arguing. "Guazihan, show me some respect, him now Bai Pu's girlfriend." "Nonsense. He didn't even look at you. He said outright that he feels nauseous just seeing you. I guess silence is an agreement. Don't talk nonsense here." "Impossible." The two of them exchanged words like a duet, making Bai Pu unable to suppress his laughter. Not bad, not bad. The goal has been achieved. Wang Xinming, you want to climb up the social ladder? I'll make sure you end up empty-handed." After the players inside had moved the porcelain dolls out, Bai Pu suppressed the mockery in his eyes and walked into the security booth. "Brother Bai." "Good brother." The two who were arguing brightened their eyes simultaneously. Wang Xinming ran up to Bai Pu looking pitiful. "Brother Bai, Guazihan bullied me while you weren't here." "Boo-hoo." Seeing this, Guazihan panicked, feeling an unsettling doubt in his heart. Could it be that Bai Pu was deliberately trying to fool him to win Wang Xinmeng's heart? This is bad. Although the ice spear on his leg began to melt, the pain suppressed by the cold was starting to manifest. He would undoubtedly end up as the last in this instance. This meant he would have to rest for several days in this strange world, waiting for his injuries to heal before he could participate in the next instance. During this time, even eating and drinking would be a problem. On one side is the goddess, on the other is the wealthy second-generation brother. Damn, what a difficult choice. What does this have to do with you? Can you just casually insert yourself into my life as Bai Pu? After watching this livestream, although Bai Pu's abilities are not the strongest, he always clears instances the easiest. I envy him. Murderer. The man in the yellow clothes just now was killed by Bai Pu. I want to report Bai Pu for murder. Wang Xinmeng slightly tilted her head, revealing her snow-white neck. She was about to link arms with Bai Pu when suddenly Bai Pu took a step back, creating distance between them. Wang Xinmeng. How could he not recognize her boldness? Is this guy sick? Even when she previously flirted with Gui Zihan, she had never been this proactive. Bai Pu coldly scoffed and walked over to Gui Zihan. He squatted down, wrapped an arm around Gui Zihan's shoulders and patted him. Brother, I see your sincerity. For your change of heart, don't worry. Your issues are my issues, I will help you. Thank you, thank you. Gui Zihan was flabbergasted. He had thought he was destined for last place, but unexpectedly a turnaround. Bai Pu hadn't deceived him. With Bai Pu's help, he wouldn't have to stay in this strange world nursing his wounds. That's great. Good brother, you've really helped me a lot. Let me transfer you some money right now. I still have a few million in my account, so we'll pay you a deposit first. No need. Bai Pu waved his hand. Between brothers, why be so formal? Let's not mention money. Gui Zihan was so moved that tears were almost flowing down his face. Good brother. I, Gui Zihan, acknowledge you as a friend. In the future, if you need anything, just come to the Gui family. As long as it's in Hejin district, no matter how big or small, I will take care of it all for you. All right. Bai Pu responded perfunctorily. If he weren't worried about exposing his identity, he wouldn't let a billion slip away so easily. However, he had thwarted Wang Xinmeng's calculations, and his small goal for today had been accomplished. On the side, Wang Xinmeng's forced smile could no longer be maintained, completely freezing in place. Countless question marks floated in her mind. She saw Bai Pu pretend to carry 4 porcelain dolls while holding Gui Zihan's name tag, striding away. Suddenly she couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring Gui Zihan's cold mockery, she picked up a porcelain doll with all her might. She had been slacking off in the security booth. It was because Gui Zihan had provided a cushion for her, and as a girl she couldn't possibly win first place. She had simply decided to slack off. But now, with Gui Zihan being assisted by Bai Pu, who possessed spatial ability, she had no choice but to deliver again. She shot a fierce glare at Gui Zihan. Wang Xinmeng struggled to carry the porcelain doll forward. In the bushes by the roadside, Bai Pu leaned in the shadows, silently watching this scene. Quietly calculating Wang Xinmeng's number of trips. Time passed. After 23 consecutive hours of high-intensity transporting, the players were all exhausted, their pace slowing down. Especially after all the lower-level residents had been delivered. To continue delivering, they had to carry the 100-pound porcelain dolls up the stairs repeatedly. The higher they climbed. No one would have thought the instance in the strange world would last this long, and without any food or water to replenish, everyone was nearly exhausted. Whenever they wanted to rest upon seeing others still transporting, they could only continue to endure. Now delivering a porcelain doll took at least an hour. Of course, with Bai Pu being the exception. He had already piled up large items in the bushes. In just 1 hour he delivered all the residents of Building 5 with a dozen porcelain dolls at once. The remaining time was to supervise Wang Xinmeng. He even personally went to the floor where Wang Xinmeng was counting each porcelain doll she arranged using the tags. 15. Bai Pu smiled mischievously. He silently arranged for Gui Zihan to have 15 porcelain dolls too. As the end approached. Back at the security booth, the players were all slumped on the ground, looking like a mess, waiting for the results. Upon seeing Bai Pu, Gui Zihan excitedly greeted him. Brother, don't worry. I've arranged everything for you. I guarantee you won't be at the bottom. That's good, that's good. You're truly my brother. After we get out, the Gui family will be your second home. Just call on me if you need anything. Bai Pu responded perfunctorily. Their conversation attracted puzzled glances from the other players. Wang Xinmeng squatted alone in the corner, tightly gripping her sleeves, her expression anxious. She had no idea how many porcelain dolls Bai Pu had helped Gui Zihan deliver. If it was more than hers. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the man with the ice spear. She had deliberately leaked Bai Pu's spatial ability to this person, hoping to use him to eliminate Bai Pu. With the ice spear man's aggressive nature, he wouldn't allow Bai Pu to cheat in the instance. As long as Bai Pu was banned, Gui Zihan would definitely be at the bottom. Unexpectedly, as it was about to end, Bai Pu was still doing just fine. It truly infuriated her. In the blink of an eye there was only 1 minute left until the end of the instance. Suddenly a crack, the sound of ice breaking on the ground echoed. Bai Pu gently brushed the folds of his clothing where he was attacked on his chest and raised an eyebrow at the ice spearman, his tone laced with mockery. Is this all you have? On the ground a puddle of crushed ice lay scattered. No, this is impossible. The ice spearman stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Since learning that this guy had spatial abilities, he had spent over 10 hours sharpening the ice spear to be hard and sharp. In terms of sharpness and hardness, it was several times better for dealing with Gui Zihan. Just to kill this guy in one blow at the last moment. This way he would surely become number 1. Unexpectedly, the ice spear he took pride in didn't even pierce Bai Pu's skin. Instead it shattered. How terrifying is this person's defense? Damn, what a sneak attack, shameless. Bai Gu is so handsome. What is wrong with today's youth to harm their fellow humans for a little reward? The world is going downhill. Bai Gu, let me pay you. In an instant all the players in the security booth turned to look at Bai Pu, completely unable to understand why these two were so antagonistic. Moments before the instance ended, Bai Pu, with his arms crossed and head held high, looked down upon them, saying, I stand right before you, what can you do about it? The powerful aura radiating from him left everyone speechless. The ice spike man weakly lowered his head and collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair. His most proud ice spike couldn't penetrate the defenses of the white leech, and fighting barehanded was out of the question. He lost in this dungeon. Bai Pu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had successfully put on a facade. If this guy had come at him directly, he would definitely have been exposed. Creak creak, the sound of porcelain rubbing together filled the air. The two ceramic dolls in the center blinked their eyes, their mouths moving as if they had suddenly come to life. Hee, time's up. The boy and girl announced simultaneously. Everyone stared at the two dolls, their eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to be the first. Only the ice spike man, Wang Xinming and Gui Zihan, wore expressions of indifference. The girl giggled and said, good news, first place, number 9, total deliveries 333, number 9. It was indeed the number on Bai Pu's badge. In an instant countless disbelieving gazes turned towards Bai Pu. Impossible. You can only hold one at a time, there's no way someone could deliver over 300. Conspiracy. People colluding, I refuse to accept this. The ice spike man, who had been drawing circles in the corner, sighed and said softly, they must have a space. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly they understood why the ice spike man had targeted the white leech towards the end. Turns out this was a cheat. The girl continued to announce in a chilling tone, second place number 10, total deliveries 87. Third place number 2, total deliveries 64. Fifth place number 7, total deliveries 15. Hearing that he was fifth, Gui Zihan felt delighted and cast a grateful look at Bai Pu. Great. Not only did he avoid coming last, but he also secured 5th place. This bro truly has loyalty. Wang Xinming couldn't help but furrow her brow. She remembered she also had 15 deliveries. Could it be that these dolls miscounted? Just as she was about to speak, 5th place number 8, total deliveries 15. Wang Xinming finally relaxed. Thankfully she was also 5th, she probably wouldn't be last this time. She didn't even know who was last, but that person had delivered even fewer than her. How lazy. They waited for a while, but the girl didn't continue announcing. Wang Xinming and Gui Zihan exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment the boy spoke up. Bad news, numbers 1, 3 and 4 have been disqualified for violating the rules during the game. The last place in this match went to numbers 7 and 8. They tied for the bottom. Dungeon complete. What? Wang Xinming and Gui Zihan exclaimed in unison. In the next moment everyone found themselves once again in the white misty space. Bai Pu smirked slightly, hoping these two would enjoy themselves in the next dungeon. Congratulations on clearing the stage successfully. Clearing score SSS. This dungeon enjoys a special bonus. Congratulations, you have received 3 opportunities for chosen rewards. Reward 1, please select one from the following options. 1. Storage space. 2. Contract space. 3. Territory space. You may only choose one, please respond within 10 seconds. Again with this. Bai Pu pouted, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had hoped for an offensive skill or item this time. After a moment's thought he declared, I choose 2, contract space. Selection completed. Congratulations, you have obtained contract space. Reward 2, please choose one from the following rewards. You may only choose one, please respond within 10 seconds. This time it was not 3 types of spaces. A flash appeared before Bai Pu's eyes and 3 items suddenly appeared, slowly hovering within reach. Upon closer inspection they were small particles resembling seeds, kitchen cling film and a radish knife. Simultaneously his previously immobile body regained sensation. But it was limited to his 2 arms. Bai Pu stretched his muscles and directly reached for the radish knife. What a joke! Who can resist a radish knife? Clatter, caught off guard, the 3 items before him suddenly accelerated as if possessing intelligence. In an instant, Bai Pu felt a sense of being in a washing machine drum. By the time he reacted, the radish knife had already vanished from sight and he was left holding a roll of cling film. What the hell? He didn't even have a fridge at home. What good was this thing? Without time to think further, the voice in his mind continued to announce reward 3. Please choose one from the following rewards. You may only choose one. Please respond within 10 seconds. With a swish, 3 more items appeared before him. As before, they floated in circles slowly. Bai Pu took a deep breath. This time he absolutely wouldn't waste the opportunity. But why did these 3 items look so useless? An egg, a metal piece, and a plastic empty bottle. Can we label the functions of the items before I choose? Your selection time is down to 5 seconds. Damn. After a quick thought, Bai Pu focused his gaze on the egg. Since it was a reward, he could be certain that this egg was not the same as the supermarket eggs. It definitely wasn't meant for frying. Thus its functions could have 2 guesses. First, unusually hard, able to hit a stone without breaking. Second, related to hatching. For example, could it hatch a chicken that plays basketball? If it's the first, he could use it as a weapon. If it's the second, wouldn't it match perfectly with the contract space he just obtained? He wanted this egg. This time Bai Pu was fully focused. He quickly reached out. Sure enough, the 3 items went into a frenzy, again spinning at high speed. However, Bai Pu had already placed his hand in the trajectory of the egg. The egg perfectly landed in his hand. Selection completed. In the next second, Bai Pu felt a bright light before his eyes. The bright sky showed no signs of night. He returned to the real world. The bustling crowd noise filled the air, mixed with several exclamations. They've come out. The heroes successfully cleared the stage. The strange phenomena of Bai Shui Garden have finally lifted. Great, I can finally go home. The agents sent to specifically watch over Bai Pu quickly blocked the crowd from crossing the barricade. What a joke. In just 2 days, this Bai Pu had acquired invincible defense and spatial abilities along with tripled clearing rewards. He was indeed the number 1 in the world. The district head personally ordered that Bai Pu be politely invited for tea. Everyone, wait a moment, don't rush. Don't crowd. Let's carry out our tasks first. However, the homeowners who hadn't returned home for several days were beyond excited, thinking of their microwaves left on, hungry pets, and longing for their big beds. They couldn't care less about what the agents were saying. They rushed past the barricade, running into the community. Don't. Who stepped on my foot? Do you know this is assaulting the police? We need to call more people, damn it, where's my phone? As the crowd dispersed and the clamor faded, he snapped back to awareness, only to find no trace of Bai Pu remaining. The special agent stood there utterly crestfallen. It's over. The district chief's specially assigned mission had been ruined. At that moment, a bespectacled, unassuming student stood before a humble egg pancake stall. Master, 1 order please. Extra egg, extra scallions, no coriander. Coming right up. As the vendor prepared the meal, Bai Pu cast a seemingly casual glance toward the special agent. The moment he exited the dungeon, he instinctively shed his black sportswear and mask, donning his glasses instead, a near-automatic reflex. Yet the lenses were absurdly strong, inducing dizziness even in a healthy adult. He'd need to acquire a pair of plano lenses soon. Still, with so many dungeons corrupted by anomalies across Hajin district, shouldn't the police be handling public order? Why send in special agents instead? Was there a high-ranking official's relative residing in Bishui Garden, or was this operation targeting him personally? Here you go, your egg pancake. 6 yuan. The vendor handed over the steaming parcel with cheerful enthusiasm. Bai Pu paid promptly and took an immediate bite. Crisp, tender, fragrant, the surge of pure joy was instantaneous. Though his spatial storage held ample provisions, he craved something freshly cooked, piping hot. Sigh. I wonder how much longer this stall will stay open. The vendor gazed sorrowfully at the chaos surrounding Bishui Garden's shattered entrance. A chill settled over Bai Pu's heart. Indeed, since the anomaly incursion, 1/3 of all storefronts along the streets had shuttered. The very spot where he now stood had once been a vibrant food street, lined with bustling stalls offering delicious affordable fare, their queues stretching endlessly in his memory. Now only this single egg pancake vendor remained. At a loss for words of comfort, he simply ate in quiet solidarity. Unexpectedly, the vendor chuckled warmly, eyes alight with curiosity. Young man, judging by your age, you've already entered that world, have? Yes, Bai Pu nodded. Haha, maybe we'll cross paths inside someday. Did you pass the screening test too, uncle? No, not at all. Waving his hand dismissively, the vendor declared with unwavering confidence, didn't the authorities release the Hajin Citizen Survival Guide? Rumor has it District Chief Su himself compiled it, follow its instructions precisely and qualification is guaranteed. Just as he was about to continue chatting, his phone vibrated sharply. Having muted all non-admin notifications, only a mention from a group administrator could trigger such a vibration. He unlocked his phone, and sure enough, Group Administrator Anya posted, all memberson regarding the Anomaly World official analysis has confirmed 2 fundamental patterns and 1. Abilities or item rewards are granted only upon achieving in rank clearance score. Among all known rank clearances, every single case involved flawless completion, 0 injuries sustained. Therefore strive relentlessly to avoid injury within dungeons, this is the sole path to higher scores. N2. The countdown on your palm bears no deterministic relationship to your prior dungeon performance. Current evidence indicates it is entirely random, known durations range from a maximum of 45 days to a minimum of 1 hour. Please manage your daily routines accordingly. Lastly, please register your required abilities in the official consolidation form, this aids governmental coordination. Moreover, we strongly urge against disguise or deception within dungeons. Bai Pu arched a brow. Reveal one's abilities outright. Only a fool would comply. Take his recent dungeon, this wee garden had other players known of his spatial ability beforehand, they'd have targeted him without hesitation. True to form, the group ignored Anya's announcement entirely, flooding the chat with idle banter instead. Bai Pu suddenly noticed the member count had surged from 1306 to 3722. In less than 24 hours, over 2,000 new members. N premium artifact for sale, starting bid 10 million yuan. Interested parties, please DM N. You're seriously listing a useless rag of a mask. How dare you? Mine doesn't slip, it's top tier, thank you very much and disdainful. JPG, truly naive students. Is brother by Piao online. Looking for a team up, and so what if you're older? We possess far more experience navigating the anomaly world. Elders, kindly listen respectfully and refrain from unsolicited commentary. C. Leon, are you there? Reply immediately. And brat, you say that again, I dare you. The argument teetered on the brink of explosion. Suddenly, Su Jinshan spoke. It was his first message since joining the group. Instantly silence fell across the entire channel. Fellow citizens. 2 days have passed since this sudden catastrophe descended upon us. Total fatalities 21361. Of these, 80% perished during the initial anomaly outbreak, students caught mid-entrance examination. Yet hope remains. We have uncovered effective countermeasures. Guided by the Hajin Citizen Survival Guide, our third official anomaly examination concluded with a 91% clearance rate, only 11 lives lost. This tremendous progress owes entirely to your cooperation. Bai Pu slipped on his earphones and strolled down the street listening to Su Zenshin's voiceover with detached admiration. Truly a master orator, fit for leadership. And incidentally, this anti-anomaly app's capabilities bordered on the absurd. It allowed 10-minute voice messages. Fortunately, he used an unlimited data SIM card, just yuan per month with free home delivery. Suddenly fragments of nearby conversation drifted into his ears. Heh. This time I'm going to strike it rich. What's got you so excited? You've loaded up an entire cart of instant noodles, are you stockpiling? Sure, I've spotted a colossal opportunity. What is it? Spill the beans. After entering the anomaly world you must complete dungeons to return to reality. But I won't enter any dungeons at all. Instead I'll carry massive supplies over and set up a stall there. Profits will dwarf anything possible in the real world. Whoa, commercial genius. With more people passing the exam daily, the anomaly world might soon outshine reality in sheer vibrancy. Keep your voice down, that's classified business intelligence. Now that you mention it, I'm tempted to. My family can't afford even a modest apartment in Hejin. Why not claim a luxury villa in the anomaly world and settle there permanently? Bai Pu's lips twitched. In just 2 days since the anomaly invasion, humanity's adaptability was nothing short of astonishing, truly the apex species of the food chain. Still, speaking of stall-based commerce, who was better suited for it than him? Perhaps he should stock essential goods in his spatial storage and launch his own anomaly world street market. A soft chuckle escaped him as he shook his head. After all, he held a secure government-backed position, his basic needs were amply met. Money beyond necessity was merely cold abstract digits on a screen. Far more compelling was the allure of this uncharted wondrous realm, each moment brimming with novel experiences and profound insights. That he reflected was the very essence of being alive. Lost in reverie about life's deeper meaning, he was jolted back by a call from Lu Yuan, her voice bursting with exhilaration. Godson. I passed the exam, ha ha ha. Once my countdown ends I'll enter the anomaly world too. Impressive, isn't it? Real or fake? Bai Pu was genuinely startled. Though usually carefree and boisterous, the man was secretly timid. He never imagined that his portly friend could actually pass the exam for the uncanny realm. So easy. Lu Yuan's voice brimmed with smug triumph. Bai Pu could almost hear the spittle crackling through the phone receiver. Didn't the news release a survival guide titled Hajin Citizen's Survival Handbook? Just follow its instructions, it's easier than eating. That miraculous. Bai Pu silently made a mental note to read the handbook at his earliest convenience. By the way, do you know what YPO means? A sudden question that left Bai Pu momentarily speechless. After a pause he replied, isn't that the nickname you gave me? He had only one friend, Lu Yuan, and saw no reason to conceal anything from him. Indeed, YPO had been Lu Yuan's nickname for him since long ago. What the hell are you dreaming about? I mean the viral masked man online. Lu Yuan's tone dripped with awe. Dual ceiling, both strength and intellect. Absolutely phenomenal. Let me tell you, he's officially my idol from now on, brother Bai. Bai Pu. This portly fellow had spent years devising every trick in the book to verbally outmaneuver him, yet suddenly he'd become an ardent fan of his own alter ego. The sensation was oddly exhilarating. After a moment's thought, Bai Pu asked directly. Fatso, how much time do you have left on your countdown? 5 hours, why? Bai Pu glanced at his palm. 032247. He'd entered the uncanny realm earlier than Lu Yuan, perhaps he could give his friend a helping hand. Before his transmigration, the original host hadn't yet turned 18. After a bitter falling out with Auntie Hui, he'd tried desperately to earn money through odd jobs, but every shop rejected him outright, citing his minority status. Upon learning this, Lu Yuan leveraged family connections to secure him a part-time job serving dishes at a local restaurant, officially introduced as a relative's child helping out behind the scenes. It carried him through a particularly grueling stretch of time. Beyond that, Lu Yuan would periodically invent pretexts to treat him to meals: Black Stocking Day, Meme Festival, Thursday Craving Fried Chicken Day, Skip Class Day, Teacher Sick Leave Day, Rainy Day, Melancholy Day, reasons blunt and unapologetic. He'd simply drag Bai Pu to feasts overflowing with rich meats and hearty fare, ensuring he wouldn't suffer malnutrition during this crucial stage of physical development. Every few days Lu Yuan would toss him a piece of clothing, claiming it was too small for himself, returning it too much trouble. Try it on, if you don't like it just toss it. Yet every garment fit Bai Pu perfectly. All of this remained etched deeply in his memory. He regarded Lu Yuan without reservation as his dearest friend. As for his true identity, he'd save that revelation as a surprise for Lu Yuan once they met inside the uncanny realm. So, where do you plan to enter? Definitely People's Square, the hub for all uncanny realm entrants. For my debut into the uncanny realm, Lu Yuan must make a grand, unforgettable entrance. Bai Pu cut the call short, tired of listening to his friend's endless bluster. He paused, then searched online for the Hejin Citizen's Survival Handbook. He wanted to see for himself what kind of divine manual could even galvanize someone like Lu Yuan. For your safety, please observe the following guidelines. 1. If darkness suddenly engulfs your window, the uncanny realm has descended. Remain still where you are and await official dungeon notifications. 2. Should supernatural phenomena manifest within your vicinity, evacuate immediately and dial 110. Bai Pu stared speechless. This sprawling Nerdhausen word guide offered him precisely zero actionable insight. Still, for newcomers seeking foundational understanding of the uncanny realm, it held modest utility and might help civilians respond effectively to emergencies. In this regard, the authorities had done commendably well. Setting the matter aside, Bai Pu headed home. The brand new heavy solid wood door had somehow already been installed, complete with a facial recognition lock preloaded with his photo from the Bai Pu app. Bai Pu quietly tapped a thumbs up for Inya. Such efficiency and craftsmanship truly befit the deputy director of Hejin District. Instantly a profound sense of security washed over him. As a precaution, he drew all the curtains, plunging the interior into near total darkness. Then he switched on his phone's camera and pointed it steadily at the door, adjusting angles meticulously. Only after confirming the absence of any surveillance devices did he shut the door and finally retrieve two newly acquired artifacts from his spatial storage: a roll of plastic wrap and an egg. To any outsider, it would appear Bai Pu was preparing to cook. He tossed the plastic wrap aside with mild disdain and picked up the egg, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mother love me once more. Type consumable. When used to strike a target, it has a chance to seal the target inside the egg. The lower the target's remaining vitality, the higher the sealing probability. Once sealed, the target undergoes incubation. Upon hatching, it develops absolute unwavering loyalty, 100, to the first living being it sees. Whoa. No wonder he'd personally chosen this egg. Its function meshed flawlessly with his contract space. This haul was absolutely worth it. Beaming, he stowed the egg back into storage, then turned his gaze to the plastic wrap. He called it that not without reason. Its material thickness, transparency, and packaging were indistinguishable from ordinary kitchen wrap. The man's most beloved film. Type artifact. When wrapped fully around the host, it absorbs cellular data from every inch of the body, then constructs a perfect life-size doppelganger identical in every physical detail. Current doppelganger capabilities. 1. Pre-programmable movement paths and behavioral patterns. 2. Host retains full visual feed from the doppelganger. 3. Doppelganger can mimic expressions, but cannot speak. 4. Damage or destruction is irreversible. Sorry little film, I misjudged you entirely. Without hesitation, Bai Pu tore open the wrap and began tightly winding it around his entire body. Not a single hair, from scalp to toenail, was spared. Not the tiniest gap remained. Within moments he stood encased in an airtight mummy-like cocoon. Bai Pu distinctly felt the wrap constricting, pressing relentlessly against his skin, squeezing the breath from his lungs. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 10 minutes. Just as suffocation loomed. Suddenly, the pressure vanished. The plastic wrap dissolved entirely. Beside him on the floor lay a translucent film identical in size and form to his own body as though his likeness had been printed onto a tumtor-long plastic sheet. At the center of the film's legs, a discreet inflation valve hid ready to fill the doppelganger with air for activation. Brilliant! Bai Pu chuckled softly. Now things were about to get far more interesting. Spicy sour self-heating hot pot, 100 yuan per serving. Experience the warmth of modern civilization even inside the uncanny realm. Water is the source of life. Nongfu Spring Pure Water ensures your daily hydration, 30 yuan per bottle. Power banks for sale. Hand crank and solar-powered dual charging, built-in flashlight for night travel. Need entry into a dungeon. Only 2 slots left, 50,000 yuan flat. Led by certified ability users, guaranteed competence. Beneath the night sky people square blazed with light, over a dozen stalls buzzed with vendors' cries. Every so often someone would materialize abruptly onto the square. They'd glance around briefly, then stride purposefully into the inky darkness as if stepping onto a subway transfer platform. Phew. Bai Pu yawned seated on a shadowed bench. He checked his phone. Almost time, Lu Yuan should be teleported in any moment. Just at the fountain center beneath a kaleidoscope of neon lights a thunderous bassline erupted, deafening earth-shaking. I am the most stunning beast on this street, the street. Strutting, bold and unapologetic. In an instant all the vendors' shouts were interrupted. There stood Lu Yuan, his whole body wrapped in dozens of colorful LED strips, holding a special speaker for square dancing in one hand with 2 bottles of cola stuffed into his pockets. His face radiated excitement as if he were ascending to the throne, striding towards the direction of the street vendors. Everyone in the square was stunned. Silence. And overwhelming quiet. The only sound was the children's voices from the speaker resonating through the air. Bai Pu seemed to see a flock of crows flying overhead. Damn it! Bai Pu silently took out his black sports jacket, put on a mask and removed his glasses. The chubby guy's show-off personality was truly suffocating. He didn't know this guy. He would never admit it. Well, that was a delightful decision. Bai Pu quietly hid in the shadows. He watched Lu Yuan with his booming speaker and colorful attire curiously asking questions in front of every vendor as if he were on a tour filled with enthusiasm. Ignoring the vendors' complicated looks, he lingered for over an hour before walking away from the square. Bai Pu stealthily followed. After all, he also needed to enter the dungeon, and it would be best to bring the chubby guy along, hopefully granting him some abilities. Perhaps this is what fatherly love is. With the speaker's music playing, Bai Pu couldn't lose track of him even from a distance. Soon they arrived in front of a real estate office. Hell's Community. The name of this bizarre world was as strange as ever. Bai Pu shrugged and followed just as he stepped into the real estate office. He saw a group of people sitting on the sofa board as they waited for the dungeon to start. Lu Yuan was standing beside them, enthusiastically greeting each person. Sakatika Nicerumi Titius. Hello. Oh wow, little sister, you look stunning. Hey big brother, where did you get that tattoo? It's a bit scary, I might get one too. Awkwardly, no one responded. The hall was unusually quiet. In the wary gazes of the crowd there was a silent sympathy, as if they were looking at a fool. Lu Yuan rambled on by himself. Upon seeing Bai Pu enter, everyone's eyes widened instantly, especially Lu Yuan's. His excited hand couldn't help but loosen, and the speaker he had been shouting into fell to the ground with a duong. Everyone's ears instantly cleared. Damn. Bai. Brother Bai. Lu Yuan approached with a beaming face full of admiration. Hello brother Bai, I am your Lu Yuan, I'm a fan. Oh no, I mean I'm your fan, I'm called Lu Yuan, you can call me little donkey or little roundhead. Bai Pu. He rolled his eyes in silence, suppressing the urge to mock him, took a few steps back and ignored him, choosing a spot where no one was sitting. Lu Yuan was unfazed. He smiled at the crowd and then took out a cola from his pocket, opened it with a puff and poured it into his mouth. However, the others didn't think so. They looked at Bai Pu with suspicion, frowning, regretting entering this dungeon, having encountered this guy. Haha, with a big leg to hug, everyone can relax. Damn. Lu Yuan's words were cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly the entire real estate office began to shake. Ah damn, an earthquake in this bizarre world. Is this scientific? What's happening? Help, the door is blocked by an air wall, we can't get out. In the chaos the shaking intensified. The walls, lights and decorations of the room fell apart. Glass shattered, chairs and tables were thrown into disarray as if the ceiling was about to collapse at any moment, crushing everyone. As if there was a poor connection, the lights in the room flickered on and off. Bai Pu tightly gripped the wall groove, just stabilizing his stance. Suddenly an unexpected force surged from the ground beneath, continuously rising. Everyone fell to the floor. Mom, save me. I haven't spent my New Year's money yet, I don't want to die, woo woo. If I die here today, remember my name is Lu Yuan, I died a martyr for my country. Bai Pu frowned. This feeling. Why does it seem so much like being in an elevator? Just as he was thinking, a voice echoed in everyone's mind's dungeon named Journey through the 18th layer of Hell Dungeon difficulty goal survive for a day wishing you a myriad of deaths and good fortune. The moment the words ended, bang, the shaking of the room abruptly ceased. The crowd had no time to react. With a loud boom, the wall that originally displayed the community layout suddenly rose like a rolling shutter door. In the darkness beyond the elevator, a bone-chilling cold wind blew and making an eerie sound of rustling. This. A girl with bangs shrank her neck wanting to ask something. She hesitated to speak. The crowd exchanged glances and without a word stayed in place. No one was willing to approach the dark hole. The dungeon required survival for a day. That hole might have some monsters emerging from it. The moment the dungeon opened, everyone in the real world received a reminder on their phones again. Instantly, countless people flooded into the live stream eager to see how impressive this free rider was. I want to see just how amazing this freeloader is. Don't insult my brother. I bet that chubby guy will be the first to die. Hurry up and resolve this. In reality, this building is shaking violently as if it has lice and no one dares to come within 500 meters. The lights in the room had already gone out in the violent shaking. Now everyone was leaning against Lu Yuan, illuminated by the colorful lights like a running marquee. There was an inexplicable feeling of a nightclub vibe. However, no one could laugh. Along with the cold wind as the lights flickered, a sense of inexplicable fear spread in everyone's hearts. Big shot, who freeloads? What should we do next? Someone weakly spoke up. Instantly, everyone fell silent. They waited for Bai Pu's response. However, Bai Pu had no intention of acknowledging them. He leaned closer to the side of the wall that had vanished like a rolling shutter, occasionally shining his flashlight into the darkness to investigate. If you don't know, just admit it, no need to pretend. The boy in the short-sleeved shirt with a little yellow dot printed on it had not finished his sentence when suddenly the massive elevator began to shake again. Boom, the wall at the very back seemed to come to life, continuously closing in on everyone. God! What should we do? Help! Everyone panicked once more. Bai Pu sighed in silence, walked to the outside of the elevator, placing himself in the darkness. He shouted inside, "Come out, the real dungeon is here." If it weren't for Lu Yuan being there, he wouldn't care about the lives of this group. The moving wall was getting closer and all the furniture that got touched was instantly crushed by the wall. The crowd had no choice. They could only frantically rush towards the place where Bai Pu was. A thunderous rumble, then at the final moment everyone managed to flee the elevator chamber. The moving wall came to a halt, aligning perfectly with the gap of the elevator door. It stopped instantly. Silence fell like a blanket. At the same time, a blood-red moon slipped from behind the thick clouds, casting its light down upon them. By that moonlight they could just make out their surroundings, an unfinished abandoned tower. Bare concrete shells hung between a few supporting pillars. The ground-level balconies had no railings or windows, utterly exposed and perilously suited for someone to throw themselves off. Standing on the balcony and looking down the world below was a black void punctuated by the occasional pinprick of light. At some point a red circle 18 had appeared on the wall where the elevator door would be. The vivid crimson drew their eyes. The girl with straight bangs asked uncertainly, "Are we on the 18th floor?" The others, having calmed from their initial panic, began to discuss the situation. Isn't hell supposed to be underground? Why are we up so high? Why is there no host in this instance? Turn on your flashlights, look for clues. A cold wind sliced through the night. Lu Yuan involuntarily hunched his shoulders and edged closer to Bai Pu. "Brother Bai, have you found anything? Could you share it with us?" He worshipped Bai Pu, unshaken, calm and cleverly analytical. While the others fussed, Bai had already made a circuit of the entire 18th floor, there was no comparison. Bai Pu cast a look but said nothing. He simply swept his flashlight over 3 particular spots. Lu Pingzi knew him too well. The more he babbled, the greater the chance of revealing something. It was best to speak as little as possible. Far near ground. Lu Yuan knit his brows into a tight knot. What on earth did the expert mean? Bai Pu. Damn. This fatty is truly dense. He was clearly referring to the stairs, the clock on the wall and the chalk line on the floor. Being on a high floor meant there should be both stairs and an elevator, standard features. He searched for the elevator but found none, so for the moment they treated the sales office lobby that had delivered them here as a stand-in. The stairwell, however, was blocked by something invisible like an air wall. That meant their activity was confined to these 500 square meters. Then there was the clock on the wall. In an empty half-built tower, that silver metal-framed ornament felt conspicuously out of place. It had to be connected to the instance. Most crucially, the instant he stepped into the building he heard the second hand begin to tick. They followed the sound. As the flashlight beam fell upon the clock, the tick rang out 3 times in succession. And on the face of the clock, the hour and minute hands overlapped at 12 while the second hand rested between 12 and 1:00:0003. The clock's counter had started the moment they crossed into the true instance. As for the chalk lines on the floor, normally unfinished buildings are full of lime dust. But these lime marks, though seemingly haphazard, followed a pattern. A line ran from the wall where the clock hung all the way to the stairwell. Along that line, short perpendicular strokes intersected it at intervals, forming shapes like the character foam. Yet what the instance intended by this remained a mystery to him. In the lull, others returned from their searches with flashlights still in hand. There's nothing, what kind of instances, they won't even let us leave. Is surviving a day all it takes to clear this? This is great, the world still has a connection. I'll go catch up on today's novel update. The mood gradually eased. The taut strings in everyone's chests loosened. The instance's requirement was simply to survive one day. That suddenly seemed far too easy. The only real concern was that the floor wasn't sealed, the wind was strong and they might catch cold. Ugh, the floor is so dirty, how am I supposed to sit? The girl with the straight bangs frowned in disgust. As the only female in the group, she naturally drew attention. Immediately someone displayed a gentlemanly manner, taking off his coat and offering it to her with a gentle "use this as a cushion." "Thank you. You're so kind," she replied, beaming as she accepted it. For a moment the others teased the pair, leaving Bai Pu silently bemused. A sycophant ends with nothing. This was a 4-star instance, and yet some still had time to flirt. He could not decide whether to call them foolish or simply hopeful. Nearby, Lu Yuan furtively trained his phone on Bai Pu and clicked away, happiness lighting his face. "Brother Bai is so awesome, I have to print these and put them by my bedside." Half an hour passed. All was calm once more. Everyone had relinquished their guard completely and relaxed as if on a camping trip. "Jungler, come help me, Chong Yao Jin over there is being brutal." "Damn it, Yao Mei, can you stop feeding? Are you raising pigs or what?" "Haha, I stole a blue from the other team." "Why are you so worked up over a bot match?" "Keep it down, I'm voice chatting with my girlfriend." A chorus of voices clamored on, reveling in the noise. In that uproar, Lu Yuan flung himself against the wall and fell fast asleep, snoring loudly and without shame. Bai Pu could only shake his head. The quality of that sleep was something else. Meanwhile, he had kept his nerves taut for half an hour, scanning every corner. But nothing happened. Had he truly overthought it? Perhaps the instance only demanded that they spend a day on the 18th floor. As tension eased, hunger crept up on him. Bai Pu frowned. Before entering that strange world, he had devoured a large bowl of ramen. Then, while loafing in the square with Lu Pingzi, he had idly eaten 2 packs of sunflower seeds, a box of sushi, a tub of popcorn, a Fuji apple, a discounted drink, and a pickled chicken foot. It had only been half an hour, he shouldn't be hungry so soon. A bell of alarm rang in his chest. Could the hunger be caused by the instance? Bai Pu picked up his flashlight and scrutinized the surroundings again. Drafts came from every direction, cold wind kept gusting through, stirring motes of dust that danced in his beam. The clock now read 1230. Apart from that, nothing seemed amiss. If one were to nitpick, it was that the 8 and the 18 on the wall appeared somewhat dim, perhaps because the light was poor. Beyond that, everything seemed normal. He pulled out his phone to check the time and his pupils contracted in surprise. It was supposed to be October 27th, but his phone displayed October 28th. At this moment, the live stream room was sparsely populated. So laggy, damn it, they tricked me into getting a new phone again. Why is everyone in the instance standing still? So boring. Let's disperse, go visit another stream. Bai Pu's expression turned grave. He absolutely could not have misremembered the time. Because October 27th was his birthday. He had entered the eerie world at 9 that morning on the 27th. LV Pangzi had come at 10:30 and the two of them had entered the instance at around 11. But now his phone displayed October 28th 0002, a full 12-hour discrepancy. There was no doubt it had to be an issue with the instance. Bai Pu knit his brows and began to inspect the surroundings again, leaving not a single stone unchecked. The boy with the little yellow duck printed on his shirt watched and couldn't resist a taunt. Tisk tisk, look, our big shot feels neglected and is forcing himself some drama. Others laughed and chimed in, excessive cleverness invites ruin, it's better to keep things simple. Should we pull him over to join? Ignore him, let's keep playing. Bai Pu paid no attention, his entire mind was on investigation. The texture of stones and bricks, the quality of the walls, the rooftop height, the distance overhead, he missed no detail. Suddenly Bai Pu jolted and stopped the motion of his hands. His gaze fixed intently on the ground, then rose to the crimson moon in the sky, then returned to a certain spot on the earth again and again. He shouted, if you want to die, keep playing. The raucous game chatter cut off abruptly. Silence fell, everyone turned at once toward Bai Pu, bewilderment in their eyes. LV Yuan, who had been sleeping, was roused by the roar and blinked awake, dazed. Is it time to eat? A ripple of laughter spread through the group, easing the tension. I know you're impressive, but in this instance we can just lie low. Boss, take a rest. It's dark enough already, don't scare us, damn, one less teammate. Hey, can you tone it down? Your shout scared my girlfriend on the other end of the phone. LV Yuan had now fully come to his senses. He scratched his head and gave a simple smile. Brother Bai must have something important, everyone calm down and listen to him first. The little yellow duck boy rolled his eyes. Fine, then let's hear your brilliant insight. Bai Pu ignored the boy's sarcastic tone. He could not clear this instance alone. He had to bind this ragged group together if they were to survive. You wouldn't believe me if I simply told you the conclusion. Very well, I'll show you the evidence. Under everyone's scrutiny he spoke. Bai Pu pointed to an oval shadow on the ground and said, look at this elongated oval shadow and compare it with your own. Do you notice that this oval shadow is slowly moving? Its movement was infinitesimal, roughly 5 centimeters per minute. He deliberately compared it to his own shadow under the slanting light of the crimson moon. His own shadow's length remained unchanged, indicating that by comparison the crimson moon was stationary. So what could that oval shadow be? Come on bro, shadows moving is normal, isn't it? The little yellow duck boy scoffed, rising. Hands in his pockets and swaggering, he strode onto the shadow. No way, surely no one still doesn't know about revolution and rotation. A blood-curdling scream tore out of him without warning. Everyone shuddered. The little yellow duck boy's body was split vertically as if by an unseen blade, suspended and lying horizontally in midair. His face frozen in terror, eyes wide and unclosed even in death. Creaking and gnawing noises echoed from nowhere. They could even hear the crack of his skull, yet saw nothing to cause it, only the corpse being eaten by some invisible mouth, shrinking ever smaller. Bloody organs, brains, intestines, spinal cord, were swallowed as if by an unseen black hole. Before long the entire body had vanished. Only a few drops of blood remained on the ground, proof that this was no dream. The air grew terrifyingly still, with only the cold wind whispering past. Bai Pu spread his hands. Now do you believe me? Wah! Brother Bai, save me. LV Yuan fell to his knees before Bai Pu, clutching his thigh, tears in his eyes. If Brother Bai is willing to save me, I'll offer myself, front or back, either will do. For the sake of my chubby, fair, delightfully round and adorable self, please spare my life. Bai Pu. You really are a little trickster. The others scrambled to apologize, faces full of expectation. Brother Bai, sorry. Please Brother Bai, show us a way to live. We beg you, save us. At that moment none of them cared about games, girlfriends or dignity. Survival was all that mattered. They did not even know how the little yellow duck boy had died. Their only hope lay with Bai Pu. Bai Pu had no time for theatrics. He kicked LV Pangzi aside to avoid further disgust and asked the group, are you hungry? The players exchanged glances. 16 pairs of bewildered eyes stared back. One wanted to say, boss, we know you have spatial ability, but at this life and death juncture can't we not talk about food? But seeing Bai Pu's solemn expression, they answered honestly. Hungry. I feel so hungry too. Now that you mention it, it suddenly feels like we haven't eaten in a day. How strange. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. Exactly, you really haven't eaten for a day. Check the time on your phones. Puzzled, they obeyed and pulled out their devices. My God, the 28th, this can't be right. I remember today being the 27th. What the hell? Holy, when did this lump of shadow get under my feet? What do I do? Brother Bai, save me. Bai Pu lifted his foot again and kicked LV Pangzi to a safe spot. He then took the clock from the wall and held it in his hands. Patiently he explained, the time flow in this instance is abnormal. Half an hour inside the instance equated to 12 hours outside. In other words, 1 hour within was a full day beyond it. The girl with blunt bangs cried out, if surviving 1 day in the instance. Wouldn't that mean we'd have to endure 12 days here, or even 24? My God. Without food or water no one could possibly last that long. Instantly every gaze turned to Bai Pu. As everyone knew, Bai Pu possessed a spatial ability. Whether they could live depended entirely on whether Bai Pu would share food. In an instant they swarmed him with fervent zeal. Brother Bai, I'll transfer money to you right now, sell me some food. I'll spend 1000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. Make way, he. Brother Bai, my father works at the Urban Construction Bureau, do you need public housing? I'll have my dad get you approved for a unit. Bai Pu rolled his eyes and wordlessly said, your eagerness to fling money at me is admirable, but could you let me finish speaking? The crowd went silent. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, tilting her head in puzzlement. That posture, that voice, even the playful force of the kick. How could it resemble that Bai Pu fellow so closely? No. It must be his imagination. Bai Pu is extremely nearsighted, without his glasses he's practically blind. Brother Bai wasn't wearing glasses. Everyone watched as Bai Pu produced a dart from a pocket of space and hurled it toward the spot where the little yellow duck man had died. It whistled through the air, clang. Though there was nothing but empty air, the dart suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. See? Everyone was baffled once more. Big shot, what are you showing us? Isn't that exactly where the little yellow duck man was cut down? It's obviously a trap. Only Lu Yuan, eager as a class monitor to speak up, shouted, I know this one. After all, I'm the physics class rep. Surely there's a peculiar magnetic field beneath that patch of ground which made the dart suddenly drop. Then how do you explain that moving shadow? Bai Pu rolled his eyes and stopped indulging Lu Yuan. He told the crowd, I suspect that shadow is the silhouette of an invisible monster. Instantly everyone felt as if a revelation had been poured into their minds. No wonder the little yellow duck man met such a fate. He had been eaten bite by bite by the creature. The earlier chewing sounds now made sense. Since the instance demands survival for 1 day and the time is measured by the clock, in theory we could set the clock back to 0 and clear it. But the problem is, Bai Pu demonstrated on the spot. He turned the minute hand backward. In an instant everyone's eyes widened. The oval black shadow began to retreat all the way back toward the staircase. Then Bai Pu nudged the minute hand forward. The shadow advanced again. Holy, this clock can control the monster's movement. Amazing, such an obscure clue, and you uncovered it. Where is the monster headed? Bai Pu said nothing. He walked about 5 meters in another direction. He manipulated the minute hand once more to direct the monster. Though the beast itself remained unseen, the direction of its shadow clearly shifted. It strode straight toward Bai Pu. Holy brother, by the monster is coming for you. Honestly, could you be any more obtuse? Ignoring Lu Yuan's foolishness, Bai Pu raised the clock and explained curtly, this isn't a survival game, it's a tower defense. The monster's target is the clock, and we need the clock to advance 12 hours forward to clear the instance. Therefore our true objective is to protect the clock and slay the monster. Otherwise, if the monster damages the clock, time here will freeze and we'll be trapped forever. The air fell utterly silent. Expressions flickered across everyone's faces, bewilderment, shock, blankness, then settled into resigned admiration. Privately they were delirious to have been matched with this big shot. Big shot, what should we do? Well, do whatever you say. Yes, just tell us. Brother, we're completely relying on you for this instance. Bai Pu feigned indifference. Head bowed, he studied the white chalk line on the ground, squinting. When he changed position, the chalk line and the monster adjusted at the same time, indicating the line marked the creature's route. Such an obvious hint must have been placed deliberately by the instance. But the chalk formed a phone pattern. The central vertical stroke indicated direction, yet what did the 3 short horizontal strokes near the clock mean? If it's a hint from the instance, it's not without purpose. After mulling it over and gaining no insight, Bai Pu set the matter aside. He told the others, all right, that's the situation. If you want to get out, quickly start working. The others looked at one another, hesitant. No one dared step forward. Fear filled their eyes, terrified of meeting the same fate as the little yellow duck man. I can keep the monster retreating so you can strike, but if the monster doesn't die, the clock will not advance. Or do you intend to spend the rest of your days living here? The girl with blunt bangs hesitated and weakly protested, brother, it's not that we're cowardly, the monster is invisible, no one knows when it might suddenly attack us. Very well. Bai Pu called out casually, fatty, it's time for you to pull your weight. Give up the light strip you're wearing. 2 people take each end, wind it around a few times and encircle the monster. The group brightened. Right, why didn't I think of that? As expected from the big shot. Only Lu Yuan's expression grew complicated. Fatty. Only Bai Pu used that nickname. Moreover, the tone and inflection were identical to that uttered by Puss. While the others wrapped the light strip around the invisible creature, Lu Yuan couldn't help leaning close to Bai Pu, voice lowered, excitement in her tone. Bai Pu. You're Bai Pu, right? Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was naturally loud. The space was small and eerily quiet. Even when Lu Yuan tried to control her volume, everyone heard clearly. Instantly all eyes turned toward Bai Pu, brimming with gossip. Since the strange events began, this Bai Piao, though not the strongest, had the most clears. Everyone had long been consumed by curiosity about his true identity. Could today be the day the secret was unveiled? A vein twitched on Bai Pu's forehead. Damn, had been careless. In his hurry to clear the instance, he had been too eager to explain and had forgotten to play the part. No. Even if he were to hint to Lu Yuan, it had to be in private, never inside the instance. This was being live-streamed. There was Chief Su, who had long wanted vengeance for his daughter Wang Xinming, and Gui Zihan, whose quarrels Bai Pu had managed to inflame, and those had snatched MVPs from in past instances. These were all grudges. If his identity were exposed, who knew which night someone might come to assassinate him in vengeance? At this moment in the real world, Bai Pu's instance was so prolonged and the footage so eerily still. Someone bored sped up the official recorded livestream on the website by 128x and by a happy accident discovered the correct way to watch. The viewer count in the stream soared. The instant Lu Yuan's line was heard, everyone in the real world who knew Bai Pu and Lu Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. Chat, to be honest, that Bai Piao's silhouette really does look like Bai Pu. Don't you think the voices sound similar as well? Holy, case closed. I'm classmates with the great Bai Piao. I never expected that the outwardly meek Bai Pu would be so cold and ruthless in private. The entire livestream chat erupted as if it had been set on fire. Inside the dungeon, Bai Pu remained calm and coldly stated, you have mistaken the person. Impossible, only Bai Pu would call me fatty. Lu Yuan was interrupted before he could finish. Please find the reason within yourself. Saying this, Bai Pu intentionally scrutinized Lu Yuan with a look of disdain in his eyes. The implication was clear: you are too fat, anyone would call you fatty, right? Put. Others chuckled while covering their mouths. This diminished the credibility of Lu Yuan's words. At that moment colorful lights had completely entangled the invisible monster whose outline resembled a bull standing upright, constantly advancing. Bai Pu once again adjusted the hour hand, pushing the monster back near the staircase. All right. Let's get to work. The air fell silent once more. Even though they could see the outline of the monster, no one dared to step forward. The crowd exchanged glances, fear flickering in their eyes. Bai Pu sighed. The monster's target is the clock in my hand. As long as you don't block its path, you should be fine. All right, I believe you. Lu Yuan was confident he had not mistaken anything, picking up a steel pipe from the ground and weighing it in his hands. He then walked behind the monster, gritted his teeth and swung hard. Bang! A loud ringing sound echoed. At that moment, everyone saw a health bar suddenly appear above the head of the invisible monster, wrapped in colorful lights. Most importantly, Lu Yuan was unharmed and had not suffered any attacks. Instantly, everyone cheered. Wow! It really is like this. Everything the boss said was right, amazing. This time, without Bai Pu urging them, others eagerly began to look for weapons. Anything that could deal damage, like bricks, wooden sticks, was picked up. Then they stood behind the monster and attacked relentlessly. Stab, smash, hit, thrust. Anything that could cause damage was not spared. There were limited things in the floor that could be used as weapons. The girl with blunt bangs couldn't grab anything and was still thinking about earning ability or item rewards for an S rating. After thinking for a moment, she hopefully asked Bai Pu, brother, I study ballet and my figure is decent. Do you think, if I seduce this monster, will my score increase? Bai Pu twitched his mouth. Go ahead. But if the monster comes after you, I won't be responsible. Ah. No. The girl with blunt bangs quickly shook her head. In the end, she could only pick up some small stones from the ground and throw them at the monster from a distance. Since the health bar did not display specific values, Bai Pu also did not know if this was effective. Well, just try your best. Everyone worked seamlessly together. Every time the monster moved close to Bai Pu, he would turn the clock, pushing the monster back again. The damage already inflicted would not recover. After 10 minutes, the monster's health bar was left with a sliver of health, feeling just a hit away. Bai Pu quickly instructed everyone to stop. Everyone stay back. This was a great opportunity. He just needed to test what the line on the ground was for. Only by understanding all the information in the dungeon could one know the best way to clear it and achieve a higher score. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Pu rarely moved the clock's hands forward, controlling the monster to slowly move to the first horizontal line of the foam line. Holding his breath, he focused. Hula! A desolate cold wind blew by. It seemed as if nothing happened. The monster continued to stubbornly approach the clock. Boss, are you overthinking? This is just a line drawn casually on a construction site. Bai Pu frowned and moved the hands back again. Unexpectedly, the hands moved easily, but the monster only retreated half the distance it had before. In an instant, he understood the purpose of the line. To make it clearer for others, Bai Pu made the monster move to the second horizontal line. Then he reversed the hands. Before everyone's eyes, the monster showed no signs of retreating. And Bai Pu stood at the third horizontal line. No. It should be said, wherever Bai Pu stood, that was where the third horizontal line was. Others were a bit confused. They had been told the clock could control the monster. Why did it suddenly stop working? Bai Pu explained, do you understand now? The line serves as a warning, similar to an announcement indicating there are 15 minutes left in an exam. Once the monster crosses the first horizontal line, the control of the clock weakens. If it exceeds the second horizontal line, control over the monster is completely lost. Therefore, we must defeat it before it reaches the line. As expected of you. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly, his expression showing he would follow Bai Pu's lead, pride gleaming in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to shout, look, this amazing person is my brother. Bai Pu. It was clear that Fatty was trying hard to keep his secret, but his intelligence was indeed lacking. Like a child with red juice all over his mouth, shaking his head, insisting he hadn't stolen any dragon fruit. It was better to keep the secret from Fatty. After leaving this dungeon, he would definitely use his clone to wash away the shame attached to Bai Pu. Once testing was complete, the players continued to poke at the monster. In less than 5 seconds, alongside the chilling roar and screams, the floating colorful lights fell to the ground. At the same time, the shadows on the ground disappeared. Continue to pick up the colorful lights and set them up at the staircase, Bai Pu ordered. The staircase was the starting point of the line, and the monster would definitely enter from here. However, everyone looked puzzled and asked, boss, didn't we already kill the monster? What do we need this for? As long as we adjust the time to 12 o'clock, we can clear the level. Finally returning to reality. What the heck? Bai Pu took a deep breath. Haven't you noticed that the floor number changed from 18 to 17? It's said to be the 18th layer of hell. We definitely have to clear it one layer at a time, and it seems we need to kill 17 more monsters. Not only that, I feel the monsters ahead will become increasingly difficult to handle. Everyone was stunned. This invisible monster was just the first small checkpoint. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and hang up the lights. Bai Pu was utterly speechless. Next time they must avoid dungeons that require a team to clear. So troublesome. Oh, everyone nodded hurriedly. They picked up the colorful lights Lu Yuan had brought again. Unexpectedly, just as they drew a straight line at the staircase, the two boys responsible for holding the line instantly turned pale. The once loose light strip seemed to be violently pulled towards Bai Pu as if something was squeezing from one side. The boys holding the ends of the light strip were being dragged with such force that they could barely stand. Everyone was completely convinced this time. They no longer had any doubts about Bai Pu's analysis. This time, without Bai Pu urging them, they all hurriedly began to wrap the light strip to form a silhouette, and then they poked. Only the girl with blunt bangs remained in the corner watching others kill monsters. She looked dejected. Outside they said that clearing without taking damage would yield an S rating, but that was just the minimum standard for an S rating. As far as she knew, the number of rewards in a dungeon was limited. Even if everyone received an S rating, the rewards would only go to the few with the highest scores. In this dungeon she had been slacking off the whole time, and when it came time for the settlement she would definitely be at the bottom. Sigh, in the next dungeon not getting anything, how frustrating. Suddenly she caught sight of Bai Pu holding the clock. The girl with blunt bangs' eyes brightened. If someone like him could find a way to clear the level even if she did nothing during the remaining time, there was no doubt she would have the best performance. She could completely use Bai Pu to her advantage. Thinking of this, the girl with bangs tidied her hair and leaned closer to Bai Pu, smiling sweetly. Brother, you must be tired standing for so long, right? Let me help you share the burden, she said, extending her hands. Bai Pu didn't even glance at her, his expression cold. What a joke, he was the one who benefited from others. Want to take advantage of him? No way. The girl with bangs felt a bit awkward and lowered her hands. After a moment of silence she gritted her teeth and said, I'll trade a prop for the qualification to obtain the watch in this instance. This time Bai Pu finally looked at her directly. What prop? Here, it's this mask. The girl with bangs pulled out a piece of black fabric from her chest. Just this. Brother, don't underestimate this mask. It's called Welfare Girl's exclusive battle robe. Once worn it won't fall off and no one can take it off except for the owner. It's particularly suitable for deal. Holding it in his hand he examined it closely. It was made of black cotton fabric without any flashy decorations. It matched perfectly with his black sportswear. Welfare Girl's exclusive battle robe description. Can you show your face, little sister? May you rest assured no one can take off your mask except you, and even if you don't brush your teeth your breath will always stay fresh. Wow. He found a treasure. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Bai Pu's eyes. The real function of this mask was in the last sentence, always keep breath fresh. Unfortunately the girl with bangs didn't notice at all. She foolishly handed over the mask. What a good deal. Nearby, the girl with bangs was also filled with joy, fiddling with the watch in her hands, causing the monster's shadow to advance and retreat erratically. This drew complaints from others. Hey, can you stop messing around? Don't waste time, let's kill them quickly and go home. There are still 16 monsters. Do we really have to let the girl do this? It feels just as unreliable as a female driver. The girl with bangs hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just getting used to the controls. I won't mess around anymore. Everyone continue. The crowd was about to raise their weapons and continue smashing. Suddenly a silver cold light flashed through the dimly lit environment. The crowd couldn't help but shrink their pupils. They saw Bai Pu holding a large axe raised high. Crash, it fell heavily onto the monster. The colored lights used to highlight the contours shook and the visible blood bar on the invisible monster decreased significantly. Wow, this big brother actually brought an axe into the instance. Has he been chopping trees too much? Having space means being rich. Magyar, I want to bring control weapons into the instance next time too. Glancing at the large axe in Bai Pu's hand and then at the wooden stick and brick in their own hands, the players suddenly felt less enthusiastic. A boy with a buzz cut rolled his eyes and grinned as he approached. Big guy, are you selling that axe? They were here working hard to farm monsters just to be able to get rewards during settlement. If they had this axe they would definitely deal more damage than others. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. What will you use to buy it? Seeing that Bai Pu was serious about selling, others stopped their work. They stepped forward and scrambled. I'll offer 10000. Big guy, I'll offer 50000. I only have 500. Get out of here with your 500. Big guy, I've saved a lot of lucky money over the years and my account has 73000. Can I buy you an axe? Under such strange circumstances only strength is the hard truth. Money can be earned again, but if you miss out on the reward it would be a huge loss. That's a superpower that only appears on TV. I only accept cash, Bai Pu said expressionlessly. Transferring money revealing one's identity. Such things should definitely not be done. He could only earn some cash to barely maintain his livelihood. I am cash. The boy who shouted 500 was overjoyed. Under the jealous gazes of the crowd he took out 500 yuan and exchanged it for the axe in Bai Pu's hand. An axe worth 88. 9 yuan was sold for 500. Well, this deal isn't bad. Bai Pu tucked the money away. The crowd, dejected, continued to farm monsters. Suddenly a silver cold light flashed again, dazzling everyone. Duong. The sound of chopping meat echoed and one could even hear the monster's painful cries. Bai Pu nodded, repeatedly murmuring, "Indeed, the pig slaughtering knife is the best." The crowd. 1 minute later the purchase price of the pig slaughtering knife was 64.9. The pig slaughtering knife bought for 372 yuan was sold. The buzzcut boy happily admired his newly bought pig slaughtering knife, considering the rewards after the instance a sure thing. Unexpectedly, vroom vroom vroom, accompanied by the sound of a machine starting an industrial chainsaw, appeared in Bai Pu's hand. When it chopped into the monster's body, sparks flew and the monster's health bar dropped rapidly at a speed dozens of times faster than before. The boy who bought the axe. The boy with the pig slaughtering knife. The others with sticks. The live stream room. What are you all staring at? Get to work. Bai Pu urged while sawing. This group of people, they wouldn't think about letting him do all the work alone, right? That wouldn't do. The players exchanged glances. After hesitating for a while, one finally asked, "Big guy, are you selling this chainsaw? Can you afford it?" Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. "This thing costs 1888. Do you have that much cash?" As long as the money is right, selling it wouldn't matter. After all, he had other tools in his space. The crowd fell silent. In this age, who still uses cash? The one who brought 500 yuan into the instance was already a rarity. Seeing that no one could afford the chainsaw, the girl with bangs, the 500 yuan boy, and the buzzcut boy all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they exchanged glances, and the competitive intent was particularly obvious. As for the others holding sticks, they looked as if they had lost their strength, weakly pounding the monster's back and shoulders. Since the reward was out of reach, they might as well slack off. For example, Lu Yuan. Previously relying on the steel bar in hand, he was one of the most hard-working people. Now he either drank cola or went to the bathroom, hitting a few times before going back to drink cola. Fortunately, Bai Pu's chainsaw was efficient. Even though more monsters appeared with increasing health and faster movement speed under the violent cutting of the chainsaw, parts of monsters occasionally fell to the ground with a dun sound. In just 1 hour they had taken down 9 monsters, reaching the 9th layer. Wow, I'm exhausted. Hey, you over there in the corner, fat guy. Bai Pu shouted irritably. You look strong, come help me saw for a while. Before Lu Yuan could respond, the others became excited. They scrambled to say, "Big guy, I'm not tired, let me do it. I've practiced my arm strength, let me do it more efficiently. Please give me a chance, big brother." Bai Pu rolled his eyes. Do you have cola? The crowd. Hey fatty, trade your half bottle of cola for my chainsaw, what do you say? A half bottle of cola for a chainsaw. Such a bargain could not be real, surely Bai Pu was deliberately helping him. Lu Yuan grew more convinced of the suspicion that Bai Pu equaled freeloading. Bai Pu paid no heed, he shoved the chainsaw into Lu Yuan's arms and walked to a corner with the cola. A brother might be foolish, but you still have to bring him along. Bai Pu and his freeloading double looked so alike that classmates, teachers, and neighbors watching the stream would surely doubt. Sooner or later the authorities would trace everything back to Bai Pu. The chubby guy was at most a fuse. Once they left the instance, they would use the opportunity to sever the two identities completely and eliminate future trouble. 3 hours later, with the monster's agonized screams echoing, the last invisible creature finally fell at the hands of the group. The floor indicator on the wall shifted from 17 to 1, signifying they were now on the first level. Yet when someone tried to leave, the balcony that had been wide open was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall of air barring their exit. The girl with bangs smiled and said, "It must be that the instance requires survive 1 day and the time hasn't been reached. Don't worry, I'll set the clock to 12. Bai Pu frowned, staring at the outer edge of the clock with a rising sense of dread. Since entering the instance every time they killed a monster, besides the change in floor number, parts of the clock's rim would glow with an eerie red light like the filling of a progress bar. When all 18 monsters were slain, the clock's progress finally filled, forming a ring of flickering red light. Wait, what is it? The girl with bangs asked, displeasure showing. It was finally her moment to shine alone. Was Bai Pu trying to take the clock away again? Bai Pu said plainly, "This clock is wrong." As expected. The girl cursed inwardly, ignored him, and began to move the clock's 3 hands. When the hour, minute, and second hands all pointed to 12 again, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wonderful, at last. The excited words were cut short. A three-metered crimson octopus erupted into being at the center of the hall. Its skin shone a crystalline blood red as flawless as ice under sunlight, making it impossible to tell whether it was solid flesh or an illusion. Its sanguine radiance bathed the entire room, drowning the colorful ribbon lights Lu Yuan had hung. Everything became blood red, no other color could be seen. Wet heavy tentacles stretched a dozen meters, lashing the air with irregular motions. The creature seemed enraged. Who disturbs my long slumber? Though its mouth did not move, the piercing roar struck straight at their hearts. It inspired an immediate urge to kneel and submit. The blood-red octopus collapsed atop the Bangs girl's body, no atop her corpse. All they could see was slick clinging flesh and mucus being squeezed out beneath the octopus, intestines or fragments of ribs. A stunned voice exclaimed at the sight. From years of online gaming experience, this had to be a boss-level entity, the kind of monster that warranted dread. Comments poured in. How could a 4-star instance be this twisted? Aren't you scared? Don't you remember Bai Pu is invincible? In the room everyone instinctively looked to Bai Pu, their legs trembled. Bai. Old Bai, save ah. Before the plea finished, several cries overlapped. In the blink of an eye, every person in the hall was swept up by the tentacles. They flailed helplessly in the air as the octopus' broad slick appendages coiled around them, immobilizing them as surely as a hair clip clamps a bun. I think of something. Help. I don't want to die. Then, slap, each voice was instantly muffled as the tentacles' meat pressed against mouths and throats. Only the convulsing of bodies fighting for breath remained, and then silence. Noisy little creatures that wake me, how annoying. The dreadful voice spoke again, and the survivors fell mute. Suddenly every tentacle rose as if the octopus stretched, then hurled the dead headlong into its waiting maw. The sickening sounds of bones crunching and brains being sucked echoed. The humans in front of it were like lobsters being prepared for the pot, utterly helpless. No resistance was possible. A terrifying atmosphere suffused the hall. After a long moment, the blood-red octopus, evidently sated, murmured lazily, "Not bad. You'll eat the rest when they wake up." The voice dwindled and faded. Motion ceased. The octopus' eyes closed. The three who remained alive finally exhaled in relief. They were Bai Pu, Lu Yuan, and a crewcut man who had bought a cleaver. The cleaver had been twisted into a useless lump of metal by the tentacles and tossed aside. Lu Yuan, experiencing this strange world for the first time, sobbed, uncontrollably terrified. Suddenly the air filled with the pungent scent of urine. Lu Yuan and Bai Pu exchanged glances and shook their heads, then looked at the crewcut man. At a moment like this he had no shame left. He shot them both a hateful glare. In the dead cold wind the three fell into silence and waited for death. Online comments declared the clock broken and the instance unsolvable. Other viewers sighed that death was the norm in such instances, that Bai Pu's luck had finally run out. Some complained that if people risked their lives for these dungeons, the real world would have already been overrun. Tributes followed. May the heroes rest in peace. Outside a conference room, Anya stared at the phone screen, brow furrowed, murmuring, "Even you have failed." Suddenly a barrage of comments drew everyone's attention. "What the hell is he doing?" They zoomed the image on the stream and every jaw dropped. On screen, Bai Pu held an egg and tapped it gently against the steel-hard tentacle that lay pressing across his chest before the octopus. He glanced at the egg and tapped it once more. Viewers mocked, "Is he stunned from fear? Maybe he just wants to fill his belly before the road ahead become a satisfied spirit." Others scolded him for foolishness. "If he alarms the octopus, all three will be gone in an instant." The stream filled with despairing comments and resigned jokes. Many declared it hopeless and began to give up as the live feed continued to show Bai Pu's bizarre behavior. Lu Yuan's eyes were brimming with tears, almost like two crying walnuts. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, and in his heart he was filled with countless regrets. "Woo-woo, how wonderful it is to play games with my sister at home. I never want to come back to this dungeon again." Tap. Tap tap. The soft sound of tapping continued. Watching Bai Pu continuously playing with the egg, the short-haired man was filled with despair. Even though the blood-colored octopus was asleep, its tentacles were wrapped tightly, making it impossible to break free. Even breathing was becoming a struggle. This time, it was the end. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Lu Yuan and the short-haired man had long since fainted from hunger, unsure of whether they were alive or dead. Only Bai Pu remained. He had a straw stuffed under his mask, slurping pure milk while his hands never stopped moving. For 3 consecutive days. He kept cracking eggs, showing relentless perseverance. Fortunately, the blood-colored octopus was like it had entered hibernation, quietly sleeping and completely ignoring Bai Pu's tickling actions. Bai Pu's thoughts were simple. "You blood-colored octopus are indeed impressive, I admit. But I have Mom love me again." Although the chance of a full recovery was a bit lower, it didn't matter. I could grind for it. Just like drawing blind boxes in games, no matter how low the odds, it's always easy for someone with money. If 10 consecutive draws didn't work, then 100 consecutive draws. At worst, ID draw 1,000 times, 10,000 times, surely ID hit eventually. At this moment there were only a few dozen viewers left in the live stream. Those who weren't idle were just passing by to take a look. Everyone had given up on clearing this dungeon. Residents near the unfinished building in reality had all been evacuated. Soldiers armed with sharp weapons formed a circle on the outer edge, their expressions resolute, fully prepared for any sacrifice. The external anomalies could be blocked by high walls, but not those within the city. Once the anomalies invaded, they would protect their hometown and people with their lives. Somewhere in a rented room, Wang Tang returned home from work, pouring hot water into a cup of instant noodles, pressing a book on top. Bored, he opened the live stream from 3 days ago. Unable to resist, he typed a comment. This brother is truly persistent. He has been cracking eggs for 3 days just to eat one. Suddenly his fingers froze. Wang Tang's mouth felt as if it were stuffed with an egg, staring blankly. There was no time to react. The screen on his phone went black, displaying the words "Livestream has ended." What the hell? They cleared it. Inside the dungeon, the figure of the blood-colored octopus had long vanished. A few people lost their restraints and fell from 3 meters high, instantly waking Lu Yuan and the short-haired man. Ow, that hurts. Hey! Where did that big monster go? Bai Pu couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight outside, excitement bubbling within him. Who would have thought? This seemingly formidable blood-colored octopus was truly sealed within the egg, just waiting for successful hatching. Once the loyalty reached 100, he would have the perfect henchman. Right now all he wanted was to hurry home and properly hatch his precious egg. The air wall on the balcony of the unfinished building had disappeared at some point. At the moment he stepped out, Bai Pu found himself back in the vast white settlement space. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the dungeon. Clear score SSS. You have one chance to choose a self-selected item. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Only one option can be chosen. The words echoed in his mind. Swish, 3 items hovered in front of Bai Pu, slowly rotating. They were a cigarette, a radish knife, and an arrow. Bai Pu's eyes brightened. Radish knife. This time he absolutely couldn't let the radish knife slip away. Bai Pu merely focused on the movement trajectory of the radish knife, planning to make his move at the right opportunity. As if sensing Bai Pu's thoughts, suddenly the 3 items began to move erratically and rapidly, dazzling the eyes. Is this how it is? Bai Pu squinted. This clearly meant they didn't want to make it easy for him. Could it be that the radish knife had some special significance? He. I want the radish knife even more. You have 6 seconds remaining for selection. Ignoring the prompt from the voice, Bai Pu took a deep breath. His gaze and thoughts focused all his attention on the radish knife, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and the radish knife in a state of oblivion. He struck swiftly. The radish knife was quietly grasped in his hand. In the next moment his vision blurred and he found himself under the bright sun. Surrounded by a construction site, the unfinished building stood among them. In the distance the sound of footsteps and commotion could be heard. Heavens, the building finally stopped shaking. Cleared it. The dungeon actually cleared. Hurry up, we must see the person who exploited the game. Get the ambulance, and there are 2 students inside who haven't eaten for days. What the hell? You guys are still waiting for me. Bai Pu thought it was bad. He looked around quickly, stealthily hiding in the scoop of a nearby excavator, covering himself with the dirty tarp. Holding his breath, he listened intently. Soon a series of footsteps approached nearby. A few people, panting heavily, were discussing. Damn it. That kid got away again. Does that kid have some kind of teleportation skill? Our setup was airtight this time, there's no reason he should have escaped. It doesn't matter anymore, the higher-ups told us to regroup, saying they already know the true identity of the exploitative player. Bai Pu remained perfectly still, quietly glancing at the countdown in his palm. 131145. This time the duration is pretty long. At this point going out would likely lead to an encounter with the agents, so Bai Pu simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. After 3 days and nights without sleep, Bai Pu slept exceptionally well. He didn't know how much time had passed. Duong duong duong, the sound of the compaction machine woke Bai Pu up. The foreman shouted, everyone hurry up and catch up with the previous progress. The boss said that outside Hejin is filled with anomalies. The houses in the city will definitely rise in price, so finish up quickly and develop the next project to make money. Looks like they are back to normal work. Bai Pu breathed a sigh of relief and removed his disguise. Taking advantage of the absence of footsteps nearby, he slightly opened the tarp to check his surroundings for the best escape route. Then he avoided the workers' line of sight and quietly slipped out of the construction site. On the way the crowd was bustling again, in stark contrast to the eerie silence of the anomaly world. His phone had long since run out of battery and shut down. Passing by a restaurant, he ordered a shrimp rice bowl to take home. Just as he reached the hallway, a faint smell of high-quality cigarettes wafted into his nose. Among the few neighbors living on this floor, only Uncle Hua across the hall smoked. However, Uncle Hua's money was managed by Aunt Hua, and he usually only had a couple of bucks for pocket money, making it impossible to afford such expensive cigarettes. Moreover, mixed with the smell of smoke was an unfamiliar odor of sweat. Upon recalling the mischief done by Fatty Lu, Bai Pu instantly surmised that someone must be watching him at home. Yet he did not confess that Bai Pu. In the eyes of the authorities, Bai Pu was merely a suspect of Bai Pu. Therefore agents could not openly harass him. After all, he had already delicately reported the previous break-in incident. The best course of action was to have the agents secretly monitor him, seeking direct evidence of his Bai Pu activities. Bai Pu calmly gazed at the ground. Their neighborhood was an old community, with the property management long having ceased to intervene. The corridor in front of his door was a space where each household cleared its own snow. Thus some doorways were filthy while others shone like mirrors. Considering the sand and dirt from the construction site, Bai Pu first eliminated the few households that were unusually clean in front of their doors. Only 3 remained. They were 504, 505 and 508. Bai Pu first ruled out 508. This apartment was at the end of the corridor, the farthest from his own home, making it unsuitable for surveillance. 504 had been vacant for years, uninhabited, thus its front floor was the dirtiest. 505 was rented by a young couple with the surname Wang. However, Miss Wang suffered from obsessive cleanliness. Every time her boyfriend returned home, he had to dust off his shoes at the door and remove them before being allowed inside. Most importantly, the smell of her boyfriend's sports shoes lingered in the corridor. At present, the outline of large shoes could vaguely be seen at the entrance of 505, yet his boyfriend's sports shoes were nowhere to be found. It was evident that at this moment the agents were watching him from behind the door of 505. Bai Pu maintained a natural expression, pretending to be oblivious. Beep, facial recognition successful. Welcome home. With a click, the door closed. Inside room 505. Miss Wang sat on the sofa anxiously watching the 2 uniformed men beside the peephole, her cup trembling in her hands. Bai Pu next door was merely a senior high school student. Yet the 2 police officers appeared as if they were facing a formidable enemy, feeling as though they were apprehending some gang lord. Although she had heard Anhua mention it before, Anhua often gossiped behind people's backs and she thought it was just rumors, so she didn't take it seriously. Now it seemed, could Bai Pu truly be some despicable mastermind behind heinous crimes? Or perhaps a murderer? Miss Wang, please make yourself comfortable and do not mind us. The round-faced police officer smiled and turned to his partner, whispering, I see this is just an ordinary student. Since we are putting in so much effort, why not simply take him to the station and ask him directly? The other officer, the one with slightly fairer skin named Chen Zhe, frowned and shook his head. You don't know, this kid's door was clearly broken a long time ago. Yet we were forced to compensate for the best anti-theft door on the market through Secretarian. And he even filed a complaint against us. Not only were the door repair costs deducted from our wages, but we also received a serious reprimand. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe felt quite stifled. That door cost him 2 months' salary. Is this kid really that troublesome? The round-faced officer looked astonished. Their special operations group was directly dispatched by the district chief, and even the police chief treated them with respect. How could they be outsmarted by a senior high school student? Chen Zhe sighed. Right now it's still manageable. If this kid truly is the Bai Pu from the quest, things would be even more complicated. Anyway, the higher-ups want us to gather evidence. It's not necessary to confront him directly. Let's keep monitoring. The round-faced officer nodded. That Bai Pu looks young yet is deep-minded and decisive, with a wit bordering on the supernatural. If he hadn't appeared early in the quest, I would never have believed he was just a student. As for the door opposite, Chen Zhe pointed, he is ranked last in school for 3 consecutive years. If Bai Pu and Bai Pu are indeed the same person, it would be even scarier for such a young age to have learned to conceal his abilities. Oh my. Bai Pu checked the room once more. Confirming there were no surveillance devices, the few strands of hair he intentionally left behind were still in place and no one had entered. Finally feeling relieved, he charged his phone while eating his rice bowl and turned it on. He was startled to see that a whole month had passed. Thinking about it, that bizarre clock counted 1 hour as a day in reality, and after it broke he was entangled by the blood-red octopus for 3 days. He had no idea what had happened in reality during those 15 days. Unexpectedly, as soon as he unlocked his phone, hundreds of missed calls and messages flooded in like there was no cost. Unknown number 1, old classmate, it's me, the big guy who often borrowed money from you to buy candy at the elementary school gate. Let's go out for a meal sometime, this time it's on me. Unknown number 2, little Bai, I am your English teacher from the 2nd year of junior high. I am very happy to have such a good student like you. My son is also participating in the quest. If you encounter him, could you help him out? Thank you very much. Unknown number 3. Unknown number 84, classmate Bai Pu, I shouldn't have deliberately broken your new pen while queuing, I am very sorry. Can we just move on from this matter? Moonlight Meng, you really are Bai Pu. Bai Pu's expression was puzzled. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that Moonlight Meng was the note given to Wang Xinmeng by the original owner. This woman is actually still alive. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Xinmeng's call came in. Bai Pu hung up directly, not wanting to deal with such a worthless woman who wasted his time. He casually added Wang Xinmeng to his blacklist and then opened the Antiquist app. As soon as he entered the software, the glaring red dot of 999 appeared, causing his phone to freeze for 3 seconds. All of them were friend requests. The verification messages were invariably along the lines of "big shot, take me with you. Brother, want to hang out?" and similar. Additionally, there were 2 private messages from friends. "And yeah, Bai Pu, I know it's you, stop hiding. Sophie, classmate, Bai, I haven't told anyone, please believe me. I don't know why it suddenly turned out like this." Bai Pu's mouth twitched. He took a spoonful of rice and clicked into the group chat interface. This was indeed the fastest way to grasp the current affairs. "Whoa, I've been waiting for 13 hours and 14 minutes. Why hasn't Bai Gu approved my friend request yet? Damn, I saw a guy who can turn invisible in the dungeon today, it was so cool. My boyfriend has been missing for over 10 days, I request an investigation. And you don't worry, the dungeon Bai Gu is in has been going on for half a month, he's probably stuck in there. Just wait a bit longer. Oh, my Bai Pu is at the bottom of our school ranking, I never expected him to be a freeloader." Latest news: due to the Extreme Day and Extreme Night being mirror worlds, the official name for the Eerie world has been designated as the Dark World, while the real world is referred to as the Surface World. Have you all filled out the survey in the background? I heard they are organizing people to leave the city and hunt the Eerie. That's just like being surrounded by zombies. If you don't kill, you'll be overwhelmed. But my ability is supportive, so this arduous task is up to you all. I'm not going. If I have time to hunt the Eerie, wouldn't it be better to go into the dungeon? Besides, I can earn items. Bai Pu stuffed a piece of shrimp meat into his mouth and chewed. He understood. In just half a month, not only have the number of ability users increased, but the number of Eeries has also multiplied, almost forming a tide of Eeries. This is a rhythm to snatch territory from humans. It seems that the only way to survive in this tumultuous world is to continuously enter dungeons and enhance one's own strength. He could clearly feel that the difficulty of the dungeons was increasing with each attempt. Without sufficient support, one could only die in the dungeon or be swept away by the tide of Eeries. Oh right. Bai Pu suddenly put down his chopsticks. Carefully he took out the egg from the contract space. The originally light pink shell had long since disappeared. Holding it in his hands, it was warm and he could no longer associate it with the word egg but only think of warm jade. It was bright red and translucent with a gleaming luster. Like a freshly mined ruby, it emitted a faint glow resembling movie special effects. In the very center of the egg, a mini version of a small octopus could be vaguely seen curled up, seemingly in a deep sleep. Good son, sleep well. This blood-red octopus as the final boss was powerful and imposing beyond anything he had ever seen. He had worked diligently to crack this egg for 3 days. When the hatching was over, he would be unstoppable. Bai Pu grinned and put the octopus egg away, then took out another newly acquired treasure, ordinary radish knife LV0. Description: a rustic red and green color scheme. The pungent smell of cheap plastic hasn't dissipated yet, with only a palm-sized handle. But none of that matters because my potential is limitless. By defeating enemies, one gains experience points, and with each level up there's a chance to gain boosts. When killing hostile creatures, there's a probability of receiving double experience points. Current experience 0-100. Damn. An upgradable item. Bai Pu felt a rush of joy in his heart. This radish knife, which he had long been yearning for, had attributes that made people exclaim 666. In the current surface world, superpowers have become commonplace, but upgradable items have never been mentioned before. This is a huge win. With the increasing number of Eeries outside the city, it's just right for his doppelganger to take the radish knife and grind for experience outside while he continues to raid dungeons. Bai Pu and Bai Piao appeared simultaneously, dispelling the online comments effortlessly. 2 birds with 1 stone. Hostile species. After a moment of thought, Bai Pu decisively set the hostile species to ants. The potential of the radish knife is impressive, but its real lethality remains uncertain. It's better to play it safe and level up first. After finishing the last bite of rice, Bai Pu directly stepped out. In room 505, Chen Zhe frowned. This kid just got back and he's going out again. After thinking it over, there was only one possibility: this guy was going to stash goods in the space. He immediately opened the communication channel report. The target has left. Received. Team 3, change into plain clothes and follow at the entrance of the neighborhood. Team 3 received. At the bus stop. A couple approached, playfully tugging at each other. I don't want to, I've said it so many times. Today I must take you out to play, baby, don't you see I'm busy with work? Do you even care about me anymore? I've got to make money to support you. Then I want to buy a new bag. Didn't you just buy one last week? But there's a new style out. Bai Pu stood beside the bus stop wearing a natural expression, pretending to be a bystander. Good heavens. There are such talented actors among the agents. When actors become popular. Unfortunately, every time a bus stopped, the couple would involuntarily glance his way, fearing he would suddenly jump on the bus. Otherwise, he might really think they were a couple. 2 minutes later, the leisurely 32 bus arrived at the bus stop and the young couple glanced over again. Bai Pu stuffed his hands in his pockets and stepped onto the bus. All right, I'll take a day off, I'll accompany you to play today. Yay. Let's go. The young couple followed closely behind. Although there were plenty of empty seats, they stood by the back door holding onto the railing. Vroom vroom vroom, the bus slowly started. The girl from the couple took out a pair of headphones from her bag, putting them on, seemingly listening to music. The two began chatting again. Baby, where do you want to go to play? Let me see. The 32 bus is now on West 2nd Road. Oh no, I got on the bus early because I was afraid you would change your mind, and I haven't decided where to go yet. It's fine. When you decide, we can get off anytime. Darling, you're so nice. Bai Pu twitched his mouth. That's not listening to music, they're clearly chatting to report to their superiors. It seems this group is intent on finding something on him. Do they think he's a freeloader? Then right now. Do they think he's going to stash goods? What a joke. By the time he walked home, he had already gradually restocked his goods. Every time he bought something, it appeared as if he was stuffing it into his clothes, but in reality it instantly went into the space. As long as it wasn't something large, no one could detect it. He had deliberately gone out just to clear the misunderstanding on him. One stop after another. As the 32 bus neared its final destination, Bai Pu sat at the back playing on his phone, showing no intention of getting off. The two undercover agents exchanged glances, displaying confusion. The final stop, North City Gate, has arrived. Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and prepare to alight. Thank you for choosing Hajin Transportation. The bus came to a stop. Bai Pu casually passed by the two agents and got off. Once Bai Pu was 100 meters away, the undercover agents quickly reported. Report. The target has disembarked at North City Gate. Received, please report the target's current walking direction. The target's direction is. The girl paused, speaking with uncertainty. He's heading towards the city gate. What? Bai Pu looked up. The massive silver-gray city wall, towering at a height of over 100 meters, loomed like a giant dragon, protecting the entire Hajin within its embrace. This was a defensive structure left over from the Fourth World War. The authorities deemed it too troublesome to dismantle, so they decided to promote it as a tourist attraction. Little did he expect to use it again. Compared to the city wall, the city gate below looked like a dog hole, narrow and small. Who goes there? Halt, shouted the armed guard soldier. This is a military zone. Civilians are strictly prohibited from approaching. If you take another step forward, we will open fire. Bai Pu revealed an innocent smile, raising his hands. He was well prepared for such a situation. After all, he was a civil servant. On the back end of the anti-intrusion app, there was a special QR code for identity verification. As the first line of defense against intruders, it wasn't unreasonable for him to come to the city gate to assess the situation. Just as he was about to explain nonsense. If he's not qualified to come, then no one is. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Turning his head, it was one of the two police officers who had previously captured Bai Pu at the gym. This time it was the one holding a gun, named Chen Meng. The soldier's eyes widened. Officer Chen was previously a trusted aide of the district chief and had now been parachuted in to oversee the security of the city gate. Being valued so highly by Officer Chen, this young man must be an exceptionally outstanding ability user. Fortunately, this young man had a good temper and didn't resort to violence directly. If his kind were to be killed now, it would be a senseless loss. The soldier felt a wave of regret in his heart and quickly saluted Bai Pu. An apology. I'm sorry, sir. Bai Pu replied. It's fine. Seeing this, the soldier let out a sigh of relief and returned to his post. Chen Meng greeted him with a smile. What brings you here, kid? He had just received a notification from his superiors, and he was almost certain that this kid was the freeloader from the dark world, though he lacked evidence. No wonder it was so hard to catch him last time he had even set a trap. He wondered what this kid was doing here. It just felt like nothing good would come of it. Bai Pu blinked innocently. Aren't you working with District Chief Su, Uncle Officer? Chen Meng. It's all because of you, kid. First we had to compensate for the door, and then I was reported for disturbing the peace by firing a gun in the neighborhood. Otherwise, how could a top-tier elite agent like me come to guard the gate? No. These thoughts were best kept to himself. He must not speak them aloud. Who knows what bad ideas this kid might come up with? He absolutely could not offend him. Chen Meng took a deep breath. Forced to smile and changed the subject due to work requirements. Hee. Come, let me show you our gate's deployment. All right. Bai Pu nodded. He had come here to broaden his horizons. The online rumors said that a wave of anomalies was about to form, and seeing it in person was far better than hearing it 100 times. He wanted to see what the situation was. With Chen Meng leading the way, no one dared to make things difficult for Bai Pu. The two ascended the stairs to the top of the city wall. If the wave of anomalies really strikes, we will first use explosive shells to blow apart their formation on the city wall. Chen Meng introduced each measure. This is a specially installed giant meat grinder. If any anomalies breach the gate, this meat grinder will be the second to last line of defense for Hajin. Second to last line. What is the last line of defense? Bai Pu asked curiously. Haha. Chen Meng pulled out a long knife from his waist. Of course it is us, the defenders of the city. We can't just let these anomalies come in. Look over there. He pointed in the direction indicated by Chen Meng's knife. Outside the city wall, countless anomalies wandered aimlessly. Almost every 10 meters there was one. They seemed to have caught a whiff of human flesh and were continuously drifting over from afar. The shapes of the anomalies were bizarre and grotesque. There were creatures with 6 legs, tree-like figures, pitch-black slime, half-headed dogs, and even a wriggling entity resembling a large intestine. There were countless abnormal appearances. However, at present these anomalies were in a state of aimless wandering with only an extremely small chance of successfully reaching the city gate. Once the grinder was activated, they would be shredded to pieces in no time. After understanding the situation, Bai Pu bid farewell to Chen Meng. His brow furrowed slightly. Currently the city gate's defenses could only stop a few lost and lonely anomalies. If all these anomalies were to attack Hejin, the city would surely fall. No wonder the authorities were in such a hurry. Although he usually disliked meddling in others' affairs, if the Hejin district were to fall, what shelter would there be for him? Where would he stock up on supplies in the future? No. He needed to think of a way. Bai Pu strolled along the roadside, clearing his mind of thoughts. He was completely oblivious to the couple behind him who were once again tailing him. These anomalies certainly did not come from thin air. Since they came from the dark world, could he perhaps stop these anomalies from continuing to invade in the dark world? Suddenly struck with an idea, Bai Pu stopped in his tracks and walked straight into a nearby single-person public restroom. After locking the door, he glanced at his palm. 001016. Just 10 more minutes until the transmission. The timing was just right. Bai Pu took out a pump and plastic wrap from his space. Although this doesn't smell too good, I can just endure it. With a pop pop pop, as the shape of the film swelled larger, it became increasingly similar to Bai Pu. Finally it transformed into a person who looked exactly like Bai Pu. Every detail from the fine lines at the corners of the mouth to the strands of hair was identical to the real thing. At the same time, Bai Pu donned a black tracksuit and a newly acquired mask, transforming back into the appearance of the freeloader. Then he placed the eyes on the clone and handed it a knife. Can you clear my name? That's up to you. The gradually increasing countdown echoed in his mind, and Bai Pu knew he was about to enter the dark world. Outside, the couple pretended to be sweetly hugging together on a bench, their expressions slightly anxious. What's going on? That kid has been inside for half an hour. Could it be that we lost him? Should we go check? All right. Just as they were about to get up, the public restroom door creaked open. Bai Pu walked out with a blank expression. Under the couple's watchful eyes, he followed the path back and boarded a bus home. Report. The target has boarded bus 32. Everything is normal. Received. I'll send someone to follow him at the next stop. Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Pushing open the door of the public restroom, the sky turned pitch black once more. The blood moon hung high. Bai Pu looked left and right and walked towards the city gate again. He wanted to see what the outside of the city in the dark world looked like. Thus he intentionally transmitted near the city gate. After all, there were no buses in the dark world. To come over, he would have to ride a bike for 4 to 5 hours, which would be plain foolish. Seeing the shared vision in his mind, he couldn't help but click his tongue while even monitoring at home. Don't these agents have anything better to do? He's just a student, why keep such a close watch? Besides, it was just about making 100,000 from your daughter. Su Fei didn't say anything about it. This dad is too protective. The pale blood-red moonlight combined with the beam of a powerful flashlight and Bai Pu's enhanced vision revealed the scene before him in its entirety. Because there was nothing. No defensive barriers, no giant meat grinders, no laser beams. Just an empty city gate. It was entirely the appearance of the world before the strange invasion. Tap tap, walking through the narrow opening of the city gate, a cold wind howled past his ears. Suddenly a wave of trepidation washed over him. Bai Pu immediately halted, furrowing his brows. Looking around, he saw that the outside was filled with darkness, seemingly hiding devouring beasts that inspired dread. What was this ominous premonition about? Bai Pu decisively turned back. He had no inclination for aggression and his defenses were only half-hearted. To go out now was essentially seeking death. He could assist the Hejin district as long as it didn't interfere with him, no problem. But to risk his life for others? Sorry, he wasn't that great yet. In any case, his life was more important. Just as he pondered where to go, suddenly the light in a nearby shop flickered on. A dungeon. Bai Pu strode forward without hesitation. While the agents were tracking him, it was the perfect opportunity for him to enter the dungeon, allowing both of them to appear simultaneously, a great chance to clear his name. The shop had an ordinary decoration showing no signs of uniqueness. He couldn't even tell what kind of shop it was. Through the thick frosted glass he could only see white light filling the entire room. Some of the light was blocked by dark figures. It seemed that someone was already waiting inside. Bai Pu couldn't help but feel curious. Why was there someone who got in faster than him even though the light had just turned on? Looking around, there were no other lit dungeons on the entire street. More and more people were passing the exams, and dungeons in the Hajin district would almost be snatched up as soon as they appeared. If he missed this dungeon, who knew how long it would be until he encountered the next one? No longer hesitating, Bai Pu reached out and pushed the door open. Dungeon name. Dungeon difficulty: may you pay with your life. What the heck? It just started like this. But what was up with the dungeon name being a question mark? The difficulty was also unlike the usual star rating. Most importantly, clear objective. Only the beautiful blessing words gave him a sense of familiarity. Before he could react in the instant he pushed the door, Bai Pu felt a moment of disorientation. In the next second he found himself on a bed. Opening his eyes, the bright white light of the ceiling filled his vision. It was soft yet not blinding. Unbeknownst to him, he was covered with a thin white blanket, soft and comfortable, clean and dust-free. The bed was of the same color and texture. This extreme relaxation, as if sinking into cotton, gave him an impulse to close his eyes and continue sleeping until the end of time. Suppressing the urge to close his eyes, Bai Pu sat up on the bed. Upon seeing the surroundings, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. He was in a 10-square-meter room enclosed by glass, equipped with everything needed for daily life: a toilet, desk, chair, sofa, floor lamp, washstand, dumbbells. Everything was complete. Spotless and minimalist. Full of technological vibes. The glass had irregularly distributed fist-sized holes, seemingly for ventilation. Most importantly, through the glass he could see many other identical glass rooms. The individual rooms formed a trapezoidal shape, with nearly 100 rooms arranged in a circular fashion, closely connected. Like a multitude of stars surrounding the central point. At the center was a huge void. Without barriers, without stairs, he could only see the ground suddenly disappear 3 meters beyond the glass door. Bai Pu tried to push the door. It didn't budge at all. Only a cold, endless chill greeted him, reminiscent of the freezer compartment of a refrigerator. However, at the moment his hand touched the glass, an image suddenly appeared on the glass wall. Like a television projection. The colors were vibrant and incredibly clear. Lightly touching, sliding, enlarging. Though it was merely transparent glass, it could be controlled like a smartphone. No matter which wall his hand touched, it would present an image centered on the point where his fingertip landed. The sense of technology was strong. The most astonishing part was, he could control everything in the room within this image. Instantly changing the floor pattern, the style of the sofa, the color of the toilet, the shape of the bed. He could increase or decrease at will. He could even throw everything into the recycle bin. In an instant the room became completely empty. It felt like a mini-game for decorating a room. What was clearly just a bizarre dungeon, yet the technological concepts inside completely exceeded Bai Pu's imagination. Looking around, each room had the same configuration and facilities, only with some differences in placement. Among them, most of the rooms were already occupied, with only a few vacant. There was no need to think these were all players here to participate in the dungeon. However, the state of these people made Bai Pu frown. They were sound asleep, dazed, or frantically changing the colors of furniture. Each engaged in trivial activities to pass the time. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like they were here to clear the dungeon. Even when they saw Bai Pu suddenly appear, they merely cast a faint glance and continued to daze. Everyone's faces were filled with indifference. Bai Pu actually came to this dungeon. Heavens, how long has it been? Why hasn't anyone cleared the dungeon yet? How strange, where exactly is the entrance to this dungeon? I can't find the corresponding area in the real world at all. What the heck? I just encountered Bai Pu on the road, how did he suddenly appear in the dungeon? At this moment Anya sat in an office chair, her long black legs in high heels swaying. She dialed a number. The call was quickly connected and a respectful voice came from the other end. Secretary, and the target is within our line of sight. Should we initiate action? Are you sure? Absolutely. The target has only gone to the public restroom once and has been under our surveillance the whole time. Anya glanced at the live stream, her brows furrowing. Could they have made a mistake? Bai Pu was not Bai Pu. After thinking for a moment, she asked, what is he doing? This. Secretary, and you may not believe it, but the target is playing with mud. What? Please wait a moment, I'll show you. To prove he wasn't lying, the man turned on the phone's camera, pretending to have accidentally dropped something, and kept swaying near Bai Pu. In the image, Bai Pu was squatting under an old locust tree holding a child's play knife, poking the ground repeatedly. That face, hairstyle, clothes and figure were undoubtedly Bai Pu. This time Anya completely believed it. Gather the team, there's no need to continue the surveillance. Ha! The agents in the communication channel exchanged bewildered glances. After all their hard work over the past few days, they were just giving up. Beep beep beep, the call has been disconnected. On the other end, Anya felt a wave of helplessness rising in her heart. The district chief had specifically sent her to contact outstanding players in the instance, hoping to subtly recruit them to assist He Jin. And Bai Pu was the standout among them. The other players were manageable. As long as she sent a friend request, they would immediately come up with various attempts to flirt. Only this Bai Pu to this day did not know who he truly was. No matter how hard she searched, she could not make contact. After the 18 levels of Hell instance, everyone assumed Bai Pu was Bai Pu. She also thought the two had similar figures and voices. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a major misunderstanding. Anya looked out the window, her delicate brows involuntarily furrowing. Sigh, how am I supposed to explain this to the district chief? Inside the instance, Bai Pu paced back and forth in the room, his mind swirling with thoughts. Apart from the floor ceiling and the special glass on all sides, anything in the room could disappear. It was just like when the desks and chairs in the game were moved to the warehouse. Even so, he pulled everything out one by one, searching thoroughly. There were no useful clues. One could say that he currently had no insight into this bizarre instance. On the specially designed glass to the left and right were the rooms of others, and behind was a full mirror. The only possible exit was the glass facing the large hole. However, there were no signs of a lock on the glass, pushing, pulling, tugging. Not a thing budged. It was completely impossible to open. He could only bring up interfaces that resembled TV projections. Suddenly a figure appeared in the nearby vacant room. It was a boy with fiery red hair, his bright hair color looking flamboyant and unrestrained. The red-haired boy sat in a chair, momentarily stunned, just like everyone else when they first entered the instance. Then he got up to survey his surroundings. His curious expression stood out among so many indifferent faces. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. This instance was indeed special. Other instances waited for everyone to gather before starting. But here it began the moment each person stepped in. Bai Pu took out a lazy sofa, reclining back with his feet up, looking like he was watching a show. He wanted to see what this newcomer would do. Even in instances like Bai Shui Garden, where no one could die, there were deadly traps. This instance surely had its own exceptions. This was also the reason he had not resorted to violence thus far. Before figuring things out, pulling out a power drill to break through the door was not something a clever person would do. However, the new red-haired boy on the other side did not seem to be so clever. After passing through the initial fear and surprise, for some reason his expression turned confident. First of all, the red-haired boy rummaged through the room based on his past experience in instances, as if he had entered an NPC's home, flipping over even the most inconspicuous vase in the corner to see if anything was hidden inside. To his surprise, he found no clues like notes or codes. The confidence in the red-haired boy's eyes did not wane. He then turned his gaze to the glass that trapped them. Bang bang, he slapped loudly. Hey! Is anyone there? Let me out now. The others, who were daydreaming, slowly looked up, giving the red-haired boy a blank glance before continuing their days. Apparently they were already used to such situations. Bang bang bang, the red-haired boy continued to slap. Damn it, where's the instance referee? Hurry up and come out, I'm in a hurry for the next round. Still no one responded. Whether inside the room or outside, everything remained unchanged. Like a drop of water falling into the ocean, it barely stirred a ripple. Damn. The red-haired boy rolled his eyes, seemingly giving up. He slouched into the chair, one pinky finger digging into his ear, starting to clean it. Bai Pu couldn't help but be curious. This red-haired boy with his unruly confidence just gave up like that. He felt something was off. Boom, a sudden explosion sounded. Everyone in the hall turned their faces at the same time towards the direction of the red-haired boy. Thick smoke billowed. The carpet pressed against the glass door burned continuously, the wooden table shattered into pieces, charred to the core. The entire room was in disarray. Yet the red-haired boy remained seated in his chair, only his hair slightly disheveled. Wow, this is the fiery explosion from our class in the third year. Special bombs can easily cause severe damage to the oddities. My husband is so handsome. Rumor has it Bai Pu is not Bai Pu. A reward of 30,000 soft sister coins for clues regarding Bai Pu's true identity once accepted. It seems Bai Pu is just like that. This instance is clearly meant to rely on the fiery explosions to carry us. Bai Pu was secretly amazed. He had clearly seen what happened earlier. After the red-haired boy gently flicked the earwax off his finger, the explosion sounded instantly. It was evident. This was the red-haired boy's ability, earwax bombs. No wonder he had been so confident. It turned out he had such a powerful weapon at his disposal. However, this ability must be quite taxing on the ears, right? The players in the other rooms, unsure of how long they had been trapped here, now revealed expressions of shock, their gazes towards the red-haired boy filled with a hint of hope. Yet the expression of the red-haired boy was not so pleasant. He stared intently at the glass in front of him, his expression serious. His special bombs, which had always been effective, could not even break a piece of glass, even against oddities that usually couldn't withstand such pressure. There wasn't even a trace left. In an instant, the confidence in the red-haired boy's eyes diminished significantly. Buzz buzz buzz, an eerie friction sound began to resonate at this moment. The sound was not loud, similar to the buzzing of a mosquito, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. They all turned in unison towards the source of the sound, the large hole in the center. A massive stone platform equal in area to the sunken hole slowly rose from the ground. The platform was polished from a solid piece of white jade, smooth and flat, engraved with exquisite patterns. Yet there was no visible mechanism to indicate how it was operated, as if it had floated up from thin air. It perfectly fit the recessed hole. Most importantly, on top of the white jade platform stood a female oddity. This oddity resembled a human, her entire body a shade of purple-black, standing nearly 2 meters tall but extremely slender, her frame resembling a bamboo pole. Behind her, black mist surged, forming butterfly wing shapes. The black mist swirled, ever-changing. Dressed in a gown as thin as a cicada's wings of dark purple, she appeared elegant and noble. Her entire presence was imposing. In an instant, Bai Pu heard a trembling voice not far away. "Is this here to kill us?" A few bold players also questioned the female specter. "How do we clear this dungeon? Could it be that we need to do some interior design? You could at least tell us. I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days." The black butterfly female specter remained indifferent, ignoring the players' clamor. She gently raised her hand, her index finger slightly curled. Crash! The glass wall in the room of the red-haired boy instantly turned into flowing water, falling drop by drop into the small trough below. The door opened. The red-haired boy hadn't even had time to feel joy when suddenly his whole body lifted off the ground, floating in midair as if in complete anti-gravity, slowly drifting towards the black butterfly female specter. The red-haired boy was terrified, his face filled with horror as he flailed his arms and legs, yet felt like a turtle caught in someone's grip. All struggles were in vain. Bai Pu watched, feeling an instinctive fear. What exactly was the attack method of this female specter? Just a gentle flick of her hand could draw someone to her side. Her power was far more terrifying than any specter encountered before. It was impossible to know how she attacked. Moreover, everything in this dungeon felt utterly baffling. The game-like home decor, the glass turning to water, the white jade stone platform lacking any driving force. Everything was against logic. There was no time for further thought. Snap! The strange power dissipated. The red-haired boy fell from the air, landing awkwardly before the black butterfly female specter as if in worship. His body trembled as if electrocuted, his face twisted in agony. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed the black butterfly female specter was punishing the red-haired boy. All the players held their breath and silenced, their expressions somber. They had thought the red-haired boy would be their hope to clear the dungeon, but unexpectedly he was so easily overwhelmed. No. It should be said that this specter was far too powerful. Whether it was the prompt information when entering the dungeon or the cage they were in, it was clear that this was not a normal dungeon. The survival guide for Hajin City didn't mention what to do in such a situation. Bai Pu stared calmly at the center. The red-haired boy appeared to be wailing while holding his head in immense pain, yet the subtle movements of his hand clearly indicated he was digging in his ears. What was he trying to do if not obvious? Meanwhile, the black butterfly female specter stood elegantly, maintaining her poise. It seemed she noticed nothing. One could see the red-haired boy desperately digging in his ears. Even as a trickle of blood slowly flowed from his cochlea, he showed no signs of stopping. Finally, he gathered a small ball of blood-soaked earwax. Whoosh! He flicked it with his thumb, sending it flying straight toward the black butterfly female specter. The corners of the red-haired boy's mouth twisted into a cold smirk. Based on past experience, at such a close distance the hit specter would surely be left in pieces. Although he was close to the specter as the caster, he had a certain resistance to this bomb. At most he would just be slightly injured. In any case, once the specter was dealt with, the dungeon would end and he could immediately go to the hospital for treatment. Boom! The explosion sounded. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the smoke cleared and they looked back at the white jade stone platform, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. The black butterfly female specter's wings had somehow bent in front of her, forming a protective barrier with the red-haired boy blocked outside. The female specter was completely unharmed. Even more astonishing was that the explosion of the earwax bomb occurred within the defense formed by her butterfly wings. This meant that the black butterfly female specter absorbed all the damage from the bomb without a scratch. The live stream erupted in chaos. Wow, this specter is incredibly tough, isn't it? With such strong defenses, why bother with those butterfly wings? Don't talk, just keep watching. Bai Pu squinted slightly. The female specter's movements seemed to be intentionally protecting the red-haired boy. Something was off. Specters never cared about human life, let alone this attack was initiated by the red-haired boy. Logically, the specter should have relished the scene, waiting for the red-haired boy to self-destruct, then come to pick up the corpse and enjoy a fresh meal. Could it be that there was some more important reason? The black butterfly female specter gently flapped her wings, releasing threads of black mist, her wings returning to her back. Still elegant. The red-haired boy's eyes widened in disbelief. At such a close distance, his special bomb had not caused a single point of damage, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. What level of existence was this specter? The red-haired boy was filled with terror, using his hands and feet to crawl backward uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly became immobile. Even the expression on his face and the movement of his eyes were beyond his control. A deep fear surged in the red-haired boy's heart. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, crack, 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 his joints began to break one after another. The red-haired boy moved like a puppet, his limbs unconsciously performing eerie motions. His left leg bent forward at a vertical angle, his neck twisted 360 degrees, his mouth stretched into an unnatural grin reaching his earlobes. All movements impossible for a human. Snap, the black butterfly female specter made a crisp sound with her fingers. Whoosh. Countless pieces of flesh and blood erupted from the red-haired boy's mouth. Bone fragments, viscera, and blood vessels. All of his internal organs were regurgitated like they were minced in a meat grinder, forming a mushy mass. The bloody mush flowed along the patterns on the white jade stone platform, gradually disappearing without a trace. The white jade stone platform returned to its pristine state. And the red-haired boy. He was left with nothing but his skin. Unbeknownst to them, he had already died long ago. The hall was deathly silent. A silent terror spread among the crowd. No one dared to utter another word. They saw the black butterfly female specter standing still, her fingertips gliding lightly in the air. The swirling black mist on her butterfly wings dispersed in strands heading toward the red-haired boy's 7 orifices. As if inflating, the shriveled red-haired boy was restored to his previous state as if alive. Once the inflation was complete, the black mist actively severed its connection. The red-haired boy stood blankly on the stone platform, motionless. The black butterfly female specter lightly waved her hand as if turning a page. Each time she waved, the red-haired boy would instantly change poses like he was posing for a photograph. After switching poses more than 100 times, the black butterfly female specter finally stopped and the red-haired boy had been turned into a ball. His body and limbs curled together, his head trapped between his legs, his mouth still grinning in that eerie smile. Seemingly satisfied with her masterpiece, the black butterfly female specter nodded slightly. Buzz, the white jade stone platform activated again, slowly descending, taking the black butterfly female specter and the red-haired boy together out of sight. In an instant, the crowd let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground with despair etched on their faces. We're doomed. This dungeon has no solution. Even that powerhouse was defeated in an instant. Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Is this dungeon trying to starve us to death? Dog Dan, who lived next to Bai Pu, was one of the earliest players to enter this dungeon and had almost been here for 20 days already. Surviving solely on the water from the sink and 2 pieces of chocolate he had pocketed, he had reached this point. However, this was already his limit. Dog Don's body had become as thin as a skeleton, frail and weak with the chocolate already gone. He could only lie on his bed and wait for death. Bai Pu, on the other hand, remained unperturbed. He had stocked up on plenty of food in his space and wouldn't starve. But to share it with others. No, he wasn't that noble to use his own supplies to feed hundreds of people. Moreover, this dungeon wouldn't lead to death. Since they were locked up here without a care, it could only mean this was one of the clues to clear the dungeon. Indeed, the clue to clear the dungeon was right in this room. Based on the precious experience contributed by the red-haired man, he deduced that this special glass could be touched and tapped but not subjected to more violent actions. Thus it attracted the mysterious figure, leading to the red-haired man's immediate demise. All the decorations in the room could be reclaimed at any time. Bai Pu touched the glass. An incredibly clear image reappeared. Hundreds of thousands of furniture listings presented themselves, requiring no money and allowing him to place any desired furniture freely in the room. The variety of styles was dazzling. If he guessed correctly, the clue to clear the dungeon was related to this control panel displayed on the glass. Bai Pu clicked X to return to the main interface, frowning. He had seen this interface before, but he couldn't understand it. Yes, it was filled with strange symbols, completely unlike any writing seen on Blue Star. The previous furniture page had been easily operable because it featured 3D images. However, this text resembling flies was utterly baffling. Glancing around, the players had returned to their dazed expressions, each sitting in corners with desperation in their eyes. Bai Pu didn't want to spend his time idly here. He casually tapped on the screen. Suddenly a loud voice announced, "Level 1, please follow the prompts on the screen and assume the corresponding posture." On the screen, a black silhouette of a human figure appeared. The specific actions were unclear, only the outline visible suggesting the movements needed to be guessed. It seemed to be a bending action after standing on one leg. Before Bai Pu could react, the others in the room grew restless. Dungeon clearing prompt. This must be the clue to clear the dungeon. Great. The despair on everyone's faces faded as they hurriedly mimicked Bai Pu's actions on the glass in their own rooms. Surprisingly, a few people actually entered the same interface as Bai Pu. Instant joy erupted. Even Dog Dan next door trembled as he climbed out of bed, struggling to pose as depicted on the screen. In an instant, a peculiar fitness craze swept through the entire floor. Only Bai Pu remained still. You have 60 seconds to assume the corresponding posture. 60, 59, 58. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Score for this round 0, please try harder. A soothing melody played and the screen flickered. 3 seconds later. The announcement voice reappeared. You have 60 seconds to assume the corresponding posture. 60, 59, 58, 57. Bai Pu still didn't move. Suddenly, wah! A voice bursting with joy rang out. Steamed bun. The reward for the first level is a steamed bun. Ignoring whether it was clean or not, the man stuffed the fluffy steamed bun into his mouth, his expression radiating happiness. Instantly the others grew even more excited. One by one they mimicked the posture the man had just assumed. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level. Score 6. 2. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level. Score 8. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level. Score 7. 1. In an instant, for everyone who cleared the first level, a steamed bun appeared out of thin air on their tables. Who would have thought that this dungeon was cleared like this? Had I known it would be this way, I wouldn't have gone so many days without food. No wonder he is the master of freeloading. By goo, my god. How strange, why isn't the freeloader posing? The atmosphere in all the rooms was filled with joy. Except for Bai Pu. No. Something is off. The anomalies upon entering the dungeon, the never-before-seen solid star difficulty, the incomprehensible black butterfly woman, the room filled with advanced technology. Was all this just for posing? Bai Pu shook his head inwardly. There must be something here he had not discovered. Looking around again, Dog Dan was wolfing down the steamed bun, seeming to come back to life, his face regaining color. He said to Bai Pu, brother, thank you. If it weren't for you discovering the method to clear the dungeon, I would have starved to death here. Bai Pu kindly reminded, don't celebrate too early, this may not be a good thing. Dog Dan was taken aback for a moment before revealing a look of disdain, turning away and no longer engaging. What was wrong with this person? Why was he cursing him out of nowhere? Bai Pu didn't care. He began to randomly operate on the screen again, trying to find more clues. Meanwhile, the others, having been hungry for a long time after eating a steamed bun, they felt unsatisfied and immediately began the second level of the challenge following the screen. This time the silhouette was lying horizontally on the ground. The players all lay down, one hand raised high, desperately trying to match the image on the screen. Congratulations, you have cleared the second level. Score. Voices echoed in succession. All players who met the action standards had another steamed bun appear in their rooms. Wow, I understand now. Finding the right method makes this dungeon quite simple. Charge, charge, charge. Let's clear the dungeon today. The players were filled with enthusiasm as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Time passed. 5 hours later, Bai Pu sat in a soft chair with his arms crossed, not moving at all. But through the transparent glass he observed the scenes unfolding in the other players' rooms. He compiled the information he currently had. 1. The operating systems in everyone's rooms, that is, the contents on the screen, had completely identical actions in the same levels. 2. As the challenges progressed, the rewards underwent changes. For example, the rewards for levels 15 were steamed buns, for levels 610 were chicken legs, for levels 11-15 were apples, and for levels 16-20 were spicy strips. It seemed to encourage players to keep advancing, with rewards constantly changing but all related to food. 3. As the challenges progressed, the actions on the screen became increasingly bizarre. Yes. Not increasingly difficult, but increasingly strange. They had nothing to do with grace or elegance, instead resembling a comical clown. Suddenly a voice echoed. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. Score 9. 7. The final challenge is next. The final challenge. At that moment everyone looked towards the source of the sound. It was a boy with very small eyes. He appeared to be an art student with a flexibility far superior to the average person, his body remarkably agile. At this time most people were still struggling with the 4th or 5th level. Meanwhile, the boy with small eyes had already reached the 100th level, surrounded by an abundance of food diverse in type and rich in flavor, simply extravagant. Haha, I'm finally going to have superpowers too. The boy with small eyes provocatively glanced at Bai Pu. Those who entered the dungeon earlier were unaware of Bai Pu. He was different, as he had just arrived at this dungeon yesterday and all the trending headlines were about Bai Pu. The outstanding performances of Bai Pu in multiple dungeons loomed over every chosen one like an insurmountable mountain. Even Miss Inya was searching for Bai Pu's contact information everywhere. However, he, having performed mediocrely in previous dungeons without gaining any abilities, found his friend request to Miss Inya sinking without a trace. Therefore, upon understanding the clear path to clear this dungeon, he instantly realized an opportunity had arrived. As a dance student, executing movements was a cinch for him, presenting no difficulty whatsoever. Thus he did not rest for a moment, aiming to clear this dungeon as soon as possible to overshadow Bai Pu's glory and catch Miss Inya's attention. He was more excellent than Bai Pu. Bai Pu. Why are you suddenly looking at me while clearing the level? The announcement from the boy with small eyes room continued. Please perform the following actions continuously, each action lasting 1 second, for a total of 99 actions. A success rate of over 60 is considered passing, while over 90 is considered excellent. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. The so-called final challenge was to link all the previous movements together. 1 second for each action. Memory, reaction ability and body coordination, none could afford a mistake. The difficulty was not to be underestimated. The boy with small eyes clenched his fists, his expression resolute. The furniture in the room had long been stored away, piles of food thrown into the corners, leaving only a yoga mat of the same size as the room's floor. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Accompanied by the counting, the boy with small eyes moved up and down, swaying back and forth in the room, dazzling everyone. Wow, amazing. He got 15 consecutive actions right. I'm envious. How can I compete with this kid? Professional players are prohibited from participating. He's undoubtedly the best. Players couldn't help but praise him, even breaking into applause. However, human limits ultimately exist. During the 53rd action, the boy with small eyes faltered, resulting in an invalid action. Oh no. The crowd let out a long sigh of regret. Unexpectedly, the boy with small eyes simply stopped. 54, 55, 56. He remained unperturbed as the announcement continued. Come on, keep up with the rhythm. You only missed one. If you maintain this, clearing the level will be a breeze. Is he too exhausted? The onlookers and those in the livestream felt pity for the boy with small eyes, urging him anxiously. Bai Pu stroked his chin. The boy's face was filled with ambition. It was clear that he looked down on both passing and excellent scores. He was on the path to achieving a perfect score. Currently, the premise was that this action challenge game was truly a dungeon level. 1 minute later, the level announcement concluded. Your accuracy rate is 53. Sorry, you did not meet the requirements to clear the level. Please try harder. Would you like to continue? Yes. The boy with small eyes answered without hesitation. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. This time, the boy with small eyes still did not move. It was not until the 50th action appeared that he finally kept up with the rhythm and began to perform the movements. The final score, unsurprisingly, was only 50. He still failed to clear the level. The boy with small eyes chose to continue, each time only attempting a little over 50 actions, strictly keeping it under 60. He treated it like practice. Oh my gosh, I see it now. He's intentionally keeping below the passing line, using this as practice to aim for a perfect score of 100. How is that possible? I'd lose my composure with just 3 actions. Someone more talented than me is working even harder. This is terrifying. Finally, after cycling through it a dozen times, the boy with small eyes mastered the connections of all the actions. With a proud expression, he glanced at Bai Pu once more and began his final challenge. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 98, 99. The boy with small eyes moved like flowing clouds and flowing water. The rhythm was perfect, the movements fluid, with not a single mistake to be found. Accuracy rate 100. Congratulations on achieving a perfect score. Joyful music echoed throughout the entire floor. Countless tiny flower petals, colorful ribbons, and confetti floated in the air amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The boy with small eyes gasped for breath, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Wonderful. He cleared the level faster than the currently popular Bai Pu, and it was a perfect clearance. He finally felt vindicated. This time he would surely gain abilities or item rewards. Miss Inya would definitely look at him with new eyes. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes later, waiting for a long time without receiving the teleportation, the boy with small eyes brushed away the ribbons on his head, unable to suppress a frown. Something's not right. Normally, after clearing a level, you would immediately be teleported back to reality. Why is it taking so long this time? Could it be a special treatment for a perfect clearance? At this moment, the fiery enthusiasm of everyone else had diminished significantly, their faces reflecting the same confusion as the boy with small eyes. Only Bai Pu remained relaxed, casually propping his legs and sipping juice through a straw hidden under his mask. He never thought that performing these strange movements could lead to clearing the level. But one thing piqued his curiosity. This challenge game had a total of 100 levels. The first 99 levels had rewards, and the food rewards became increasingly expensive and delicious. However, the hardest 100th level had only worthless ribbons and confetti. Something feels off. While pondering this, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly everyone turned to look at the central pit. The white jade platform slowly rose, and the black butterfly girl stood elegantly atop it, maintaining her noble demeanor, even her position unchanged. However, this time next to the black butterfly girl stood another peculiar figure. That strange appearance. It was neither an abstract and terrifying ghost nor a beastly monster, but a cube. Yes. To be more precise, it was a standard cube with dimensions of 1 meter on each side. With edges and corners, its outline was clear. It was simply an excellent example for art students practicing sketching. But oddly enough, this cube could speak. Each face of the cube was evenly divided into countless small squares resembling pixels. Through the movement and flipping of these pixels, eyes and a mouth were formed. However, there were no signs of a nose or... Upon seeing this cube, the first question that popped into Bai Pu's mind was out of curiosity: how does this cube usually walk? The cube chattered on for a long time. The crowd could not understand anything it was saying, only observing its mouth opening and closing. The black butterfly female ghost slightly bowed and responded in the same language. The two ghosts were communicating without regard for anyone else. Bai Pu squinted in curiosity. The cube was only 1 meter tall while the black butterfly female ghost stood 2 meters high. At this moment while the two ghosts were conversing, the black butterfly female ghost intentionally bent her body and her tone seemed particularly gentle, displaying a hint of respect as if from a subordinate to a superior. Moreover, the language spoken was not one he was familiar with. Even when he attempted to transcribe the tones and pronunciations in Pinyin, he could not find any similar syllables. Suddenly a glassy sound of water echoed. This time it came from the room of the small-eyed boy. "Challenger. Please step forward." The black butterfly female ghost spoke in standard Mandarin, her commanding presence leaving no room for resistance. The small-eyed boy was overjoyed. Indeed. His efforts had not been in vain. This must be to present him with a reward in front of all the players. The small-eyed boy confidently smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes, a smile stretching across his face as he stepped onto the suspended white jade platform like a victorious rooster. "Not bad." The black butterfly female ghost nodded in appreciation. "Please demonstrate the dance you have learned." Bai Pu's ears perked up, keenly catching the keywords in her speech. Learned. Dance. Countless gazes were directed toward the center of the broad white jade platform. The small-eyed boy felt as if he was the center of attention. His previously fatigued body suddenly surged with an eruption of hormones, feeling an inexhaustible strength rising within him. He performed all 100 movements of the 100th level on the spot once more. Squats, lies, twists, one-legged hops. No matter how strange the posture or how difficult the movement, the small-eyed boy strived to present them perfectly with his body. In less than 2 minutes he executed all 100 movements without a single mistake. Clap, clap, clap. The black butterfly female ghost could not help but applaud, seemingly very satisfied. The small-eyed boy held his head high, fully relishing his moment of glory. The cube opened its mouth wide and spat out dozens of blood-red crystals. The crystals were teardrop-shaped, only the size of soybeans, shimmering with the brilliance of fresh blood. The black butterfly female ghost nodded in satisfaction, stuffing the crystals into her chest. Then a buzzing sound echoed once more. The white jade platform slowly descended. The small-eyed boy excitedly looked around, waving to the others still in the room. He shouted, "Brothers, I'm sorry I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you all in the real world." Ha ha. As the white jade platform descended, the silhouettes of the two ghosts and one person slowly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Wow. I didn't expect the level to be cleared so easily. I'm coming too. You guys have been hungry for so long, it's better to nurture your bodies first. This kind of mentally and physically exhausting task should be left to us newcomers. Look at that kid, so proud of himself. I wonder what kind of ability he gained. The players who had been resting on their beds seeing their ally ascend got a shot of adrenaline, scrambling out of bed. They pulled out the posing game and began to practice frantically. Only Bai Pu was the exception, still lazily lounging in a soft chair, tilting his head to watch the news on TV. Like a retired old man. Although the news on TV was in the same language as that spoken by the black butterfly female ghost, he could not understand a single word. What's up with Bai Gu? Did he get robbed of first place and just give up? This kind of house that can be freely decorated with a thought can only be encountered in a game. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave either. To be fair, aside from needing to rely on clearing levels to earn food and being unable to go out, this place is really suitable for retirement. Strange, it seems like there have been fewer instance notifications on my phone lately. A day. 2 days. 3 days. Time passed. Bai Pu only ate, drank and watched TV while also using his mental vision to control his avatar to help exterminate the ant clans. Not only did he make a strong presence in front of everyone, but he also gave his radish knife a significant boost in experience. After ruthlessly destroying a total of 12 ant nests in 5 nearby districts, the radish knife had now reached level 4. This included 3 instances of a sharpness enhancement and 1 instance of a break defense enhancement. The current radish knife, while not exactly able to cut through steel, was certainly much stronger than an ordinary spring knife. It's worth noting that this item is made of plastic. At level 0 it would require 3 passes of the blade to kill an ant. Yet at level 4 it was already comparable to a military knife. It's unimaginable what kind of artifact the radish knife would evolve into if it continued to level up. On TV, a bizarrely shaped host chattered on in a language from beyond the solar system, only discernible as delivering the news. Bai Pu relaxedly watched the TV, never once bothered to learn the so-called dance movements. Sigh. Next door Dogdan collapsed on the bed, letting out a long sigh. It's so annoying. So many movements in the last level, who can remember them all? Over these 3 days everyone except Bai Pu had been focused on clearing levels, ultimately getting stuck on the 100th level. It was too difficult. The most crucial point was, the food rewards from levels 1 to 99 had nearly been consumed by everyone. If they couldn't clear it soon, they would be starving again. Ah. Suddenly a girl in a plaid shirt let out a delighted scream. I did it! I did it! That's wonderful! Meanwhile another chubby girl also cheered. The two of them actually succeeded in clearing the level at the same time. As cheerful celebratory music played, the buzzing sound echoed once more. The crowd instinctively looked toward the center. Sure enough, the black butterfly female ghost re-emerged slowly from the ground riding on the white jade platform. However, this time beside the black butterfly female ghost was another ghost with a completely different appearance. The Forbidden Woman. Her entire body is covered in dense hair completely obscuring her face. From a distance she resembles a tangled mass of black cat fur. Splash, the glass in the room where the two girls are located shattered simultaneously, turning into flowing water. The door was opened. This time there was no need for the call of the black butterfly woman. The two girls rushed forward eagerly as if vying for affection. Begin showcasing your dance. The girl in the checkered shirt exchanged a glance with the slightly plump girl. Their eyes filled with silent competition were clearly assessing their rival. Each of them gave their all, perfectly displaying all the dance moves from level 100, hoping to achieve a higher clearance score. The two girls' poses were perfectly synchronized. For a moment it was hard to determine who was better. The black butterfly woman and the forbidden woman nodded in approval, seemingly quite satisfied. However, during the final move the slightly plump girl lost her balance, almost falling to the ground. A glint of schadenfreude flashed in the eyes of the girl in the checkered shirt. This time she was sure to win. As the second player to achieve a perfect clearance, she would undoubtedly gain a particularly powerful ability. The slightly plump girl hung her head to the side, her face filled with regret. As before, the black butterfly woman and the forbidden woman communicated in a strange language. Everyone assumed they were rating the performances of the two girls, casting envious glances at the girl in the checkered shirt. Only Bai Pu furrowed his brow. He had not spent these 3 days nearly killing ants. Such tasks could be mechanically executed by giving instructions to his clone. His mind was entirely focused on the television program. Not a moment's rest. The strange language, unimaginable technology, and the odd circumstances during the instance all indicated that this scenario was anything but simple. He even suspected that he had inadvertently entered a bizarre world. Indeed, the dark world was not the true realm of the bizarre, but a bridge or barrier through which the bizarre world invaded Blue Star. Therefore, when the instance in the dark world exceeded its time limit, the surface world would face a massive invasion. The increasingly strange tides outside Hajin district were the best example. And when humans cleared an instance, it was equivalent to blocking the invasion of the bizarre world, allowing the corresponding area to return to normal. The dark world was the juncture between Blue Star and the true bizarre world. The real battlefield was not outside Hajin district. It was the dark world. The countdown in his palm and the mechanism for rewards upon clearance might be based on some cosmic rule of balance. If that were the case, everything would make sense. For 3 consecutive days he had been studying the strange language of the television program. Though the images inside were somewhat terrifying, sending chills down one's spine, upon closer inspection they bore no significant difference from Blue Star. Fighting and brawls, economic disputes, fishing routines, advertising promotions, culinary interviews, sitcoms, live stream sales. Based on the scenarios he could roughly infer what the bizarre beings were saying. As a result, he could barely understand a few words from the conversations of the black butterfly woman and the forbidden woman. Good, happy, obedient, cute, cost. Not many words, but enough for Bai Pu to deduce his current predicament, without a doubt. This was not a game about striking poses to clear levels at all. It was a transaction. The products were the players themselves. The black butterfly woman was the seller, while the forbidden woman and the previous cube were the buyers. Once bought, it meant forcibly leaving the instance and entering the true bizarre world. No divine being could save him. But if he didn't learn these strange movements, he would starve to death in the glass room. As for escaping, the red-haired man had already demonstrated the violent consequence of attacking the glass wall with his life. No wonder the difficulty of the instance was. This hinted that there was still room for struggle with. While only led to death. The two bizarre beings exchanged words for a while. After a while the forbidden woman shook her head and, like the cube bizarre, spat out hundreds of blood-red crystals, handing them to the black butterfly woman. Then a strand of hair pointed towards the direction of the slightly plump girl. The black butterfly woman looked somewhat surprised. Foolish. The forbidden woman, fat, cute. The black butterfly woman seemed persuaded and waved her hand lightly. The girl in the checkered shirt, who was previously feeling proud and happily awaiting the instance reward, suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed her throat and was suspended in the air. Whoosh, in a straight line she was instantly flown back to her own room. At the same time the water in the groove of the glass door kept flowing upwards and solidifying. Again it formed an incredibly solid transparent glass. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No, I clearly did better than her. This is unfair. The girl in the checkered shirt, thrown onto the bed, exclaimed in shock. I have already cleared the level, let me out. Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. Everyone cast sympathetic glances. In the very center of the hall, the slightly plump girl looked astonished, her smile radiant. As the white jade platform slowly descended, the slightly plump girl vanished from the sight of the crowd along with the two bizarre beings. Impossible. That shameless person must have secretly used some means to steal my rank. Damn it. The girl in the checkered shirt kept banging on the door, cursing madly. Even though no one responded, her foul-mouthed tirade did not cease, as if she had gone mad. Bai Pu tugged at his lips. This was too fragile under pressure. Just this little matter could drive her insane. However, what he was about to do next was no better than this girl. In this instance, violence obediently posing, lying down in defeat, all lead to dead ends. There was only one way to make the black butterfly woman willingly let him out. Without hesitation, Bai Pu unzipped his pants. What the hell is he about to do? So big. So big. So big. Husband. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Bai Pu unleashed a water gun he even started to draw. Here, I'll draw a dragon on the left and a rainbow on the right. Before long, yellow urine coated the ceiling, glass walls and furniture. A pungent acrid stench filled the entire. Bai Pu wore a mask unrecognizable, untraceable, and surrendered utterly to chaos. He retrieved several buckets of paint from his spatial storage and splattered grotesque, age-inappropriate graffiti across the transparent glass surfaces. Then he produced Sichuan peppercorns and chili powder. Through holes drilled in the glass, he blasted the neighboring room with a hairdryer, sending clouds of irritants swirling inward. Cough. 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 What's wrong with you? What the hell? You're asking for death. Cough, cough. Cough. Within minutes, the entire floor erupted, coughing echoed like thunder down the corridor. Residents hurled furious curses at Bai Pu. Those in adjacent rooms bore the brunt. Peppercorn dust drifted through the air like snowfall, thick and blinding. The sting was unbearable, people gasped, choking, unable to draw breath. Godan, after his initial outburst, burrowed deep beneath his quilt. Even the woman in the checkered shirt, who'd been ranting moments before, clamped both hands over her mouth and fell silent. Across the entire floor, only Bai Pu remained unruffled, utterly unperturbed. Indeed, he was unharmed. Every noxious odor was filtered out entirely by his exclusive idol nurse battle robe, leaving his mask a perfect barrier. He carried on for a full hour, unleashing one absurd stunt after another, sowing panic and fury. Everyone raged, everyone shouted, but none could lay a hand on him. Amid mounting outrage, the white marble platform rose slowly. This time only the black butterfly spirit glanced toward Bai Pu, her expression faintly displeased. Her already purplish black skin darkened further, as if shadow itself had deepened. With a sharp shatter, the glass door of Bai Pu's room dissolved into liquid. Karma's coming. Serves him right. He won't even attempt the trial and yet blocks our practice. What a rotten seed. Just wait, he'll meet the same fate as that red-haired man. Finally. Bai Pu set down his paint bucket and offered an innocently disarming smile. Inside, the dungeon spirits could not kill as long as no pre-established rule was broken. He hadn't forced entry violently, merely redecorated his own room. True to form, upon entering, the black butterfly spirit made no use of her eerie powers. She simply cast a cool, detached glance at Bai Pu, and silence fell heavy and absolute. Man and spirit locked eyes. An invisible current crackled between them. Background music besides Spring Love and Wildflowers. Seriously. This freeloader's going full rogue, and you, spirit, aren't even disciplining him. Do you have any dignity left? Suddenly, Bai Pu's body lifted into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was hurled from his room into an empty, vacant chamber. Then thump, he landed squarely on a plush, oversized bed. At the center of the platform, the black butterfly spirit's fingers trembled ever so slightly. Instantly, countless circular apertures bloomed across every ceiling, exhaling powerful suction. These were no pre-installed mechanical vents, they manifested ex nihilo. Like the furniture that retracted and reappeared at will, their impossible technology defied all logic. HSSSS, the acrid stench vanished instantly, replaced by a delicate floral fragrance, soft and soothing, coaxing involuntary relaxation. At last, players breathed freely again. Godan crawled out from under his quilt, muttering curses. Meanwhile, Bai Pu's former room. Its once transparent glass walls had transformed into frosted opaque panels, hazy, indistinct, obscuring all view of the interior. Only faint shifting silhouettes glided behind the veil, suggesting some unseen cleaning operation. Indeed, the garish yellow artwork Bai Pu had scrawled across the glass was visibly fading. After a long while, the room was restored, spotless, gleaming, pristine, as if nothing had ever occurred. Expressionless, the black butterfly spirit ascended the white marble platform and departed. The low hum receded into distance. Eyes turned toward Bai Pu, disgust mingling with reluctant curiosity. Both had defied order. The red-haired man had been turned into a human specimen on the spot. Bai Pu, however, had merely been relocated to a new room. Knock, knock, knock. Bro, Bai. Bro, Bai. A male voice called from next door, tinged with eager deference. I'm your biggest fan. Bai Pu glanced up. Thick eyebrows. Didn't recognize him. Ignoring the new neighbor, he sprawled flat onto the pristine cloud-soft bed, arms and legs spread wide, and sighed disgruntled. Truly unexpected. He'd caused such mayhem, and yet the spirit hadn't expelled him. She'd merely shifted him lightly to a fresh room. Was his mischief simply too mild? HSSSS above the ceiling vents still roared a relentless powerful draft. Precisely. To prevent further disruption, the black butterfly spirit had left the high-tech ventilation system running not just in Bai Pu's room but across all chambers. Which meant any repeat of his earlier pranks, especially the chili and peppercorn assault, was now utterly impossible. Operation Spice Storm had failed spectacularly. This is going to be tricky. Bai Pu folded his arms behind his head and idly kicked the TV remote into view. Might as well keep watching and learning. But boom. Opening scene shock, a stark red exclamation mark flashed across the screen. Friendly reminder: due to misconduct, your access to training modules has been suspended for 24 hours. Please reflect and correct your behavior. What the? After his initial shock subsided, Bai Pu realized news broadcast still played normally, the lock applied solely to the pose-based trial for food rewards interface. A false alarm. Suddenly he turned toward the thicky-browed boy and spoke. You know me. Of course, the boy nodded vigorously. In the Hajin district ability user circles, everyone knows you, especially Secretarian, who's pulled every string trying to locate you. Bro, let me tell you, I've got a friend who's an ability user and he was personally vetted by Secretarian. As the conversation veered wildly off track, Bai Pu cut in. Since you know me, you must also know I never waste effort inside a dungeon. Ha. Well, yeah, that's true. The boy paused, thoughtful then hesitant, but bro, everyone already knows this dungeon solution. Your little performance just now, it felt off. Really off. Off as in mentally unhinged. Exactly. The boy scratched his head, flustered. That's you saying it, not me. You actually believe those two cleared the trial? Bai Pu sneered. Absolutely, they aced every one of the 100 challenges. White brother, you have no idea how grueling it is to perform 100 consecutive movements flawlessly. I got stuck on physical flexibility, specifically the backward bend at challenge 77. I just couldn't arch far enough. Otherwise I'd already be back in the surface world savoring hot pot. Tisk tisk. Bai Pu arched an eyebrow. Since you're my fan, I'll tell you a story. Oh yes. Yes. The thick-browed boy nodded eagerly while practicing his backward bend. Might as well pass the time, he was idle anyway. Bai Pu cradled his head with both hands, eyes fixed on the ceiling, and began speaking softly. Long ago there was a woman who opened a pet shop. She raised the most fashionable dog breeds of the day, numerous, thriving, and highly profitable. Then suddenly, her pets stopped selling altogether. Perplexed, she investigated widely and discovered her business had been overtaken by a newly opened rival pet shop. Strangely, this new shop charged identical prices, yet its sales exploded. Nearly every new puppy arriving on site vanished instantly from the shelves. Meanwhile, her own dogs languished, utterly ignored. Do you know why? Ha! The thick-browed boy blinked, then flashed a mischievous grin. Must be because the new owner's younger and prettier, or maybe offers extra services. Ha ha. You know what I mean, brother. Bai Pu fell silent. As a student, aren't you understanding a little too much? He shook his head. No. Then it's because her dogs were diseased, carrying rabies or worse, so no one dared buy them. No. Could it be that the new owner has powerful backing, people flocking for the sake of her influential patrons? No. Then why? Surely people aren't all fools. Undeterred, the woman disguised herself as a customer and stepped into the rival. There she was, stunned. Every pet in the new shop bowed and shook paws on command, while hers merely lay lazily waiting to be fed. She even caught herself wanting to buy one home. So she began training her own dogs, brutally simple in method. Only those who bowed or shook paws received food. At first the dogs whined and barked in confusion. Why had their meals vanished? Hunger gnawed at them relentlessly. After several missed meals, one dog accidentally assumed the required posture and instantly received its reward. The others, observing closely, swiftly imitated. Soon every dog ate again. Her shop's fortunes gradually revived. Yet ambition burned deeper. She craved even more obedient pets to multiply her profits. Thus training intensified and rewards escalated accordingly. Ordinarily dogs ate standard kibble, 2 yuan per gene. But exceptional performers earned premium treats: canned meat, marrow, bone, sausages, temptations so irresistible that dogs practice tirelessly, even offers yearning for that savory bone. Yet high-complexity maneuvers proved beyond most dogs' reach. Only a rare few could master them. And each of those elite performers commanded prices hundreds of times higher than before, so coveted they sold out before arrival. The woman crushed all rivals, becoming the town's sole pet emporium, her fame spreading far and wide. Everyday outsiders flocked in, heedless of exorbitant costs, just to purchase a dancing dog. The thick-browed boy froze mid-bend. The allegory was unmistakable, especially given their surroundings. Even if dull-witted, he understood. Hesitating, he forced a strained chuckle. Brother. Brother Bai. This story, you made it up right. Ha ha. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Bai Pu turned his attention to the television. Time slipped away. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout, black butterfly specters spirited away players, and fresh newcomers arrived constantly. Veteran players had long exhausted their rations yet remained trapped at challenge 100, hindered by physiological limits, hypoglycemia-induced dizziness, poor flexibility, unstable balance. Now they survived solely by deceiving novices into surrendering food, a desperate fading existence. At the sight of a newcomer they swarmed instantly. Hey newbie. Want to know how to clear the trial? Want to? Good. Mirror this pose, then hand me the steamed bun that appears on the table and I'll tell you. That same script duped person after person. Novices became veterans, then preyed upon the next wave, perpetuating the cycle. Across the entire floor, newcomers and veterans alike knew of one oddity. While everyone drilled arcane poses, this anomaly performed push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. They hype him up so much outside, but honestly, it's just luck from his past. Can you believe he urinated freely in his room? What's the difference between him and a dog? Such a fine man, how did he lose his mind? Amid such murmurs, Bai Pu's reputation plummeted, his aura of mastery seemingly dissolved. Only the thick-browed boy remained silent. His gaze lingered, clouded and conflicted, on Bai Pu's rising and falling form, the pet shop parable echoing in his mind, haunting even his dreams, himself confined within a cage. 297, 298, 299, 300. A set of push-ups completed. Bai Pu rose drenched in sweat and stretched his joints. His eyes flicked to the television screen, lips curling faintly. The moment had ripened. It was time to exit the dungeon. Thick brows. He beckoned to the dazed boy. Ha! What's up, brother Bai? Judging by that expression, you half believe my story yet refuse to accept it. Well? The boy grimaced. Not unwilling to believe, but terrified too. If this dungeon truly operated as Bai Pu claimed, then hope would vanish entirely, leaving only despair. No matter, I'll show you proof. A low hum resonated. The white jade platform ascended slowly, and the black butterfly specter returned leading another guest specter. This time, however, the guest was a grotesque hybrid serpentine head, rodent-like body scaled in iridescent jade green, its taxonomy utterly indecipherable. At the black butterfly female gooey's wave of the hand, the glass doors of dozens of rooms liquefied. The players burst out in exhilaration, each displaying that 100-hit combo routine. These were all players who had cleared the challenge and now waited to be chosen. The two gooeys began their customary conversation. Incomprehensible chatter. Which one do you prefer? Bai Pu asked. The thick-browed man stared in astonishment. You can understand what those gooeys are saying. Bai Pu shrugged. He had remained in the instance for a week to learn that alien tongue, a rare chance to decipher the uncanny world. He could not claim to translate each word precisely, but he could grasp the general meaning. The thick-browed man shook his head. No, impossible. This was clearly a language exchanged among gooeys with strange syllables and intonations. How could a human learn it? And in merely 10 days. It defied belief. Bai Pu offered no explanation and simply paraphrased the gooey's exchange. Incomprehensible. I prefer soft, delicate flesh. Yes, that pale, plump one is perfect. A pale, plump fellow. The thick-browed man scanned the crowd of performers. Sure enough, there was a rotund man whose skin was paler than the women standing out among the others. In the next moment, the portly man was lifted into the air, borne slowly and inexorably by an invisible force until he hovered before the two gooeys. The other players who had been dancing were instantaneously swept back into their rooms by an irresistible power, the liquid glass doors re-solidifying behind them. The thick-browed man's eyes widened. The gooey's exchange continued. Incomprehensible. Your eye is keen. This pale, tender-skinned specimen is truly prime, price 233 blood crystals. Here. A clatter, a small heap of teardrop-shaped red blood crystals tumbled from the snake head. Incomprehensible. Thank you for your patronage. Wait, you've only paid 232 blood crystals, one short. The snakehead rat-bodied gooey split its maw to reveal a crimson stinger, and the thick-browed man stared in disbelief. Clack, a single blood crystal slipped from between its teeth. The two gooeys concluded their transaction and departed with the pale, plump captive. This time the thick-browed man was utterly convinced. His face was a mask of panic. The translation had upended everything he formerly believed. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and struck his forehead repeatedly against Bai Pu. Brother Bai, please save me. I deserve to die. I should never have doubted you. Please point me a way to survive. At that moment in the livestream, under the scorching sun, Anya glanced toward Bai Pu playing with ants beneath a nearby tree, then looked at Bai Pu basking in the livestream's spotlight. Irritation fluttered in her chest. After so much investigation, Bai Pu was the most suspicious. But with both appearing together, she could not rule him out. Suddenly an incredible thought rose in Anya's mind. No, another possibility, a duplicate. Since the uncanny invasion, everything had become possible. According to inquiries, an instance-rated S grants a random reward, whereas an SS grade offers 2 options, letting the player choose one. Bai Pu had flawlessly cleared the instance so many times that his abilities and inventory surely far exceeded those of ordinary empowered individuals. If he earned an SS, he could even select his reward. To conceal his identity, he might have deliberately chosen an item or power that could produce a duplicate. Bai Pu's only noteworthy presence had been his impassioned speech in the gym. He had shown no exceptional performance and no ability had yet been detected. If not for Shibat Singh Dai, she might never have associated the two of them. Could a senior-year student hide so deeply? No. She would have to probe further, inside the instance. The commotion from the thick-browed man drew the attention of players across the floor, their faces curious. All right, get up. Bai Pu arched an eyebrow. If I had no intention of saving you, why would I tell you all this? Really? The thick-browed man brightened. Then brother Bai, what should we do next? Feign helplessness. Ha! What do you plan to do? Escape? Bai Pu asked in a flat tone. Pretend you're a pet shop owner who keeps many dogs. When one dog starts gnawing at the cage lock, it can't break it, but you don't want the others to imitate. What would you do? Pull it out and teach it a lesson. But what if once pulled out that dog starts biting you instead? Then you must punish more severely, for example, make an example of it. Make the other dogs not only afraid to bite people but instill the impression that any dog that bites the cage will be killed. How does that sound? Familiar at all? The red-haired man. The thick-browed man exclaimed. This description matched the red-haired man exactly. Could Bai Pu have already seen this floor when he first entered the instance? Terrifying. But brother Bai, if we don't practice the moves we want, earn the reward food, well, starve. What is there to fear? I have food. Bai Pu produced biscuits and shoved them through the hole in the glass wall. Not just one, an entire box. He filled the thick-browed man's room with biscuits. Thank you, brother Bai, you are my savior. The thick-browed man's face bloomed with a grin as he tore open a pack and began to eat blissfully. You're celebrating too soon, Bai Pu said. Ha! The biscuit halted at the thick-browed man's lips. These are not just for you alone. If your neighbor wants some, share it with them and he'll keep giving you more. At a moment like this, everyone should help one another and get through it together. Bai Pu raised his voice to the onlookers. If you want to live a few more days, stop doing those moves, they only bring you closer to hell. If anyone is hungry, come to me, I have a lot of food in my space. If you doubt what I say, talk to those newcomers and see if any of the so-called cleared players have appeared in the surface world. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Trust brother Bai, the thick-browed man said while eating, cheering Bai Pu on. He can understand exactly what the GUIs are saying. It's true. We're merely pets of a pet shop owner. The more talents we display, the likelier we are to be sold. Once taken into the uncanny world, there really is only death. Let me tell you a story. Though the speech was fervent, the players remained skeptical, yet who would refuse free food? People took this opportunity to continuously ask for food from the one with thick eyebrows. The players' rooms surrounded the central large hole arranged in a circular pattern. Closely connected. Food was passed through the glass hole. You give me, I give him, and it continued in sequence. Before long, a box of biscuits started to glow. Bai Pu brought out 3 large boxes including chips, sausages, instant noodles, lollipops, nuts and bread and continued to distribute. Everyone was excited. They eagerly awaited the food to reach their hands. In the meantime, someone wanted to take a few extra portions and was directly warned by Bai Pu, if you want to take more, you won't have a share in future distributions. Anyone who gives him food will also lose their eligibility for distribution. Instantly everyone discarded their little schemes and honestly waited for Bai Pu to distribute the food. At first, players had the idea of freeloading food, pretending to say they believed while not taking it seriously in their hearts. However, as time passed, the black butterfly female ghost repeatedly brought different ghosts while Bai Pu tirelessly translated the conversations of the 2 ghosts for everyone. Initially thought to be made up, yet every statement perfectly predicted the subsequent actions of the 2 ghosts without a single mistake. All the players were stunned. This meant that Bai Pu could indeed understand the language of ghosts. Bai Pu did not deceive them. The story of the pet shop was real. In less than 3 days, everyone stopped playing the action game and, following Bai Pu's example, lay down, slacked off and enjoyed eating, drinking and having fun. Apart from food, anything else could be called up from the room's built-in operating system. As for food, Bai Pu distributed it to everyone at every meal, so there was no need to worry about going hungry. In an instant, the entire floor fell into a trend of lying flat and enjoying pleasure. Some sang loudly, some lay in bed for 24 hours, some played with pipes, some mindlessly argued to pass time, and some performed headstands to amuse others. No one was studying strange actions anymore. During this time, the black butterfly female ghost did not bring any more ghosts up and the group seemed forgotten, spending their days entertaining themselves. Bai Pu leaned on the soft sofa watching television as usual, trying to absorb all information related to the strange world. He appeared calm and composed. In reality he was anxious inside. The reason was simple: the food he had just distributed was the last of his. After all, he had to provide for several hundred people. At the same time, he couldn't be too frugal to avoid showing weakness in front of these people. Indeed, he deliberately revealed the truth about the dungeon to everyone in order to disrupt the pet shop owner's plans and cut off the financial flow of the pet shop. Only by providing ample food would these players stop learning. During this time, he intentionally translated the words of the two ghosts each time to gain the players' trust and ensure better cooperation. In a situation where neither violence nor obedience could ensure survival, being disliked by the pet shop owner would lead to being thrown out. This was the only way to exit the dungeon. And making the room dirty would obviously not lead to being disliked, so Bai Pu had to change his approach. That is, encouraging players to stop learning, cutting off the pet shop owner's financial flow. Aside from himself, no one knew how large his space was or how much food it contained. He was gambling, betting that the pet shop owner would not give up the normal operation of the pet shop just because of him. Suddenly a familiar buzzing sound rang out and the white jade stone platform slowly rose. This time only the black butterfly female ghost was present. Bai Pu smirked slightly. It seems the pet shop owner could no longer sit still. He had bet right. With a splash, the special glass of Bai Pu's room turned into flowing water flowing into a groove. The black butterfly female ghost beckoned again. In an instant, Bai Pu's body was suspended in the air, his head involuntarily raised as if an invisible hand was gripping his neck. Breathing became difficult. Just like that, he floated directly onto the white jade stone platform facing the black butterfly female ghost. The entire floor was eerily quiet. Everyone watched this scene with complex emotions. Fear, terror, worry, confusion, helplessness. Countless emotions were frozen on their faces. Soon Bai Pu's face turned red from suffocation and he could only gasp for breath. All that could be heard was the whoosh of his breathing echoing in the silent floor. It's over. Bai Pu really messed up this time. He even distributed the food from his space to everyone before dying. I was wrong about him before. Sigh, even Bai Gu can't withstand these strange things. The ghost tide is getting stronger. Will humanity meet the same fate as the dinosaurs? Everyone in the livestream couldn't help but sweat for Bai Pu. Yet Bai Pu, despite the difficulty in breathing, showed no trace of worry in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with confidence. To others, this gaze appeared rebellious. Bai Pu was not worried that the black butterfly female ghost would strike him. The level of this dungeon was beyond what Blue Star could currently access, yet it had attracted so many players, which clearly indicated the presence of certain bugs. And the cause of this bug was probably the black butterfly female ghost in front of him. To put it simply, the black butterfly female ghost had sneaked into Blue Star to smuggle without going through official channels. Therefore, she had to be more cautious in adhering to the dungeon rules to avoid being discovered by some existence. He did not violently destroy or attack NPCs, so the black butterfly female ghost had no excuse to kill him. This was his confidence. Just as Bai Pu expected, the black butterfly female ghost glanced at him disdainfully and then no longer paid attention. Buzz. The white jade stone platform trembled. Bai Pu felt himself slowly descending. Seeing that the meal ticket was taken away by the female ghost, the players could no longer sit still and couldn't help but discuss among themselves, where is she taking Bai Pu? What should we do now? We're doomed. What will we eat from now on? The voices in their ears grew distant. Bai Pu still maintained the posture of being lifted in the air by an invisible hand. He couldn't exert any strength in his limbs, only his head could turn slightly. Fortunately, the invisible hand did not intend to strangle him, it was just a bit difficult to breathe. As the white jade stone platform descended, Bai Pu couldn't help but observe the female ghost beside him. Upon closer inspection, the black butterfly female ghost's slender figure paired with her black purple gown appeared exceptionally elegant. Especially the two pairs of wings behind her. They were almost entirely formed of black mist, continuously bubbling up with the escaping black mist ultimately returning to the female ghost's body, forming a unique cycle. Bai Pu couldn't help but wonder if these ethereal wings could actually allow her to fly. Just as he was pondering, the white jade stone platform elevator landed on another level which was identical in layout to the floor he had previously been on. Countless glass rooms, each containing one person. No, it should be said each containing a fishman. The white jade platform merely passed by, never pausing. Soon they arrived at another floor. This time the glass room contained a halforc. The white jade platform descended steadily. He had no sense of how tall the building truly was. Each floor housed a different species. Orcs, fish people, elves, avian humanoids, physically mutated humans, human Gui hybrids, even robots. All manner of strange creatures were locked in glass rooms, frozen in bizarre poses. Yet these poses differed somewhat from the floor where Bai Pu had been. It seemed the black butterfly Gui had designed a unique dance for each species. The fish people were attempting splits, the bird people were rapping loudly, the elves practiced singing, dancing, and even basketball. Each so-called pet dutifully trained to perform. Bai Pu felt a cold dread. He had not expected the black butterfly Gui's handiwork to be so extensive. One species per floor. Bai Pu could not help but think of the closely stacked chicken and duck cages in a breeding farm, so similar to his own predicament. Could this be the true face of the uncanny world? As he pondered, the humming ceased and the white jade platform came to a stop. They seemed to have reached the bottom floor. The patterns on the platform flowed seamlessly into the surrounding floor. The material was identical and no seam marked where the elevator ended and the ground began. Bright white lights flooded the hall with piercing clarity. Looking up, Bai Pu's pupils contracted. This level had no glass rooms and no living beings. Only countless preserved specimens. The entire hall resembled an exhibition partitioned into innumerable small zones by species. Each zone was arranged like a theatrical tableau. The red-haired man stood among them. Now every strand of his hair was distinct, his body completely bare, his exquisitely maintained skin somehow more handsome than when he had been alive. Beside the red-haired man lay a naked human woman. The two corpses were posed in a manner unfit for children. Their facial expressions and the faint creases at their waists made the scene disturbingly lifelike. They were set before a red backdrop bearing the double happiness emblem with red candles and dragon and phoenix bedding as decoration. A plaque written in a grotesque script announced human mating. A chill ran through Bai Pu's heart. He could already imagine the black butterfly Gui when introducing the exhibit to customers, manipulating the black chi inside the red-haired man to create the illusion of movement. At that moment the black butterfly Gui moved in a direction. No, it was not walking. Her feet did not stir. She was borne forward on a cloud of black mist. Like riding on vapor, Bai Pu's body, still suspended in midair, followed involuntarily. They walked along narrow paths between the exhibits, the pair traversing the vast space and brushing past countless staged scenes. In a deep forest tableau, Little Red Riding Hood led the big bad wolf to grandmother's house, a terrifying smile hiding beneath her hood. In the cerulean sea, a beautiful mermaid perched on a reef, iridescent scales on her tail flicking as if powered, while beneath the waves countless eyes stared at distant cargo ships waiting for the next kind-hearted soul to take the bait. Under a clear blue sky, a giant panda with bat wings hunted a frantic bird person. Every stage piece was themed around blood, slaughter, and depravity. And the actors populating these plays were like the red-haired man, hollowed of their organs and filled with black chi, mere puppets. Every species was represented, even Guis were not spared. Bai Pu suspected that when customers arrived, these stage dramas would activate according to pre-established programs. Countless scenes would play out in that cavernous silent hall. It was hard to imagine how chilling the spectacle would be. Along the way, Bai Pu absorbed every vista of the hall. For a full half-hour it continued like that before he finally glimpsed the hall's edge. Beneath the tall ornate white walls stood an utterly ordinary frosted glass door, incongruous among the hall's other high-tech fixtures. A lightning thought flashed through Bai Pu's mind. This blurred glass, these creatures made into specimens. Had the scenes he had seen through the glass before entering the instance been the backs of these very stage actors? At last, the exit. Bai Pu let out a slight breath of relief. Good, so far everything seemed to be proceeding according to his plan. Suddenly the glass door opened automatically and a cold wind blew in. The black butterfly Gui, as if flicking away trash, made a graceful gesture with her hand. With a whoosh, Bai Pu's body was unpreparedly hurled outside and he fell awkwardly to the ground. Immediately a whirl of white mist began to blur his vision. A clever little insect. Forget it, while catch pets elsewhere. The black butterfly Gui's voice faded at his ear. At the same moment a familiar voice sounded clear. Dungeon rating D. Because you cleared the hidden instance and were its sole finisher, you receive a consolation prize. Bai Pu looked down. A red teardrop-shaped crystal lay quietly in his palm, wine-dark scarlet, as if flecks of starlight were trapped within, faintly shimmering. There was no item description. But Bai Pu knew its value instinctively. This was the blood crystal the black butterfly Gui had acquired from other Guis. If such a powerful black butterfly Gui cherished it so highly, it must be special. It appeared to serve as currency among Guis, and a valuable one at that. For him, though, it was of little immediate use. Was this compensation for a dungeon bug? He had no time to consider it further. The next moment, Bai Pu suddenly appeared amid a bustling crowd on a crowded street. Panic tightened his chest. So many people, how could he possibly hide now? Fearing exposure, he hastily stripped off his clothes and mask and stuffed them into his spatial pocket. Embarrassingly, no one noticed the scene. Ordinary people went about their daily routines after some colleagues were dragged into the dark world. Those left behind faced heavier workloads and had no time to follow live streams. At most they had heard the name Bai Pu, few truly knew him. Those chosen by the dark world had no leisure to spare because a voice sprang into the minds of everyone who had participated in the instance. Congratulations to Lan Xing for clearing the hidden instance. Treasure mode will open in 3 days. Moreover, in front of each player's retina appeared an information panel visible only to them. In an instant the group chat and live stream erupted. Holy crap, this must be the work of a freeloading expert. One Piece. With a restless heart and trembling hands, my 18-meter broadsword can no longer be contained. For those wanting to make a fortune, message me privately to form a team. PS, only capable individuals, no lifestyle support roles allowed. Damn it, why is my attack power only 2 points? Cybe content, my panel has no attack power at all, and as a support player I feel utterly unappreciated. Sob. Everyone was engrossed in discussing the newly updated content, completely oblivious to Bai Pu. Bai Pu. Damn, Bai is excited. He managed to think of 13 excuses to explain to District Chief Su in just 0.2 seconds along with a 5,000-word patriotic oath. What a waste of emotion. But why did the strange invasion happen to upgrade to version 2.0 at this time? Having stayed inside for so long, whether through instinct or from the information on television, he could vaguely guess the shape of the strange world. He was certain that this pet shop dungeon was definitely some sort of accident rather than a so-called hidden dungeon. Could it be that they thought Blue Star had completed an impossible dungeon, hence increasing the overall difficulty? Indeed. An increase in difficulty means richer rewards. Hopefully the treasure mode won't let him down and will make him stronger. This feeling of being discarded like a dog is too humiliating. But this is the only way to clear the dungeon. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough. If he could become strong enough that even the black butterfly woman couldn't do anything to him, he wouldn't have to resort to such humiliating acts as urinating everywhere. He wondered if the live stream would be blurred during his urination if some small studios used AI to swap faces and made a movie. That would be a huge loss. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes, his expression resolute. He vowed never to put himself in such a vulnerable position again. He would become stronger. Along the way, Bai Pu occasionally entered shops to buy things. Whenever he reached a dead end, he would instantly toss the items he was carrying into his space. Bit by bit, he filled in the missing items in his space. This time the countdown in his palm lasted a full 38 hours. He could take his time without any rush. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the countdown was getting longer. As he neared home, in case someone was still watching Bai Pu, he entered a nearby public restroom again before arranging for Bai Pu to leave his home, successfully transferring with his clone. As he touched the radish knife again, Bai Pu felt a surge of joy. Although it still looked like a plastic toy, its power should not be underestimated. Initially, after helping the ants to extermination, he could set another hostile species each time he leveled up. Thus, not only the ants in the neighborhood but also scorpions, snails, caterpillars, toads, centipedes. He spared none. Kill on sight. At this moment, the radish knife had already leveled up to level 6, including 5 instances of sharp enhancement and 1 instance of break defense, making all animals perish upon touch. Even against a wild boar, Bai Pu was confident he could take it down with the radish knife. Indeed, it was a one-hit kill. The current radish knife was that formidable. However, the experience required for upgrades was increasing significantly. The 1 point of experience from killing ants was negligible compared to the 1,000,000,000 experience bar, even with the double bonus from hostile species. As for the larger creatures, the experience would be slightly higher but still hovered around 10 points. Suddenly his phone, which was charging, vibrated. Bai Pu changed his squatting position and opened his phone. It was a message from Anya. Hello Bai Pu, I wonder if you have time to take on a special task. Special task? Bai Pu rested his chin in thought. The fact that she didn't mention it in the group but privately messaged him indicated that this task was highly confidential. But now Bai Pu's suspicions should have been cleared to the outside world. He was just an ordinary student with no abilities. Why would they suddenly want him for a task? Trying to test him. My mom said that a person can only handle what their capacity allows. Just as he was about to send a refusal, Anya sent another message. Rest assured, the task allowance has been approved, 5,000 for each person. Swish swish swish. Bai Pu deleted all the information in the input box and quickly replied with a new message. What task? There were too many things bought in the space and the 100,000 he earned from Sophie was almost depleted. Who would refuse more money? If he could earn a bit, that would be good. Sorry, in order not to alert the enemy, the task content is confidential. I can only tell you it's related to a rescue. I'll provide you with the specifics once you confirm your participation. Walker Fat. Sending a student to rescue someone. And it seemed this task wasn't just for him. After a moment's consideration, Bai Pu agreed. All right. I'm in. First of all, he wanted to state that he absolutely wasn't doing it for the 5,000. Anya didn't even ask about his abilities, directly inviting him, clearly still seeing him as a freeloader. If he continued to evade, it would only deepen the suspicions of those above. It was better to boldly allow the identity of Bai Pu to come to the forefront. The passionate patriotic youth persona from the gym was pretty good. Most importantly, this rescue task particularly invited capable individuals, indicating that the police and agents couldn't handle it. The reason was simple. Either the opponents also had capable individuals and could only defeat magic with magic, or they wanted to resolve things quickly without anyone noticing. On the other end of the phone, Anya couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy, hearing there's money involved, agreed so quickly. Forget it, as long as I can get a feel for this kid's background, I'll deduct 5,000 from my salary card. I hope to find that freeloader soon so I can have an explanation for the district chief. That's right. This task had no budget whatsoever. The money was merely Anya's bargaining chip to get Bai Pu to agree, and it proved that he indeed cared about money. Anya rubbed her head inside. Just thinking about District Chief Su's furious expression upon hearing this made her head throb. How dare anyone kidnap the chosen ones at this critical juncture? District Chief Su's stern orders echoed in her ears. Every chosen one is a crucial force in humanity's counterattack against the anomalies. Since someone has chosen to disregard the survival of all humanity for their own selfish desires, it seems I've been too lenient these past few years. Anya, you are in charge of this matter. I have just two requests. First, rescue that student as quickly as possible intact. Second, make an example out of them. In a public restroom. Sounds of rushing water intermittently come from the next stall, prompting Bai Pu to take out his mask to block the foul odor. Just as Bai Pu felt his legs going numb from squatting, his phone finally rang again. Beep, a red official notification highlighted on the Fanatical app. Task ID NCG5464DJ. Confidentiality level high for task-related personnel only. Task details: it has been confirmed that a student named Si Liang, qualified to enter the dark world, has been kidnapped by the wealthy businessman He Qingxuan at the Qingxuan Villa. This incident infringes on the student's basic rights, has a severely adverse impact, may lead others to imitate, and greatly undermines the unified front of the capable against the bizarre. Task objective: rescue Si Liang as soon as possible while minimizing the impact of this incident. Task authority level 2, can execute the enemy depending on the situation. Remarks: Hajin District Route Map, Qingxuan Villa Location Map, Basic Villa Security Information, Team Member Names and Meeting Points. The nearly 1,000-word content filled by Pu's eyes with just 2 words: execution. This is tantamount to having a royal sword and no one can hold him accountable. Playing with the carrot knife in his hand, Bai Pu chuckled. Thank you for the organization's trust, I guarantee the completion of the task. Seeing Bai Pu's reply, Anya quickly sent a group message on her phone, her eyes filled with anticipation. This matter, if handed to ordinary agents, would easily alert the enemy. It is better to let the capable show their skills. The few people she selected have unique abilities that perfectly complement each other, easily dealing with the bodyguards at Qingxuan Villa. But Bai Pu was unaware. Anya murmured, in the face of life-threatening danger, can you still hide? Hajin East District. Bai Pu sat outside a fast food restaurant slurping on milk tea with his legs crossed, scanning the passing traffic. According to the intel, a total of 5 individuals accepted this secret mission. And this fast food restaurant was their rendezvous point. The street ahead leads directly to the wealthy district, a necessary route to Qingxuan Villa. In the wealthy district, each villa occupies hundreds of acres, a display of extreme wealth in the land-scarce Hajin district. Qingxuan Villa is one of the most prominent among them. In Hajin district, only the Guo family can contend with He Qingxuan. Suddenly Lu Yuan called. As soon as the call connected, a sobbing voice came from the other end. Brother Wu. You've ruined me. Wu. What's wrong? Bai Pu wondered. It was clearly Lu the fatty causing him trouble, and he hadn't had the chance to settle the score yet. Why was Lu crying? I thought Bai Piao was you. Last time I went into the same dungeon with Bai Gu, I cursed him in front of Bai Gu. Lu Yuan's cries grew louder. Now it's over. Bai Gu must think I'm a hater. Or a mentally unstable kind of hater. Bai Pu, you owe me an idol. Wu. Bai Pu. Oh, wait a minute, a girl is flirting with me. Let's talk next time. Bye. What? A girl. Beautiful. Lu Yuan instantly perked up. However, before he could finish, Bai Pu had already hung up. There wasn't any girl, he just didn't want to continue bickering with Lu Yuan and randomly found an excuse. Bai Pu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This fatty truly elicits both love and hate. Just as he was thinking, his line of sight was blocked by a figure, causing Bai Pu to freeze, his milk tea paws at his lips. Holy shit. There really is a girl. Right in front of him. F cup 855688. An exquisitely perfect curvaceous figure adorned in a low-cut fitted dress with coffee-colored waves of luxurious hair and an alluring fragrance. Hi handsome, may I sit here? The woman threw a flirtatious glance, pouting her red lips. Her alluring voice drew the attention of everyone at the nearby tables. Holy shit. Bai Pu's mouth twitched. Those white beautiful thighs and the weight in front of him, spending a night would definitely start at 5 figures. Something is definitely off. With so many empty seats around, why did she specifically choose him? Could she be a teammate for the task? No. The team member info only listed one girl, and she was a student. Her features did not match this low-cut dress woman with waves. In just 0.001 seconds, Bai Pu considered countless possibilities in his mind, and the only answer that emerged was, this woman wants to take advantage of him. After all, he is young, strong, handsome, and exceptionally charming. With looks and size to match, isn't it normal for women to be attracted to him? Wow, a goddess. What an amazing figure. Which actress is this? Just a touch would be delightful. That kid is really lucky. Amid the discussions of the surrounding people, Bai Pu said expressionlessly, sorry, I'm waiting for someone, please find another place. Oh dear, the woman swayed her body, acting coy. I just want to sit with you, handsome. Saying this, she didn't wait for Bai Pu to respond, directly pulling out a chair and sitting next to him. In an instant, a rich, intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, making Bai Pu feel dizzy, almost unable to catch his breath. He simply moved his chair away. Unexpectedly, the woman leaned over the table, getting closer to Bai Pu, her low-cut dress barely containing her ample assets. "Handsome, you're so charming. Can I be your girlfriend even if just for one night?" In an instant, the space fell into a freeze. The dining guests and passers-by all stared in shock, their faces filled with confusion. Written on their faces was a single question: what did I do wrong? After a pause, the woman stood up, leaned in closer to Bai Pu and whispered in his ear, "Even just being a girlfriend for one night is fine." As he spoke, he gently stroked Bai Pu's white cheek with his finger, the gesture incredibly ambiguous. 10,000. Ha! The woman's hand froze, her expression one of astonishment. Bai Pu said coldly, "If you want to sleep with me, it's 10,000 each time. By the way, remember to bring a health report. I don't want to catch any strange diseases." Silence. An oppressive silence filled the air. Everyone looked at him with incredulous eyes, as if they were staring at a fool, unable to hide their astonishment. Bai Pu slurped his milk tea and added, "Oh, and you must be a woman under 25, no plastic surgery. I only like the natural kind. After all, this was my first time. Could I just let you take advantage of me like that?" The woman. The delivery person. The cleaning lady. The onlookers. The next moment, the room erupted in laughter. "Haha, I knew there was no way I'd meet a girl with such a fantastic figure. In reality, turns out it was just a skit. What's your Douyin account? Let me follow you. Damn, if I were in this guy's shoes, it must feel extraordinarily exhilarating. I Wang Song just love watching sci-fi movies." The crowd chatted and laughed for a while before returning to their own activities, no one paying special attention to Bai Pu's table. Meanwhile, the woman's expression turned very ugly, pouting with her arms crossed. She looked very angry. Bai Pu chuckled, tossing the empty milk teacup into the trash can and getting up to walk in a certain direction. As he passed a green belt wall, he spoke to the air without turning his head, "Stop dawdling. Since you're here, hurry up and get to work." Behind the green belt wall, several people exchanged looks of disbelief. Finally, they shrugged in unison and stepped out. A well-dressed man in a white shirt and black glasses was the first to speak. "How did you find us?" As he spoke, his eyes scanned Bai Pu up and down. Next to him, a neatly dressed short-haired woman praised, "Not bad, you actually knew we were hiding here." And a muscular tall man extended his hand in a handshake gesture. "Hello. I am Dolly." Bai Pu nodded, acknowledging the three. He did not shake hands with the muscular man. He wasn't stupid. Shaking hands with someone stronger than him would only invite trouble. He had noticed shadows moving behind the gaps in the leaves and initially thought it was just someone having an affair until that commotion earlier. The people behind the green belt showed no reaction. Watching a commotion is a natural human instinct. Therefore, he concluded that the people behind had something to hide. Were they deliberately observing him? It seems the authorities still haven't completely let their guard down against him. Bai Pu glanced at the time, 1 p.m. Just in time for the task's assembly. He directly asked, "Wasn't there supposed to be 5 people in the information? Why is one missing?" Tap tap tap, the sound of high heels approached. "Oh, come on, I've been here for a while." A familiar flirtatious tone startled Bai Pu and he turned around abruptly. The speaker was none other than the woman in the low-cut dress from before. "Put." The short-haired woman covered her mouth to stifle a laugh and said to the low-cut dress woman, "What happened to your claim of being irresistible, charming both men and women? Looks like you bit off more than you can chew." "Poof." The low-cut dress woman swayed her hips as she walked past Bai Pu. "There are no men in this world who aren't lustful. This guy must have some hidden ailments." Bai Pu. At this moment, he couldn't afford to critique. Adding him, the information clearly stated there were 4 men and 1 woman. How could there be 2 women? The official data, especially for such a confidential task, could not possibly contain such a low-level mistake. Could it be? Bai Pu scrutinized the short-haired woman and the low-cut dress woman back and forth. Short-haired woman, average looks, average figure, average height, with a stylish short haircut that appears neat, but she could easily blend into a crowd without standing out. Low-cut dress woman with cartoonishly huge headlights, perfect facial proportions, a slim waist and a peach-shaped bottom. She had not a shred of excess fat. Her perfection was almost unreal. Without a doubt, the problem lay with the low-cut dress woman. A man could dress or adorn himself to resemble a woman, but those giant headlights could not be achieved with makeup. Unless that was this guy's ability. Controlling body muscle proportions. Or was it a sex change? Transformation into a woman. It must be something along those lines. Bai Pu maintained a calm facade and pretended to be surprised as he pointed at the low-cut dress woman. "You." The flirtatious look on the low-cut dress woman's face faded, no longer hiding it. She boldly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. If one were to overlook her appearance, her movement and posture resembled that of a carefree young man. After exhaling a puff of smoke, the low-cut dress woman raised an eyebrow and said, "My ability is plastic surgery. Everything a woman needs to undergo surgery for I can achieve with just a thought, including repositioning facial features, enhancing the nose, controlling fat distribution. In short, I can transform into any star you like. How about that? Do you want to reconsider?" As she spoke, she threw a seductive glance. Bai Pu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Feigning admiration, he said, "Wow, that's impressive. So you could turn into my likeness." Instantly the expressions of the four people froze. The low-cut dress woman extinguished the cigarette in her hand, excitedly stating, "Yes. How could I not have thought of that? Great. My ability has just gained another application, ha. Bai Pu. This person wouldn't have been using this ability solely for seduction all this time, would they?" "Ahem." The refined man said seriously, "All right, let's talk business. As everyone knows about this task, according to the latest intelligence, the security personnel at the Qingchuan villa has recently increased to over 30. We 5 must work perfectly together to rescue Si Liang. How about this? Let's all share our abilities and strengths for better cooperation. I'll go first. My ability is borrowing eyes. As long as I make eye contact with someone for 3 seconds, I can see through their perspective remotely like a hacker. Currently, the range of this ability is 1,000 meters. Wow. Isn't this even scarier than surveillance?" Bai Pu felt a jolt in his heart. Following that, the muscular man named Dali raised his arms in a wrestling position and declared, "I possess the ability of strength of a bull. Any strenuous task, just hand it over to me." Wow, a frontline player. The short-haired woman scratched her head and pulled out a pair of handcuffs from her waist. "My ability is locked. Once someone is cuffed by me, no one can break free." Great, a hard control. Coupled with handcuffs, she was practically born to serve the government. Just as Bai Pu was mentally critiquing, he suddenly noticed everyone looking at him. Blinking rapidly, he then pulled a carrot knife from his pocket. The plastic products in red and green are clearly from the Schoolgate's convenience store. Short-haired girl. Refined-looking man. Muscular man. Scholarly glasses man. This is exactly who secretary and specifically instructed us to observe closely. In the gaze of the 4 people who seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Bai Pu shyly smiled. "Don't underestimate this knife, it's quite powerful." Everyone burst into laughter. "Is that it? I could crush it with a single finger." "Stop messing around, this mission concerns everyone's safety. We've all shared our capabilities, what are you hiding?" Bai Pu looked innocent. "Sorry, I'm not as capable as you guys, I only have this carrot knife. However, now that I'm here, please don't drive me away. We agreed on a 5,000 yuan task allowance." Everyone. The 4 exchanged glances, silent messages flowing in their eyes. Task allowance. Secretarian is actually paying out of pocket. What special trait does this guy have? According to the requirements, we must try to let this kid be in the front line while ensuring everyone's safety. The demands are too tough. A plastic knife. Is he an idiot? Maybe he's a big shot pretending to be weak. Regardless of whether he's here or not, we can't delay this mission. Let's consider him a mere accessory. In the ensuing silence, everyone reached a consensus. Half an hour later. On a quiet road, a black luxury car sped towards them. I'm not K, blur blur blur, dinosaur against wolves, dinosaur against wolves, a cheerful tune echoed in the car. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the road ahead. What the hell? The driver hurriedly slammed the brakes, opened the door and angrily got out. You damn. The curse was abruptly cut off. Right in front of the car, a stunning woman lay on the ground, her expression pained, continuously moaning, her alluring demeanor making hearts race. The driver's face lit up. Women of such beauty are rare. Miss. Are you okay? Before the woman could respond, a man wearing glasses rushed out from the small grove by the roadside. He shouted anxiously, "Sister, what happened to you?" Immediately following, he glared fiercely at the driver. "Did you hit my sister?" The driver frowned instantly. "Hey, your sister is lying in the middle of the road blocking my way. I just got out to take a look. The dashcam has it all recorded clearly." At that moment, the woman on the ground finally came around, slowly opening her eyes. I'm fine. I just suddenly felt dizzy from low blood sugar." What should we do? In this remote area, where can we buy you some sugar?" The glasses man looked troubled. Turning to the driver, he said, "Sorry brother, I misjudged you. I will help my sister up and let you pass." Seeing the woman weakly hanging onto the glasses man, her voluptuous body swaying, the driver couldn't help but swallow hard. "How about I take the girl to my boss house for a while? Even though I'm just a driver, I can still get her a glass of sugar water. After all, saving a life is paramount." "Really?" The glasses man was overjoyed. "But I'm just a driver and can only sneak one person in." The driver's expression was troubled. "This car can't fit 2 people. No problem, no problem." The glasses man looked grateful. "I originally brought my sister out to have fun. I didn't expect this accident. Thank you brother for your help. You're really a good person. I just happened to be heading back to the city center to get the car, so we'll trouble you to take care of my sister temporarily." "Sure, no worries." In a hidden spot by the roadside, Bai Pu, the muscular man, and the short-haired girl secretly watched the scene, all revealing smiles. The first step of the rescue plan has succeeded. Bai Pu couldn't help but praise. This refined glasses man is quite clever. He not only sent a nail directly into the Qingchuan villa but also found an opportunity to use the borrowing eyes technique on the driver. Among these people he should be most wary of this one. The engine roared. The luxury car gradually disappeared into the distance. The refined glasses man returned to the bushes and beckoned Bai Pu and the others. Let's go, we should follow. The range of borrowing eyes is 1,000 meters. We must get as close to Qingchuan villa as possible to clearly see the security layout inside the villa. 10 minutes later. The group arrived at a small slope in front of the villa. The refined glasses man had a vacant look, already switched to the perspective of the car driver, continuously relaying information to the others. 2 security guards at the main gate, 2 near the fountain, 2 at the small tower on the west side, 4 at the villa's main entrance. Wait a moment, I see Qingchuan. Not good. The transgender has been spotted. No worries, the crisis is averted. Fortunately it seems Qingchuan has some interest in the transgender and is not suspicious. Right now Qingchuan is walking towards the small building to the south where 8 individuals are patrolling nearby. The defense is particularly tight. Our target is likely here. Meanwhile Bai Pu had long since drifted off into his own thoughts. His hand tucked in his pocket continuously played with the carrot knife, his expression full of anticipation. Ant 1, earthworm 2, cricket 3, toad 4, sparrow 5. The larger the creature, the higher the attack type, the more experience points. How much experience would it give for killing a person? The first time killing someone, and it's sanctioned. How to calm the nerves. Where should he strike? Should he stab the eye first or the heart? Eating some tofu brain like Hannibal wouldn't be too bad either. What pose would be more handsome for the appearance later? If the other side offers him money as a bribe, should he show mercy? If the amount is more than what secretarian offered, should he consider letting the other side off? Meanwhile, in the group chat formed temporarily, the transgender, also known as the refined man, sent 3 words: basement. Through the driver's eyes and the transgender's ears, they perfectly discovered where Si Liang was being held. It was clear. Si Liang was locked in the basement of the southern building. The refined glasses man adjusted his glasses frame and continued analyzing. Currently we can only see 20 security guards, the rest are hidden somewhere. These are all hired by Qingchuan at a high price with no sense of martial ethics. Once caught, there's only one way out. What the hell? Where is that kid? The group looked around and soon realized. Bai Pu had disappeared without a trace at some point. Even more startling was, just above the slope, Bai Pu's passionate shouting echoed, "Doggy profiteer. Release my classmate now." The 3 exchanged glances, a myriad of thoughts racing through their minds. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought this kid along, sneered the bespectacled man. They had initially planned for the short-haired girl to pretend to ask for directions while the strong man seized the opportunity to ambush the guard. Now their entire plan was in ruins and they had alerted the enemy. Forget about rescuing anyone, even the question of whether they could escape unscathed was uncertain. The strong man clenched his fists, eager to take action. What if we just follow that kid and charge in? Are you crazy? The short-haired girl frowned and scolded. There are at least 40 people inside, each one a deadly assassin. How can you possibly take them on alone? We can't just watch that kid die. Forget it, the bespectacled man sighed heavily. Let's apologize to the security guard properly and bring this kid back. As for the mission to rescue Si Liang, that's already a failure. Is that really going to work? This kid looks like a student. If we apologize sincerely, he shouldn't make things too difficult for us. If all else fails, we can just say the kid is mentally unstable. The group quickly coordinated their excuses as they climbed up the slope. But upon seeing the scene before them, their pupils involuntarily constricted and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The villa's front door stood wide open. 2 security guards lay slumped on the ground, breathing shallowly. Their abdomens were slashed by some sharp weapon, blood gushing out, forming a large pool on the ground. A bloody footprint trail led along the marble surface straight into the villa. There were no signs of a struggle. The short-haired girl felt goosebumps all over her body and couldn't help but cover her mouth. This. It seems we underestimated this kid. The bespectacled man narrowed his eyes. No wonder this guy caught Secretary An's attention. In fact, he had been privately instructed that Bai Pu's life was prioritized over the mission to rescue Si Liang. Let's go. Since it's come to this, we can only go all the way. Dolly, keep an eye on the surroundings. Okay. The 3 of them followed the trail of blood forward. On their way, they occasionally spotted the figures of security guards. However, all the guards had already turned into corpses. Each one was instantly killed with no second attack. The ground was littered with bodies. The short-haired girl fought back her nausea as she stepped over the corpses, her thoughts complex. She hadn't expected Bai Pu to be this formidable. It seemed their rescue mission was getting closer to success. But why did she feel such fear in her heart? The original plan was, the strong man would subdue the target and then she would lock them up, completing the task as quickly and without injury as possible. The term without injury referred both to themselves and to the security guards in the villa. Even though the higher-ups had ordered them to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, they had lived in a lawful society for decades. How could they just kill someone? They couldn't get past that mental barrier. But Bai Pu was clearly just a student. Now, all she could see were corpses. Even the bulldog that He Qingchuan had bought for 300,000 had not been spared. There was simply no room for her to act. In the distance, Bai Pu's fervent shout echoed. For He Jin, what fear is there in death? The group hurried to the villa's entrance. However, Bai Pu's figure was already gone. Among the pile of corpses, a human demon sat on the ground, his expression one of terror as he pointed toward the direction of the south building, unable to speak. He killed. All right, we already know. The bespectacled man interrupted and helped the human demon up. Buzz, all their phones vibrated simultaneously. It was a message from Enya. Latest intelligence: He Qingchuan has hired a powerful ability user as a bodyguard, someone skilled with guns. Please pay attention to your safety. The others were taken aback. Did that mean Bai Pu was going to face off against someone with a gun? It's over. Isn't that just asking for death? Let's hurry and see what's going on. If I'd known there were guns, I wouldn't have come. Suddenly a gunshot rang out from the direction of the south building. Damn it. The others realized something was wrong. Without time to think, they rushed toward the south building on the other side of the garden. The 8 bodyguards responsible for guarding were now lying on the ground lifeless. The bodies piled up like a small hill, blocking the entrance to the south building. All had been killed in a single strike. The strong man couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This scene clearly indicated that 8 people had surrounded the target but had been simultaneously killed. Even he who excelled in strength couldn't escape unscathed from such a large encirclement. How strong was Bai Pu really? Entering the building, the pristine floor was marked with bloody footprints leading the way, indicating Bai Pu's path. The group exchanged glances and unhesitatingly picked up electric batons from the corpses on the ground. They were just one step away from completing the mission. Bai Pu had already sacrificed himself. They couldn't just give up like this. Even if the opposition had an ability user, they were also ability users, and there were 4 of them. The bespectacled man turned to the short-haired girl and said seriously, Dolly and I will cover you. You look for a chance to lock down the enemy. All right. The short-haired girl nodded. Her ability was not limited to just handcuffing. Even a piece of string, when she tied it around the enemy, would trigger the lock as long as they struggled. Bang, 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 more gunshots rang out. Bai Pu was still alive, the human demon shouted in disbelief. Hurry! Let's go help him. The group rushed toward the basement, following the bloody footprints. Along the way, several corpses lay haphazardly, but they had already grown accustomed to it and headed straight for the direction of the gunfire. Finally, they arrived in front of a laboratory. They opened the door. Inside, the lab was in disarray. Several lab coats had been shot through the chest, lying in pools of blood. Sparks flickered from the equipment, glass shards covered the floor, and the incessant beeping of alarms filled the air. Bang, 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 amid the continuous gunfire, Bai Pu was desperately dodging, muttering to himself. You despicable merchant, for your own selfish gain you would even harm children. Look at you, around 50 years old, your own children must be about that age too, right? Oh, I get it, you don't have children because you've done too many bad things. This is divine retribution. We are officially sent, you know this constitutes assaulting an officer, right? He was clearly running for his life, yet the expression on his face was oddly excited. And that middle-aged man firing the gun. His hands were empty. He merely formed a gun shape with his fingers pointing at Bai Pu and clicking repeatedly. To their astonishment, bullets actually shot out from the man's hand. Ha! The man sneered disdainfully. What era are we in? Still talking about official business. This is the age of ability users. You sure can hide, kid. Given your decent knife skills, I'll reluctantly take you as my little brother. How about it? What? You dare attempt to bribe me, and not even a single coin? You're as good as dead. Bai Pu curled a sly smile at the corner of his lips and shouted toward the bespectacled man and his companions, brothers and sisters, save me. The bespectacled man instantly caught on, locking his gaze onto the middle-aged man and declaring, I agree with you completely. Oh. The middle-aged man turned sharply, his aim momentarily faltering. The bespectacled man raised both hands in surrender. Brother, I wish to follow you, would that be acceptable? Your ability is. Before the middle-aged man could finish his question, the bespectacled man bellowed, I borrowing, successful. He'll call out his position, seize your chance. In an instant, the burly man and the short-haired woman surged forward in unison toward the middle-aged man. You little bastard, you've tricked me. Roaring, he whirled and fired toward the bespectacled man, only to find him already vanished beneath the table. Cursing under his breath, the middle-aged man redirected his fire toward the advancing pair. Yet just as he locked onto the burly man, a voice erupted from beneath the table. Dilly. The burly man dodged instantly. A sharp crack echoed, his shot missed entirely. Enraged, the middle-aged man lunged forward ready to unleash chaotic volleys, but his power bore strict limitations. Simulated pistol. Description: 1 bullet accumulates per hour, maximum storage capacity 24. Activation condition: pistol-shaped object, visual targeting through the eyes, vocalization of bang. He had expended 15 bullets earlier on that youth wielding the radish knife. If only had known the authorities had deployed so many agents, had have conserved them carefully. And that bespectacled man who'd feigned allegiance. What bizarre ability did he possess? Each time the middle-aged man prepared to aim, the man seemed to read his mind, immediately warning his allies to evade. Damn it! The middle-aged man roared in fury, forced instead to feint, shifting his aim, erratically halting their advance through sheer psychological pressure. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man, safely concealed beneath the table, calmly relayed coordinates. Tension froze the room until suddenly a shrill whistle pierced the air. A kaleidoscopic blur streaked across their vision. The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at his own chest, his heart pierced clean through, blood gushing forth like a crimson spring. He collapsed, slowly, dead on the spot. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for saving my life. Oh my, that was terrifying. Bai Pu emerged cheerfully from behind the cabinet. A kill equaled experience points, no one else would claim this one. The moment the radish knife pierced the middle-aged man's body, only Bai Pu saw the luminous line shimmer into existence. 1655 experience. That was precisely why he fought his way here. Each kill granted over 1,000 experience points, far more exhilarating than tormenting ants, and incidentally ridding the world of evil. Truly splendid. Seizing the stunned silence, Bai Pu retrieved the radish knife and delicately wiped away the blood, gazing upon it with tender, almost romantic adoration. Though had absorbed considerable experience today, he still fell far short of leveling up to level 7. This level 6 radish knife already felt as effortless to wield as piercing rice paper with a scalpel. Who could imagine how formidable it might become at higher levels? Alas, murder remains unlawful. Otherwise. Only after confirming the middle-aged man's death did the others exhale deeply, their gazes upon Bai Pu layered with complexity. Who could have guessed such a toy-like radish knife was truly a weapon of devastation? So you've been playing the fool all along, haven't you? The bespectacled man crawled out from under the table, his eyes flickering hungrily toward the radish knife. Brother, what do you mean? I've already revealed my ability to you. Bai Pu wore an expression of pure innocence. Ability. Their private calculations evaporated instantly. If it were merely a tool, perhaps they could acquire it, but if it were innate, no recourse remained. You've broken into my home. He Qingxuan trembled from his corner, visibly shaken by the violence had just witnessed. He was merely a merchant, ambitious, yes, but witnessing real-life murder with cold steel. This was his first time. Who could have imagined? His multi-million-dollar personal bodyguard had just been slain before his eyes by a student wielding a radish knife. Pfft, mister. If you intend to press charges, consider invoking completed homicide. It may serve you better, though. The short-haired woman strode forward, kicked He Qingxuan flat onto the floor, and snapped handcuffs around his wrists. What you've done may disqualify you from even stepping foot inside a courtroom. At the laboratory's farthest recess lay a sealed sterile chamber. Upon its surgical table rested a young man, nearly Bai Pu's age, motionless and silent. Their rescue target, Si Liang, abducted by He Qingxuan in his desperate bid to seize supernatural powers from the shadow world. A nearby cardiac monitor ticked steadily, tracing the delicate undulations of life. Excellent. He's still alive. Mission accomplished. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes, focusing on Si Liang's hands, empty. Both wrists had been cleanly severed, wrapped in blood-soaked gauze that continued to seep crimson. His arms lay rigid beside his body, straight as chopsticks. Bai Pu understood instantly. No wonder he should long since have teleported to the shadow world and fled. His hands had been cut off. The countdown visible only to him, likely He Qingxuan's brutal insurance against deception, severing both hands simultaneously. Then, was it truly the countdown etched upon their palms that served as the conduit to the shadow world? This triggered Bai Pu's memory of the earlier pet shop, whose technology, like the countdown, defied Blue Planet's current comprehension. Could one then traverse into the true realm of the uncanny via that palm-bound countdown? Shortly thereafter, specialists arrived to assume control of post-mission procedures, and Bai Pu's team disbanded on site. Before departing, the bespectacled man discreetly drew Bai Pu aside, slung an arm affectionately over his shoulder, and gazed with brotherly sincerity. Young brother, in Li Bai. Our names both contain the character Bai. Surely that's fate. Might I borrow your knife for just one day? Bai Pu blinked innocently and shook his head. It's my soul-bound weapon, only I can wield it. Even in your hands it would be inert. Don't be so stingy, just one day. No, truly, I mean it. Is it the price? 20,000. That's genuinely impossible. 30,000. HSS, brother, I swear I'm not lying. 50,000. Agreed. Ding. Payment confirmed. Without hesitation, Bai Pu withdrew the radish knife from his pocket, his expression wistful. Brother, remember, it's only for one day. Its vibrant redan green hue still bore traces of unclean blood. No problem, I'll return it tomorrow without fail. Bai patted Bai Pu's shoulder and departed, radish knife in hand, smiling warmly. Students these days truly are adorable. Such a lightweight artifact, having claimed over 40 lives, was something he intended to keep firmly in his own possession. Only a fool would return it. More crucially, upon learning of mission success, Secretarian had privately assigned him a special new directive surveillance of Bai Pu. Bai twirled the radish knife idly as he trailed Bai Pu from a distance, maintaining a precise 1-kilometer radius, his mind flooded with Bai Pu's real-time perspective. Indeed, the loan was mere pretense. His true objective had been to deploy his ability upon Bai Pu. Unbelievably, the boy had actually handed over the artifact. For just 50,000 I've acquired a divine artifact. What an unparalleled bargain. On the other side, Bai Pu had his hands in his pockets, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as he expected. Once the destructive power of the radish knife was revealed, someone would undoubtedly have their eyes on it. He had already bought dozens of identical radish knives from a stall for just 15 yuan, and now he was selling them for 5,000 yuan. This is quite the profit. If it weren't for the need to be wary of borrowing eyes, he would have wanted to sell the radish knives one by one to the short-haired girl, the strong man, and the transgender individual. It was easy to guess that they definitely wouldn't miss this great opportunity to monitor him. But as long as he could get through this time without being caught. In the future, the identities of Bai Pu and Bai Piao could be completely separated. No one would suspect him anymore. The space couldn't be used for now, so he might as well take the remaining 30 hours to rest and relax. However, before that, there was still one very important thing that needed to be done. To prevent Bai from losing track, Bai Pu deliberately rode a shared bike along the roadside, leisurely making his way to the entrance of the Hejin District People's Hospital. Without a word, he directly registered with the highest level of surgeon. When Bai Pu entered, the doctor sitting behind the desk was momentarily taken aback. "You're here for surgery." This kid looked lively, and well, he couldn't have come to the wrong consultation room, could he? "Yes, doctor, please take a look at me." As he spoke, Bai Pu rolled up his sleeve. A blood-colored mark grazed by a bullet was glaringly visible. The gunman from the Qingchuan villa had fired bullets made entirely from highly compressed air, showcasing formidable power. If it weren't for the protection of needle does not prick, this bullet would have surely crippled one of his arms. "This?" The doctor frowned. "Why did you wait until now to come?" "What? Is it that serious? Could there be something unknown in that air bullet?" Thud. Bai Pu knelt on the ground, tears and snot flowing as he said, "Doctor, you have to save me. I'm still a child. I haven't yet experienced the wonders of foot baths in our country. I can't just die like this. If you had come even a minute later." The doctor sighed deeply and said, "If you had come even a minute later, this wound would have healed. This generation's youth, all claiming to be fearless, yet they cry at the slightest scrape as if they've been diagnosed with late-stage cancer." "Doctor, don't comfort me. This is a wound caused by an ability user. Who knows if there will be any after effects, boo-hoo." "What? An ability user?" The doctor looked astonished. The skills of those ability users are bizarre, and indeed there are things that medicine can't comprehend. For instance, there was once a student brought to the hospital whose internal organs had disappeared, yet he was still alive and well. In front of him, if this student only had a simple scrape, a band-aid would suffice, but if it involves an ability user, this matter must be treated with caution. "Young man, don't cry just yet." The doctor comforted, his expression serious. "Currently our medicine cannot fully treat injuries related to the dark world. We can only treat them as ordinary wounds. I'll prescribe some medication for you. How does that sound?" "Okay. Thank you, doctor." Bai Pu finally stood up from the ground, wiping his tears with his. "Please, doctor, give me a full range of medications, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatics, cough suppressants, bronchodilators, analgesics, blood circulation enhancers, glucocorticoids, all kinds of medicine, please. By the way, make sure to give me plenty of antibiotics, including quinolones, macrolides, aminoglycosides, and lincosamides. I need both broad spectrum and specific ones." Instantly, the doctor's face turned even more displeased. "You kid, are you here to stock up on supplies at the hospital? Just for hemostatics and antibiotics is one thing, but asking for digestive aids and tonics is a bit excessive, don't you think?" However, as this involved the dark world, the doctor didn't dare to be careless and followed Bai Pu's request, prescribing all sorts of medications from the hospital regardless of whether they would be useful. After all, the more medications prescribed, the higher his commission would be, ensuring profit with no loss. "Hee, thank you, doctor." Bai Pu left with a prescription of several hundred pages amidst the doctor's complex expression. On a bench at the pharmacy entrance, Bai Pu chose the most tragic angle to take a photo of the scar on his arm with his phone. Then he began editing the photo. The color of the blood is too light, let's increase the saturation. It was a bit blurry when enlarged, so let's sharpen it a bit. Much better. He then sent the meticulously edited photo of his wound along with a thick stack of prescription photos to Anya. Secretary, and this should count as a work-related injury, right? He also included a weak, pitiful, and helpless emoji. 3 minutes later. Outside the hospital building, Bai received a phone call. Secretary and hello, yes I'm at the hospital. You know my ability, I can only see but not hear. However, in the borrowing eyes the doctor's expression is quite serious. Okay, don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the task. After hanging up the phone, Anya rubbed her forehead. The report clearly stated that Bai Pu had single-handedly stormed the underground research facility without a scratch. Currently the only one capable of such a feat was Bai Piao, showcasing invincibility. She almost began to believe that Bai Pu was indeed Bai Piao. Unexpectedly, Bai Pu had actually been injured. With borrowing eyes monitoring the entire process, this matter couldn't possibly be fake. It seemed she was too sensitive. However, was Bai Pu being a bit excessive? Just a minor scrape and he expected her to reimburse 35000, treating her like an ATM. Originally intending to ignore, Anya suddenly glanced at the task report on the table, summary of the rescue mission at Qingchuan Villa. The wind slipped through the window, rustling the papers on the desk. Dozens of enlarged photos of corpses were strikingly visible, each one a fatal blow. Clean and decisive. Shocking to behold. Forget it, even if it's not the same person, this Bai Pu has considerable combat power and is still worth courting. Ding, Bai Pu, who was bored measuring the length of the nurse's legs, opened his phone. Dear Mr. Bai, you have received a military medical subsidy of 500,000 yuan from Hejin District. Thank you for your contributions to Hejin. What the hell? Bai Pu's eyelids twitched. He had only wanted to expose his wound to dispel suspicion from above while conveniently stockpiling some medicine. How did it suddenly turn into a military matter? Anya is truly cunning. But it aligns perfectly with his intentions. A smile crept across Bai Pu's face. After all, with the identity of Bai Pu having the radish knife, even if he were assigned to execute dangerous missions, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage and could even earn some kills to upgrade the radish knife. Meanwhile, Bai Piao is responsible for grinding in the dark world, continuously acquiring new abilities and items. Tisk, a bright future is beckoning him. Suddenly the smile at the corner of Bai Pu's mouth froze. What had transpired at the pet shop hung over him like a drawn blade. Before that enigmatic woman with black butterfly motifs, he felt utterly powerless, his abilities as futile as a fish flailing helplessly upon a cutting board. That absolute suffocating dominance of strength. He could even sense that compared to killing and devouring flesh, the black butterfly woman took far greater delight in cultivating and selling pets. It was as if he were but a tiny cricket adrift in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, his sole purpose merely to await capture, destined to become nothing more than a plaything. She hadn't even bothered lifting her foot to crush him. No, I must grow stronger. Bai Pu's resolve hardened, his yearning for power surging with urgent intensity. He glanced at his palm, brow furrowing. He longed to clear a dungeon, but the countdown etched there only stretched longer and longer. After retrieving the medicine, Bai Pu headed straight home. He entered the residential compound. As he passed the central courtyard, elderly residents sat chatting idly, fragments of their murmurs drifted over. Look quickly. That boy surely off playing in the mud again, truly hopeless, like clay too stubborn to shape. What an extraordinary opportunity the dungeon presented. I hear even students now wield supernatural abilities, but all he does is tease ants and hunt crickets. No wonder he always ranked dead last on exams. Honestly, he must have something wrong with his mind. Oh my, what's in that huge plastic bag? Looks like medicine. No wonder he was taken in by the police for questioning recently. Selling counterfeit drugs at such a young age. He'll end up re-educated behind bars, mark my words. The familiar cadence needed no visual confirmation, it was anti-Hua. An ordinary person could never hear such hushed gossip from nearly 100 meters away, but after feasting on a sumptuous imperial banquet at the longevity restaurant, every cell in Bai Pu's body surpassed human limits. He caught every word unfiltered. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Poof. So bold. You think my tolerance stems from respect for your age, not realizing you've mistaken me for a soft, pliable dumpling. Bai Pu pulled out his phone and set to work. Since you so relish spreading idle talk, let's see how you fare when the same venom rains down upon you. An hour later. Knock 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 knock. While scrubbing his toilet at home, Bai Pu suddenly heard sharp rapping echoing up the stairwell. In an instant he dropped his toothbrush and pressed his eye to the peephole, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. A delivery man in a yellow vest stood before Auntie, who was door cradling a large box. Who is it? She demanded, opening the door with a scowl. My grandson just fell asleep, can't you keep it down? My apologies, the courier replied politely, producing a delivery slip. May I ask, is Miss Hua present? This is a same-city parcel requiring her personal signature. Auntie Hua frowned. What Miss Hua? My daughter-in-law doesn't even bear the surname Hui, you must have the wrong address. The courier glanced at the slip and smiled gently. The recipient's name is clearly listed as Miss Chui Fang Hua, and the address matches precisely. There appears to be no error. Instantly. Oh my. Auntie Hua beamed a radiant, dazzling smile. Young man, I'm over 50, calling me miss is terribly inappropriate. Ha, but then again, who can blame you? My skin remains so beautifully preserved. Her eyes darted incessantly toward the box, muttering curiously, what's inside this box? Could it be a local delicacy sent by Lu Lao Tu, the fellow square dancer I practice with? The courier glanced at the product label printed on the box: discreet shipment toy, fully automatic massage, wireless remote-controlled female use simulation. Then he looked back at the wrinkled, yellow-faced old woman before him, her teeth still flecked with chives. Do today's elders truly engage in such audacious pursuits? Suppressing a visible twitch in his cheek, the courier handed her the pen. The sender has already paid, just sign here please. All right. Auntie Hoi illiterate scrawled her name in crooked, uneven strokes, barely legible as Chui Fang Hua. Here is your parcel, please confirm receipt. Wishing you joy in life. With that, the courier bolted away as though chased by specters, though his lips trembled, barely containing a burst of laughter. Bang. Auntie Hoi carried the box indoors and slammed the door shut. 3 minutes later, a sudden thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire building. Uncle Ho Chui Fang Hua, what is the meaning of this? I beg you, husband, misunderstand me not. Just look at your age. And yet you indulge in such shameless, indecent nonsense every day. Explain yourself fully. When did this begin between you and Lu Lao Tu? I am innocent. We are only dance partners, nothing more. Crack. A sharp, stinging slap echoed through the hallway. Auntie Hua wailed, voice raw with anguish, you struck me. You actually struck me. For decades I've devoted myself to this household, dutiful, tireless, yet you dare raise your hand against me. Pa. Shameless wretch. Striking you is far too lenient. I'll fight you to the death. Immediately a cacophony of crashing and clattering erupted. The scuffle grew so violent that even their sleeping grandson woke, screaming inconsolably. The aging apartment complex offered zero sound insulation. The commotion at Auntie Hua's residence quickly drew attention from the entire building. Concerned neighbors hurried to her door, knocking urgently to mediate. You two must speak calmly. What does age matter? If someone breaks a bone or tears a tendon, what then? Exactly. You're the model couple of this whole compound. Old Hui hitting a woman isn't the act of a true man. At those words, the chaotic clatter inside abruptly ceased. Relief flashed across the neighbors' faces. They'd succeeded. Just as they prepared to continue their pleas, suddenly, the door swung open. Uncle Hua stood there, eyes bloodshot, face twisted with fury. He erupted instantly. What are you gawking at? Got nothing better to do? Get back to your own business. My family affairs are none of your damn concern. Silence fell like a stone in the hallway. Neighbors exchanged bewildered glances, hearts pounding. Was this truly the gentle, scholarly old Hua they knew? What cataclysm had ignited such wrath within him? In that instant, all intent to mediate vanished, replaced entirely by burning curiosity. Everyone strained to peer inside. The room lay in utter disarray, pots, pans, and utensils scattered across the floor alongside a massive cardboard box. Auntie Hua lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes askew, her face grotesquely swollen into a puffy purple mass, weeping softly. Spotting neighbors peering through the crack, she hastily covered her face and shrieked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a quarrel before." Even her beloved grandson's tearful emergence from the bedroom failed to stir her compassion. At that moment, rarely united in purpose, Uncle and Auntie Hua shared a single ironclad conviction: this humiliating affair must never reach outsiders' ears. Across the corridor, Bai Pu remained hidden behind his peephole, a sly, mischievous grin curling his lips. He pulled out his phone and tapped swiftly. Then, a lifelike AI-synthesized male voice, rich, seductive, and intimately tender, emerged from the cardboard box beside Auntie Hua. "My dearest Chui Fang, last night you whispered how much you missed me. How could I bear to let you suffer such longing, knowing how deeply I love you? Yet I'm still in school, time is scarce. So I chose this toy with my own hands, hoping it eases your loneliness. Yours forever, my treasure." Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. As Old Hua's fury rose visibly, steam seeming to rise from his head, the crowd stiffened, instinctively retreating several paces before slipping back into their rooms with awkward, sheepish silence. Yet the moment each door clicked shut, every resident pressed themselves against the peephole, straining to catch every sound echoing down the hallway. Their inner gossip flames burned fiercely. Simultaneously, they relayed every meticulous detail of this sensational revelation to their families. Heavens above, Old Hua's wife has been unfaithful. And her lover is a student. Damn. No wonder she's always slandered Bai Pu. She must have been rejected and is now seeking petty revenge. At her age, she ought to know better than to shame herself so openly. She's as faded as yesterday's chrysanthemums, and still flaunting herself like that. Tisk tsk. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the hallway. Hua. Cui. Fong. If I don't beat you senseless today, I'll renounce the surname Hua. Husband, please hear me out. Ah. A sudden piercing scream tore through the air. Bai Pu instantly felt relieved. He picked up his toothbrush, hummed a cheerful tune, and resumed scrubbing the toilet bowl. At the neighborhood gate, Li Bai's lips twitched uncontrollably as he stared at the cold yellow millet porridge in his hand, then tossed it without hesitation. Damn it. Will Bai Pu never let anyone eat in peace? 2 whole hours spent scrubbing a single toilet and deliberately using yellow cleaning solution. It looked revolting. At last. After what felt like an eternity of nothing but toilets filling his vision, Bai Pu finally shifted his perspective. Li Bai exhaled deeply in relief. Thank goodness he could finally eat. He strode straight to the noodle shop by the neighborhood gate and called out. Boss lady, a bowl of noodles please. The boss lady, early 30s and radiating quiet charm, wiped her hands dry and greeted him warmly upon spotting a customer. Coming right up. Young man, what kind of noodles would you like? Anything's fine, just serve them fast. I'm starving. His voice trailed off abruptly, cheeks flushing involuntarily. In the span of 0.001 seconds he mentally recited Bai Pu's entire ancestral lineage with heartfelt colorful embellishments. Because his tent had risen, and Li Bai stood directly at the center of the shop's entrance. Embarrassment flooded his face instantly. Fortunately few patrons were dining there at that hour. Just as Li Bai tried to feign nonchalance and step deeper inside, the boss lady seized a broom and charged forward, roaring. You shameless wretch, you dare leer at me. Don't you know who rules this street of snack vendors? Pa. Try flirting with me again and I'll snip off your little earthworm for good. What the? Li Bai bolted, shouting over his shoulder. It's all a misunderstanding, I only wanted noodles. No one believed him. Because his tent kept swelling larger and larger. Under the stunned gazes of onlookers, Li Bai was chased 3 full laps around the neighborhood before the boss lady finally gave up, muttering curses as she returned to serve other customers. Phew, I'm exhausted. Li Bai gasped, drenched in sweat. Damn you, Bai Pu. Who could have imagined that after scrubbing the toilet, Bai Pu had simply unrolled a roll of tissue paper and begun watching a film? Sudden vividly sensual imagery flooded Li Bai's vision, so swiftly, so unexpectedly that he had no time to react. Still, Li Bai pulled out his phone's notes app and quietly saved the URL. www.cn. Then he reported every detail of Bai Pu's activities, down to the minute, to Enya. Meanwhile, Enya was accompanying Su Jinshan at a high-stakes meeting. The agenda was grave. Officials and tycoons from Hajin had all gathered, but every face wore deep anxiety. At the head of the table, Su Jinshan sat immovable, his voice low and commanding. Monsters outside grow more numerous by the hour. At this rate, Hajin will face a tide of horrors within 3 days. What is your proposal? Silence filled the hall. The atmosphere grew suffocating. No one dared draw attention to themselves. Oof. Su Jinshan sneered. When it comes to land speculation and property flipping, you're all eager beavers, but when survival itself hangs in the balance, suddenly you're mute. After all, He Qingchuan, a legendary tycoon in Hajin's elite circles, had been slaughtered to the last soul that very day. Not a single bribed informant within the military or public security apparatus had caught wind of it. Even if advance warning had failed, He Qingchuan's villa employed over 40 ruthless guards and had recently hired a gifted practitioner as his personal bodyguard. Yet within half an hour, every one of them lay dead. Afterward, authorities issued only a vague dismissive statement, perhaps a vendetta by a long-standing enemy, and announced that a missing student found at the villa with both hands severed was under investigation. But everyone knew the truth. The mastermind sat right at the head of that table, Su Jinshan. This was a calculated slaughter, a warning to all delivered with blood. Su Jinshan's earlier words rang terrifyingly true. Under no circumstances should anyone attempt to seize another's extraordinary abilities. Instantly, every scheming mind in the room abandoned its dark ambitions. Suddenly, Enya's phone vibrated. She excused herself and stepped outside the conference room. There she read a meticulous multi-thousand-word report, chronicling Bai Pu's every movement with obsessive precision. Time. Location. Visual observations. Interactions. Meals consumed. Actions taken, nothing was omitted. The deeper she read, the more her delicate brows furrowed. Purchased adult toys for neighbors. Gossiped. Cleaned. Watched films. Outlandish perhaps, but entirely plausible for a newly minted adult male. Most crucially, she had explicitly instructed Li Bai to monitor any sightings of black athletic or black masks or spatial abilities, yet not a single mention appeared. Had she truly overthought it? Bai Piao was cunning, razor-sharp, and intellect emotionally detached. No one would doubt he was 40 or 50 years old. Whereas Bai Pu, his involvement in the Qingchuan villa incident stemmed merely from wielding a unique artifact blade and a desperate desire to prove himself. Greedy, vain, stingy, a textbook embodiment of mediocrity. No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary student, incomparable to the calm and wise Bai Piao. There was no need for her to waste more time on Bai Pu. Her slender fingers quickly tapped on her phone, sending a message: "Thank you for your hard work, the mission is terminated." The next day, After waking up from a deep sleep, Bai Pu stretched beautifully. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. It feels so good. Previously he was either trapped in the cage of the pet shop or entangled in the tentacles of the blood-colored octopus. Where could he find peace to sleep? Indeed, his own doghouse was the most comfortable. He looked at his palm where a countdown read 184421. What should I arrange next? Right. Bai Pu grinned mischievously. The day has come, it's time to welcome the return of the Carrot King. Unexpectedly, after calling Li Bai 3 times, no one answered. Bai Pu took out his phone and entered the anti-Guayap group chat. Li Bai, big brother, when are you returning the knife you borrowed from me? Without the precious knife for protection, he hadn't slept all night and now felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Sigh, he would never lend his knife to anyone again. This was all made up. He just wanted to give others a warning in the future. More and more people would want to borrow his knife, so he blocked off his escape route in advance. With more newcomers joining, the number of people in the group chat had reached 30,000. Almost 24 hours a day someone was bubbling up in the chat. Seeing Bai Pu's message, a curious person quickly chimed in, damn brother, you're bold, aren't you afraid of being childless while sleeping with a knife? Look at this cowardly appearance, I told you, how could the last place be Bai Lao? What knife? If it's not 40 meters long I won't look at it. Come chat with me. Guillotine hanging, short knife, criminals go on stage to steal, short knife, guillotine collapses, thieves fall down, ding ding, short knife drops. Meanwhile, Li Bai lay exhausted on his bed looking at Bai Pu's urgent messages on his phone, his head buzzing. He was the one who hadn't slept all night. After Enya announced the termination of the mission, he immediately returned home and spent the whole night studying the carrot knife he had tricked from Bai Pu. He had pulled out hundreds of hairs. But he was completely at a loss. No matter how he fiddled with it, it felt like an ordinary child's toy. Moreover, in the corner of the knife handle there were small words printed saying Hajin 4th Toy Factory. Clearly, when it was in Bai Pu's hands, this carrot knife was like a legendary weapon that could cut iron like mud, but in his hands it couldn't even cut off the dead skin on his hand. Could it be that this knife was truly bound to Bai Pu and only he could use it? Hiss, what a huge loss. Did that mean his 50,000 was like throwing money away? Forget it, forget it. Li Bai sighed, getting up and rummaging around on the bed. Since he couldn't use it, he could only return it to Bai Pu. With borrowing eyes in hand, he could easily obtain the secrets of those wealthy businessmen. Making money would be simple. However, this feeling. It felt as if he had eaten a fly. Crack, suddenly there was the sound of plastic being crushed under his elbow in the blanket. Li Bai's pupil shrank and he hurriedly lifted the blanket. Instantly his heart sank. The carrot knife he rented for 50,000 for a day had been crushed. Broken. Just then a particularly concerned ringtone came from his phone showing the caller Secretarian. Li Bai nervously swallowed and pressed the answer button. Li Bai, what's going on? Secretary and I. Don't say anything, quickly return the thing you borrowed from Bai Pu. This guy has stirred up the group chat and you're representing the official side. Do you know how bad this impacts things? Aye. Before he could finish, the other side had already hung up. In the group chat an endless stream of notifications pierced his eyes painfully. Most of them were sent by Bai Pu claiming that Li Bai is relying on his good relationship with Secretarian to deliberately cheat props and not return them, followed by a large number of uninformed people echoing. Some even seriously claimed to be content creators publicly interviewing Bai Pu and planning to release news. Damn. Li Bai thought it was bad. No wonder Secretarian was so angry. This kid Bai Pu had put him in a frying pan. Now even if he didn't want to return it, he had to. However, judging by Bai Pu's anxious demeanor, this carrot knife should indeed be a bound item, no doubt. He glanced at the plastic knife that had broken in two on the bed and felt troubled. How on earth was he going to compensate for this? Inside a cafe. Soothing music played quietly, refreshing the mind and spirit. Bai Pu rested his chin on his hand, leisurely gazing out the window with a faint smile. Under his angry spamming, he had received a mute package from the anti-Guayap, but conversely Li Bai finally contacted him voluntarily. The two agreed to meet here. If his guess was correct, Li Bai would definitely try to study that plastic fake knife like he did. That was indeed genuine inferior plastic, and there was a high chance it would be ruined. Therefore he deliberately made a big deal out of it in advance. Under the pressure from the officials, if Li Bai wanted to calm this down, there was only one way: pay more. Tisk, he really was a little money-making expert. Just as he was thinking this, the cafe door opened and Li Bai's figure appeared, glancing around before awkwardly walking over to Bai Pu. Li Gu. Bai Pu revealed a warm smile. It seemed he guessed right. In the blink of an eye, Bai Pu bent down to wipe the black dirt from the soles of his shoes, smoothed his hair and tousled it, then tucked in his collar. Instantly he transformed into a disheveled state of sleep deprivation. Li Gu. You finally came, Li Gu. Bai Pu stood up to greet him. Tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes like an old father seeing his son after many years. I couldn't eat well or sleep well last night, just looking forward to seeing my knife early. By the way, Li Gu, where's my carrot knife? Li Bai, you watched 5 hours of adult films and even ordered a 388 hot pot takeout, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Thinking of the crushed carrot knife in his pocket, Li Bai forcibly held back his urge to complain, forcing out a strained smile. Hee, I'll definitely return it today. But... Li Gu, don't scare me, Li Gu. That knife is my lifeline. Bai Pu exclaimed in shock, instantly attracting the attention of all the customers in the shop. Hey, keep your voice down. Don't disturb everyone. Li Bai apologetically smiled at the crowd, pulling Bai Pu back to his seat, carefully choosing his words to whisper, if I broke the knife. What? Bai Pu suddenly jolted, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Li Gu, you. Li Bai hurriedly covered Bai Pu's mouth, speaking gently, I'll compensate. Just name your price, how about... Seeing Bai Pu stop struggling, Li Bai finally removed his hand, awkwardly taking out the pieces of the radish knife from his pocket one by... Hearing those 3 words, Li Bai's hand trembled unexpectedly. Before he could speak, Bai Pu shifted his tone. But brother Li, you are different. Our bond is one of life and death, so we should at least offer you a discount, right? The reason was simple. When he mentioned 100 million, a momentary fierce expression crossed Li Bai's face. It was obvious. For Li Bai, this price was far too high. If he couldn't resolve the price, he would resolve the one who proposed it. Li Bai was planning to take action against him. A discount? Li Bai retorted, but from his expression it seemed he held no real hope. Of course, we are comrades who have fought side by side in Hajin. I can give you 5. Bai Pu deliberately paused, carefully observing the subtle expressions on Li Bai's face. Not much reaction, it seems. 5 million is still too much. 500,000. What? Li Bai exclaimed, going from 100 million to 500,000, this was a bargain price. However, his entire fortune was only 120,000. Should he just find an opportunity to take out Bai Pu? After all, the world was so chaotic, who would know if he died in a dungeon or outside of it? Bai Pu narrowed his eyes. The guy's gaze wavered between determination and difficulty. It seemed 500,000 was a bit of a strain. Bai Pu picked up the pieces of the radish knife and said with a pained expression, brotherly, it's not that I'm asking for too much. Do you know how long I have nurtured this knife? Look at me, I'm at the age of growth, yet I'm as thin as a stick. This is all because of the radish knife. Every day more than half of my essence is absorbed by this knife. Occasionally I even have to feed it blood. It's so hard. I never expected the knife I painstakingly cultivated would end up like this because of you, brotherly. I really don't blame you. Anyway, the shadow of this knife is still in my mind. I can fix it when I go back. It's just that it consumes a lot of chi. Asking for a bit of money to restore my health isn't too much, right? This time it was Li Bai's turn to be astonished. His eyes widened. Are you saying this knife can be repaired? Of course. Bai Pu said innocently, did I not mention that this knife is bound to me? Li Bai let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Great. Since it can be repaired, it means there's room for negotiation. After all, the risk of taking out Bai Pu was still quite significant. If discovered, he would no longer be able to stand in the outer world. Let it be. Half an hour later, amid Li Bai's repeated apologies, Bai Pu retrieved his radish knife pieces and exited the cafe. With a relaxed expression on his face. Sigh, my entire fortune is only 120,000. Li Bai is already 30 but has saved so little he is truly poor. However, for Bai Pu that 120,000 could last quite a while. Suddenly rich yet feeling bored, Bai Pu simply wandered the streets. Buying whatever caught his eye regardless of its usefulness. As long as it seemed interesting, he bought it all. In short, one word, extravagant. As for whether Li Bai would secretly keep an eye on him. When he met Li Bai earlier, he had been staring at Li Bai's forehead. Li Bai wouldn't have had the chance to make eye contact with him. However, gradually Bai Pu began to feel that something was off. Logically, with the strange invasion, Hajin district being surrounded by anomalies should have affected the prices of many goods. Especially for agricultural products that needed to be cultivated. Yet why were the prices of fruits not only not rising but even cheaper than before? Could it be? Before Bai Pu could think further, the fruit vendor on the street said with a smile, young man, didn't expect them to be this cheap, right? Thanks to the government, they've gathered those with unique abilities together. The fruits produced daily are more than before and they can't sell them all. Indeed. The abilities granted by dungeons are all kinds of strange, and having production assistance is normal. Bai Pu bit into an apple sitting on the roadside steps and casually chatted with the vendor. Is it really that magical? Absolutely, the vendor replied, full of envy. I heard there's something called seeing the tiny to know the big that allows one to see the grown form during the seed stage, saving a lot of trial and error costs. And there's also helping the seedling grow. I heard that as long as a small sprout appears, that person can make it grow into a 10-year-old tree in a day, yielding endless fruits. Wow. This is impressive. No wonder the lockdown lasted so long. The order in Hajin district remains as always. The government is doing well in this regard. Seeing Bai Pu's astonished expression, the vendor felt encouraged. Isn't it amazing? There are even more powerful abilities. Really? The vendor leaned in, lowering his voice. There's one in our street whose ability is called replication. One soft sister currency in his hand can turn into 100. The extra money is still real and the bank can't tell. Can you believe it? It's a pity he was caught the very next day. Wow. This one is even more impressive. Bai Pu inhaled sharply. If he had that heaven-defying ability, wouldn't he become a billionaire in no time? Just as he was chatting idly with the vendor, a flyer was suddenly blown to his feet and Bai Pu picked it up. Job posting: 72 City is hiring talents. As long as you are an ability user, you can come for an interview at any time. No matter the type of ability, starting salary is 10000 with only 60 hours of work a month, legal and proper. We currently have various positions available, including loaders, couriers, dishwashers, cleaners, barbecue workers, etc. Welcome to inquire. Wow. In just a month have ability users already become this common? Humanity's capacity for acceptance is too strong. This 5-figure monthly salary even made him a bit tempted. It's a pity. He is already a millionaire. Working part-time. Never in this lifetime. Woo woo! Suddenly a sharp alarm sounded over the city. It rang for a full 5 minutes. Then a standard broadcast voice came from the loudspeakers: emergency notice. There are signs of an invasion from the external anomalies. Citizens are advised to return home and seek shelter quickly and do not block traffic. If you are an ability user, please gather at the city gate. Repeating the announcement. In an instant the orderly streets were shattered. Panic-stricken people picked up their children and rushed home like a flock of sheep scattered by lions and tigers. The fruit vendor, who had just been smiling, now didn't even pack up his stall and ran off. Suddenly noticing Bai Pu walking in the opposite direction, the vendor couldn't bear it. He kindly shouted, "Young man, that way is the city gate, you're going the wrong way." Bai Pu waved his hand dismissively. Amid the chaotic crowd with his hands in his pockets, he leisurely walked toward the city gate, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Heavens, could this kid also be an ability user? The vendor murmured suspiciously, then ran home without looking. Unlike the panic in the eyes of those around him, Bai Pu fondled the radish knife in his pocket, filled with anticipation. How much experience is one worth? It's definitely not, because Anya just mentioned in the group that killing a monster yields 100,000. The soldiers blocked the city gate tightly, standing ready as the giant meat grinder began to operate, ever vigilant against monsters charging in. Though they could not see, countless low growls and howls echoed from beyond the thick city walls, sending chills down their spines. On the empty streets, more and more capable individuals gathered. However, everyone's expression was grim, whispering among themselves. Are they trying to send us out as cannon fodder? It's really frustrating. The notice said we would be treated as traitors if we didn't come. What can I do as support? I intentionally didn't answer the call, but I didn't expect it to go to my mom's phone. But it's a monster. Whether in strength or defense, they were several times more powerful than humans. Bai Pu blended into the crowd, taking in everything around him. Judging by the situation, besides those already in the dark world, all the other chosen ones had been forcibly summoned. This was the reason he absolutely refused to reveal his identity. Once people discovered he was a freeloader, all sorts of troubles would arise. When they needed him, they would use lofty ideals and emotions to make him undertake life-threatening tasks. And when they didn't need him, they would criticize his actions in the instance, calling him cold-blooded and heartless. Hello everyone. Suddenly a dignified figure appeared on the city tower. Su Jinshan. Thank you all for appearing here at this critical moment for Hajin. With that, Su Jinshan bowed deeply towards the crowd. Now that Hajin is cut off from the outside world, facing the surging tide of monsters, we can only face it ourselves. Without a doubt, this will be a brutal battle. However, if we win, the entire Hajin will survive because of your efforts. Please think of your parents and children. If the tide of monsters truly breaks through the defenses, how will those defenseless people protect themselves? Please look at the soldiers guarding the city gate. They eagerly wanted to go out and fight the enemies. But their knives and guns were utterly ineffective against the monsters outside. Only abilities and items obtained from the dark world could deal effective damage to the monsters. In other words, whether Hajin can survive this disaster completely depends on all of you present. Rest assured, we won't let you work for nothing. For every monster killed, a cash reward of 100,000 yuan will be given. The more you work, the more you earn. There's no limit. If someone unfortunately sacrifices themselves, the Hajin government will issue a one-time compensation of 100,000 yuan to their family, and the elderly at home will also be taken care of by the government. In the future, any exams for the children at home will receive an additional 50 points. A memorial for heroes will also be established. Su Jinshan delivered an impassioned speech. The people below frowned, whispering to each other. Only a fool would go. There are so many monsters outside, it's a miracle to survive. Sigh, if we don't go, the monsters will come in. We'll die sooner or later. What bad luck. I should have lingered in the dark world a little longer. In a corner, Gui Zihan looked at his hands, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Finally, it was his showtime. In such a situation, being the first to step forward to support District Chief Su would surely earn him special attention. Taking a deep breath just as he was about to shout, a passionate voice rang out. Without everyone, how can there be a home? To kill the enemies and serve the country to protect my Hajin, I Bai Pu am willing to take the lead and shed blood for Hajin. My life. Death. No fear. People. In. The city. In. Whoosh, suddenly all eyes turned to Bai Pu. Good, good, good. Su Zhinshan exclaimed 3 times, praising, as expected of a son of Hajin. I remember you, Bai Pu, right? What a great name. With a passionate young man like Bai Pu around, Hajin is sure to win. Victory. 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 The soldiers stationed near the city gate shouted in unison, saluting, their gazes filled with respect for Bai Pu. Gua Zihan. Damn it, it's that annoying loser again. That same loser stole his spotlight last time in the gym. Poof. Wei Zihan scoffed disdainfully, his hands clenched tightly as if to crush something. Just wait and see how you die. With Bai Pu leading the way, those who were still wavering felt a surge of blood and one by one stepped forward to follow him. Most of them had offensive abilities. Wei Zihan also joined the ranks. Whether they wanted to or not, they had to line up in a long queue, one after another, passing through the narrow gap in the giant meat grinder to exit the city. As soon as they exited the city and saw the scene outside, they were instantly stunned. As far as the eye could see, there were monsters of all shapes and sizes packed together like sardines. Countless. Some monsters were as tall as 5 meters, seeming capable of swatting a person away with a single. Other monsters oozed thick green slime, causing all the plants they touched to wither. Boom, boom, boom. On the city tower, artillery continuously fired bombs at the monster horde, trying to disrupt their formation. Unfortunately, the monster's formation was simple and brutal, the Monster C tactic. Billions of monsters kept surging towards the city gate. Even if they were blasted back a few steps, they would quickly regroup into an unstoppable tide. Splash! A boy, frightened, fell to the ground, his legs weak. Impossible, there are so many monsters, it's impossible to kill them all. Others also showed fear, instinctively taking a few steps back, wanting to return to the city. However, the narrow passage next to the giant meat grinder only allowed one person to go through, and more people, unaware of the situation, walked out through that passage. The city gate became increasingly crowded, making it impossible to squeeze back in. It's over. We're doomed. I want to go back to the dark world. Sob. I haven't even held a girl's hand. I don't want to die. Suddenly an abrupt voice rang out. It's all Bai Pu's fault. In an instant, everyone looked at Bai Pu with resentment. Yes, it's all your fault. You had to play the hero and pretend to be a patriotic youth without weighing your own abilities. Maybe he's just a plant. Yes, he tricked us into coming out to die. Just then, Dali, who had teamed up with Bai Pu at the Qingchuan villa, was also among the first group to come out. Others didn't know, but he clearly understood Bai Pu's strength. Just as Dali was about to explain on Bai Pu's behalf, suddenly Bai Pu spoke up. Sai, I thought you all like me, came out with a passionate heart to protect Hajin. Bai Pu revealed a look of regret. Suddenly he clenched his fists and said earnestly, brothers and sisters. Only our attacks can harm these monsters. The chosen one carries both honor and responsibility. Beyond this high wall lies the place where our families live in peace. If it is breached, there will be no chance for the entire Hajin to fight back. As men in this world, we must achieve greatness and protect our homeland lest our lives be in vain. You can leave if you wish. I, Bai Pu, swear to guard the city gates for Hajin to live and die with it. The scene fell silent. Wei Zihan rolled his eyes in disdain. Can't you stop showing off for just a moment? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. Suddenly Dili stepped forward and came to Bai Pu's side. Bai Pu was right. Rather than fleeing like a scoundrel, we should protect this wall well. Only by uniting can we defeat the aberrations. I Lu Xingzheng am willing to live and die with Hajin. I Meng Niu am willing to live and die with Hajin. I Zhang Xian am willing to live and die with Hajin. I Wang Qiuji am willing to live and die with Hajin. More and more people stood up, passionately determined, their faces brimming with the readiness to sacrifice their lives. In an instant, morale surged, igniting the spirits of everyone who had just emerged from the city. On top of the towering city walls, Su Zhenqian's eyes were filled with admiration. Although Bai Pu's academic performance is lacking, this fervent patriotism is truly commendable. Secretary, and did you record the earlier scene? Yes. Good. Release this segment to call upon all the people of Hajin to learn from student Bai Pu and grant him the title of pioneer against the aberrations. Regardless of whether he can return alive, he is already a great hero of Hajin in this bizarre era. Understood. Anya nodded respectfully, unconsciously glancing at the frail figure below the city wall. In her eyes, this kid was likely relying on that knife, knowing he wouldn't die deliberately putting on a show in front of so many people. However, in the current situation, even if it was just for vanity, the impact created was undeniably real. Clearly visible. Those who were previously confused and fearful under Bai Pu's passionate influence transformed from reluctant to eager combatants. This was all thanks to Bai Pu. At this moment, Bai Pu felt elated. With his performance just now, he should be able to eradicate any suspicion that he was merely a freeloader, right? And Wei Zihan was so furious that his mouth almost twisted. His eyes glared at Bai Pu with such hatred that if looks could kill, Bai Pu would have been slaughtered countless times. Suddenly, Wei Zihan's fingernails abruptly elongated, transforming into hard steel-colored blades glinting ominously at his fingertips. They grew at least 20 centimeters, resembling the claws of a 9-in white bone. Wow, young Master Gui is actually an attacker. No wonder he's the son of the richest man. Isn't this ability to slay aberrations like slicing through watermelon? In an instant many people surrounded Wei Zihan. The reason was simple. Wei Zihan's steel claws were undoubtedly a powerful weapon against monsters. Since he had decided to fight, he needed to find a reliable teammate to support each other. The flattery from the crowd slightly eased Wei Zihan's frustration, making him feel as if he was once again the favored prince among the stars. With a cold smirk, he disdainfully glanced at Bai Pu. He stepped forward, directly walking up to a bull-like monster with a gorilla head nearest to him. His 5 fingers swept across. Sizzle, the monster's impenetrable skin was suddenly slashed, leaving a wound. The creature, which had been slow and dazed, suddenly regained its senses and swiped at Wei Zihan's head. Ah! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Wei Zihan seemed to have anticipated this, rolling on the ground to flip over behind the monster. He concentrated his claws together and thrust them with all his might into the monster's back. Bang! The creature struggled a few times before slowly collapsing. Wow! So impressive! Young Master Gui is so strong. It seems easy to deal with. This monster isn't anything remarkable. The crowd erupted in cheers, especially some girls whose eyes sparkled like stars. Wei Zihan, feeling proud, turned back and glared provocatively at Bai Pu. To his surprise, Bai Pu didn't even glance in Wei Zihan's direction. He rummaged through his pocket. Finally, he pulled out a piece of rubber band used for children's jump ropes. Behind him, Dilly couldn't help but tilt his head, looking confused. Big brother, where's your impressive toy knife? Surely this rubber band isn't also a prop. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Bai Pu silently walked toward the densest area of monsters. His eyes were filled with fervor as if he had found a treasure. The time for establishing a persona was over. Next comes hunt. Kill. At all times. Seeing Bai Pu arrive at the monster's front, Wei Zihan scoffed coldly. Kid, don't overdo the show-off. Be careful not to lose your life here. Don't think these monsters will always be this dazed. Before he could finish, Put. Countless black blood spurted from the nearby monster unexpectedly. Bai Pu stood with one hand in his pocket, the other raised above his head, leisurely twirling the rubber band. At the other end of the rubber band was a small plastic knife in red and green. Strangely, as soon as the plastic knife touched the monster, its body was cleaved in two as if struck by a giant axe, collapsing to the ground and gradually turning into a pool of black water. Even a gentle brush couldn't spare it. With each rotation of the rubber band, at least 7 or 8 monsters were instantly killed with no time to react. All the monsters collapsed before their rage could manifest. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Only the sound of Bai Pu humming a tune and the swishing of the rubber band echoed outside the vast city. Wherever he walked, monsters fell in large numbers as if strolling leisurely. Experience 3120, experience 3631, experience 3844, experience 3421, experience 3011, experience 3843. Bai Pu felt overwhelming joy in his heart. He initially thought that 1,000 points of experience from killing would be considerable, but unexpectedly the experience from slaying these monsters multiplied several times. Each second as the rubber band spun 5 times above his head, it would guarantee the harvest of 6 monsters. In other words, here he could gain 100,000 experience points every second and also earn money. Hiss, this is not some terrifying aberration, but rather a cute experience baby meant for farming points. This scene left everyone present stunned. No one could utter a word. Chapter 61, the first round, a great victory for Hajin. The scene was utterly silent. Above the city wall, Anya's eyes widened in disbelief. The report only mentioned that Bai Pu had a highly lethal toy knife and an incredibly high killing efficiency, but these monsters outside were ones that even guns and cannons couldn't harm. To think they could be killed just by a touch. It's too incredible. From here, Bai Pu looked like a giant brush. Wherever Bai Pu went, the ground stained black by the monster's blood was like characters he was writing. Wait. Bai Pu was actually writing characters. In an instant, everyone on the city wall was ecstatic. Looking out at the endless tide of aberrations, the black ink was writing 2 large characters in cursive victory. Even Su Jinshan, whose face was usually stern, showed a hint of excitement, shouting behind him, hurry. Quickly get those media reporters up here. War is inevitably brutal, and he had sent people to stop those media reporters for fear that inappropriate scenes would spread and disturb the order of Hajin. But now, with Bai Pu around, those monsters were being crushed unilaterally. This was a great opportunity to boost morale. In the densely packed tide of aberrations, Bai Pu's right hand grew tired from swinging, so he switched to his left, his vision filled with experience points. Experience 3828, experience 3551, experience 3061, experience 3921, experience 3623, experience 3331, experience 3750. He lazily yawned. This experience farming was delightful, but it was a bit too boring. It would be great if this carrot knife could gain a telekinetic control function. The others were dazed, crowding at the city gate, numbly watching Bai Pu harvesting monsters alone. Is this really the last place student I knew? So impressive. This is the pinnacle of combat power. I suddenly feel my elemental abilities are not that great. 1 against a million. As everyone let out a long sigh of relief, only Guo Zihan glared fiercely in Bai Pu's direction, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, countless reflective points appeared on the city wall. Upon closer inspection, numerous professional-grade camera lenses protruded from the city wall, accompanied by a sea of human heads. All of them were journalists reporting from the front lines of the aberration tide. Dear citizens, welcome to Hajin Express. After more than a month of brewing, the tide of aberrations has finally erupted today. What does the outside of the city look like? Our reporter is here to broadcast for you. Oh my god, is that in the center of the aberration tide a person? Hey guys, the anchor is risking their life to report from the front line of the aberration tide. Want to know what's happening outside the city? Come on folks, if we reach 10,000 likes we'll shift our perspective. What the heck, who is that? All the cameras without exception focused solely on Bai Pu. Through various news and live streaming platforms. In an instant, a thin figure of a young boy twirling a rubber band appeared on all screens in Hajin. As the boy strolled leisurely, countless monsters transformed into black water around him. This scene struck deep into everyone's hearts. Damn that smelly loser. Wei Zihan gritted his teeth, quietly retracting all his steel claws. He had thought that his newly acquired claws would make him stand out in the aberration tide and gain Su Zenshin's recognition, but unexpectedly he was disrupted by this smelly loser. Underneath that invincible toy knife, even if he exerted all his strength, he could never compare. Watching Bai Pu's figure, Guo Zihan narrowed his eyes menacingly. This smelly loser is truly irritating. It's inconvenient with so many people around once we return to the city. Just wait to die. An hour. 2 hours. As Bai Pu continued to advance toward the densest concentration of monsters, the monsters wandering from all directions were simply not enough for Bai Pu to kill. The density of monsters outside the city visibly decreased. The other chosen ones who had been spectating started to feel their fear diminish and began to attempt attacking the isolated monsters. Various strange abilities were hurled at the monsters all at once. Soon the situation outside the city unfolded into this. Bai Pu led the charge at the front like an incredibly sharp blade, mercilessly carving a path, moving wherever the aberrations were dense. Others followed him, with every 10 people surrounding one monster for a collective beating. After the initial trial and error, each person found their place for their abilities and the coordination became increasingly familiar. Tanks and defensive players stood at the forefront. In the middle were archers and mages, the offensive abilities. Support and control abilities stood at the back. The efficiency of monster killing continually improved, transitioning from one monster every half an hour to a production line operation of one monster every 3 minutes. No casualties. In less than a day, the tide of aberrations that had accumulated outside the city for over a month was mostly cleared. Aberration tide vs. Hajin. First round, a great victory for Hajin. If they want to accumulate to the previous density of aberrations, it would take at least a month. However, surely this time the officials won't allow the monsters to gather again. When the chosen ones returned to the city, countless crowds had gathered spontaneously to welcome them, and soldiers had to set up barricades to maintain order. Welcome heroes back in triumph, salute. Swish swish swish, all the soldiers at the city gate, including Su Zenshin and other dignitaries, raised their hands in salute. Watching Bai Pu pass by like a victorious general, Chen Meng held his salute filled with emotions. Just a month ago, he had personally handcuffed this kid and put him in a police car, constantly resenting that Bai Pu had swindled his salary. Now, even though it has been confirmed that Bai Pu and Bai Piao are not the same person, the Bai Pu before him has reached heights he could never attain. So many citizens, most of whom came to welcome Bai Pu after watching the news. All the media's cameras were focused solely on Bai Pu, even ignoring director Su. After this battle, Bai Pu has completely become the god of war in everyone's eyes, the great hero who saved Hajin. The others were completely overshadowed by Bai Pu's aura, and Wei Zihan walked with his head down among the crowd, afraid of being recognized by the media. As the illustrious young master Gui, it was humiliating to become a mere backdrop. In the jubilant crowd, some excitedly talked about their connections to Bai Pu, their expressions animated. Bai Pu, look here, I'm the cousin of Uncle Wang who lives next to your third aunt's house. Did you see that kid in the front? That's from our neighborhood. Bai Pu was my classmate in 2nd grade. This kid had potential since he was little. Isn't that the guy who often comes to my bun shop for buns? Under everyone's gaze, Bai Pu ignored the enthusiastic looks of the crowd and walked straight up to Anya, secretary, and about the reward for killing aberrations. Anya. Her crimson lips twitched involuntarily. Though I know you're here for the money, must you be this eager? She offered a polite formulaic smile. Comrade Bai, in recognition of your patriotic devotion and heroic combat against the enemy, Director Su has specially conferred upon you the honorary title of Model of our Era, calling upon all citizens of Hajin to learn from your example. Unspoken implication: you're already a national sensation, don't utter anything that might tarnish your image in public. What you should do now is thank Director Su, deliver an inspiring speech and leave a lasting favorable impression before the media. Does this title come with a salary? Bai Pu asked, curious. Anya's smile stiffened for a fleeting moment. She gritted her teeth and whispered, a bonus of 5,000. That's it. Well, every bit counts. Bai Pu pressed on, and what about the bounty per head? You won't miss a single yuan. It'll be transferred directly to your account once the tally is complete. Only then did Bai Pu relax. Under Anya's glare, sharp enough to flay skin, he reluctantly turned toward the camera and flashed a wide-toothy grin. Jean. Must. Prevail. To Bai Pu, those words were merely a payment passphrase. To the crowd gathered there, however, they resonated as a solemn vow sealed with life itself to protect Hajin. In that instant, the entire venue erupted into thunderous cheers. Seizing the opportunity while Director Su delivered his speech, Bai Pu quietly slipped away from the rear. But numerous people who had been watching him intently surged forward the moment he moved, chasing after him, clamoring for attention. Comrade Bai, we're official reporters from Tomato News, would you grant us an interview? Comrade Bai, would you consider acting? We have a new drama urgently needing a lead actor. Mr. Su of Dehong Real Estate invites you to serve as his personal bodyguard, complete with a complimentary villa and an annual salary of 8 million. Please share your contact details. Among them were journalists, fervent fans, and even distant relatives with no prior connection. They jostled and crowded in, forming a tight ring around Bai Pu, spittle nearly spraying his face, rendering him utterly immobile. Sigh. Bai Pu exhaled silently, drawing out his turnip blade. Schwa. Instantly, every pursuer's heartbeat stuttered, all froze mid-step, not a single soul dared block his path. This weapon could slay monsters in a single strike. Bai Pu twirled the turnip blade idly between his fingers, its passage clearing a path like parted waters. Back at his residential complex, he passed the small square where elders still chatted animatedly. Yet this time their glances, once dismissive, now held astonishment, fear, and a quiet burgeoning pride. Who'd have thought this young man was that formidable? Truly prodigious for his age. Such a fine boy, yet Auntie was spread slander about Bai Pu daily. What could she possibly gain from it? What else? If you can't possess it, destroy it. Bai Pu remained impassive, feigning ignorance of the hushed, spiteful gossip. But as he reached the 5th floor, a snow-white mummy lunged straight at him. Damn! Instinctively Bai Pu drew his turnip blade, ready to slash, when Auntie Hua's voice emerged muffled from within the bandages. No, I'm Auntie Hua. Little Bai. She scrambled backward several steps, tumbled onto the floor, winced from fresh pain, and stared at the blade with pure terror. Oh. Bai Pu feigned sudden recognition, his expression guileless. Director Su warned me someone might try to assassinate me, I assumed. But Auntie Hua, what on earth happened to you? His gaze lingered curiously on her heavily bandaged form, while inwardly he was already grinning ear to ear. TSK, Uncle Hua struck hard indeed. Not a shred of chivalry in sight. Auntie Hua forced a laugh. Ha. Just took a tumble. Nothing serious. I've just finished cooking, why don't you join me for dinner, little Bai? Had the old codger not seen the news on his phone, they'd never have known the legendary warrior who'd single-handedly halted the ghoul tide was Bai Pu. And precisely because of that revelation, the old codger had ceased beating her and instead ordered her to prepare something delicious to curry favor with Bai Pu. No need, I've already eaten. Bai Pu declined politely and strode straight toward his own door. Auntie Hua panicked, stepping forward with exaggerated deference. Little Bai, you've just won a great victory. This is a celebratory feast specially prepared for you. I made your favorite fish head soup, just one taste please. Ah, so this was an ambush. Bai Pu smirked coldly. Sorry, I've never liked fish, but back then. He offered no explanation, leaving Auntie Hua bewildered as he closed his door behind him. The original Bai Pu, when dining at her home, had always eaten only what the Hua family preferred, except for that fish head soup. Auntie Hua's son ran a seafood shop. Customers often requested fish heads removed, so leftover heads were routinely stewed into soup each evening. At the table, the original Bai Pu, too shy to help himself to ribs or chicken legs reserved for her grandson, had no choice but to eat fish heads whenever he craved meat. Now he refused to endure such self-denial. Once home, Bai Pu immediately drew out his turnip blade, turning it playfully in his palm, his face alight with delight. How many ghouls had he slain in just one day? Impossible to count. All he knew was his turnip blade had evolved 4 levels in one leap, from level 6 straight to level 10. Granting him 3 potent enhancements: bleed, keen edge, and armor pierce. And at level 10 it unlocked a function he could never have imagined. Disguise. It allowed him to instantly alter its outward appearance to mimic any other blade of similar size and shape. This meant, even within the shadow world he need no longer fear exposure for wielding the turnip blade. It was quite literally forged for him. Bang. Suddenly, a sniper's shot rang out without warning. Glass shattered, and Bai Pu's heart lurched. He rolled sideways on pure reflex. Yet a sharp searing pain flared in his shoulder. In the next breath, his apartment door burst open and a procession of men in black suits swept inside. The lead figure held a phone aloft, its screen glowing with an active call. With deep reverence he addressed the device. "Young master, we've arrived. Target eliminated." "Ha, Bai Pu, you wretched nobody. Did you really think you stood a chance against me? Go die quietly." Wei Zihan's triumphant voice blared from the speaker. "My father can stall authorities for another half hour. Retrieve that blade for me and your rewards will be immense." "Yes, sir." But the leader's reply choked off, trapped in his throat like a stone. His eyes bulged in disbelief. For Bai Pu, who should have lain dead on the floor, was now standing. Calm. Unfazed. Utterly unmarred by injury. "Looking for this." Bai Pu casually plucked a bullet from his shoulder, let it roll across his palm and spoke, voice icy precise. "No, impossible," the leader in the black suit cried aghast. They had hired a sniper, a veteran from the army renowned for one-shot kills, yet Bai Pu had somehow evaded the shot. Not right. Looking closely at Bai Pu's shoulder, a faint bead of blood welled. The bullet had struck, yet only grazed the surface, nicking the skin without touching muscle. That was a sniper rifle. Could Bai Pu possess some unusual defense? Suddenly the leader drew a long breath as two unrelated threads of thought in his mind snapped together. He had been tasked by Boss Gui to catalog every ability encountered in the instance. Of those known to possess such a defense, there was only one: Bai Pu. He never expected that the cold, callous Bai Pu, scorned by all, and Heejin's vaunted paragon of the age, would be the same person. Memories of the sea urchin spikes and the ice needles they had tried to use flashed by in an instant. Thoughts raced through the leader's head. Bai Pu's defense was not absolute. It behaved strangely. The sharper the attacking object, the stronger the defense. This was grave. He had to report it to young Master Gui at once. The leader lunged toward his phone and shouted, "Young Master Bai Pu," but his words cut off abruptly. Blood spurted from the leader's throat. With a wet thud he collapsed to the floor. Smart people don't live long. Bai Pu smiled coldly, flicking a blade tethered to a spring cord. It spun in his hand like a practiced yo-yo, every motion assured. The other men in black were frozen with fright. They had seen such footage on the news, the unassuming-looking blade carved through thick-skinned monsters as if they were nothing. That was why Boss Gui had ordered them to seize the knife. They had even brought a top-class sniper. Only after the shot would they dare to force entry. Yet the kid emerged unscathed and had slayed their captain in an instant. Every man in black cowered, placating Bai Pu with words while slowly inching toward the door. Classmate, I'm not clever at all, I'm very stupid, he one stammered, trying to sound harmless. Yes. I'm an idiot, another cried. This was Boss Gui's order. We have our wives and children in his hands. We had no choice. Please have mercy. Bai Pu's deeds in the Guichao had become legend. No one dared meet him Heejin. Meanwhile the phone on the floor remained connected, its calls still live. On the line Wei Zihan's enraged voice hurled invectives. "You traitorous dogs, my father pays you hundreds of thousands every month. Is this how you serve the Gui family?" Young Master Boss Gui said, "When he hired us it was to kill fish, not to murder." The men in black chimed in, desperate to placate him. Yes, we won't do anything illegal. Classmate Bai, you are Heejin's great hero. We only came to warn you that the Gui family intends to move against you. Please spare our lives." Bai Pu glanced coldly at the phone on the floor and stamped down, shattering it. "Wei Zihan, I will remember this debt," he said. In the corridor, neighbors on the same floor pressed their faces to peepholes, peering. Gunshots, men in black, and that aggressive presence, none of it boded well. No one dared step into the hall. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed toward Bai Pu's door, worry written on their faces. Someone quietly called the police. Suddenly blood-curdling screams tore through the building. In an instant the legs of every man in black were sliced through as Bai Pu's spinning carrot-shaped blade found them. Crimson sprayed across the floor. "I hate people who don't knock," Bai Pu said without expression. The men in black, teeth clenched against the pain, lay pleading on the ground. "We're sorry. We were wrong," they begged. "Spare us. All the locks in Heejin are Gui family's business. Boss Gui has the universal key. Any door opens in an instant." The squad leader's corpse still lay on the floor. No one cared about severed limbs any more than about dignity. They only wanted to live. Bai Pu felt a flicker of surprise. No wonder they had no time to react before the door opened. Monopolies in any trade are dangerous. In the pitiful gazes of his assailants, Bai Pu reclined on the sofa and crossed his legs. He sent a message to Anyet's secretary, "And does the door you installed still come with after-sales service?" A reply came quickly. Enya furrowed her brow. She was busy coordinating the aftermath of the guachao. She had no time for door warranties. This kid, surely he hadn't tested the most expensive door in Hajin with his blade. If Bai Pu weren't who he was, she wouldn't bother responding at all. Side Hajin touted as the safest breached in under a second. A dozen gangsters broke in with knives and guns. What a disturbance to the neighborhood. And Ya's eyes widened. What is going on? Explain yourself, she demanded. The Qingchuan Villa incident was still fresh in mind, yet someone in Hajin would dare prey on ability wielders, on Bai Pu, who had just been lauded as a model of the era. They showed not the slightest regard for Director Su. And yet Bai Pu was texting her about a door's warranty, and Ya paused startled. Given Bai Pu's strength, she ought to be worrying about the intruders. That he had the leisure to text about a door's quality only confirmed her worst fears. This was bad. A residential complex meant many witnesses, unlike the secluded Qingchuan Villa where an aftermath could be managed. And Ya immediately dialed Bai Pu's number. Hello, Bai Pu. Don't do anything rash, she warned as the line picked up. Your home is in a populated area, people are watching. Don't be impulsive. The authorities will give you a proper resolution. Hearing Ya's voice, the men in black were near tears with relief. They bellowed at the top of their lungs, "Secretary, and save me. Help. Mercy. I'll surrender." They howled for a long time, but Inya made no move. She kept repeating into the phone, "Bai Pu, are you there? Bai Pu. Don't be impulsive, can you hear me?" Then she suddenly noticed Bai Pu's mocking look. Every man in black shuddered, and only then did they realize Bai Pu had turned his microphone off. A ragged scream cut off, then the heavy thuds of bodies collapsing. One after another, the sounds of bodies hitting the floor ceased. The room fell silent except for the slow flow of blood spreading across the floor like a wash of red lacquer. "Sorry, I was just in the bathroom," Bai Pu said as he reopened the microphone on the phone. "Secretary, and when will you send someone to repair the door?" Enya hissed into the line, panic-struck. "Bai Pu, don't be impulsive, murder is a crime." Bai Pu shot back, "Should I just stand there and let them kill me? My mother has only me, she depends on me to care for her in old age." Through the speaker, Bai Pu clearly heard a sharp, frightened inhalation from the other end of the line. After a long pause, Enya spoke again, her voice calm. "They're all dead." "Yes. What if they came to wish you a happy new year? Then you've committed premeditated murder, you'll go to prison." Bai Pu hung up the call immediately. "If you want evidence, just say so, no need for cold jokes." On the other end, Enya stamped her feet in fury and slammed the file she held onto the desk with a sharp thud. "That brat, after such a major incident he dares hang up on me." With internal unrest and external threats mounting, the authorities had barely stabilized the ranks of extraordinary individuals, those gifted with rare abilities, and striven to preserve societal order. Yet just as Bai Pu had risen to sudden prominence, a homicide occurred at his residence. In a densely populated neighborhood where gossip spreads like wildfire, suppressing news would be nearly impossible, not to mention sensationalist media outlets eager to exaggerate for clicks. Should this mishandle, other ability bearers might follow suit with consequences too dire to contemplate. What should she do? Suddenly, her phone lit up. It was an audio file sent by Bai Pu. She tapped to play. Wei Zihan's arrogant voice blared forth. "You wretched nobody, Bai Pu, dare you even compete with me? Just die quietly. Bring me back the knife. Do you think this is how you serve the Guo family when my father pays you hundreds of thousands every month?" And Ya's expression turned icy. No wonder the boy remained utterly unruffled, he'd already secured irrefutable evidence. With the sound of sniper fire and so many corpses inside Bai Pu's home, this case was clearly beyond containment. Less than an hour after repelling the ghastly tide, the city's celebrated hero was attacked in his own home, an incident that if leaked would ignite public outrage. The only viable course now was to make an example of the Guo family. Yet the Guos controlled half of Hajin's economy and were deeply entrenched, far beyond the reach of minor figures like Yi Qingchuan. After a moment's quiet contemplation, Enya strode toward Su Jinshan's office in Charfield Steps. Knock, knock, knock. Bai Pu opened the door wearing an innocuous, disarmingly gentle smile. "Uncle Officer, I've been waiting for you." Seeing blood seeping from beneath the doorframe, the officers instinctively peered past Bai Pu into the apartment. Inside the living room, dismembered bodies lay strewn haphazardly across the floor, blood soaked every surface, turning it a deep glistening crimson. The air reeked of slaughterhouse iron, nauseating and visceral. Then they glanced back at Bai Pu, his expression guileless, fingers idly twirling the infamous Luobo blade. Their lips twitched involuntarily. Following protocol, one officer said, "We sincerely apologize for the distress." One corpse after another was dragged from Bai Pu's apartment, like mops dragging across a floor, leaving long glistening trails of crimson along the hallway. Doors slammed shut across the building. Residents clamped hands over their mouths, eyes wide with terror as they watched. Especially Auntie Hua, her heart skipped 2 beats. Earlier, watching Bai Pu slay monsters through distant smartphone or television footage, she'd merely felt awe, not fear. But now, witnessing death unfold right beside her, men tall and broad-shouldered cut down en masse. In that instant, Auntie Hua was utterly terrified. Peering through her peephole at Bai Pu's faint placid smile, she shuddered uncontrollably, as though gazing upon the king of hell himself. Specialized cleaners arrived to sanitize the apartment. With nothing more to attend to, Bai Pu ordered takeout. He ate while scrolling idly through his phone, notifications disabled across all social apps, his phone in airplane mode, enjoying a rare blessed silence. Meanwhile online he dominated trending topics across every platform. Douyin Weibo Manshou Baidu. Especially official accounts hailed him as Hejin's hero, war god, vanguard model, and patriotic youth, crafting him into an immaculate paragon. Curiously, every article praising Bai Pu cast Bai Piao as its antithesis, urging readers to emulate Bai Pu's fervor while condemning Bai Piao's chilling indifference. Slurp. He sucked a strand of noodles unmoved. So long as the bounty cleared, he cared little for official posturing. To the world, Bai Pu was merely a hired blade, wielding the Luobua blade for monster-slaying contracts. Even if assigned missions by authorities, they'd inevitably involve killing beasts, tasks that also granted experience. Why not? But the identity of Bai Piao must never be exposed. Within the Shadow Realm's dungeons, rigid rules governed conduct. Brute force alone could not resolve matters. Indeed, in most dungeons, players engaged in lethal competition, survival demanded ruthless elimination. Exposure would invite vengeance from bereaved families of defeated players. Or worse, official pressure forcing him to sacrifice personal gain for the collective survival of lesser players. He was no saint. He had zero interest in playing surrogate father to naive children. He knew the authorities were hunting Bai Piao. It couldn't be because of Su Fei's complaint. She herself had vowed to keep his secret. Judging by their current operational pattern, he surmised that once they located Bai Piao, they'd publicly condemn his heartless detachment. Privately, however, they'd seek to recruit him, enlisting Bai Piao's services for the state. And later, if he refused to escort some high-ranking official's child through a dungeon or committed brutal acts within one, he'd face universal condemnation. All of it was trouble. Right now he only wanted strength, no time for political entanglements or social games. He glanced at his palm. 71255. 7 hours until teleportation. He awoke from sleep. The room was pitch black outside. A blood-red moon hung high. Silence reigned, deep deathlike. Bai Pu stretched languidly, rose from bed and eagerly retrieved his egg. To avoid detection by the borrowed eyes, he'd refrained from inspecting it in the surface world, leaving him uncertain how far his cherished pet had progressed toward hatching. Through the translucent shell, a tiny crimson octopus slept motionlessly within. No change whatsoever. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Pu's face. No hatching countdown, no acceleration cards. Who knew how many years might pass before emergence? Still, the longer the incubation, the greater the pet's power. That logic at least made it bearable. With practiced efficiency, Bai Pu withdrew a black athletic hooded suit and the welfare idol exclusive battle robe mask from his spatial storage and donned them both. Under the pale moonlight, he slipped out of the residential complex, pulled out his bicycle and pedaled leisurely down the street, humming a light tune. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. Yet not a single dungeon, its entrance glowing faintly, had appeared along his route. Damn. If I can't find a dungeon, am I doomed to retire here? Bai Pu unconsciously pedaled faster. Wind rushed past his ears. Finally, near the city gates, he spotted several silhouettes, but they were spaced dozens of meters apart, clearly strangers unfamiliar with one another, yet each without exception walked steadily toward the city gates. Had something transpired while he slept, something unknown? Bai Pu narrowed his eyes, stowed his bicycle and silently quickened his pace to trail them. At a distance of over 100 meters, fragments of their conversation reached him. Honestly, we don't even know if there's a dungeon outside the city, yet District Chief Su ordered us to leave. What if we encounter unspeakable danger? There's no help for it, we've exhausted every dungeon inside the city. Without dungeons, we'll starve to death in the shadow world. Worse still, we're ordered to march 100 kilometers beyond the city walls. How long would that take on foot? Enough complaining. Didn't District Chief Su announce on the news that everyone should preferentially choose the stretch between Hejin and the communications tower, coordinating with surface world monster hunting squads to escort engineers repairing the tower and thereby re-establish contact with the outside world to request reinforcements? I'm just worried the dungeons beyond the city will be even more perilous. Grumbling all the while, the two set out from the city gates. People converged from all directions, joining the exodus everywhere. Conversation revolved around repairing the communications tower. Bai Pu instantly grasped the situation. Thanks to his relentless monster sweeping, the density of creatures beyond the city and the surface world had plummeted, returning to levels seen only at the onset of the supernatural incursion. Yet the chosen ones were no longer trembling novices as they'd once been. Those who'd survived this long possessed formidable abilities. If they coordinated as effectively as they did during the Great Ghoul Tide, supporting one another in battle, they could certainly clear a safe path for the engineers to reach the tower. The sole complication: dungeons might spontaneously manifest along that very route. Should such an event occur, the physical laws governing that region of the surface world would collapse entirely, rendering even the most skilled ability users powerless to guarantee safe passage. And thus players from the Shadow World, like them, had been dispatched precisely to resolve this crisis. Surface World and Shadow World operating in tandem, District Chief Su truly knew how to orchestrate a masterstroke. Undeniably, this was the optimal solution available. Within the city walls, every dungeon had already been thoroughly cleared. Without new dungeons, players would inevitably starve to death in the Shadow World. Desolation. Silence. Eternal darkness. This was the Shadow World, devoid of all life except humans and ghouls, utterly barren of drinkable water or electricity. Unless one possessed spatial storage capacity, surviving a full week in the Shadow World was impossible. Bai Pu strolled through the city gate, arch hands tucked casually into his pockets. Strangely, this time the outskirts held none of that bone-deep chilling sense of danger, no different from passing beneath an ordinary bridge arch. Could it be because the ghoul tide on the surface world had been eradicated? He dismissed the thought without further reflection, because a headlight appeared. Streetlights lining the main road beyond the city gates blazed to life, stretching far into the distance like a luminous dragon. Most crucially, the two chatterboxes walking just ahead of him vanished instantaneously upon stepping beneath the lamplight. Silence reigned once more. Only the rustling wind beneath the blood-red moon remained. A player trailing behind Bai Pu witnessed the event and erupted in exhilarated shouts. Holy hell, a dungeon really exists! Fantastic! He waved frantically to his companions. Hurry, let's rush in. If we wait too long, the dungeon may fill up, and who knows when we'll encounter another. They broke into a sprint toward the lamplight. As they brushed past Bai Pu. Sudden pause. One man glanced sideways at him, pupils contracting sharply, then quickened his pace. Faint whispers drifted back. Holy hell, I just spotted Bai Pu. Few who share a dungeon with him ever fare well. Let's get into the dungeon fast, ideally lock him out. Bai Pu. One by one the man and his companion dissolved into thin air. Before him the streetlights continued shining steadily, not a flicker. This meant the dungeon's capacity remained unfilled. Bai Pu shrugged lightly and stepped into the glow. In the next instant, nearly 1,000 people materialized before his eyes. Current dungeon occupancy 968-2000. Please await dungeon activation. It was the same road lit by the same lamps, only now thronged with countless people. Some chatted, others played cards, napped, ate, or scrolled videos. Every conceivable activity filled the thoroughfare. The clamor was deafening, rivaling a bustling vegetable market. Whoa, Bai Pu himself. No way, is this for real? Could someone be impersonated? Whom? He doesn't look as handsome as in the live streams. Pfft, what's so special? I'm way better looking than him. Crowds turned en masse toward Bai Pu, pointing and whispering like spectators at a circus menagerie. Bai Pu swept his gaze indifferently across the crowd. How intriguing, he recognized someone familiar among them. Hua Zihan. Hua Zihan's brow was knotted with palpable malice. No one dared approach him, leaving a conspicuous circle of emptiness amid the teeming. Elsewhere, another zone no one dared near. Or rather, not dared, but physically unable to approach. At the center of the avenue stood a semi-open kiosk resembling a newspaper stand, crowned by a neon sign flashing. Shop. The entire stall floated within a massive, perfectly transparent spherical bubble, shimmering gently like a soap bubble yet unbreakable. Most strikingly, its proprietor was a penguin wearing a vivid red scarf, standing human height with a sleek, streamlined black and white body. As Bai Pu observed the penguin, the avian shopkeeper seemed to sense his gaze, lifted its head, met his eyes, and offered a polite smile. Bai Pu. What in the world is this? Just as he prepared to step closer, a figure dashed past him, leaping first into the bubble, landing directly before the penguin's counter. Boss, what do you sell here? The young man bellowed, his voice booming, his neck draped with a garish low-grade gold chain. The penguin proprietor replied impassively, this shop sells everything. Then show me your wares. There's nothing on display. What kind of business is this? Hurry up, I've got a dungeon to enter. Service is extended exclusively to those who can afford it. What the hell? The gold chain youth exploded in fury. You think you're better than me? Plop. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he slapped a thick stack of spirit money onto the counter, then another and another. Stacks multiplied rapidly, threatening to bury the penguin entirely. Whoa, spatial ability. Could this actually be Bai Pu? He must have anticipated encountering a shop and pre-stocked spirit money. Brilliant foresight. Damn, I should have snuck some from my great-grandfather's grave offerings. Onlookers nearby turned as one, murmuring excitedly. Bai Pu felt a quiet jolt of surprise. Remarkable, this man possessed spatial ability just like him. Yet, using that rare power solely to hoard spirit money. Was his intellect as diluted as the gold content in that tacky chain around his neck? The gold chain youth tossed his fringe back with a swagger and declared, grinning. Money. I've got hundreds of billions stashed away, enough to buy your whole shop outright. Bai Pu fell speechless. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes as he muttered silently, fool. Had this man read too many novels? To actually produce spirit money. Spirit money. Why on earth would a realm of the uncanny recognize spirit currency from Blue Planet? If such a thing were viable, why bother grinding dungeons at all? Wouldn't everyone simply carry paper effigies of Lord Guan and the Monkey King and solve every problem instantly? Wielding a Ming Dynasty sword to behead a Qing official, what else could that possibly be but sheer folly? Worse still, this fool in his desperate bid to appear impressive had buried the penguin shopkeeper beneath a cascade of spirit money, effectively launching an assault upon an NPC. He was doomed. As Bai Pu had foreseen, the next moment arrived without delay. With a soft rapid rustle, every single bill of spirit money in the stall dissolved into ash, drifting down like silent snow. The penguin shopkeeper spoke. Expressionless contestant Ma Jun has violated game regulations. Disqualification enacted. A sharp whistling sound followed. His crimson scarf began stretching, elongating with unnatural speed. It expanded exponentially, unfurling, extending straight toward Dijinlian. Like a sinuous serpent, it coiled around him again and again, wrapping him tightly in its vastly enlarged fabric until he was sealed within, mummified beyond escape. Moon. Mum. His muffled struggles intensified, writhing, convulsing like a fish flung ashore. Then swiftly, silence descended. The crimson scarf shrank steadily, emitting crisp wet compressions, like water dripping, yet no liquid emerged. Finally it retracted fully, settling once more around the penguin shopkeeper's neck as though nothing at all had transpired. As for Dijinlian, nothing remained on the ground. Not even a trace of a corpse. He had vanished utterly, as if vaporized at the molecular level. Everyone stood frozen. Eyes wide with terror, they stared at the spectacle. The dungeon hadn't even begun, and yet a horror had already claimed a life. This was unprecedented since the incursion of the uncanny. In that instant all gazes snapped to the shopkeeper's scarf, its red now unnervingly vivid. Earlier several had already entered the shop out of curiosity. Yet each had been dismissed with disdain, deemed too poor, and slunk away in shame. No one had imagined this penguin would kill on a whim. At once those who'd previously approached the shop instinctively recoiled, tightening their collars in relief, grateful they hadn't acted as rashly as Dijinlian. Wordlessly the crowd edged backward, putting greater distance between themselves and the stall. Unexpectedly a lone figure pushed against the tide, striding directly toward the penguin shopkeeper. Heavens, has Bai Piao lost his mind? Impossible. Anyone in black clothes and a black mask could claim to be Bai Piao. Is he courting death? Clearly this shop was never meant for us. Ignoring the murmurs, Bai Pu passed through the translucent spherical membrane. The moment he stepped inside, the penguin shopkeeper beamed welcome. His demeanor was strikingly warmer than before. Before Bai Pu could speak, a display appeared upon the counter, a list of goods. Seemingly designed to remain hidden from others, the interface lay flat upon the countertop, reminiscent of the holographic screen he'd encountered earlier in the pet shop, glowing faintly white, radiating unmistakable futurism. A neat 23 grid displayed 3 columns: name, price, and function. Only 2 items were listed. First, the summoning of wealth, price 6. Today's special 1 function perpetually indicates the direction of the nearest penguin shop. We welcome your return. Second, cooking oil, substandard, price 1 function, refined from male humans. Suitable for illumination, cooking, or lubrication of bodily cavities. Shelf life 3 days. What utter nonsense. Bai Pu frowned. The first item clearly sought to lure him back, so why charge him at all, let alone offer a special price? And the second, the so-called substandard cooking oil, was unmistakably Dijinlian himself. Esteemed guest, which would you prefer? The penguin shopkeeper rubbed his flippers politely. Should you find yourself undecided, our humble shop would be delighted to recommend. Which one? How intriguing that this penguin was certain he could afford only one. There was but a single explanation. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes and withdrew his soul blood crystal from storage. Under the light, the crimson teardrop gleamed with ethereal beauty. Instantly the penguin shopkeeper's smile grew warmer, brighter. Bai Pu understood. Indeed. This blood crystal was the true currency acknowledged by the penguin shopkeeper. Blimey, brother, Bai's loaded. Who carries rubies into a dungeon? What kind of shop only accepts gems? Think again, you saw it glow, didn't you? That's no ordinary ruby. Players craned their necks, buzzing with speculation. Bai Pu asked, are these the only 2 items in your shop? Certainly not, replied the penguin shopkeeper, smiling. Our inventory displays only what you can afford. Today only these 2 items cost precisely 1 blood crystal. Ah, so that was it. No wonder others couldn't purchase anything. This shop existed solely for him. According to the penguin horror's words, the shop's wares likely refreshed daily, yet his funds were insufficient even to glimpse the rest. I'll take this one. Bai Pu pointed to the summoning of wealth, placing his solitary blood crystal onto the shopkeeper's fleshy flipper. If this were genuine currency within the uncanny realm, ways to earn more must exist. Yet encounters with this shop were rare, so consider this a membership fee. Moreover, this blood crystal serves no other purpose. Thank you for your purchase. The penguin shopkeeper grinned widely. Please extend your hand. Bai Pu raised his right palm open and upward. He expected the penguin to hand him something tangible. Instead, the shopkeeper tilted his head slightly and gestured toward Bai Pu's left hand. This one. Bai Pu furrowed his brow. His left hand, the very place where the countdown appeared. Before he could react, the penguin shopkeeper lightly touched his palm. Instantly an arrow materialized on Bai Pu's palm, identical in color and style to the countdown timer. Yet, its tail was absurdly short, so brief that were it not for his keen eyesight he might have mistaken the symbol for a mirror. The penguin shopkeeper bowed politely. Your order has been dispatched. Allow me to explain its function. The farther you travel from this shop, the longer the arrow's tail grows. You may follow its guidance any time to return. Thank you for your patronage. At that final word, Bai Pu felt an unseen force gently push him backward several steps. Looking again, the store was entirely empty. The whole shop had vanished into thin air. It was as if nothing had happened, only the shattered ghost money littered the ground. The players who had been watching were no longer calm. Is the ghost giving a free fortune-telling? Brother Bai is amazing. He scared the ghost away with just a gesture. What the heck? Why is this freebie always so mysterious? Meanwhile, Bai Pu, the focus of everyone's attention, was far from calm. Because he had just painfully spent one blood crystal to buy the store needle arrowhead, which had now disappeared. Suddenly a university student-like young man approached Bai Pu with a beaming smile. I am your fan. Your heroic figure in the dungeon is truly unprecedented. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. The young man was robust, standing at nearly 2 meters, even taller than Bai Pu by a few centimeters. Now he hunched before Bai Pu, a wide grin on his face. My name is Tian Chi. You can call me Xiao Tian or Xiao Chi. Though my brain isn't as sharp as yours, I have some strength. Just command me in this dungeon. Bai Pu glanced at him but ignored him. He was already irritated. That stinky penguin tricked him out of his blood crystal and then vanished truly heartless. Wait. A flash of lightning struck through Bai Pu's mind. The arrowhead's disappearance suggested another possibility. It didn't exist. A store. There were no stores in the entire Blue Star, so the arrowhead could not indicate anything. If that's the case, the penguin store must have specially come from the eerie world for his previous blood crystal. Earlier at the pet shop, he saw transactions between the black butterfly female ghost and buyers, often involving hundreds of credits. He had thought a blood crystal was worth about the same as $1. But now it could attract a store to come specifically from the eerie world. What exactly was this blood crystal? Brother Bai, are you tired? How about sitting down for a break? Tian Chi seemed oblivious to Bai Pu's cold demeanor, persistently trying to ingratiate himself. He immediately took off his coat and laid it on the ground at Bai Pu's feet, revealing his well-defined muscles. This unabashedly sycophantic behavior completely interrupted Bai Pu's contemplation. At that moment he really wanted to say, sycophants end up with nothing, brother. But looking at Tian Chi's eager eyes, he had to swallow his words. How should he put it? Although such sycophantic behavior was childish, the feeling was still somewhat delightful when the one being flattered was him. As long as it didn't delay his progress in the dungeon, he didn't mind bringing this Tian Chi along. Suddenly Bai Pu felt a burning gaze directed at him. He looked up and locked eyes with Guo Zihan. Across the noisy crowd, Guo Zihan's gaze was like a sharp knife, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Bai Pu frowned. No, Guo Zihan wanted to kill Bai Pu for the carrot knife, which he could understand. But his current identity was as a freebie. The last interaction between Bai Pu and Guo Zihan was in the Dead Water Garden, where he kindly helped Guo Zihan deliver a package. Guo Zihan was so grateful that he nearly bowed in thanks. Today, encountering each other again, it was one thing not to greet him, but what was with that cannibalistic glare? There was no time to think. Suddenly a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. The number of participants has reached the standard dungeon loading. Loading complete. Dungeon name Happy Marathon Dungeon. Difficulty goal reached the designated location within 12 hours. Wishing you a smooth journey, brother Bai. In the real world, a convoy slowly drove out from the city gates. This was a temporary team made up of soldiers, ability users, and engineers. Everyone looked tense and the atmosphere was oppressive. Their goal was to repair the communication tower 100 kilometers away. Normally this distance could be covered in an hour by car. But now eerie creatures roamed the roads everywhere, and they had no idea where one might suddenly appear. If they weren't careful and collided with one, the monster would immediately switch from a wandering state to a berserk mode. They did not possess the kind of toy knife that Bai Pu could use to instantly kill monsters. Moreover, the engineers in the vehicle were valuable talents who could not sustain any injuries. Everyone could only slow down and proceed cautiously. Chen Meng sat in the front driver's seat, took one last puff of his cigarette and casually tossed the butt out. Having guarded the city gate for a month, those above believed he had a better understanding of the situation outside the walls, so they sent him to lead this mission. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. If this mission could be successfully completed and contact with other areas restored, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Not to mention returning to the team, a promotion would be a sure thing. But the problem was in a month who knew what those monsters had evolved into in the areas unseen from the city walls. If it were merely monsters they could afford to drive slower and detour if absolutely necessary. The accompanying ability users could cooperate to beat them up. What they feared most were those inexplicably appearing dungeons. Hopefully it would be a smooth journey. As Chen Meng was about to raise the car window, suddenly screams erupted around. Ah! Was there an earthquake? Help! The ground beneath everyone's feet had inexplicably become soft and weak, feeling like walking on cotton. People in the vehicle rushed out, faces filled with terror, constantly retreating. The originally flat asphalt surface suddenly rippled like waves on the sea, rolling and crashing. Forget about the car. Even standing on it was unstable, and one could easily be submerged in this concrete ocean like drowning. Run! Back to the city. Back to the city. At this critical moment no one remembered the mission. Everyone ran wildly towards the city gates as if being chased by wild boars. Only when they entered the small hole in the city gate did the softness beneath their feet disappear. At that moment the surface outside the city was already roiling like tumultuous waves. And the vehicles that everyone had previously occupied had all sunk underground, not even a scrap of metal visible. Meanwhile everyone simultaneously received a pop-up message on their phones. The Dungeon Happy Marathon live broadcast has started. Click to watch. The most senior engineer Lao He furrowed his brows tightly and approached Chen Meng with a worried expression. Captain Chen, what are we going to do? Before departing, District Chief Su had personally spoken to him, placing high hopes on this mission to restore the communication tower. They had just left the city gate and the entire squad was wiped out. How could he explain this to his superiors? Chen Meng seemed not to hear. He focused intently on the live broadcast interface on his phone, pressing his lips tightly together as if searching for something. The live stream displayed a large audience and Chen Meng searched for quite a while. Finally he spotted a familiar figure, letting out a long sigh of relief and revealing a smile. Old He, don't worry. With this kid around there won't be any problems with this instance. Old He curiously looked towards the direction Chen Meng was pointing. Immediately his forehead throbbed and in disbelief he asked, "You can't be thinking of placing your hopes on a cripple, right?" "What?" Chen Meng was taken aback, taking another careful look. His heart plummeted to the depths as his smile faded away. On the live stream the lower half of the character was completely missing, with 2 legs having vanished. Bai Pu. P, is this targeting me? Starting off with 2 legs missing, how the hell am I supposed to play this? That said, Bai Pu wasn't too worried. Among the players present there were others who suddenly lost arms. He wasn't the only one facing such a situation, indicating it was a design of the instance. Of course most people didn't show any visible defects, leading Bai Pu to suspect that some organ was already missing from their bodies, though it wasn't obvious yet. Just like his empty thigh, not a drop of blood was shed, only 2 shadowy segments were visible. Everyone had lost some organ of their body, which aligned with the fairness principle of the instance. As it appeared, the losses were random. However, he was the unluckiest, losing his legs in an instance named Happy Marathon. Is this really a 1-star instance? What the hell, where's my second brother? A burly man suddenly roared. Not far away a young man was frantically pointing at his neck, whimpering, "Ugh! Ugh!" The crowd looked anxious and bewildered. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared above the crowd, floating in the air. "Welcome everyone to this marathon competition. To ensure everyone's competitive spirit, all participants will randomly lose bodily organs as registration fees with no replacements." Bai Pu's mouth twitched. This floating figure was none other than the referee of the instance. It was the same penguin from the shop. The bright red scarf fluttered slightly in the air and its chubby body looked quite adorable, but the penguin's expression had drastically changed. The previous smile had vanished, replaced by a serious face and a cold tone. Reach the target location within 12 hours to clear the instance successfully. Those who fail to clear it in time will die. The registration fees for each contestant will be distributed as rewards along the way. If you fail to carry your registration fee by the time you clear the instance, the missing body parts will be irreparable. On everyone's retinas a holographic map appeared. The marked key location was surprisingly near the communication tower that the officials intended to repair. Bai Pu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Without his legs he was only half the height of others sitting on the coat that Tianqi had just taken off. No wonder it was a 1-star instance. Running 100 kilometers in 12 hours posed almost no challenge, it was more than sufficient. Therefore the only difficulty of this instance was how to find the organs one had lost during the marathon. Bai Pu looked down at his empty pant leg, feeling quite speechless. This damn penguin is so unreasonable. At least I contributed a blood crystal to the shop, and instead of opening a backdoor for me it gave me a hellish difficulty. Isn't this targeting me a bit too much? As instances became increasingly rare, countless people flooded into the live stream the moment it started. When they saw Bai Pu like this, everyone burst into laughter. "Ahaha, Bai Pu, you too have today. It's not that the time hasn't come yet to repay you. Sorry Bai Pu, let's break up. Brother Bai really messed up this time. 100 kilometers in a marathon. Bai Pu was definitely done for, embedding on Guoxiao. I heard the Guo family was summoned for questioning. Not sure if it's true or not. This instance is really simple without any difficulty. Unlike the lively atmosphere in the livestream, Su Jinshan in the district chief's office sighed deeply, shaking his head repeatedly. Anya brought over a cup of hot tea, comforting him. Chief, don't worry. Even if Bai Pu fails, there are still many people in the instance, surely someone will clear it. You are mistaken. Su Jinshan took the tea, taking a small sip. It's a pity that this clever kid Bai Pu got stuck here, but... Su Jinshan looked out the window. Tall buildings, busy crowds, a scene of peace and stability. He said slowly, what I worry about is whether everyone can find their organs when clearing the instance. This is the instance with the largest number of participants in history, a full 1,000 people. Running 100 kilometers in 12 hours is certainly simple, but how many will actually be able to recover their organs by the time they clear it? I fear that after this instance all 1,000 people will become disabled. On the surface it is only a one-star instance, but the true purpose of this instance, I suspect, is a sinister plot to weaken our strength. The penguin, treating the matter with official seriousness, finished explaining the rules. Ignoring the crowd's incessant inquiries, it transformed into dozens of streams of light scattering in the sky like fireworks, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a voice echoed throughout the world. The competition begins. The players had no choice but to stifle their questions. No longer lingering, they all exerted their strength and rushed out. Seeing player after player leave, Bai Pu looked up to the sky, speechless. He couldn't possibly crawl 100 kilometers with just his two hands. He had to ask Tianqi beside him, brother, could you help me? But, unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted. Help carry you to the finish line. Tianqi scoffed and rolled his eyes. Put. You think you deserve that? I don't have time to waste with a useless person. Aren't you so arrogant, huh? Acting all high and mighty, thinking you're so impressive. Useless. Just wait here to die. Not far away, a boy in a loose hoodie couldn't help but glance at Bai Pu, a flash of sympathy in his eyes. Li Xiaokue, what are you staring at? Tianqi yelled angrily, what's wrong? Do you sympathize with this useless person? If you have so much compassion, why don't you carry him 100 kilometers? If you dare not, then don't look at him with that kind of gaze, pretending to be a saint. TCH. Finally, I encountered an instance where I could showcase my athletic skills. This time I'm sure to win this marathon. Saying this, Tianqi straightened his chest and ran forward. Bai Pu. Good lord, that was a quick change of face. This guy didn't lose his organs, did he lose his brain instead? Who says you have to run to reach the finish line? The difference between humans and animals is using tools. Bai Pu silently took out a wheelchair from his space. The live stream suddenly erupted. What the hell? What the hell? Honey, let's get back together. Trust brother Bai and you'll gain eternal life. A girlfriend may betray me, but brother Bai won't. A big shot is always a big shot. I'm so numb. If Bai Pu took out an inflatable doll from his space, I wouldn't be surprised. Chen Meng, stuck at the city gate and unable to move, broke into a broad grin. He hurriedly turned to the Taoist elder and cried, look. I told you, so long as this kid is here there will be no problem. His proud expression was as if his own son had just been accepted to Tsinghua. The Taoist elder raised an eyebrow and said nothing, though his eyes betrayed a certain expectation. Inside the instance, Bai Pu curled his lips in amusement. As if. In this day and age, is there any transport that beats a wheelchair for sheer value? Light and portable, electrically powered and smartly controlled, able to recline and climb stairs, it was the indispensable contrivance for home travel, commuting dates, scaling walls, or even turning oneself in. The next moment, Bai Pu's face froze. Damn. The wheelchair sat a little high, he seemed unable to get on. If he tried to clamber up, it would surely topple. After all, it was only an electric wheelchair, not some high-end vehicle. If the chair flipped, there would be no point in getting aboard at all. Maybe strap a skateboard to the back and lie on that. He was thinking it over when suddenly someone grabbed his waist. His body felt light and the chair descended in his sight. 2 seconds later, he had landed perfectly in the seat. Turning his head, he saw that the one who had lifted him was the person Tianqi had scolded earlier, the one called Li Xiaokue. The figure kept their head down and a cap shadowed their face. Bai Pu thanked them sincerely. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. What the hell? When the boy spoke, a cloying girlish lilt slipped out and Bai Pu was stunned. It turned out astonishingly to be a girl. Bai Pu tilted his head and looked more closely. A dark loose hoodie obscured her contours and made her gender hard to tell. Her skin was a bit coarse, as if often sunbaked. Beneath the cap no hair showed. Wait, Bai Pu suddenly understood. Not Li Xiaokue the boy, clearly Li Xiaokue the girl. Your registration fee is your hair. Nmei-chan, what the hell? What a stroke of luck she radiates. No wonder he had taken her for a boy. He blamed the bald look. Still. That saccharine voice made his skin crawl. By the time they had lingered, the other players had already sprinted away under the lamplight. Only the two of them remained where they were. Bai Pu buckled the safety belt and seeing Li Xiaoqui's leisurely manner asked curiously, "Everyone else left, aren't you going to run?" 100-kilometer run was exhausting and for a girl who was not as naturally sturdy as the boys it would be even harder, yet Li Xiaoqui showed no hurry at all. Li Xiaoqui giggled. "Why rush? A marathon is about endurance, a few minutes don't matter. It's less crowded now, I'm off. Take care of yourself." With that she adopted a textbook starting stance and ran toward the distance. Bai Pu clicked his tongue, that silhouette, that stride, they looked professional. Given her unusually weathered skin and her familiarity with the self-professed athlete Tianqi, this girl, could she also be a sports student? Soon such irrelevant thoughts were cast aside. He familiarized himself with the wheelchair controls, engaged it and set off. Rustle. Not bad, it's pretty fast. Bai Pu pushed the chair to full power and sped ahead. As the dot representing him moved across the retinal map, a matter-of-fact voice chimed in his mind, "You have departed. Please follow the current road for 1,000 meters. Distance to destination is 99. 98 kilometers. Current rank 999. Next stop Lulongu breeding base." Beneath the pitch-black sky the roadside lamps glowed. Only the sound of the wheelchair's wheels filled the air. Soon Bai Pu reached the first waypoint, the Lulongu breeding base. There were no dogs, no base. From any angle it looked like empty countryside with no man-made structures. And the name itself was conspicuously odd. The phrases stray dog and breeding base contradicted one another like a fish that cannot swim. It was plainly absurd. This waypoint name was clearly a makeshift design of the instance. That meant he would have to follow the system's prescribed route. Shortcuts or skipping checkpoints to reach the end would not work. Suddenly a fork in the road appeared ahead. Most important of all, the lamps along each branch were lit. "Please choose your route." On his retinal map a line of text hovered above each path, each ending with a small icon: Guishi Road total 3 kilometers icon. Jiahe Road total 8. 1 kilometers treasure chest icon. Huangquan Road total 0. 95 kilometers monster icon. Well then, a multiple choice question was it? Bai Pu did not hesitate and chose Guishi Road. The reason was simple. Although Jiahe Road was marked with a treasure chest, it was far too long. Having left last, he should do his best to catch up with the main group. Staying with other players would let him learn more about the instance through the traps and mishaps those fools triggered. Besides, if every chest contained an organ, there could be 1,000 chests along the way. It was not worth breaking from the group for a single prize and missing the chance to learn the instance. Huangquan Road, though shorter, explicitly warned of monsters along the route. Luobua Dao could change outfits and thus need not fear being unmasked, but Bai Pu was bound to the wheelchair. Most importantly, the monsters in this instance were by no means the dumb, aimless roamers of the surface world. If some strange creature charged and knocked him over, he would have no way to clamber back into the chair and would be left to die. All things considered, Guishi Road was the safest choice. With a soft whir the wheelchair moved again. "You have entered Guishi Road, please proceed straight for 3 kilometers. Current distance to destination 98. 4 kilometers. Current rank 999. Next stop Xiaoyu Village." Village, my foot, Hajin is inland. Where would there be rivers or seas nearby? As Bai Pu entered Guishi Road, the lights on the other two roads went out at once. Under the boundless night sky a cold wind shivered through. The wheelchair's speed was not extraordinary, about the pace of a human sprint, but the key point was it did not tire. He could sustain that speed the whole way. Humming a little tune, Bai Pu felt at ease. Then his pupils contracted. A figure had suddenly appeared by the roadside 100 meters ahead. Approaching slowly, it was a stooped old woman, her hair utterly white. Deep wrinkles carved her face like jagged lines, her teeth were almost all gone. Bai Pu was certain among the 1,000 players in the contest there could be no such person. Most importantly, the old woman held a treasure chest in her hand, glittering with golden radiance as if daring anyone to snatch it. Sensing Bai Pu's slow approach, the old woman lifted her head and offered a benevolent smile, then asked leisurely, "Young man, do you happen to have a moment?" Bai Pu braked his wheelchair and remained silent. "Ah." The old woman sighed, seemingly oblivious to his aloofness, continuing unperturbed. "When one grows old the limbs grow stiff, the simplest stroll becomes arduous. You young and strong, might you help me cross the street?" So simple. Bai Pu estimated the distance between the two curbs, less than 20 meters wide, barely a few paces. Crossing it should have been effortless. Yet the problem was this: he had no legs, not even the ability to step onto the ground. How then could he possibly assist the old woman across? "Ah. This old woman inside the dungeon may not even be human. Perhaps you should just pretend you didn't see her." I instinctively patted my thigh. "Still there. There are still 999 other chests, missing one won't matter." Honestly. If it were me, I'd seize the chest and sprint away. Bai Pu can't carry this dungeon, he's out of the picture, it's all up to Guoxiao now. All right. In disbelief, Bai Pu accepted the quest. At that moment a progress bar materialized before Bai Pu's eyes, frozen at 0. He extended his right hand. The instant his fingers brushed the old woman's arm, a chill ran through him, rigid, icy cold. What a fine young man. I have a granddaughter your age, she adores my braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens. Every time she returns home her clothes are caked in mud, I never know where she's been playing. The old woman nodded contentedly, allowing Bai Pu to grip her arm as she shuffled forward, murmuring fond memories all the while. Her steps were minuscule and agonizingly slow, each foot lifted hesitantly into the air, suspended for several seconds as though selecting its landing spot before settling down with deliberate slowness. Meanwhile Bai Pu rested his chin on his palm against the armrest. With his other hand firmly gripping the old woman's arm, he let her pull the wheelchair forward inch by inch. Indeed, it was the old woman pulling him. He had tried to urge her forward, but her strength was astonishing. Not only could he not budge her, he found himself dragged along as the wheelchair rolled backward with a clatter. 5 full minutes passed before they reached the street's midpoint. At that moment the progress bar in Bai Pu's vision read 51. It seemed the act of assisting her mattered less than simply enduring her presence. Forced time dilation was the true objective. Though her pace was glacial, her tongue was swift and fluent. My granddaughter just married. Her husband earns 500 yuan a month, what honor he brings our family. And when I heard she might be expecting I hurried out at once. In those 5 minutes alone she had recounted thousands of words about her beloved granddaughter's whimsies. Of course only she found them amusing. To Bai Pu it was sheer noise, so much so that he recalled Aunt Hua's mischievous grandson and rolled his eyes repeatedly. Suppressing the fierce urge to wrench the treasure chest from her grasp, Bai Pu gritted his teeth and endured her snail-paced shuffle. He repeated fiercely in his mind, just 5 more minutes, only 5 more. This woman is clearly not alive. Her strength rivals 3 oxen. Forceful seizure would mean certain death. Suddenly the old woman halted mid-step and slowly turned back the way they came. The progress bar flickered downward from 51 to 46. Damn it! What on earth is she up to? Bai Pu couldn't bear watching the number shrink. He slammed the wheelchair's brake lever. To no avail. Though the brakes locked the wheels, the old woman's strength defied reason. She dragged the entire wheelchair backward without pause. The tires screeched against the pavement, screech screech. Where's my handkerchief? That was meant for my grandson-in-law, I mustn't lose it. She muttered softly, stooping to search the ground. Following her gaze he saw it, a floral embroidered handkerchief lying near their starting point, faintly bulging as if concealing something. When did that handkerchief appear? Ha, free loot means going backward again. This is hilarious. It's impolite, yet I can't help laughing. Bai Pu, how pitiful you are. At that moment, 10,000 alpacas stampeded through Bai Pu's mind. He'd assumed slowness was the task's upper limit, never imagining she'd backtrack. He was certain nothing had fallen from her during their entire journey. That handkerchief had manifested out of thin. Screech screech as she reversed the wheelchair groaned in protest. Bai Pu released the brake and stared blankly skyward, utterly resigned. Fine. Now another 10 minutes of tedious waiting would be needed just to restore the progress bar to 51. 5 minutes later they stood once more at the starting point, his progress reset to a mere 3. Beaming, the old woman retrieved the handkerchief, cradled it gently and unfolded it to reveal an exquisite jade thumb ring. She cherished it reverently. This is our family's heirloom ring, worn only by the patriarch. Ever since my husband passed it has lain untouched. I intend to gift it to my grandson-in-law to signify our family's full acceptance of him. As she prepared to launch into a genealogical exposition, Bai Pu hastily interrupted. Granny, shouldn't we cross the street now? Chatter he could tolerate, but standing motionless. Unacceptable. Oh. Yes, yes. She nodded eagerly, smiling brightly as she wrapped the ring and tucked it into her bosom. At last they set off once more. Though her gait was sluggish, the hand clutching the treasure chest remained unnervingly steady, its golden gleam unwavering as if fused to her flesh. 4, 5, 6, 7. Bai Pu watched the percentage rise steadily, exhaling deeply, his thoughts drifting to where the others might be by now. Suddenly, the old woman halted again. Bai Pu's heart lurched. Damn it, what fresh absurdity was coming now? She rambled at length before concluding. My granddaughter says crossing the street requires obeying traffic rules, damn it. Bai Pu looked up. Faintly across the street a traffic light shimmered into view, distant car horns echoed like ghostly whispers. It seemed these elements had yet to fully coalesce, still translucent, ephemeral like a mirage, because the old woman's monologue remained unfinished. Almost in an instant Bai Pu hurriedly covered the old lattice mouth. Without hesitation he scooped her up in his arms and accelerated the wheelchair to its maximum speed. From the previous handkerchief incident it was clear that the events encountered were determined by the words spoken by the old lady, which could be considered a form of verbal magic. If he were to wait until the old lady finished casting her spell and the traffic light rules took effect, what if the red light made him wait for 9999999 seconds? That would be a tremendous loss. Forcing his way through a red light meant breaking the rules, which was certain death. The only solution was to interrupt this old woman's spell. Although the old lady was strong, her weight was similar to that of an average elderly woman. Plus with age her weight naturally decreased, making her relatively light and petite. Princess. Hug. What the hell, how did the situation change while I was just using the restroom? Together. 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 Heavens, am I seeing things? Why does it look like the old lattice face is red? In a blur of speed. Bai Pu took only 3 seconds. Holding the old lady, he successfully reached the other side of the road. He looked around once more. The sound of car horns and traffic lights had vanished as if they had never existed, and the surroundings returned to their previous desolate calm. The task progress also reached 100. Thud, the treasure chest dropped from the old lattice hand, making a sound. Bai Pu finally felt relieved. Damn. This treasure chest is indeed hard to acquire. If it weren't for his cleverness, he would have almost fallen into this old woman's trap. Just as he was about to push the old lady aside to grab the treasure chest and leave, he suddenly froze when he looked down. The old lattice head was buried in Bai Pu's arms, her hands wrapped around his waist, her entire body limp like a puddle of water. She occasionally murmured strangely. So annoying. So big. I'm so shy. Bai Pu. Auntie. Grandma. The old lady seemed to hear the call, her head poking out from Bai Pu's chest, her expression dazed and full of enjoyment. Holy crap. I feel violated. Bai Pu's eye twitched and he shouted, Grandma, your granddaughter is here to pick you up. Swish, the old lady sprang up like a fish out of water, standing straight at the roadside looking around. Granddaughter. Where's my granddaughter? In an instant, Bai Pu quickly grabbed the treasure chest, fully activating the wheelchair, ignoring the bumpy road as he sped away. Hey, wait a minute. Young man, don't go. I still have things to say. Hearing the old lattice affectionate calls, Bai Pu dared not stop. With full power, he left the old lady far behind. Only after she became completely invisible did Bai Pu slow the wheelchair down to a normal speed, retrieve the treasure chest from his space and slowly open it. After seeing what was inside, Bai Pu's expression was complicated. Good news, the treasure chest indeed contained a player's organs. Bad news, it wasn't the 2 long legs he had been longing for, but a pair of kidneys. Damn. What am I supposed to do with this? I can't even modify myself into a 4-wheel drive. I don't know which unlucky guy lost his kidneys. I wonder how they managed to run 100 kilometers. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. There will definitely be others like him at the end of this dungeon, and then everyone can trade, which is also an opportunity. He casually tossed the treasure chest back into the space and continued moving forward. This time he encountered no more strange people along the way and arrived at Little Fishing Village without incident. The wheelchair stopped in front of the sign for Little Fishing Village, and Bai Pu looked back. Besides the road he came from, there were 2 other main roads, both lit by streetlights winding into the distance like 3 colorful ribbons in the night. Without a doubt, these were the roads of the underworld and the return. At this moment, players were occasionally spilling out from the road of return. They were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, and many had visible wounds bandaged hastily, soaking their clothes with bright red patches. However, not a single person dared to stop. Bai Pu was not surprised at all. The 3 forks in the road had directly divided the players into 3 groups. Those with strong abilities would surely choose the shortest road of the underworld to arrive sooner. They must have already passed through here. Meanwhile, the weaker ones mostly opted for the road of the crane with treasure chests. Although the distance was long, the brightly marked treasure chests were the best choice for players seeking stability and who were still capable. But the marathon had just begun, and the dungeon couldn't possibly place all the treasure chests on the road of the crane. This meant more people and fewer treasure chests, leading to inevitable competition and fighting. Some unfortunate souls had already turned into cold corpses lying on the road of the crane. Compared to this, dealing with the supernatural was far more comfortable than dealing with people. At least there weren't so many ulterior motives. As long as you figured out the rules, clearing the dungeon would be easy. Players couldn't help but show a look of surprise when they saw Bai Pu. When they noticed the wheelchair beneath him, they all understood, their eyes heating up as they stared at the wheelchair. No wonder Bai Pu could appear here. It turned out he had prepared a wheelchair in advance. In this dungeon, the wheelchair was practically a divine artifact. They were running themselves to exhaustion while Bai Pu sat comfortably in his wheelchair. Truly, comparing people makes one feel frustrated. However, thinking about Bai Pu's invincible abilities displayed in previous dungeons, everyone could only sigh inwardly and reluctantly continue running forward. At that moment, Bai Pu also realized he had become the target of everyone's envy. He immediately unleashed his entire aura. With a cold gaze and a demeanor radiating indifference, he forcefully raised his own status, creating an impression of keeping people at bay as he continued to maneuver the wheelchair forward. That kid's wheelchair is electric tisk TSK. A greasy middle-aged man licked his lips, his eyes full of undisguised desire. If I had that wheelchair, it would definitely be mine first. His luck was good. The treasure chest he had managed to grab on the road of the crane contained the organs he had lost. Now the lost organs had returned to his body. As long as he could get this electric wheelchair, no one in the dungeon would have a greater chance of winning than him. Hey big brother, don't act impulsively. A boy who had temporarily teamed up with the greasy man kindly advised. This is Bai Pu. Of course, not only among students but among all capable individuals, he was the most troublesome one. Even the supernatural's attacks couldn't inflict any damage on him. I know, the greasy man replied casually. However, his fiery gaze remained fixated on Bai Pu's figure, lost in thought. That's good. We've already retrieved our organs, so this dungeon is secure. We just need to methodically run to the endpoint. Although they were over 100 meters ahead of Bai Pu, their conversation was perfectly audible to him. The greasy man kept glancing back every now and then. It was impossible not to be noticed. Bai Pu cast him a cold look and silently set the wheelchair to its highest speed. The greasy man was still in the vigor of youth and strength, best to keep away. If someone shoved him out of his wheelchair, there would be no second Li Xiaokue to come to his aid. With a rattling roll, the wheelchair picked up speed. Just as it was about to overtake the running greasy man, he spun around in an instant, arms outstretched, bracing himself across Bai Pu's path. Are you mad? That's Bai Pu, a teammate shouted, tugging at the greasy man's sleeve, panic written across his face. The greasy man remained unmoved, a cold sneer curling his lip as his gaze roved over Bai Pu's hollow trouser leg. He's nothing but a cripple now, what is there to fear? Invincible, ha. Ha. I never meant to kill him, just pick him up from that wheelchair. Bang. A gunshot snapped his words dead. A neat bloody hole blossomed in the center of his forehead. His face froze in the last expression of triumph before he struck the ground with a dull thud. Silence followed. Shouts erupted online and in the crowd. Holy God, Bai Pu shot someone. Where did he get a gun? I couldn't find it on that shopping app. Official police am reporting a street murder. Come on, the instance is in the dark world, how could the officials do anything? Someone scoffed. Bai Bro's shooting stance is so cool, another urged. Hurry up. As the barrage of comments threatened to drown the stream, Su Jinshan could no longer sit idle. From the official account, he sent the authorities strictly forbid intragroup slaughter in instances. Regarding this incident, the office will severely punish Bai Pu. Please provide any clues concerning him. After sending the message, Su Jinshan flung his phone onto the desk, lit a cigarette and pinched it between his fingers. Severe punishment, all for show, he thought irritably. Everyone had seen how the greasy man on Jiaha Road had slaughtered 5 people in his scramble for a treasure chest. Still, no one had paid him much mind, he was a minor player. Bai Pu's influence, however, was immense. Whatever he did became gospel to legions of followers. In the current instance, nearly a fifth of participants wore masks and hats to hide their identities, imitating Bai Pu, some even committing murder on purpose. Such conduct gravely undermined social stability. No matter how loudly the officials preached unity and fraternity, the ability users behaved with growing impunity. The surface world still showed some restraint, but inside instances people ceased to regard one another as human. To secure a coveted ranking, nothing was off limits. As for Bai Pu, though cold and ruthless in action, he mostly acted in self-preservation. Compared to the greasy man, he could even be seen as morally superior. He had never needlessly harmed anyone. The ability users were becoming harder and harder to control. The best strategy would be to win over Bai Pu. He was already idolized in their hearts. If Bai Pu were co-opted to lead the ability users, all the better. His powers, spatial manipulation and invincibility, made him uniquely suited. Space powers encouraged hoarding, which demanded a functioning social order. On this point, Bai Pu's interests aligned with the authorities. Moreover, his invincibility rendered him impervious to attacks from other ability users, making him an ideal candidate for leadership. Crucially, no heinous acts attributed to Bai Pu had occurred in the surface world, nor had he been known to form factions. In instances, he always acted alone. A person like that could be trusted and put to use. Still, the recently prominent Bai Pu had been nominated at the meeting as a potential leader of ability users. But Bai Pu was far too vain, impulsive and bloodthirsty, especially during the Qingchuan Villa incident. There, Bai Pu had cut down dozens with clinical efficiency, leaving no survivors. Even professional operatives felt a chill at his methods. He was, after all, only a student. That such a recent invasion could reveal so familiar a knack for killing suggested that Bai Pu's psychology had been abnormal even during his school days. Paired with that eerie Luobo Dao, the Luobo knife, it was as if he had grown teeth. Fortunately, his vanity could be managed. A hollow title, some flattery, and a little bonus money would keep him pliant. But under no circumstances could such a person lead the ability users. That would spell disaster for Hajin. After much deliberation, Bai Pu remained the preferred choice. Intelligent, wildly popular, aligned with official interests, and unwilling to form cliques, he was the perfect leader. As for the matter of extorting 10,000 from his daughter Su Fei, it was beneath notice. His daughter's life could not be measured in money. Even sums of 100,000 or 1,000,000 would not make him flinch. He had intended to find Bai Pu, chastise him publicly to appease the masses, and then privately extend his gratitude to Bai Pu, encouraging contact between his daughter and Bai Pu to cultivate goodwill. Other ability users had cleared instances in conventional ways, and many had paid dearly for their success. Bai Pu, on the other hand, was always full of surprises. He breezed through every instance as if it were child's play, outpacing many adults hardened by life struggles. To the chosen ones, Bai Pu was like a weather vane. Having his daughter meet Bai Pu seemed all upside and no risk. He repeatedly urged Secretarian to uncover Bai Pu's true identity, but each suspect was quickly ruled out. Even Bai Pu, the most plausible candidate, was completely cleared. Unfortunately, when his daughter transferred money to Bai Pu, she hadn't checked the name on the account. And Fenki Bayo's headquarters were not in Hajin district, so they could not reach the company's executives to inspect the transfer records through the back end. A swirl of white smoke rose in the room as Su Jinshan sighed and stared off into space. Bai Pu, who are you? Under the ink-black sky there was absolute stillness, a silence like death. Even the wind seemed frozen, the leaves by the roadside no longer stirred. Everyone stared at the greasy man fallen on the ground, breath held, eyes wide with horror. On Jiaha Road he had once enlarged his fists dozens of times over pummeling several players into paste. No one expected him to die so lightly beneath Bai Pu's bullet. You. Killing is illegal, a boy standing nearby blurted out, stammering as he attempted moral outrage. Bai Pu leveled the muzzle at the boy with a cold voice. Do you object? No. The boy swallowed hard, instantly cowed. The wheelchair wheels clicked as Bai Pu gave a cold glance, slid the pistol back into his coat and steered the chair onward. At this distance using the Luobo Dao would have required a spring cord and wrist revealing Bai Pu's identity. A pistol would do just fine. The moment he sensed the greasy man's ill intent he slipped the handgun into his sleeve, just in case. Having made an example of him so starkly no one would dare raise a hand against him again. As the wheelchair receded into the distance the crowd exhaled deeply, relief washing over them, and their desperate longing for the chair dissolved entirely. Resigned they resumed their marathon run. Not only was free riding impervious to attack, but he also wielded a firearm. Their strikes were futile and proximity impossible. How then could they possibly seize anything? Better to run the marathon obediently. He had not gone far before the wheelchair halted once more, because another fork in the road appeared. This time 3 paths stretched before him, each marked on his retinal display with directional arrows and symbolic icons. Peace Avenue 6. 4 kilometers long, speed 2. Prosperity Avenue 17. 9 kilometers long, treasure chest 2, Chang'an Avenue 3. 1 kilometer long, monster 2. As before, the shortest route was guarded by monsters while the longest held treasure chests. Yet this time both the number of monsters and treasure chests had doubled. The sole difference. Instead of a denoting random events, this fork offered speed 2. By then stragglers began catching up from behind. Still shaken, they instinctively kept their distance from Bai Pu, huddling at a safe remove to whisper among themselves, I'll never take the treasure chest route again, it's hopeless to compete for them. Better to pick the shorter one. Double speed sounds excellent. Exactly, I'm choosing that one too. Watching players stream into Peace Avenue one after another, Bai Pu raised an eyebrow and followed suit. The dungeon's design upheld a delicate equilibrium, short paths paired with monsters, long ones with treasure chests, advantages and drawbacks carefully balanced to confound choice. Here however speed 2 shattered that balance, luring every player toward Peace Avenue. Something was clearly amiss. If his intuition proved correct, entering this path would inevitably entail hidden drawbacks. Yet he remained unruffled. After all, the speed boost applied to the wheelchair, not his legs. He had nothing to fear. Moreover, the electric wheelchair's battery could barely sustain the full 100-kilometer race. Should he opt for a longer route in pursuit of treasure chests, he risked running out of power before reaching the finish, embarrassing to say the least. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lights along the other 2 paths dimmed instantly, leaving only Peace Avenue bathed in bright unwavering lamplight stretching far into the night. At that very instant every player who stepped onto Peace Avenue felt their legs whirl like wind and fire wheels, accelerating beyond control. Even those wounded bore no exception. Bai Pu's wheelchair roared forward as if fitted with twin pistons, so violently that had he not already secured his safety belt he would surely have been flung clear. Soon Bai Pu's wheelchair left the others far behind, only distant ragged cries trailing in its wake. What the hell, so exhausted. Help me. How do I stop? At last, after a blistering breathless sprint, Bai Pu completed Peace Avenue speed 2. You have arrived at Chinatown. Time remaining until race completion 10 hours 46 minutes. Not bad for efficiency. Given that some physically adept players likely chose the shortest route, his current standing should place him solidly in the upper mid-ranks of the marathon. Suddenly Bai Pu paused, his expression tightening. Chinatown housed actual shops, and they were open. Along both sides of the street 2 colorful neon signs flickered merrily like those of an amusement park. Even a small speaker stood by one entrance blaring cheerful tunes that eased tension and lulled the nerves. One sign gleamed with the words Luosafen, while a pungent savory aroma drifted faintly from within, irresistibly appetizing. The other sign read Ring Toss, adorned with vivid circular patterns, and at the center of each ring a simple line drawing of a treasure chest. Luosafen and Ring Toss. Bai Pu lingered thoughtfully in the center of the street, then turned toward the ring toss. This was unlike the earlier newsstand, a pre-dungeon establishment. Back then the penguin shopkeeper might well have exploited his role as dungeon arbiter to boost his own sales. Blatant abuse of official position. Moreover, before Bai Pu made any purchase the penguin shopkeeper had treated him markedly differently from others, suggesting he possessed some innate ability to sense blood crystals. Yet now, Bai Pu included, all players carried no blood crystals. That the penguin deity had placed these shops here implied they accepted neither blood crystals nor conventional currency. Most likely payment required bodily organs, blood, or perhaps even remaining race time. Luosafen was sustenance, plainly intended to replenish stamina, almost certainly calibrated for the speed 2 effects of Peace Avenue. But Bai Pu rode an electric wheelchair and carried provisions in his inventory, he needed no such replenishment. The ring toss game, however, demanded closer inspection. He lifted the curtain. "Welcome, honored guest," a familiar voice made Bai Pu's eye twitch involuntarily. His gaze swept the room. Cartoon plush toys adorned the walls and wooden fences enclosed nearly 80% of the floor, within which dozens of treasure chests lay scattered haphazardly. Some chests floated midair awaiting retrieval. Behind the fence stood the shopkeeper, the penguin shopkeeper himself. At that moment dozens of intestinal rings hung from one of the penguin's flippers. A smile reappeared on his face as he addressed Bai Pu. "Esteemed guest, 5 rings per hour, how many would you like to purchase?" Indeed, the dungeon's currency was tied to race time. Profit-driven as ever, Bai Pu ignored the shopkeeper's demeanor and focused instead on the interior of the fenced enclosure. Dozens of chests lay strewn about, bewildering at first glance, yet only 1/3 were golden, radiating a brilliant luminous sheen. The rest were merely wooden or iron, dull, unlit and drifting idly through the air. Clearly they served only as yet compared to the tedious, time-consuming helping the grandmother crossed history tasks of earlier, this ring toss game promised far swifter acquisition of treasure chests. And the intestinal rings sold by the penguin shopkeeper appeared crafted from some creature's processed gut, smooth, desiccated yet remarkably elastic. Most crucially, each ring's surface area was nearly triple that of a treasure chest. Bai Pu decided to give it a try. 5 please. Recent practice with radish throwing had honed his wrist strength, he felt reasonably confident in his aim. "All right, thank you for your purchase." The penguin proprietor counted 5 rings on his flipper and smiling handed them to Bai Pu. At the same time, the countdown displayed on his retina shifted to 94916. No more dawdling. Bai Pu tested the ring's weight and texture in his hand, mentally calculating the force he would need. He then took aim at the golden chest nearest him in the second row. Eager to try, yet Bai Pu did not rush to throw the ring. A wooden box drifted slowly through the air, perfectly blocking the parabolic path Bai Pu had planned. At that moment a sudden commotion came from outside. A man shouted in disbelief, "What the hell, are you crazy? It took me half an hour to get a bowl of luosafen. Does your luosafen come with gold?" Then intermittent footsteps and heavy breathing could be heard. Undoubtedly the main force had caught up. Bai Pu's face remained expressionless as he focused on the target chest. Finally the obstructing wooden box drifted away. Swish, seizing the moment, Bai Pu hurled the first ring. The ring spun through the air like a hula hoop, descending toward the golden chest with steady, even motion. Its direction, its angle, there was not a single flaw. It seemed set to land perfectly around the golden chest. Suddenly, as if sprouting wings, the chest shot out from the middle of the ring. Damn! Bai Pu felt cheated in an instant. Clack, the ring hit the ground empty. The golden chest that should have been captured hovered calmly in midair as if nothing had happened. "Ah, so close, next time you'll get it," the penguin proprietor said with faux regret, his upturned eyes glittering with amusement. "Fuck, damn it. Who would have thought the chest could fly?" Bai Pu shoved the remaining 4 rings at the penguin proprietor. "I'm done. Refund." "I'm terribly sorry, once sold we do not issue refunds," the proprietor replied with the same beaming smile. "If you don't wish to continue, you may forfeit the remaining 4 attempts." Bloody hell. So you reserve all rights to explain everything? Bai Pu couldn't help but mentally send a 60-second tirade to the penguin proprietor. Unexpectedly the proprietor leaned in and said, "Although you failed once, you've accumulated 30 intimacy with the chest. If it reaches 100 there will be a surprise. Also, since you have our membership card, hey, race a little secret, each escape maneuver the chest's use can only occur once, and intimacy and maneuver counts are shared across all chests." Membership card. No doubt it was the membership he had bought with 1 blood crystal. In any case, his time had already been deducted, he had no choice but to continue trying. Even if he failed every time after 4 attempts, the intimacy would surely hit 100 and at least yield a consolation surprise. Bai Pu picked up another ring. This time Bai Pu abandoned the previous golden chest. Aiming for a floating chest would exponentially increase the difficulty. He had no interest in making things harder. Casting a casual glance, his eyes locked onto the golden chest in the 4th row, second from the left. Swish, the ring flew. Angle, force, height, unassailable. As it neared the landing, true to Bai Pu's expectations, the golden chest began to act up again. This time the chest trembled like a rabbit scratching at the earth and dug straight into the ground. Its tunneling left web-like cracks across the floor. Finally it resurfaced about a meter away and settled as if nothing had happened. Clack, the ring missed again. Seeing Bai Pu's expression darken, the penguin proprietor chirped in at the right moment, "Congratulations, your intimacy with the chest has reached 60 and 2 escape maneuvers have been eliminated. Your odds are getting better." Bai Pu. Swallowing his curses, he took out the 3rd ring. He had already tried both aerial and subterranean counters. He refused to believe the chest would sprout legs and run. Swish, the ring whirled through the air. The next instant Bai Pu's mouth twitched. Because the golden chest really did grow 2 legs. Before his astonished eyes, slender stilt-like legs emerged beneath it, and it took a few quick steps aside. Then it crouched and the legs vanished, the chest returning to normal. Clack, the ring missed once more. Haha, even freeloaders get a beating sometimes. Stinky penguin, don't bully my husband. This is brutal. The toughest part of this instance isn't the marathon, it's getting back your organs. The live stream erupted in laughter, then the mood sank. Everyone simultaneously remembered the announcement Chief Sue had posted. Indeed, if freeloaders couldn't get a break, what hope was there for others? Could it be as Chief Sue warned that the uncanny world intended to eliminate humanity's gifted? Then why grant humans abilities through these instances? No one could understand the reasoning. Slap, the penguin proprietor clapped his flippers gleefully. Wonderful. Congratulations, your intimacy with the chest has reached 90. Just one more attempt and you'll max it out and be guaranteed a surprise gift. Damn it. Penguin stalls only hand out consolation prizes. Bai Pu rolled his eyes, gave up the struggle and tossed the fourth ring casually. Suckers can't beat swindlers. Since he wouldn't win anyway, he might as well farm the intimacy. Perhaps knowing it wouldn't escape, the floor chests behaved obediently this time. Not a one stirred. Banged confetti and petals rained down with the pop of celebratory cannons. The proprietor beat his flippers even more enthusiastically. At the same time, the chests in the room began to spin as if in celebration. Congratulations, congratulations. Your intimacy with the chest has reached 100. With one final try you can immediately obtain a special gift. Those words sounded oddly familiar. Bai Pu sneered, aimed at the golden chest and tossed his last ring. This time the chest did not run, did not fly, did not pull any tricks, because the trickster was the ring he had just thrown. A second before it would have reached the golden chest, the ring slid sideways as if kicked and clack finally landed around the most unassuming wooden box. Fuck. Damn you, penguin. Bai Pu finally saw through it. This wasn't a genuine arcade, it was a scam that used golden chests as bait to extract players' time and money. How fortunate. The penguin proprietor presented the wooden chest to Bai Pu with a beaming smile. Congratulations on obtaining a surprise chest. When its intimacy reaches 200 it will upgrade to an iron chest, at 300 its quality will ascend to a golden chest. Damn it. Bai Pu swiftly grabbed the wooden treasure chest and turned to leave. If he stayed any longer he might not be able to resist pulling out his knife and perishing together with this penguin. That's right. Perishing together. If it were the old lady from before, as long as she was strong enough she might have been able to clear the instance by sheer force. But the penguin boss is the referee of this dungeon, backed by the instance's certification bonus. Once he attacks, death is certain. It's like hitting the referee before the match, you can't just cancel it. The guy who touched the penguin boss with paper money while waiting in the dungeon is the best negative example. Behind him the penguin boss' enthusiastic voice rang out, welcome to visit again, a friendly reminder the intimacy accumulation event lasts for 1 hour. After that intimacy resets to 0 and you will need to start accumulating again. Bai Pu stepped outside and immediately pulled out a piece of cardboard from his space, writing down all the tricks of the ring toss shop with a ring toss. Tips 1. The treasure chest will run away and the rings will move on their own. It is impossible to catch them too. The only way is to accumulate intimacy. If you want to obtain the golden treasure chest you need at least 12 rings. 3. 4. After finishing a long list, Bai Pu signed it off as a kind person and then placed it at the entrance of the ring toss shop. This is such a kind act, leaving a guide to prevent others from falling for it again. Something feels off. I always felt that Bai Gu wasn't this kind of person. Why, I misjudged Bai Gu. In the live broadcast room the audience's attitude toward Bai Pu was suddenly divided into two factions. Meanwhile Anya, who was closely monitoring the dungeon situation, finally showed a smile. Bai Pu, you finally revealed your true colors. Anya quickly took a screenshot of the words Bai Pu wrote on the cardboard and instructed her subordinates, hurry. Retrieve all the information about the collapsed teaching buildings during the first strange invasion, including all student test papers from the classes involved from the Education Bureau. And compare it with the handwriting above. In the dungeon Bai Pu looked at the wooden treasure chest in his arms and sighed slightly. Forget it, a low guarantee is better than nothing. He opened the chest. As Bai Pu expected, there were no organs inside. Only a dark lumpy object resembling sheep droppings was present, its surface wrinkled and hard like a stone. Good grief, could this pitiful penguin have just picked up a random stone from the ground and stuffed it in as a treasure reward? As for why this stone was black, Bai Pu could only assume that the stones in this bizarre world might all look like this. Damn it. Casually tossing the stone into his space, Bai Pu silently added the penguin boss name to his blacklist. The wheelchair just activated, about to set off again. Suddenly the curtain on the opposite side of the road was lifted. A man covered in red oil walked out of the snail powder shop, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, that was so refreshing. Bai Pu narrowed his eyes. That voice wasn't it the male voice he had heard from outside during the ring toss. However, compared to before, the hoarseness and panting in his tone were gone and he appeared radiant, showing no signs of fatigue. Behind the man others began to emerge from the snail powder shop, all looking spirited. Their demeanor, footsteps and expressions were all lively, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Bai Pu secretly marveled. It seems that the effects of this snail powder are even better than he expected. Bai Pu set off again, following the streetlight's glow, and stopped again after less than 500 meters. Because ahead appeared a glass bridge. At the top of the bridge the words "Welcome to the Funerals" glowed brightly. Below the glass bridge it seemed like an endless abyss visible only as a dark void. Most importantly, upon a glance shadowy figures of monsters wandered across the bridge appearing and disappearing. Others couldn't help but stop looking troubled. What the hell, I used to come here often to deliver goods with my dad, there was never a bridge here. I am afraid of heights. There's no choice this time, there are no forks in the road, we have no options. Bai Pu remained calm. These monsters are all mindless wanderers. As long as he maneuvers properly he can easily control the wheelchair to pass between them. As for using his knife to grind experience off these monsters, don't joke around. The experience from these monsters combined isn't even worth a minute of grinding outside the main world city. Right now the most important thing is to save time. He doesn't have time to waste on these small monsters. Other players hesitated for a moment but followed Bai Pu's lead, stepping onto the glass bridge. However, this time no one dared to run. Everyone moved cautiously and slowly on the transparent glass, afraid that the glass beneath them would suddenly shatter. Some even had weak legs, nearly collapsing onto the ground, only able to tremblingly hold onto the railings on both sides of the bridge, moving forward at a snail's pace. Except for Bai Pu. Amidst the crowd's fear, Bai Pu zoomed past everyone in his wheelchair, drifting to avoid monsters while maintaining speed. His movements were smooth and fluid, resembling a professional race car driver, giving an unparalleled aesthetic feel, making one unable to help but imagine the smoke trailing behind his drifting wheelchair. He passed the 1,000-meter-long funeral bridge in just 50 seconds. Meanwhile, other players had only reached 1/5 of the bridge. In fact, there was even a boy in a white short sleeve who accidentally got entangled by a scorpion-like pig monster, being forced to battle the creature. Hiss! The monster swung its glossy black poisonous tail straight at the boy's face. The boy hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding it, but the monster's poisonous tail pierced straight into the glass bridge beneath everyone's feet. Crack! A web-like crack appeared on the intact glass, and it even seemed to be expanding. Holy crap, run! Get out of my way! All of you get lost! The players all rushed toward Bai Pu's direction. Even the girl, who had been crawling on the glass in fear, suddenly moved as if possessed by a spirit. Behind the players the disturbed monsters chased after them like zombies. Bai Pu merely glanced back and continued forward. Since this is a bridge that must be crossed to reach the destination and there are monsters wandering around, it wouldn't shatter from just one attack. What he needs to do now is to quickly catch up with the players ahead of him. Specifically the players who chose the shortest route during the previous 2 forks. Under the night the cold wind howled. The route after the funeral bridge was still a wide road with no more forks. However, there were more wandering monsters than before. Once one gets within half a meter of these monsters they would awaken as if from hibernation, searching for a target to attack. Fortunately, Bai Pu pushed the wheelchair to its maximum speed. Even if he unintentionally roused some monsters as he passed, by the time they reacted Bai Pu was already 100 meters away. Impossible to catch up at all. As for the other players behind, that was no longer Bai Pu's concern, they would have to fend for themselves. Half an hour later, shops with illuminated signs reappeared on both sides of the road ahead. On the left, grilled cold noodles. On the right, a lot drawing game. As before, one stall restored stamina while the other offered chances to earn treasure chests. Thick curtains hung over both entrances, obscuring their interiors. Without a second thought, Bai Pu rolled his wheelchair into the lot drawing shop. Welcome, a voice chimed. Damn, that voice again. He looked up at the proprietor and froze. Black back, white belly, a red scarf, an awkward comical figure, yet its eyes shone with a sharp intelligence. It was the penguin again. The penguin proprietor sat in a rattan chair behind the table, a tube of sticks before him and a dozen golden chests strewn haphazardly behind the chair. You and the others before. Bai Pu blurted. Even if the penguin could move at impossible speed, there were still other players trailing behind. When he had left the ring toss stall, the group eating Luossifen had merely been the vanguard who rushed out first. Most people had not yet reached Chinatown. If the penguin trick was here too, then who had been manning the ring toss stall earlier? You are so observant, the penguin trickster said, plastering a smile across its face. We are all servants enlightened by Lord Emperor Penguin, thus we resemble him and our minds are shared with him at all times. This is the very trade practice of the Penguin Guild. By the way, honored VIP customer, how many lot sticks would you like? Well, it'll be damned. No wonder you appear everywhere, you are an entire species with shared consciousness. Ridiculous. How does this work? Bai Pu asked. The penguin proprietor raised the tube of sticks and smiled. The rules are simple. Spend half an hour to obtain 1 draw. If the wooden stick you draw bears a red mark at its base, you win a golden. He winked deliberately. If 2 sticks bear marks, you receive 2 golden chests. There is no upper limit. Bai Pu quickly counted the sticks in the tube with his eyes. 10. What if I buy all 10 at once? The penguin's smile grew even brighter. You are so clever, the penguin gushed. That guarantees golden chests. There is no better bargain in this dungeon than my shop. You hey, don't go. Bai Pu turned and left at once. As if he would fall for it a second time. Having already been tricked once, he would not be fooled again. Sitting at the entrance of the lot drawing shop, Bai Pu took out cardboard and a marker and wrote a strategy for the lot 1. 1 draw per half hour guaranteed not to win. 2. To secure a golden chest as a guarantee requires consuming 5 hours and purchasing all the sticks. 3. Wow, Bai Pu really is a good person, leaving a guide for the players who come after. I hope Brother Bai will not be co-opted by the authorities. Look, someone wants to play ring toss, refuses to trust the guide, insists on entering the shop and gets conned by the penguin trickster. Ha! Serves them right. Bai Pu wrote all the answers and they cannot even copy them. It is odd, people used to call him Bai Lao, now they call him Brother Bai. Isn't it because of that fat fellow last time who called him Brother Bai and then rode Bai Pu to victory? What shameless devotion. In an instant Bai Pu's reputation underwent a complete reversal, almost rivaling Bai Pu, the model of the age. After he finished writing, Bai Pu planted the cardboard into the ground and affixed a glowing butterfly to it so it would catch the eye. He pressed onward. After a while the shop's lights fell far behind and were swallowed by the darkness. Unexpectedly, in the next second, countless houses appeared around Bai Pu, every window blazing with light. Yet there was no sound at all. The town was utterly silent. A system message announced that he had arrived at Typing Town and could move freely within the area. Navigation would resume when he departed. At the same time, a grid-like map unfolded on Bai Pu's retinal display. It marked his current position and the exit of Typing Town. The many intersecting paths in the center divided the map into countless grid squares. Bai Pu followed the road straight on and only stopped at the first fork. He checked the map's scale and murmured, 2 minutes and barely any distance covered. This Typing Town is larger than a county. If his entry point were 00, his current position would be 10. Most importantly, the whole town map spanned from 00 to 3030, roughly a square, and the exit lay at 3030. The entrance and exit lay on opposite corners. Maddeningly, Typing Town had only one main road that circled the square outline of the town, exactly one loop. The inner forks were all rutted dirt tracks. The surface was uneven and muddy, with sudden holes and puddles of varying depth, utterly unsuitable for a wheelchair. Other players could cut through the middle as a shortcut, Bai Pu could not. Damn, they are targeting me again, he muttered and powered the wheelchair. So he had to take the ring road. The wheelchair rolled along the silent town edge through gaps between houses. He could faintly see players sprinting along the central forks. On the other side of the road an inky blackness stretched to the sky. Even his enhanced eyes could discern nothing within that darkness. Or perhaps there was nothing there at all, a simple black wall. Only it was a wall from an uncanny world, which explained its strange appearance. 1,000 meters, 2,000, 3,000. Suddenly a small figure appeared unexpectedly at the corner. Bai Pu slammed the brakes. The tires hissed. Fortunately he did not collide with the suddenly appearing little boy. Brother, brother, the boy cried. The little boy leaned on a cane, 1 foot hanging as if injured, and politely hailed Bai Pu. Is something wrong? Bai Pu kept his expression neutral. This was almost certainly another quest. The boy looked anxious. I'm almost late for school, boo-hoo. So be late then, Bai Pu said. They will make me stand, call my parents, it will be so embarrassing. Oh. Bai Pu started the wheelchair. Just as he was about to move on, the boy suddenly sat down and placed his hands before the wheelchair, eyes pleading. Brother, could you help me please? Bai Pu felt as though his wheelchair were cemented to the ground, utterly immovable. He could only sigh deeply, I'm simply too soft-hearted. Since you've begged me, I'll reluctantly give you a ride. Climb aboard. Thank you, big brother. The boy beamed with delight, flipped upright from the ground and settled onto Bai Pu's lap. Creak, squeak. His wheelchair sank 1 centimeter deeper into the pavement. Though slight in stature, the boy weighed as heavily as a plump pig awaiting slaughter at Lunar New Year. Crushing pressure bore down upon Bai Pu's thighs. Fortunately, the wheelchair's build was robust enough to withstand the strain without collapsing. At the same time, on the map overlaid across Bai Pu's retinas, where all urban structures beyond the road had previously appeared in dull gray, a small square suddenly flared to life. It bore the label Typing Primary School. Yet its coordinates read 05, while Bai Pu currently stood at 10-0. Exactly opposite. Bai Pu snorted derisively. Of course. He'd known this task would twist itself into absurdity. Without hesitation, he steered the wheelchair onward toward the exit. As the wheelchair rolled farther away, the boy in his lap grew frantic. Big brother, you're going the wrong way, my school isn't this way. Turn back quickly. I'll really be late, wawawa. Bai Pu ignored him entirely, letting the boy wail and squirm in his arms. What the hell is Bai Pu planning now? Accepting a quest just to abandon it? Is his brain filled with foam? Don't you dare speak ill of my big brother. Damn it, I'm running out of time. Where else could there possibly be a dungeon? I refuse to linger forever in the dark world. Same here. Fine, let's just grab a few cartons of instant noodles first. We'll carry them and every day counts. As Bai Pu drew nearer to the exit, the boy's cries swelled in volume and urgency. Monsters wandering the streets, drawn by the shrill wailing, converged instinctively toward Bai Pu, as if summoned by an unseen command. Yet they merely altered their aimless paths, no acceleration, no shift in demeanor, still shuffling forward with vacant dazed expressions. Aside from acquiring a new entourage of relentless trailing fans, Bai Pu experienced no other change. At last, he reached the exit of Taiping Town. Two ring roads intersected at the exit, merging into a single thoroughfare stretching straight into the desolate countryside. Evil man, put me down right now. Wawawa, I'll truly be late. I must get to school. The boy thrashed wildly in Bai Pu's lap, his wails booming like a public address system, resounding across the entire town of Taiping. Click, click, click. Doors of the lit room swung open one after another and figures emerged steadily from within. Yet, not a single one of these figures was alive. Sightless, hollow-eyed beggars, women with tongues dragging to the floor, headless brides draped in crimson ceremonial gowns, six-armed crawlers, hanged corpses tethered by coarse hemp ropes, matrons sprouting 4 pairs of pectoral muscles, bloated water demons swollen to grotesque proportions. Every villager stared unblinkingly, fixated solely on Bai Pu. Their gazes were heavy with malice, their faces grim and hostile. Then, merging seamlessly with the monsters trailing behind, they coalesced into a monstrous, nightmarish legion advancing upon Bai Pu. Dense as a tidal wave, inescapable, overwhelming. Players who had just staggered out of the narrow alleyways near Taiping Town's central district, caked in mud and exhaustion, suddenly forgot their fatigue the moment they beheld this sight. They accelerated, doubled their pace, and sprinted madly down the highway beyond the exit. Holy hell, Bai Pu's gone completely mad. Run. The anomalies are about to erupt. Brothers and sisters, if you hold grudges, settle them among yourselves. I've never even met that wheelchair-bound man, please carry on without me. Is he insane? Flaunting invincibility like this, what if he accidentally kills us? Run. Unexpectedly, the encroaching legion of anomalies halted abruptly. Even more astonishingly, the villagers of Taiping Town not only ceased advancing, but actively intercepted the mindlessly wandering monsters, shielding Bai Pu like dutiful bodyguards, preventing them from drawing any closer. Simultaneously, the boy's wailing ceased mid-cry. Trembling violently, he stared fixedly at the small knife before him, terror flooding his eyes. I'll die. If this blade touches me, I will truly die. Mom. Uncle De. Auntie Heir. Cousin-in-law. Cousin Gua. Uncle De. Great-uncle Chi. Grandma Zhu. Third great-grandfather. Ninth uncle. Wang Kai. Ah Hua. Xiao Li Zi. Save me. You've cried long enough, tired aren't you? Here, big brother will peel you an apple. Bai Pu smiled gently, then carefully guided the fruit knife along the apple's skin. Yet, the blade proved unerringly sharp each time it grazed the apple. The fruit split cleanly in two of its own accord before Bai Pu could even begin peeling. Snap! Another apple cleaved apart. The boy flinched involuntarily, sensing not the fruit splitting, but his own skull cracking open. Oh dear, apples these days are waxed so thick. Eating them unpeeled isn't healthy at all. No worries, I've got more in storage. Let me try again. So saying, Bai Pu retrieved another apple from his spatial inventory. This ritual repeated again and again. Across the crowd, the villagers' expressions shifted, from hunger to loathing to sheer horror. Finally, terrified, the villagers tugged and pulled at the directionless monsters, whose senses had failed them, dragging them backward en masse. They feared provoking the man in the wheelchair, fearing he might execute the boy on the spot. Tongues, hair sleeves, all stretched forth like binding ropes restraining the monsters. Chaos reigned, demons danced in grotesque unison. Strange syllables poured from the villagers' throats, howling like wolves, yet rhythmically precise, tonally measured. Only the boy and Bai Pu, who had mastered the language of anomalies through the ghastly television, understood their meaning. Little treasure. Even we cannot defeat this man. You're on your own now. If the quest fails, so be it. But for heaven's sake, do not anger him. If things go terribly wrong, we'll burn incense for you during festivals. Farewell. The villagers slammed shut their doors and extinguished their lights in perfect unison. Silence swallowed the entire town. The boy, tears brimming, stared blankly. What kind of deranged player was this? His weapon was terrifying beyond measure. Had he known, he'd never have accepted this quest. Wawawa? Holy! Players who turned back to witness the scene erupted in stunned profanity, fear of Bai Pu deepening tenfold in their hearts. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the screen froze, utterly barren, not a single comment scrolling across it. To everyone watching, Bai Pu had merely sat there, casting a light, effortless glance. And the tide of anomalies receded. Just receded. Some even assisted, forcibly hauling others away, retreating in unison, as if Bai Pu himself were some primordial terror. Utterly incomprehensible. Recalling their own exhausting battles slaying monsters outside the town walls, Bai Pu's image swelled immeasurably in their minds, towering, mythic, awe-inspiring. Approaching the divine. In an instant, thousands of bullet comments surged simultaneously. I declare that from this moment on I am the #1 fan of Brother Bai. Get lost, I've been here since Brother Bai's first livestream, there's no way you can take my place. Brother Bai, please cook some noodles. I want to give Brother Bai a child. Although I'm not a delusional fan, I still can't help but say amazing. Hey, I willingly choose to be Brother Bai's delusional fan, you fake fan, get lost. I used to think Bai Pu was impressive, but now it seems that Bai Piao has reached a whole new level. Oh no, 18 levels. In Taiping Town, after each household closed their doors and turned off their lights, only the street lamps remained lit. A little boy looked at the ground scattered with broken apples, wanting to cry but with no tears. He took out another apple and began to peel it. Your legs are inconvenient, how can you walk to school? That wouldn't be appropriate, moreover I've already taken on this mission, how can I give up halfway? No, really, there's no need. The little boy stammered, trying hard to suppress the urge to cry. This man was too terrifying. Even his relatives, who usually doted on him, couldn't compare to the knife in this man's hand. It was truly frightening. However, why was this knife clearly red and green but wrapped in an illusion? There was no time to think further. The wheelchair beneath him was being maneuvered by the man rolling forward. The little boy gritted his teeth tightly, his expression filled with terror. Just 100 meters ahead he would be leaving the boundaries of Taiping Town, and once he was out he wouldn't be able to come back. Unable to help himself, he pleaded, brother, I can really go to school by myself, just consider the mission completed for you, okay? Finally he waited for the sentence. Well, Bai Pu pretended to think. Suddenly at the exit of Taiping Town, a nearby house's door swung open. After a moment a figure seemed to be pushed out, a slender woman. She looked to be in her 20s, dressed in a red wedding gown with a frown on her forehead and a pale face. It was unclear if she looked like this originally or if she had been frightened into this state. The woman pressed her lips together and cautiously approached Bai Pu, glancing at the fruit knife he was using to peel the apple, unable to suppress a gulp. With a forced smile she said, excuse me, passing traveler, I wonder if you could help me with a favor. Another mission. Seeing the woman's unwilling demeanor, it seemed to be triggered by force. No. When others ran out of Taiping Town they didn't trigger this mission. Could it be that the instance was deliberately targeting players like him who drove vehicles from the Ring City Avenue? Go ahead, tell me. The woman looked regretful, seemingly hoping Bai Pu would directly refuse this mission. She had no choice but to nervously pull out a yellowed letter from her pocket. My husband left home to work hard right after we got married. I've been thinking of him day and night, unable to sleep. So I wrote a letter, but now I can't find the time. Could you please help me deliver this letter to the post office? Meanwhile, Bai Pu's map lit up another area. Taiping post office. According to his self-created coordinate logic, the location was at 211. It happened to be in between him and Taiping primary school. Good grief. With so many shadows in your house, how can you say you're lonely and sleepless? In this day and age women are truly lacking in virtue. Bai Pu snatched the envelope. All right. Thank you. The woman immediately stopped stuttering and turned to leave. Suddenly she was called back by Bai Pu. Big sister, did you forget something? What? Bai Pu's thumb and index finger rubbed together, the meaning obvious. Oh. The woman hurriedly explained, as long as you put the envelope in the mailbox the task will be considered complete and the reward will automatically appear in front of you. Got it. Bai Pu nodded. He waved his hands, signaling her to leave. The woman felt delighted and sprinted back to her house, slamming the door shut. Just as the wheelchair was about to exit Taiping Town, Bai Pu looked down at the little boy who was still sobbing pitifully in his arms. Little brother, are you going to school or not? I will. The little boy's eyes lit up with surprise. How late am I? 5 minutes. Since I won't make it in 5 minutes, should I just not go then? Woo brother, let me down. I can walk to school by myself. Being late doesn't matter. As long as I get to school I can settle the task reward for you right away. Oh ho, this kid is quite clever. Bai Pu smiled and took out the envelope from the woman. In that case, can you help me deliver a letter on the way? Is that a problem? No. The little boy shook his head vigorously. Brother, don't worry, I promise to deliver the letter to you. Alright, good attitude. He couldn't let this little boy help him for free. Bai Pu waved his hand. Instantly a row of vehicles appeared on the ground. Bicycles, balance bikes, skateboards, roller skates, children's electric cars. And even a wheelchair just like the one under him. Come on, pick whichever one you like. Really? The cunning look in the little boy's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by desire. In the school mission he had to abide by the rules as the task giver and could not lie. Since he had already promised the wheelchair man would pass, he couldn't go back on that. But in the woman's letter delivery mission he was just a passerby and could lie freely. He originally planned to secretly throw away the envelope after the wheelchair man left so that the wheelchair man would only receive one reward. That would be a small act of revenge. However, the wheelchair man actually let him choose freely. What man could refuse a glowing little tank? Brother, you're like my real brother. The little boy immediately jumped on the electric tank, unable to put it down, playing with the steering wheel, even tossing his crutch aside. Excitedly looking up, he patted his chest to assure Big Brother, don't worry. I guarantee with my ghostly merit that I will deliver this letter to you. Done. Bai Pu did not linger any longer, maneuvering the wheelchair out of Taiping Town. Half an hour later. Bang bang. As he opened them, upon seeing the contents inside the Joy-On, Bai Pu's face instantly faded. MMP. I knew it wouldn't be so simple to get my legs back. With 1,000 participants, if one is disqualified by the judge before the instance begins, that means there are a total of 999 treasure chests. And he currently only had 3. The probability of encountering his 2 legs was 1333. Damn it. That's even less than the chance of getting pregnant. The key point is that acquiring these 3 treasure chests was quite a struggle, and it consumed so much time. To collect 999 treasure chests within 12 hours is nothing short of a fantasy. As expected. It's best to proceed according to the previous plan. Bai Pu continued forward. Along this path he encountered no more forks. Meanwhile, the density of wandering monsters on the road was steadily increasing. At Taiping Town one would encounter a monster every 100 meters, but now it had gradually reduced to every 50 meters. It directly doubled. Along the way, tired players could be seen slowly being caught up by monsters, leading to fierce battles. The result was that more and more monsters were attracted, encircling the players in the middle. The final outcome was evident. Bai Pu maintained a cold expression, directly ignoring it. He resisted the urge to grind for experience, directly maneuvering the wheelchair to avoid monsters and speeding ahead. His strategy became increasingly effective as his rank in the competition rose. But there was no time to waste here. Moreover, the radish knife was too short to ensure his safety. He absolutely needed to use a spring rope for ranged attacks. This easily reminded one of Bai Pu. The best strategy was to pass through without injury. An hour later, the long road finally came to an end. Before him stood an unprecedented arch bridge formed by accumulated bones. The bridge was brightly lit with 2 small tents set up. And there was a familiar, cheerful tune. You have arrived at the Immortal Ascension Bridge Service Area, current competition ranking 27. Penguin Navigation kindly reminds you, only when you are well fed and hydrated can you proceed better. Delicious Odin awaits your visit with a full range of meat, vegetables and fish balls. 8 types of soup bases for you to choose from. Each skewer takes only 5 minutes, 10 skewers minimum. Damn. This swindler penguin, taking advantage of its role as the referee, actually stuffed advertisements into the navigation. The most important part is, it even jacked up the prices. Previously, the snail noodles only took half an hour. Arriving at the center of the bridge. At the entrance of the 2 tents, each had a sign saying Odin and Treasure Chest Grab. Bai Pu directly entered the Treasure Chest Grab store. Sure enough, the familiar boss with a red scarf was the penguin. Welcome. Stations 1, 2, 3 and 5 are currently available. You can choose anyone to operate. In the very center of the tent stood a giant pentagonal claw machine. However, there were no dolls inside, but rather chests of various qualities. Wooden chests, iron chests and golden chests were jumbled together in roughly equal proportions of 1:1. At a glance, there were at least a dozen golden chests that could easily be grasped by the claws from above. It was tantalizing. The claw machine was surrounded by 5 operation stations arranged evenly in a 360 circle, each controlling the corresponding claws inside the machine. How do you play this? Bai Pu asked. The penguin boss rubbed its hands together and answered with a smile, 1 opportunity to claw every hour. As you can see, our claw machine has a very high winning rate. Suddenly, a sharp electronic child's voice accompanied by a celebratory sound rang out. You got it. You did great. Bai Pu looked over. A golden chest was tightly grasped in the claw, unable to move. And the one controlling the claw was someone he recognized, Tianqi. Tianqi sat in the corner, a smug smile on his lips, slowly maneuvering the claw towards the black hole in the center of the claw machine. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow. It couldn't possibly be that easy to get something from the penguin. Had this guy gotten a bit too ahead of himself? The next moment, a sudden change occurred. Tianqi shouted out in panic, suddenly letting go of the control panel, his expression turning fearful. Clang, the golden chest fell from the claw and returned to the pile of chests. Damn it! Tianqi cursed vehemently, shaking his arm as if in extreme pain. After a while, he finally calmed down. However, the hand that had been manipulating the claw machine had turned red and swollen. There were also many tiny bite marks. Oh dear, you are quite unlucky customer. The penguin boss said with a sympathetic smile. How did you get bitten by a blood mite? But don't worry, this little thing is not poisonous and it won't take much blood, it just hurts a bit when it bites, just bear with it. Damn. Tianqi glared at the claw machine, covering his arm, and cursed as he walked out of the tent. As he passed by Bai Pu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But he merely glanced and exchanged no words, brushing past. Tianqi was secretly angry. He had tried to grab the treasure chest 3 times and each time something strange happened. Clearly they didn't want him to get it. 3 hours wasted. He should hurry to continue. Bai Pu shrugged and also exited the tent, completely ignoring the penguin boss call. He then took out a cardboard and continued writing the strategy. Treasure grab strategy 1. 1 chance per hour. 2. Surface success rate 100, true success rate 10. 3. If the claw catches a treasure chest, bizarre insects from a strange world will crawl onto your hand, varying in type. The lighter ones cause unbearable pain while the heavier ones turn you into bones. 4. Upon seeing Bai Pu pin the cardboard to the ground, Tianqi scoffed, "Tch, what a saint. Even if you can pass, you'll just end up sitting in a wheelchair for life." Bai Pu ignored him. Such people who throw away their brains were worse off than him losing his legs. Suddenly, the tent flap of the Odin stall with its sign suddenly flew open. Guo Zihan walked out holding a treasure chest, his mouth covered in red sauce. "Guo Xiao. Have you eaten well?" Tianqi immediately changed his expression, moving up to Guo Zihan with a flattering look. Seeing Tianqi empty-handed, Guo Zihan's expression soured. "Why didn't you earn a treasure chest again?" Useless. Guo Zihan's words were abruptly cut off. He stared intently at Bai Pu with resentful eyes. "Bai Pu. Since we've bumped into each other, it would be rude not to greet you. After all, I helped you a lot in Bisui Garden. That's some deep brotherly love." Bai Pu waved. "Oh brother, long time no see." "Poof. Stop pretending," Guo Zihan said coldly, sneering. "Last time in Bisui Garden you clearly could have let me pass, yet you deliberately equalized my score with Wang Xinmeng. Still trying to play dumb. Oh look, this rich second generation has suddenly wised up." Bai Pu feigned innocence, raising his hands. "That was all an accident. I didn't expect it to turn out that way. Alas, I never thought my good intentions would backfire. Free of charge, can you believe it? Never imagined you'd fall into my hands, did you?" Guo Zihan wore an expression of smug triumph. "Weren't you always so arrogant? Ha! What I loathe most is anyone surnamed Bai. And that show-off Bai Pu. Despite having deployed professional snipers with rifles, the incompetent fools he kept at home not only failed to seize the demon-slaying divine blade but were utterly annihilated. Worse still, the incident implicated the Guo family. Had his countdown ended just a moment later, he too would have been hauled in for interrogation by the authorities. This competition was his chance to acquire greater power, to crush every soul who dared look down upon the Guo family. Even official authority meant little now in this chaotic age. Strength alone dictated truth. His path to renown would begin with Bai Pu. Clack, the lid of the golden treasure chest snapped shut and Guo Zihan hoisted it aloft with a chilling smirk. "Want it?" Bai Pu remained silent. Truly, after searching endlessly, the very leg he sought had appeared unexpectedly in Guo Zihan's possession. A handgun. Or the turnip blade. Or perhaps... Then crawl down here, kneel before me and bang your head 66 times on the ground. Then shout "Dad." 3 times, and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider returning your leg. How does that sound? Guo Zihan's gaze burned with unshakable certainty. With Bai Pu's immense popularity, countless viewers were surely watching live, and humiliating him publicly would send an unmistakable message. As for resistance... Ha! Bai Pu possessed only spatial manipulation and invincible defense, no offensive capability whatsoever. Guo Zihan's steel claws held overwhelming advantage. Brilliant, young Master Guo. Tianqi clapped enthusiastically beside him. "You masked coward, obey young Master Guo at once and descend. His granting you this chance is your utmost fortune. Oh no, please stop fighting. Finally someone who can humble Bai Pu. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai, perhaps it's time for strategic endurance. After all, a man's 3 vital limbs are irreplaceable. Just bear it for a while. Official warning: dangerous behavior, do not imitate. Ah, Bai Pu is truly in peril this time." Bai Pu clicked his tongue, thoughtfully leaning back effortlessly in his wheelchair, his composure unruffled. TSK. Young Master Guo certainly commands great wealth to travel all the way here just to savor Odin priced at 10 skewers for 50 minutes. Could it be that the luosafen and grilled cold noodles you consumed 30 minutes ago failed to satisfy your refined palate? Guo Zihan's face instantly hardened. "Bai Pu, what do you mean by that? Do you dare test whether I'll break your legs right now?" "No, you won't." Bai Pu smiled faintly. Guo Zihan was nothing more than a pampered, soft-bodied heir. For him even to keep pace, not to mention reach this frontline position, was nothing short of miraculous. There remained only one possibility: Guo Zihan possessed a second ability beyond his steel claws. Why not Tianqi's ability? Clearly, ever since losing his wits, Tianqi spoke exactly what he thought, no guile, no subterfuge. That eliminated any notion of sycophancy born merely from Guo family influence. Thus Guo Zihan must have demonstrated some extraordinary ability during the competition, one compelling enough to reduce Tianqi to abject devotion. Yet Guo Zihan stood immaculately dressed, not a bead of sweat glistening on his brow, his garments dry and unwrinkled. This indicated his ability involved rapid movement but without physical exertion. Yet he just devoured expensive Odin. Which implied the energy source powering that ability was critically depleted, so much so that he preferred paying nearly double the price for sustenance over exhausting himself further. Wei Zihan's furious embarrassment confirmed Bai Pu's deduction, blatantly unequivocally. The organ Guo Zihan had lost was almost certainly. Bai Pu retrieved a golden treasure chest from his spatial domain and within it held up a kidney encased in a transparent spherical membrane, twirling it idly between his fingers. Spending my life confined to this wheelchair matters little, but young Master Guo. Of the 3 unfilial acts bearing no heir ranks foremost. Tell me, what if by accident I crushed these 2 pieces of flesh? Bai Pu. You dare. Guo Zihan clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, veins bulging at his temples. He whirled toward Tianqi and roared, "What are you waiting for? Go, retrieve my kidney this instant." If Bai Pu dared harm his kidney, Guo Zihan vowed to slice those legs into 1,000 pieces, grind the bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. Yes sir, young Master Guo. Tianqi's eyes turned vicious as he rolled up his sleeves and strode toward Bai Pu. But after one step he froze. Bai Pu had already drawn forth another golden treasure chest, opened it and revealed something pinkish-white, coiled and sinuous inside. His brain. Thud. Tianqi collapsed to his knees and began slapping his own face violently. I beg your forgiveness, brother Bai. I was blind to your greatness. From this day forth I swear fealty only to you. I am your dog, I follow your every command, bark where you point, woof. 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 Ah. Wei Zihan kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. What the hell did you just say? Tianqi scrambled upright, then turned to Wei Zihan, his gaze dripping with contempt. So you've got a pair of chicken wings, big deal. Look at how pretentiously you strut. What do you have to compare with brother Bai? He possesses both unparalleled charisma and unmatched prowess, the undisputed prince of clearing. Get out of here, now. As he spoke, Tianqi shoved Wei Zihan repeatedly. The latter staggered backward, barely keeping his balance. Accustomed to constant flattery, he'd never endured such humiliation, his face flushing crimson with rage. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you want me to kill you? Pa. Tianqi spat disdainfully, then instantly plastered a fawning smile across his face as he turned to Bai Pu. Brother Bai, your journey here must have been exhausting. As a physical education major, I'm exceptionally strong. Shall I push your wheelchair for you? No need. Bai Pu replied coldly. Thud. Tianqi dropped to his knees again, tears streaming, wailing desperately, brother Bai, please grant me a chance to atone. Return my brain to me and I'll do anything you ask. Right now I speak every thought aloud, no concealment, no filter. If I exit this trial like this, I'll surely be beaten to death before long. Brother Bai, please, one more chance. Understood. Bai Pu silently observed his expression unchanged and smoothly retracted both golden chests back into his spatial domain. He spoke languidly, I am after all a reasonable man. Let us strike a fair exchange, one for one. Whoever returns my leg intact and unharmed shall receive the treasure chest they require. Fair, wouldn't you agree? Fair, absolutely fair. Whatever brother Bai says is fair. Tianqi wiped away his tears in one swift motion and advanced toward Guo Zihan, his gaze sharpening with menace. Guo Zihan's heart lurched. Not good. Tianqi, a physical education major, possessed both formidable strength and rudimentary martial skill. Even his steel claws might not prevail. Frantically he raised high the golden chest containing Bai Pu's legs and shouted, Bai Pu, I'll trade. Right now. Return my kidney immediately. No, this is for changing my brain. Tianqi immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Wei Zihan revealed his steel claws slicing through the air. As he swung, a thin red line appeared on Tianqi's arm, blood gushing forth. Tianqi groaned in pain. In the next instant, Guo Zihan's hand with the steel claws was tightly gripped by Tianqi at the wrist, unable to move. Tianqi restrained Guo Zihan's actions and reached for the golden treasure chest. Flapping, a pair of massive wings slowly extended from Guo Zihan's back, flapping incessantly as if preparing to take flight. Meanwhile, Tianqi secured himself with his feet on the immortal ascension bridge, gripping Guo Zihan's wrist tightly with both hands. Guo Zihan was pulled tightly, unable to fly at all. Flap flap, the wings stirred up the dust on the ground with feathers occasionally fluttering through the air. The two were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Bai Pu casually grabbed a feather, glanced at it and then disdainfully tossed it aside. Sorry, the competition time is limited, I have to leave first. After you finish, come find me at the finish line. Whoever brings my leg, I will swap with them. With that he turned and left. Ah, this. What kind of protagonist template is this? I want a warm by guest bed. Impressive. Damn, now I understand why Bai Piao wants to hide his identity. He's afraid of the Guo family's retaliation. To be fair, although Guo Xiao's chicken wings are effective, they are quite a sight to behold. The live stream was bustling with activity. Unlike the ordinary people's live streaming in the outer world during the dungeon live streams, a drop-down list would appear on the side for perspective selection. Each player participating in the dungeon would appear as a profile button in the guise they had when entering. When this player encountered an event or spoke loudly, the profile would ignite with flames. The more intense the event, the more vibrant the flames. As Bai Pu entered a fast-paced mode moving along without incident, his profile returned to calm and soon everyone switched perspectives to others. Just like before. Bai Pu brushed past the monster without pausing for a moment. At this time, players passing by game stalls like ring toss, drawing lots, and claw machine constantly ran into familiar faces and started chatting. "Sigh, I thought that cardboard was a prank, but it turned out to be completely accurate. What a loss for me. Damn, me too. This damn penguin is obviously scamming us." I don't know which kind-hearted person left the answers grateful to family. Players spread the word by 110 and 100. After experiencing one disbelief after another, they all regretted not believing it earlier, and nearly all players regarded the answers on the cardboard as scripture. Half an hour later. You have arrived at the Liangyuan Bridge Service Area. Current competition rank 6. Penguin navigation warmly reminds, are you tired? Hungry? Come try the authentic Shanxi cold noodles, let's chat. Another bridge. Similarly constructed from bones, the wheelchair made a creaking sound as it moved over it. Just like before, there were 2 tents. One selling cold noodles. One for dart game. Bai Pu once again entered the game tent, but before the penguin boss could finish his greeting, Bai Pu was out again. He only took a glance, spending no more than 2 seconds. Then he pulled out the cardboard and carefully wrote down Dart Game Strategy 1. The dart tip will retract, making it impossible to burst the balloons. 2. The balloons will move to avoid. 3. After writing this, he inserted the cardboard into the gap of the bone bridge at the entrance of the tent. He continued forward. 2 hours later. You have arrived at Chaiyang Food and Entertainment Street. Current competition rank 4. Penguin navigation warmly reminds, the service area is the last place to eat and entertain in the dungeon. There are 14 kilometers left to the finish line. Please take the opportunity not to miss it. Bai Pu raised an eyebrow at the bustling stalls, which were crowded like a marketplace. Goodness. Whether it's food or game halls, there are dozens of them. This money-grubbing penguin wants to make another profit before their dungeon ends, but unlike the previous enclosed shops and tents, this time it was completely open-air stalls. Fried chicken, stir-fried rice noodles, egg fried rice, egg pancakes, sour soup noodles, soup dumplings. A variety of delicious foods wafted enticingly. Opposite the various foods, dazzling entertainment projects were adjacent, such as jumping through fire hoops, rolling dice, playing marbles, strength tests, and shaking games. Like an all-night entertainment city. Strangely, no one attended to Bai Pu. Hundreds of identical penguins stood at their stalls, seemingly oblivious to Bai Pu. Under the quiet night sky, only the speakers in front of the entertainment stalls endlessly played music, along with the sounds of flames from the barbecue stalls. Bai Pu's lips curved upwards. It seems his plan was a success. Without needing the penguin boss, Bai Pu pushed his wheelchair forward, arriving at the first fire hoop stall. Just as he stopped, the penguin boss turned around, pretending to be busy. Boss. Hearing the call, the penguin boss reluctantly turned around with an unwilling expression, reciting his lines. Welcome. The cardboard Bai Pu had placed earlier was increasingly believed by more players, significantly affecting their business. For others, he was the god of wealth. For this wheelchair man, he was a harbinger of misfortune. No penguin wanted to serve this guy. Come on, tell me, how do you play here? Bai Pu popped a mint candy into his mouth under his mask, chewing. The penguin boss was puzzled. Could this wheelchair man really want to jump through fire hoops? The familiar smile reappeared. All right, dear customer, let me explain. 1 minute later. Jumping once only costs 30 minutes. How many times would you like to try? The penguin boss looked expectantly. Bai Pu politely smiled, thank you. And then pulled out the familiar cardboard and marker from his space. The penguin boss' eyes widened instantly. Bai Pu muttered as he wrote Fire Hoop Strategy 1. After putting on special clothing, flammable powder will fall from the air, making jumping through the hoop inevitable too. As the number of hoops jumped increases, the subsequent hoops will gradually shrink. 3. Only after successfully jumping through 10 hoops in a row without any fire marks on the special clothing can one obtain the golden treasure chest. Through my personal testing, more than half was destroyed on the first hoop. 4. Therefore the success rate for this game is 0.0000001. Proceed with caution. Watching Bai Pu insert this sign right in front of his stall, the penguin boss panicked. You, customer, you can't do this. I never said anything about needing to jump through 10 hoops in a row. How can you say that? This is blatant slander. This is defamation and rumor-mongering. I will complain to the boss, disrupting the market. Maliciously obstructing business. Bai Pu tilted his head. What are you talking about?